Okay, we streaming. Streaming. Something like that. I think that's the term. Alright, what am I looking for? Alright, I hope people can hear me. We'll find out, right? Let me know. Oh, let's see if we can hear this. There
Hey,
we are. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
yes.
Excellent. Love you dearly. See if you can bring some people on to burn bandwidth, and feel free to try Penny Bradley as well.
All
And
right.
let's see what else we can do. And of course, when you bring enough people on, then I can run and get my tea. I might even do that now if you're able to, but I guess I better give you some moments first to bring everybody on
All
that
right.
you can. And I would presume James Forsyth would be available of all people. I did talk to him as you suggested. So let's see what happens with everything else, and I hope you're doing well. And there's Mr. Jim Forsyth. Hello there. And so the two of you gentlemen are present, and hello to everyone else who's joined us. Let us know if you can hear us, everybody. And in the interim, I'll leave these two gentlemen to burn bandwidth for a few minutes while I go get my tea. I think both of you gentlemen can handle that quite readily, yes?
Yes.
Yes, I hear you wonderfully, Douglas.
Oh, what? Well, okay. Just so you know, for future reference, that doesn't count because you're on the call. That much is expected, though not always. It's not always delivered. The Skype service is glitchy, but mostly we need feedback from the listeners who are not on the call. Just so you know, in the future, that's how that works when I make that request. But so aside from that, thank you, Jim, and so the two Jameses, Jim and James here, will keep everybody occupied. And oh, Sarah Thomas is with us. No, is she?
No, I just added like
Okay,
whoever I could.
but it doesn't mean
Hopefully.
she's responding. Okay, there we are. So that's fine. All right then. Okay. You two gentlemen can handle this for a few minutes, and I'll be back soon enough. And of course, if you're in a kind of at a loss for something to start off with, you can always read that poem that I wrote for that wonderful young lady on her birthday, and I'll actually remember it sometime after I get back with my tea and get some caffeine in me, or something like that. So, okay, everybody, take the stage.
All right. So, James, how have things been going with you?
I'm going well, very well. Quiet, but well.
All
I
right.
saw
Yeah.
I saw some things you posted this week that you might be getting trying to find some personal interest to explore. I think that's great.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. I've found basically the last cast of Douglas quite fascinating, to be quite honest. There was a lot with the geomorphology that gave a lot to think about. Um, Specifically due to the fact that we now know that our Earth is actually a dual planet, and that we realized that there was a collision with a planetoid-sized asteroid that you know that hit the Earth, and this would later form the Earth's core as it cooled down, and the what was thrown into space would form our moon. So
Which formed the asteroid belt.
yes. So we have Jaya, which is, the term for Earth, and we also have the other planetoid, which is called Theia. And, the two are now one planetoid. So what was brought to mind, and this is something that has recently been uncovered. I'm sure that they probably knew it for a lot longer. But what this brings to mind is two things. One is, who knows what kind of life might have formed during the period when, after the core, was formed, after the two planets became one. Who knows what life might have come about in the cavernous regions of the depths of the Earth.
And also, would this explain why we have a moon that's substantially much larger than any other moon comparison to the planet?
Yes, yes. And so, if we're going to look for life on other planets, it wouldn't be enough to just search for a planetoid like our own. We would have to actually look for a planet that might have gotten its start as a result of a collision, much like our own as well, because that creates that creates this core which spins within the planet as the planet rotates, and creates what we have as a it creates the planet's magnetic field. And we know that, if without that magnetic field, the bombardment from the sun, from all the radiation from the sun, would make life damn near impossible. So there's a lot that this planet has going for it that we would have to find in other planets. So it wouldn't be enough for them to just be Earth-like. What this suggests is that, life in the universe may be far rarer than we seem to want to believe. And if that's the case, that brings to question what people are actually experiencing when they've experienced a lot of different phenomenon, such as, extraterrestrial visitations and abductions and whatnot, because no one can say that these people did not experience what they experienced. The question is, do we have the framework right in what they experienced? Like, were they experiencing something that was a terrestrial phenomenon, perhaps, that has been misconstrued by our public as an extraterrestrial phenomenon?
Well, I'm sure that's true. But also, I would, in my experience, consciousness seems to go from our denser realities here, which you're saying some of these may be connected to the Earth and have a more dense being to them. And then there are also the less dense, the more etheric consciousness in those fields. So also, I have experienced that also. So you do have different layers. Like I said before, consciousness is very layered. And going from the higher etheric fields down into the physical earth, I mean, I think there's consciousness throughout through the whole frequency.
Yes, and one has to take into account that there are those higher frequencies would also exist within the Earth sphere, within the Earth's sort of morphogenic field, which we are all still within. So we could also experience those less dense layers here, and we would still be experiencing another aspect of the Earth that, might not be as well attributed to the Earth, but it still is the Earth.
I agree. I agree with that on a sense, yes. And I mean, we're dealing with a conscious, in my belief, a conscious breathing being with Mother Earth herself.
Yes, and that is what makes the what do you call it? That's what makes the sort of abduction phenomenon a lot more interesting, because a lot of times people who are experiencers of these things, they always put out these claims about, taking care of the planet. And so if one were to ask me, I would say that these are sort of guardian spirits of the Earth itself, and that the sort of agenda to, for humankind to better interact with its planet, that would be coming from the planet itself. The consciousness, the sort of larger field of consciousness that permeates this entire sphere we call Earth.
Well, I agree, and also in magic, there's different guardians throughout the different elements and layers of consciousness.
Yes. Yes, and that is something that I've come across while even working in the Cleopathic abode, is that you have different attributions to different sets of spirits, different hells, different beings, and it's very fascinating, putting all these, writing all this stuff down, and making a sort of reference to all these, because it shows just how dynamic this experience really is.
Okay, so Vicky Johnson says hello. Mwah. Hey, honey. Love you dearly. And so let me check on something here. Everything seems to be going well otherwise. And both of you gentlemen can hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
now
you're
that's
clear.
where you answer where I'm asking if both of you
Yes,
can
I
hear
do.
me. Right, there
Thank
we
you,
are.
Douglas.
Thank you. I understand it's difficult to disambiguate that. That's a little confusing, but you'll get used to it. And with time, there's a rhythm to everything. Let me check something here. Okay, so there we are. Just saw something that threw me into a bit of confusion there for a moment. But okay. So with the two
I
of
have
you,
to I have to say, you have some nice hardware there, Douglas.
oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, yes. And
Yeah, yeah, you're not the kind of guy that your average street thug wants to go antagonizing.
oh, thank you. Yes. And by the way, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And I do want to remind everyone, of course, that the moment we start transmission, the enemy, and we have an enemy, and it's not just we, as in people on this call, that includes you. It is a royal we. We, as in you and I, the listener, and the people here on Team Dietrich. We all have an enemy, and that is, of course, an ancient cult, the Kings of Edom, which is world spanning and has been around for millennia and truly exists, and of course was basically writ of in some detail by Howard Phillips Lovecraft, and it is the cult of the anti-gods. And these Edomites have essentially been more threatened by myself than anyone else in thousands of years. And so the moment we start transmission, what they do is they basically hit us with bots. And the bots are these very cheap, inexpensive thumbs-down bots that are purchased by a multimillionaire by the name of Stephen Outram, who is a homosexual Edomite who basically hates me personally, aside from ideologically, because I refused to have sex with him when he offered to pay me $1 million for that act. But of course, there's no real telling as to whether he ever intended to keep that bargain. I highly doubt that he did. It was probably some kind of setup he was trying to arrange in the most negative sense, some kind of ambush. But
Yeah, the
nevertheless,
guy's probably riddled with STDs, every freaking thing you can imagine. So he was probably like the biological vector that was supposed to like kill you in the most agonizing way. And I guess his constitution is, and his bend is just so anti-theistic that it's not harming his physical body,
well,
aside from making him stink to high hell.
right. Which, by the way, this odor is something that's actually written of in newspapers. So his malodorousness is not just legendary; it's actual fact. It's reported fact, literally in newspapers. So, but at any rate, this is an individual who I doubt he has any STDs, because no one would want to have sex with him. But he did pay. He did pay a lot of male escorts in the past. I know this for a fact because
Yeah.
I have spoken with them. But mostly they had to service him because he's impotent, which is one of the things that he exposed to me when he was asking me to have sex with him. So I would have to do all the work because he can't get it up.
Oh
But
gosh.
yeah,
Well, then it's understandable why he wants the world full of shit. Oh my gosh.
yeah.
This is, geez, man. What I can say is, not knowing what an orgasm feels like for a long period of time is agonizing enough if you're not impotent. So I don't even want to imagine.
There we are. And by the way, True
No
Jihadi.
sympathy for him, of course.
No, of course not. Thank you. True Jihadi says, greetings, Doug. Greetings. And I'm trying to remember who this individual is. I know he's been around in the past. I don't have any negative memories of him that I consciously remember. But the name stands out for obvious reasons.
Yes. This is someone who's been a guest regularly.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, not a guest. I mean, they've been in the chat
a
regularly
visitor,
and,
yes.
and have supported
Yes. So
True Jihadi because the name sounds familiar.
yes. And at one time I knew who it was, but again, just like the memory of the young lady that I had done the birthday card and poem for, it just escapes my mind at the moment, and I'll have to, remember it later when I honestly, I'll tell you the truth, I won't remember it till I call it up on screen. So at any rate, for all the people who are joining us now, the reason I brought everything I did up is just to encourage you to hit the up votes, because when they hit us with the down votes, then it prevents us from showing up on searches. And that's the intent, because YouTube is stupid and it operates by a popularity aggregate. And if you're not deemed popular, then you're not deemed putting on searches. So this is how they operate, and it's stupid as hell, and it skews everything. So what you need to do is just fight back. And the only way you can do this, because it is your war and you have to fight it, your future depends on it, then what you need to do is go to several different IP address items. That would include your cell phone, your laptop, your tablet, your PC, whatever you've got that you can use that has a different IP address, and you hit an upvote. And that ultimately is how we balance out against the forces of evil. And with that being said, I returned the conversation to these two gentlemen, and they always tend to go towards rather obtuse and esoteric topics. So hopefully all of you have patience for that. Some of you might even like it. I roll my eyes, but other than that, we're doing well with them, and they do they do well by us. So I tolerate what I can. So both of you gentlemen, go back to what you were talking about. Something about was it anything that I might even have an interest in, or?
Yeah. We were just going over what you were talking about last week with the Earth and the what is it, the oh my gosh, how do I not remember geology.
Geomorphology.
Geomorphology.
No worries.
Yeah.
Hell, I can't even remember people's names. So, do continue. By all means, if I can participate, I will.
Yeah. We were just basically going into how one of the reasons why I was starting to think that all these sort of abductions and whatnot were just more or less some of these Earth-like spirits that are. Because a lot of them have this message that is just totally bizarre. No one's going to come from billions of years to tell you to take care of your planet.
Yeah.
That's got
right.
to be coming from these sort of higher intelligences within the planet or of the planet itself. Sort of consciousness of the planet itself that has a sort of limited capacity to manifest things in the physical that aren't able to necessarily stay for long periods. And I'm basing this on what John Keel wrote on the subject, because he did a lot of painstakingly writing down case by case, which for your average listener, I don't care how much you like UFOs, you are probably, unless you're dedicated, you are probably fall asleep reading each individual case of people. You can only get enough of some people seeing lights and having their memory loss and all types of weird things until you're like, okay, this is enough already. But he went into it with excruciating detail.
Yeah, go on.
And there's a potential that the sort of Now, I don't know what I can't say much for the Men in Black. I would tend to think with the way that they seem to pop up and try to convince people that they didn't see anything, and that this is and the fact that they've been part of pushing this sort of extraterrestrial narrative. I would assume almost that the so-called Men in Black are probably Edomite cultists or thought forms of the Edomite cultists, meant to sort of perpetuate the alien mythology rather than permitting people to start to look deeper into the consciousness of the earth itself.
Tulpas. Yes.
Well, I think you have something there, because also the beings that I've experienced, they were either anthropomorphic or mantis, very earthly beings, bird beings. You have the reptilians. So there is a relationship to Earth.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And when you think about it, this sort of, these sort of alien archetypes sort of represent some of the archetypal creatures associated with each of the four elements. Like the salamander, I guess, would be like the reptilian beings, or the bird-like people would be like whatever the equivalent is for air, like the fae and whatnot, and so on and so forth. So I mean, I tend to think that there's almost something very clear there that that someone really steeped in the occult arts would understand. And this was something I was hoping to connect with a lot more people on when I went into both the occult and the alien communities, and I was horribly disappointed that everyone, even the occultists who I would expect to have known better, were falling for this line that these beings are from Alpha Centauri and all this shit. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? So it just goes to further, enforce the fact that there is a gatekeeping of information going on and in the occult community, and that many people who are occultists, who are taking this practice seriously, that those who will interact with the public in some reasonable sense will have to gatekeep the information in the way that it is packaged already, which is totally inaccurate.
Okay. Yeah.
They seem accessible in many ways. I mean, I guess some of these you can invoke. So, I mean,
yes.
it is connected to many different ways that we can interact with these beings. I agree 100% with what you're saying, J-Mo. Please continue.
Yes. Well, I mean, of course, I would have to say that, one of the first things that strike me as a sort of dead ringer for the gatekeeping is the mention of the Necronomicon. The mention of the Simon Necronomicon tells everyone who that person is serving.
Yes. Even though they might be too ignorant to be aware of it themselves.
Yes. Even if they're ignorant of it themselves. This was a sort of thing that I found, when I was reviewing the information of Mr. Barlow, which I will say that his information on the Kleepoth is very detailed. It's very impressive until I reach the point where he's including a diagram that includes the sort of, it includes like some of the images of the 22 archdemons of the tunnels of Set with the 50 spirits from the Simon Necronomicon. When I saw that, I was like, nope. 1 second. Back up.
Well, it sounds like he's connecting that to the Shem Hamfarash with the 72.
Yes, the 72 goetic demons of the Shem Hamfarash.
And that's what Peter Lavindo was doing as Simon. That's what he was doing. And so by all means, he's hardly original. He was simply plagiarizing in his own way. So you can take it from there. James.
Yeah. He was obviously plagiarizing. He was creating what you would call the initiation book, probably for the Temple of Set.
Yes. Yes.
And again, I will also say, nobody calls Michael Aquino,
right,
unless they're gatekeeping on behalf of him.
Thank you.
So, That's another thing. And this has caused me to even start to look back and reevaluate information I've gotten from other sources in the past. And I have, started to carry out my own work with a lot more discernment, utilizing a sort of instinctive judgment where if someone says something, like, for example, you will find different cultists with different ideas on who Lucifer and Satan is. Some will conflate Satan with Lucifer. Others will say they're different entities, and still others will connect them with other different beings that I've little experiences with. And so this sort of thing goes on all the time in the occult, and it shows that there's a sort of subjectivity to the subject, but at the same time, there's got to be an absolute answer. Either you are or you aren't.
Well, by what I understand, Lucifer is the extraterrestrial name of this entity, and the earthly name is Shaitan or Satan.
Well, what I've learned is that Lucifer is the peacock angel, also known as Al-Shaitan.
Yes.
Or Taush Malek.
Yes. Yes.
And this would also be the angel, this would also be one of the angels who is told in the Torah, at least in the early Kabbalah, to have been one of the 7 evil angels, Samael. Because Samael, Azrael, and Taush Malek are pretty much the same entity.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is put the hyperlinks up. While I'm doing that, I will call the attention of one of our friends in the chat room towards their message box. So just wanted to give them a little token of my affection there. And aside from that, definitely appreciative for the conversation both of you gentlemen are carrying on. And there's obviously a lot that I have to tend to tonight in terms of addressing. So I will be going into a very deep history involving both Ethiopia and Japan in particular, in the basis of parallels to what's going on today. I think it just somehow fits. So I will address that. I'd, of course, would like to review more about the geomorphology just to make certain people get a bit of a better understanding. I think I left off pretty confusedly for a lot of people.
Oh, no? I would tend to, well, then again, of course, I would tend to grasp it, so I don't count.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I would, but I'll do that a bit while Peter Moon is with us, and hopefully that will help everyone absorb that a bit better. As far as, Peter Moon will also be continuing the conversation of these two gentlemen, believe it or not. What these two gentlemen are doing is actually prepping for Peter Moon's entry, because Peter Moon will be discussing exopolitics with myself to a degree. So all of this is very synchronistic and helps immensely. We have an incredible wind going on right now in San Francisco, and there's all kinds of different things going on. There's the big fire in Boulder, Colorado, as a matter of fact, which is very similar to the one that happened last time, which we never really got any follow-up on. And so the wind advisory is definitely in effect for San Francisco. Just so people know what's going on here, we have rain starting soon. So we've got wind and rain, and it's just a combination of those two factors makes it for a very chill night. So I'm glad to be sitting here, to tell you the truth, on my heated pillows, the heat provided under my butt by our lovely, Clarice Claudet, who sent me a warming pad. So it's too small to be suitable for anything else, but it serves admirably well for what it does. And so it's perfect in that regard. By the way, I think that's acceptable, as opposed to what I saw on Facebook today by one of my Facebook friends, male, that goes without saying, who put up a picture of a honeycomb. He knows who he is. I'm not going to name him. And he basically said, best poo I ever had. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Best
Whoa.
poo I ever had. Wax and everything went out as smooth as it went in. And this is a young guy. I'm like, okay, come on.
Oh,
That's like,
geez. Wow.
yeah.
That's not what you expect from that age range.
Yeah, no.
He's probably at the end of his life cycle.
Yeah, thank you. You wonder.
When
I
they
mean,
start talking about poop, that's it.
thank,
It's time to
thank you.
they're gonna clock out soon.
Thank you. I mean, it's like, granted, now anyone who's listened to me for a long period of time knows that I'm probably the only person, and this is, as everyone knows, this is not a professional program. This is not a professional program. I don't get paid to be here. So I can do that. Everybody knows that every once in a while I've gone into, basically, I have a medical condition. I've got to go to the hospital, like when I was bleeding internally. And I inform people I have blood in my stool. I can't stay here transmitting. I've got to call the ambulance. Something like that. I've gone into this, or my miserly landlady has purchased a toilet that was so cheap that, I have to flush continually. Granted, more than almost probably anybody you've ever heard hosting a transmission. I have probably spracketh on my bowel movements more than anyone else that has ever been a micro influencer. That is, but that's not. I've never gotten to the point where I've effused about it, saying, oh my God, that was better than sex. I mean, it's like, if I ever get to that point, shoot me. You are invited. That is, at that point, it would be an act of mercy. That would be a mercy killing. There is no doubt of that. So there we have that. I mean,
basically, this guy it sounds like this guy had posted a picture just to add.
It was a picture of his honeycomb that he had eaten, and so he killed any appetite anyone may have had for that delicacy.
A honeycomb.
Yeah, there's a picture of a honeycomb, which is, you know what that is, of course, right? They sell them in stores. Sometimes the honey in the wax, the honey in the wax.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. I stopped buying honey a long time ago because of the fact that most of it isn't really honey.
Oh, God, right? No, but that's why you would get it in the wax. If you get it in the wax, that's honey. That's just so you know.
I could probably. I mean, there are bee farmers up here in New York, so I could probably get real honey from them.
Yeah.
With the comb in there,
Yeah.
And of course, for those who are so inclined, well, I would advise against. All right, you could probably use a honeycomb itself. If you find one that's dried up in nature as a offering, you don't want to do that with hornet nest. Let me tell you why. The pheromones from the hornet's nest, once you burn that sucker, is going to cause all hornets in the area to come swarming in. Go through any hole and vent they can find, and you'll find a whole swarm of them in your room. True story.
Did this happen to you?
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That was all the way back in, oh my gosh, 2020. That was around the time before I started to even come on the show, and buy you time. Yeah.
You were that old. I mean, you're not old, but you get what I'm saying. You were mature enough where this should not have happened, is what you're telling me.
No. I did it deliberately because I did not know that the pheromones would go flying up in the air and attract these things. So I learned from experience that is not a good idea to find some, honeycomb that you see lying around in like the backyard that might be empty of anything, If it's made by hornets, you don't want to burn it as an offering to the gods. Of course, I'm sure they took the offering well, and I'm sure there was some humor from above or below.
Yes, thank you. No doubt there was. By the way, I'm not going to read what Daniel Arola entered in the chat room aloud, but he's welcome aboard, and of course he starts right in. That's Oh, thank you, Daniel. That's hopefully he can balance that out a bit.
Yes. He did, of course, send me some interesting memes,
I mean,
which
yes, he's meme man. Yeah, he's meme man. And all right, so let me get these hyperlinks up. And we got all that settled. We're at the bottom of the hour, so these gentlemen will help us to the top of the hour. And by all means, take it away. And forgive me
all
for
right.
sounding a bit. I know that didn't sound right the way I said that. You could hear the eye roll in there, but
Well, at least you didn't say flush it away.
yes, thank you, thank you. I'm in a mood. I'm in a mood, so I will admit that. And but both of you gentlemen help out, and then when Pete gets here at the top of the hour, we'll see where I go from there. But by all means, I hear the creaking in our man, Jim's chair.
That's literally my chair.
Oh, that's your chair. Okay.
It's this metal chair. It's literally just a metal chair.
Okay.
It doesn't have anything that makes it comfortable. And yeah, I'm trying to adjust myself and put some cushions on that thing so that my ass doesn't start to grow these fucking what do I call them? You know, when you sit down too long on a hard surface, you start to get these ass bumps.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
forget. It's
irritation
hemorrhoids,
on the skin.
but
No. Not around the rectum. Just wherever you're touching the surface, it
Uh,
just gets really irritable for
it,
long periods.
yeah, pimples and shit. Yeah, for basically, if you're sitting down there without, it's like people get bed sores, I would
Yeah.
presume. But yeah, so well, very few people sit that long. Of course, I mean, you'd have to sit really long when you get if you got bed sores on your butt. So what you're talking about is it just forms to the chair. Basically, your butt begins to assume the shape of the chair if you have enough
Yeah.
cushion in your butt for it to do that.
And your
Uh,
chair and your tailbone starts to ache like all hell.
But there you go. Yes, yes, that sort of thing. These are the hazards of living. Yeah, especially the sedentary lifestyle of office workers, which our man Jameson Reese assumes the role of when he's with us, essentially.
Yeah. So I gotta, so I have got these nice cushions here, and that should take care of the job.
Yeah, yeah, and to your credit, you tend to basically always show up for work. You're very conscientious. You'd almost think you were employable if I didn't know better. So
Oh, well. The thing about it is, I am employable in that I will do the task that are assigned to me. I'm not employable in that my personality for interacting with coworkers and like clients is not what you. I'm not the person you want in the front, in foreground,
no.
interacting with clients and stuff.
Well, I would dare say that they wouldn't want you interacting with the staff either. In
Well,
general.
they could take limited burst.
Yes.
It's just things sort of get well, but it also depends on what gender I'm working with and what the social dynamics are. Because like I noticed that I'm sort of oblivious,
Hmm.
and so if like someone who's higher up in the food chain is female, I won't even notice if they're interested in me,
Oh,
even if they are attractive, and that can sort of cause problems too.
yes. Yes.
Especially when these people are used to a more lax work environment and you're used to sort of stringent militaristic work
Right.
code,
Yeah.
which almost no one in any of the jobs I've ever had,
Right. Right.
which makes it even worse because it's like, okay, I'm the only one doing work, I'm the only one doing anything, and it's like, why the fuck do I want to stay here?
Well, there you go. I know how you feel in that regard. Yes. Being the only one doing work. I mean, honestly, yes, been there, done that, and certainly appreciate your complaint. Let me sink back into myself for a few minutes here because, I'm incapable of multitasking. It's one of those things I blame on my male gender. You know, once you grow a penis, you focus with your one eye, and once you're in that position, it's just everything else is blindered. You fail to notice the environment around you, so you just focus on a single task, and that's what men do. So, unfortunately, because of my gender, I'm incapable of really doing several things at once, like a female can, because they're usually, well, often mothers, or they become mothers. Quite a bit of them do, and therefore, genetically, they have that capacity out of necessity. But all right, so I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk. Both of you can get back into it, and I'll be back soon enough.
Yes.
Jameson, one thing about these entities is another thing is once you think you have a concept of how they function, their modus operandi, they change. So you can't get your finger on them.
Yes, yes. And I think this is what happens to a lot of occultists who have their gnosis about a certain entity or whatnot. And that's the thing. It's almost like we can't know them. It needs to be stated that what you're doing when you're drawing the sigils and you're saying whatever chants you have to say to summon the entity, you're not interacting with that actual entity. You're creating a thought form of that entity that interacts with that entity. And
or it's an aspect of our consciousness we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, these things are able to interface with our consciousness far more easily than we can with theirs. For us to interface with their consciousness, well, we don't have the capacity due to how complex these beings are. So the way we have to do it is through creating these thought forms that sort of are able to take certain bits and pieces from those entities. Because it's like there's almost two different realms. There's the sort of finite universe that we inhabit as creatures of matter. And then there's a sort of infinite universe that we sort of can't touch. This is something I've read about in the hoodoo phenomenon, in the hoodoo religions, where they practice hoodoo, and they acknowledge that there's this like infinite, place that we can't quite get to. And so most of the spirits we're dealing with, are either beings of like antimatter or beings that act as a sort of go-between.
Yeah, that's a negative existence that you're speaking of.
Yes. And there are some that can, it's almost like, the very definition of demon comes from the old terminology daemon, and the old word daemon meant between man and God. So what a daemon really essentially is, or what any of these sort of images of God forms that we have are like go-betweens between us and a sort of divine that we can't directly interface with for whatever reason.
Well, I agree.
I mean, there are some people who believe we can, but I'm not so certain of that.
Well, I think you have to be very proficient in certain spheres of influence. That would be, somebody would really have to be advanced.
Yeah, and there's only a certain level of advancement you're going to be if you're still interacting with the regular world.
I remember when I was younger, the mantises would paralyze me. Later, as I got older, and they would deal with me, holding me by the right elbow, showing me around. The interaction changed, I think, because they learn your consciousness and everything. But I know how you're going to react, but they deal with you through your own consciousness, so they're kind of like mirrors of ourselves.
It's interesting you say that, because when I first had interactions with these sort of these alien-looking things, hence I don't believe them to be really alien or extraterrestrial at all. My impression was they would paralyze me first, but as time went on, they would stop doing that. And as time went on, I would be able to move about freely around them in like these sort of astral realms in the, different densities of reality. So it's like, you know, as time went on, I was able to grow more comfortable seeing them, and they were able to feel more comfortable giving me the freedom and, you know, the privilege to still be able to do things by consent, sort of.
Well, I've experienced the same as they permit you to have more liberty
Yes.
and more exploration capability. So um, it's all permitted.
I think it, yeah. And they have not for it's been a while since I've been permitted to do any of that stuff. It's been a while since I've seen any of them. And I think a lot of things changed 2012 for some reason. I can't really explain why. There's a lot that happened.
Well, I think maybe agendas change.
Yeah. And I think it also had to do with the fact that around 2012, once I started to work again, you know, I started to get back into the use of substances. And when I got back into the use of substances from being clean, I think that sort of made things a lot more difficult to establish a clear connection. I can still get a clear connection with things of the demonic realm, which I work with all the time. But even that is not as clear as it used to be.
Well, it's always easier to deal with the lower entities connected to our consciousness than the higher ones.
Well, I have to challenge the idea that they're necessarily lower. From what I've seen, basically by how they present themselves, because I usually see them as light, flashes of light. I don't. I Maybe that, or the sort of relationship has grown so sophisticated that I don't need to see them as people or as these anthropoid beings anymore. Maybe they only need to show themselves as like in subtle ways, because I'm just
Maybe I
I
should use more of the term frequency
yeah.
or eminence or whatever.
Because because I'll see them as like sometimes white flashes of light, or I'll see them sometimes as this blue light that would just sort of hover in the air for a while, and then it would just like move around in a way that's almost unnatural and dissipate. And I know this isn't a hallucination induced by any substances, because I've done just about I've done, at least when it comes to dissociatives, all of them, and I've never seen anything to that effect.
Well, that's
Sometimes,
interesting because when my father hung himself after the body was taken down, the space where he was at hanging, there was a blue, kind of a light, but uh, it looked like kind of dust, and I would try to dissipate it, but it wouldn't dissipate. So it wasn't what I thought it was, but I did see that. I think that might be more connected to souls. I'm not sure.
well, I do know for a fact that the entities, even the demonic entities, do have a direct connection with souls as well, in that they are able to, what we think of as an attachment to our personal soul is not what we think it is. I learned this and I experienced it. And this occurred. There was a walk-in, basically. A walk-in is when someone's whatever soul is in the person leaves, and something else, another soul walks in. And the thing is, your consciousness doesn't change. It's just your certain nuances of your personality change, or you might seem a little more sophisticated, or you might seem different in some way. Um, so even souls aren't necessarily personal. Um, I think that a person can go through their life and probably cycle through maybe three or four, or maybe you could probably cycle through hundreds of souls for all we know. The souls seem to be only there to gather experience, and once you've experienced what it is they're meant to experience, they'll leave, whatever that is.
I think some get attached and don't leave.
But there are those as well. I happen to be one of the people who, you know, it's not. there were two people who told me that there was a profound change. One had told me that I was a walk-in because he was a psychic and he was employed to do a reading on me. And he had found out that there was a walk-in. He didn't know when. He couldn't pin down when. He just knew that there was. And that
I've been told that by a couple of people also, but I mean, there has been a personality change, but
yeah.
you know, I have no point of reference for that, so I don't know.
Yes, I was, the point of reference I was given was during this sort of during the last friendship I had, when the gentleman I was friend with, he was a much older guy. He was a psychiatrist as a professional. And he was explaining to me about like why maybe I should forgive my family. Maybe I should just let all this pain go, you know, and it seems like they love me even though they made mistakes and whatnot. And at that moment, he just stopped and he was like, it seemed like a light just came over you. It's like, you see, something seems different about you. Over time, it became harder for him to lie to me. And I was able to call him on things almost instantly. And so things that I never saw before prior to that experience. So that was probably when it happened. You know, maybe whatever soul was there needed to just experience forgiveness for whatever happened with my family and move on.
Yeah, or maybe these are parts of our own consciousness that we trigger and they activate, and they're, you know.
Well, that could be too.
I mean, our minds. I mean, just like it has been said, you know, my mansion has many rooms. You know, I mean, we have not an idea about consciousness yet. What we know is very little.
That's true. That's extremely true. And I have to say that, you know, this is also mirrored by how little we learn that we know in physics as well, because I tend to think the two are connected. I say this for the fact that, you know, in order to make any measurements, you need consciousness making an observation. And so without consciousness making an observation, what does a measurement mean? Or without a consciousness to put it into context, we don't have any measurements as to the way the world works. So, you know, this is very interesting. And it's possible that these things we call souls are just tiny facets of consciousness for all we know. You're probably right on that.
I don't know. I'm learning as you are.
Yeah, and it's definitely an interesting experience at times, you know. Now you sent me something that was very interesting in the messages that showed like the grays in like a sort of Egyptian hieroglyphs.
The mantis.
Yes, a mantis. And it's interesting is that I think that ancient man, you know, prior to the breakdown of the bicameral mind, the bicameral period was when ancient man was able to hear the voices of the gods. He was almost automatic, and he didn't have a sense of self. We can tell that he didn't have a sense of self through early writings, because it seemed like whenever the gods instructed them to do things, they just did it. Almost in the same fashion that we observe schizophrenics acting now. So it seems to me, I seem to think that because there was no filter of self, that these beings, the mantis beings and many other beings, were probably interacting with ancient man on a regular basis. And we can see this in the sort of stories and mythologies that they show us. And we need to start to take grasp that these weren't just stories. These weren't just myths. These aren't myths that are based on some sort of astrological comparison. These are actual events that these people hallucinated and saw and experienced. So even from things like fire-breathing dragons, dwarves, to whatever you can name, these people were seeing those things on a regular.
But the society worked more in a collective.
Yes.
We are so fragmented with each other and so separated. If we
Well,
could come
yes.
together and work with consciousness was a common goal, I'm sure we could do some pretty amazing stuff.
Yes, yes. Well, I think that both of you are doing quite well, and we've only got a few more minutes before we bring Pete the Moon Man on. And let me see if I can just add a message in the private box for him. Well, you two gentlemen continue and take us to the top of the hour.
Yes. Well, I would say that if anything, it was the we're still in development as far as consciousness is concerned, and I think that the breakdown of the bicameral mind was a sort of conscious experiment to see what happens when we have individual egos instead of operating on a collective. And it seems that a lot of the things that we experience normally in the age of bicameral man, now when they're experienced, are terrifying because the ego doesn't have any reference point to these things, whereas the bicameral mind was able to just flow with it. So many of these entities that have been with us since our evolution, probably from very early primatoid, some of these beings that have been with us now are seen as something alien, seen as something other. And I think that's the fact that we're more in our left brain now, and that's the left brain sort of vantage point to the otherness of the right side of the brain, which is less analytical and more closer to the bicameral mind than. Well, I would argue. I would assume. Yeah.
Go on, James. I mean, Jim. Go on,
I
Jim.
think some of these beings might be our progenitors.
Okay.
I've heard that about the mantis beings, but myself, I don't know.
Right. Okay. So, such being said, all right. All right. I do want everyone to know that when we transition into monologue tonight, and it'll be kind of a hard transition because, like I said, there's just so much that needs to be addressed. One of the things that I will do is a shout out to Tricia Whitmer. I will be giving her an apology for forgetting her birthday, and I will, do my best to just render that apology as gracefully as possible come that time. So that will be something to look forward to. Aside from that, yeah.
I also wanted to ask you, Douglas, about the I'm sure the Boltzmann brain.
Yes. Oh, yes, the Boltzmann brain. Of course, bring that up now, and we're just about to bring Pete the Moon Man on. Well, let's just put it this way. When it comes to the Boltzmann brain that was asked about by our man Jameson Reese the other day, and I was surprised he brought that up. Of course, that seems to be all the rage. There are a lot of people who are speaking about that these days for whatever reason. But I can see why. So let's just roll with it. And the first thing that it brings to my mind, because we're talking about things like the brain, it brings to mind to me the blood-brain barrier, and just something else that is impacting my world is that they are now finding microplastics in the human bloodstream. Now, fortunately, one thing that I always was told by Judith Ager, bless her black little heart, was that she would tell me that I would get sick someday, very, very sick, and die from drinking people's blood. Of course, she was under the assumption that I was hunting wild blood, which I do not do. I take my blood in a very rarefied environment. Now, I understand this is a roundabout way to get to Boltzmann brain, which is far more abstract. But it's, let's just say in my world, there are things that take precedent, like immediate survival. But the Boltzmann brain is a thought experiment dealing with the notions of consciousness, intelligence, entropy, and probability. So it's about the entropy paradox, basically. We live in a world that shouldn't be possible. So in the physical universe at large, the second law of thermodynamics says that entropy must increase over time. That is, everything will become less orderly. So, it's possible, though, for certain areas of the universe to become slightly more orderly as the result of random fluctuations, as long as other parts of the universe become less orderly at the same time. So, we live in an incredibly orderly part of this universe. Just a short strand of DNA is so intricately constructed that the probability of it arising as a result of random fluctuations in physical material is so unthinkably small as to not even be worth bothering to calculate. So, how is it that there are billions of base pairs in a single cell, trillions of cells in a complex organism, and millions of species on Earth? By the way, our man Pete says he's ready when we are, so we can bring him on, and I hope he doesn't mind my just finishing up this thought as well as I can. Pete, are you with us?
Yes, I have something to say about that
please,
too.
Yeah, by all means. Go ahead.
Well, this small percentage of life, this against infinitesimal odds, is something that Radu Sinamar brings up in his book Inside the Earth when he's talking about the geophysics of the inner Earth and why the so-called science, which is really pseudoscience, does not address the full encompassment of probability. The probability of the what you call science by the hip that they approach on what is called the Cavendish experiment. If you want to study why they know that there's molten lava in the center of the Earth or surrounding, or with a nickel core in there as well. I forget which goes around which, but it's not based on true science. It's based on probability and a sloppy experiment. And he goes into the detail. I've kind of alluded to it in one of my newsletters. The Cavendish experiment. Oh yeah, the Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment. This is something I was taught in high school with reference to not science in that regards, but into social studies with teaching. They would always reference I think it was called the Lincoln-Sudbury experiment or something, and they would say, well, but it was not a controlled study. So all of this teaching was done on just BS, because everybody would cite the study and nobody would go and look at the study and say, it's not even a controlled study. It's just a hip shoot study, and everybody is quoting everybody else is quoting everybody else. It's this sheeple effect. And this is what scientists are when they don't step into the truth. So when you talk about the probability of cellular biology being a very small window, this is the nature of life itself, whether it be science, and you're going right into the biology of it. It's just like in Taoism, water flows to the point of least resistance. Life is a flow. Life is chi. So if you give it 1 ounce of possibility, as Captain Kirk would say in Star Trek, if there's one chance that we can survive, we will do it. And he becomes smarter than Spock and smarter than the Dr. McCoy, because he believes in the one chance that survival will take place. I am the captain of your ship. So it's my best Captain Kirk I can do. I've never really done him before. But he speaks with this halting speech. There's every possibility. Any biological life form can exist. We will, through the Vulcan Taoism, we will flow into that little channel and we will survive. And this is basically the truth of life itself. It flows. So water, as Bruce Lee would say, be like water, be like water. This is imitation night. Be like water. And he's right. You flow into where you can flow. And this is the beauty of life. Like you watch the water will flow through a mountain, around a mountain, through the mountain, and it might take thousands, millions of years to make its pathway. So this is what we have with this impossibility, virtual improbability of life. That is what life is. Life will flow. And with that, I go back to you to finish your comment.
Oh, I think that you're handling it quite well, and I really appreciate your qualifying all of that. I think it's very important. So you just understand that our man Jameson Reese in the private message box is telling me that Boltzmann's brain is a phenomenon that definitely struck Jameson Reese as something Michael Aquino would have looked into. He, of course, being life's antithesis, and I think that he pretty much has it on the mark. He's very astute in that regard. Jameson Reese is,
I think so too.
Yeah, thank you. And so, of course, what we do to bring it down to earth, or bring it down to us, because for the overwhelming majority of us, well, the universe is ourselves. So that would take us to the anthropic principle. So the trick is something called the anthropic principle, which is an extreme form of selection bias. Basically, it says that the reason we observe something as complex as a human brain is that only something as complex as a human brain can experience observation. So this principle is used to explain why universal physical constants, such as the strength of gravity, seem fine-tuned for the existence of life on Earth. The answer is that if these constants were slightly different, life would not be supportable. So we would not be sitting here wondering why physical constants seem fine-tuned for the existence of life on Earth. So there are random fluctuations that make areas of the universe a little more orderly, but nobody's around to notice them. Kind of brings us back to the Zen riddle. When a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? Then a fluctuation comes along and makes an area of the universe so orderly that someone develops to answer that question, or rather to at least ask it. It's unanswerable. Intelligent life is created. And the intelligent life looks around and notices it lives in an impossibly orderly world. So to resort to the standard analogy, imagine that billions of monkeys are arranged in a grid, each hammering away endlessly at a typewriter. Now imagine that any typewriter which produced a work of Shakespeare gained consciousness. And the result? Well, after an unimaginable length of time, Hamlet would appear and would look around and wonder why it was Hamlet when everything else around it was meaningless gobbledygook. So that is the segue to the Boltzmann brain, because it's not so simple. Ludwig Boltzmann reasoned that brains and other complex orderly objects on Earth were the result of random fluctuations, like Hamlet in the aforecited example. But why, then, do we see billions of other complex orderly objects all around us? Why aren't we like the lone Hamlet in the Sea of Nonsense? So Boltzmann theorized that if random fluctuations create brains like ours, there should be Boltzmann brains floating around in space or sitting alone on uninhabited planets untold light years away. And in fact, those Boltzmann brains should be incredibly more common than the herds of complex, orderly objects we see here on Earth. So we have another paradox. If the only requirement of consciousness is a brain like the one in your head, why aren't you a Boltzmann brain? If you were assigned to experience a random consciousness, you should almost certainly find yourself alone in the depths of space rather than surrounded by similar consciousnesses. Why should Hamlet look around and find himself surrounded by a Midsummer Night's Dream on the left of his stage, and the Tempest on the right, the Twelfth Night in front of him, and Romeo and Juliet behind him? The easy answers seem to all require a touch of magic. Perhaps consciousness doesn't arise naturally from a brain like yours or mine, but requires some metaphysical endowment. Or maybe we're not random fluctuations in a thermodynamic soup, and we were put here by an intelligent being, which I find to be the most logical answer. But that brings us to what then Michael Aquino called the Weasel program. See, he felt that the best answer to Boltzmann's paradox is neither of these. The basic answer is that the process of natural selection encourages the development of complex, orderly objects rather than just allowing them to occur randomly. So once the first self-replicating molecule appeared on Earth some 3.5 billion years ago, an unstoppable process was set in motion, which led to the extreme concentration of order we see around us. So Richard Dawkins was the person who was the militant atheist who illustrated this publicly with his famous Weasel program, which was funded by a Department of Defense contract.
Sounds appropriately named.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I mean, that's perfect. Yes, thank you. The program starts with a string of randomly generated gobbledygook. And then every generation, it creates 100 copies of the string with some probability of each letter mutating into a different letter. And next, of these 101 strings, the one that is closest to the Hamlet quote, "Methinks it is like a weasel," survives while the other 100 perish. The next generation is created from this string in the same way, and over the course of many generations, the surviving string will become more and more like the quote. In real life, a similar situation is presumed to have occurred, or purported to have. Objects more capable of self-replication and less prone to destruction were permitted to self-replicate, while others were destroyed. And over the course of many generations, the objects became more and more sturdy and less likely to be destroyed before getting a chance to replicate. As it turns out, intelligence is a pretty good feature of an object that wants to survive and self-replicate. All of this is utter bullshit, of course, because the reality is that intelligence has proven to be quite self-destructive, and the overwhelming majority of surviving species are quite unintelligent. They may be self-aware to a degree, but they are not intelligent as we categorize intelligence. So intelligence is not a survival advantage. It is quite the survival disadvantage, the more self-aware.
Well, in this case, these people don't, to me, sound too intelligent
Thank you.
Even making such a pursuit. And I was going to recommend that if, spending so much time contemplating such
one's navel in essence
fatalistic existential questions, you'd have more fun by going to a
strip club,
a bar, a strip club, a bar, a football game, the opera. It's like, that's life. That is life.
Thank you.
This is not life.
No, thank you. Thank you. This is anti-life.
This is just what I was saying about life has to flow, and life will flow in many different forms according to many different aspects of nature. Yeah. And so when people, this is like intelligence becoming self-defeating.
Thank you. Yes, this is well then look at who's promoting it. The nihilists, the cultists of the anti-gods. So
this is good that you mentioned this. Thank you. Well, that gets a little premature for where we're going tonight.
Understood. I'll let you take it from here. But just a segue. Basically, in resolution, theoretically, in short, the resolution to Boltzmann's paradox is that it's much harder to build a single brain than it is to build an Earth filled with brains. The random fluctuations needed to set the process of natural selection in motion are far less complex and precise than those needed to spontaneously create a Boltzmann brain in the depths of space. So the next time you feel small and insignificant, remember that you on your own are more complicated than the 4.5 billion years of history that led up to your birth, if that makes you feel any better. The reality is, of course...
It's beautiful. Yeah. It's beautiful when you say that, because what people need to realize is that this moment in time, when you have sentience, no matter where you are on the scale of intelligence, probability, possibility, spirituality, human development, human potential, wherever you are, everybody listening to this knows they're on some level or scale of awareness, wanting to improve their knowledge, their mind, whatever. And that the fact that we not only can do it, but are here and doing it at this moment, the moment is everything. The present is everything, because if you couldn't do it, you wouldn't be doing it. And the fact, no matter how many billions or trillions of years it has taken for the universe to evolve to the point where you can be a conscious representative of a brain saying, I am here, I am thinking, I am doing this. This is what life is. Life is that infinitude of probability saying you are that speck, that small spark. Rather than a speck, you are a spark of a bigger spark. And that spark is you, and you are experiencing that. And you cannot condemn all of the turtles that did not make it to the water and that died, all of the different animals, all of the different friends I've had who passed away, who did not live as long as I did, and or your friends or parents or whatever. You have to die, because when you die, your body is a filter. It filters down, it takes away all of the grandeur of the entire universe. And I was just reading a friend of mine's book, and I can't wait to finish it. I'm going to plug her book.
Yes.
I don't know if she's listening. I've mentioned her before, Joy Saxton. Where do I go from here? I sent her all of the books from Transylvania series, and she sent me her book. It's very short. It's about her death experience. She died on the table. This woman was a psychic, was a psychic, and she's writing about what the hell happened to her. And I started it because I got it at the post office and I was reading it. And I go, wow, this is not only a friend of mine, it's somebody who's been to the other side. I can't wait to read it. And I intend to be working with her again for the first time in really 20, 30 years. And she's been to the other side. And I don't know exactly what she saw because I haven't finished the book. But the point here is your brain, and she saw herself over the body when she was being operated on.
Right.
I knew it was a famous Scientologist, Dick Glass. He was a musician, and he loved to talk about that, he was on an operating table. I think he had a heart attack. He was overweight, and he saw himself being operated. Many Scientologists who believed, and not only believe, but experienced going out of the body. Yeah, this was the big thing. And it's like, so you have a filter in your brain, which anybody who's done hallucinogenics will know that, wow, when you take off that filter, you can see all sorts of things that you couldn't see. And this is what happens during death. But it's far more than you would see on an LSD trip. It's the entire grandeur of reality. It's unfiltered. That can lead to certain problems depending on your predisposition or orientation as a spiritual being. But it can also lead to incredible wonderment. And why did you incarnate in the first place? What the hell are you doing here? And we are in such a limited capacity. So when you die, I'm talking about this spark that is you right now. When you die, that spark is much more of a brilliant spark that is much less ego involved. Mm-hmm. The ego becomes less significant. So what I'm saying here is that, and then when you have scientists like this, or if you call them scientists, trying to figure out how many angels could fit on the head of a pin, but angels don't really exist. So whatever, it becomes very crazy. So you can bring energy up or you can bring it down. And those who bring it down will bring it down, much like they were shoveling a shovel into the dirt, and they're digging up while somebody's, taking off in a super dirigible to I guess throw food at starving people rather than biocidal weapons.
There we are.
Yeah, and then people are digging a hole so they can go deeper into the ground. But anyway, so but I want to continue, and I want to say we're going to revisit this, but we're going to be talking about exopolitics tonight, and I will define exopolitics in a moment. It has to do with outside, exopolitics of the outside, the extraterrestrial equation or question. But so much of what we're doing here is brought to us by Douglas Dietrich, who hosts this channel. And it's that time of I don't think we've done this for a couple of months, but we want to call on support to donate to Douglas Dietrich. We have to keep him going. Sales of his book are not enough to support him. And even if we start selling real good, there's still not enough to support him. So we want to remind those of you who have contributed in the past and those of you who have not contributed. If some people have given some very generous contributions, and we thank you for that. If you can, even if you can contribute small amounts, as little as 5, 10, 15, 20, go ahead. And I want to open that channel and remind everybody. We'll revisit that, but I just want to remind everybody there, and we'll bring that up again. But I want to go into exopolitics, and the reason I want to go into exopolitics is I'm going to define exopolitics.
Yes.
It is this is from the website of Michael Scala, who's a big person in exopolitics and recently interviewed me. Mm-hmm. Exopolitics is an interdisciplinary scientific field with its roots in the political sciences that focuses on research, education, and public policy with regard to the actors, institutions, and processes associated with extraterrestrial life, as well as the wide range of implications this entails through public advocacy and newly emerging paradigms. Now, this is a very comprehensive, non-prejudiced definition. Now, Michael Scala interviewed me last week. He emailed me. I said, sure, we'll do this interview. And it was amazing how much response I've gotten from not only new people. Sky Books has been inundated with book orders to the point where we've sold out Inside the Earth. It was already sold out, but we sold out every last copy that we had. So this book is now being reprinted. Those who ordered the special package or the book itself, that we could not fulfill the order, and they've all been notified of this, it will be shipped to you in July, which is when I expect to receive it, because we have backlog of printing for 3 months, for 3 to 4 months, they said. And I asked for it to be reprinted right away at twice the price or whatever it is. So the price of the WIMP book, but that's not stopping people, because this is an inner Earth initiation. It's very important. It ties into my visit to Shasta next week, which we'll touch on as well.
Yes.
But, which is very important. But so we have this, it was a very popular interview, and not only new people, but friends of mine have watched the interview and liked it. I just went with the flow, and he asked very good questions and expressed an interest in going to Romania with me. I said, sure, that's fine. Very knowledgeable, sophisticated man, and I really appreciated his friendliness and his genuine authenticity. What he says here, now there's interesting, exopolitics is an interdisciplinary scientific field. Okay, interdisciplinary scientific field. Of course, this is a science of people and behavior. obviously. And when you put science into behavior, it gets funny because you're dealing with behaviors, you're dealing with psychology. But he says, with its roots in the political sciences. Now, I have not had time to read all of the ifs, ands, or buts that he's been involved with. My problems with exopolitics in the past and some of the people involved, not with him, have been that they're off their rocker. Or not necessarily off their rocker, but kind of going down a rabbit hole that they eventually get out of because it wasn't going anywhere for them, trying to become politically active. One of my friends is a politician who tried to become politically active in that direction. And then when you roll it back, she's dealing with some of the difficulties in real life with real life politicians, such as Prince Charles. But big problem. But so when he says it has its roots in the political sciences, I want to reiterate what I wrote in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. And I included in that book, that's in that special offer number 5 it is on the website. In that book, I go into how if you study political science, the root of it is Machiavelli. Machiavelli. And as I explain in that book, that was L. Ron Hubbard's most cherished person in terms of understanding political science as he applied it outside to the outside environment surrounding Scientology and even internally in Scientology. So Machiavelli is ruthless. He's ruthless. And so, and of course, what is ruthlessness when you get into politics is the ability, 007, James Bond, the license to kill. When you can kill, you have a license to control. What is death? Scorpio in astrology, sex, death, and taxes. Scorpio's about power. Scorpio's about control. So if you can execute somebody, or if you can sneak in for like send a spy in for 2 years like Hassan Saba did of the Hashishin cult and go in and kill a king or a sultan or a sheikh, you can, it's the most powerful thing in the world because you can go and you become powerful. So this is, of course, it gets done in more sophisticated, less, sometimes less violent ways, but nevertheless, at the bottom is the power to kill. And this is horrifying. And what do we have in politics right now? We have Putin sending in troops that are killing people. And I know some people don't believe the media reports, but we can suffice it to say there are people being killed, and it's all about politics. And even not sending in airplanes to cover the airspace is allowing people to die. Whether whose responsibility is, we can argue about. But so you have this death, and this is what controls astrologically. And I will say what Aleister Crowley said so brilliantly in one of his brilliant moments. Not all of his moments were brilliant, but he had more brilliant moments than most of humanity put together, in actual fact, despite his malfeasances as a human being. But one of the things he said is when you track back to the Illuminati and you find the real conspirators and you trace it all the way back, whether it be into previous history, this could be your MJ-12 conspiracy. The MJ-12 is a fiction based on the idea of 12. And 12, this is interesting, when you the 12 around the one, which is a coven. The 12 around the one is the coven, the Jesus New Testament of 12 disciples is 12 surrounding one. And that, if you take a bunch of marbles and you take one marble and you can surround it with 12 marbles that will touch that central marble, the Messiah or the big spirit being in the middle. And in Qigong, or many martial arts disciplines, you want to have 12 disciples around you to protect you, the protectors. And according to Manly P. Hall, and some astrologers will argue with this, in his lecture on astrology, astrotheology, which is very interesting, I recommend it highly. It might take 10 hours of your life, but it's worth listening to on YouTube. Manly P. Hall's astrotheology. He talks about Judas being the representing the sting of Scorpio, the stinger, the scorpion who stings Jesus. He's his disciple, and he stings him, he kills him. That's the death. And of course, Scorpio is also resurrection. But this whole aspect of political science is, but I was saying, rolling back the Illuminati, or they're calling it the Illuminati. I don't even know if Crowley calls it that, whatever. I think he does. But it goes back to the 12 signs of the zodiac. So it's these archetypal dynamic forces that are manipulating, influencing, contextualizing, contouring our reality. And you have all of these archetypes in your birth chart, and you live them out according to your life experience. And all of these archetypes are reflective of Kabbalistic, and the pattern for DNA is a mimicking of Kabbalistic principles. The Kabbalistic principles actually being an effort to explain DNA, because you will find the correlations there. And while this is sometimes mentioned on Hebrew websites, they might not be conventional Hebrew websites, but they are Hebrew websites by Jewish Kabbalists. And of course, this was buried in Crowley's writing. He didn't even understand it himself. He understood the Kabbalah. He understood the Tree of Life. He did not really understand his own Book of the Law. As this is all explained in my book, Montauk Book of the Living, this idea was gifted to me by John Paroli, who's now passed away. And he had his own problems. He became a sacrifice in his own way, but he shared this with me. And because of his own insight, actually, he was kicked out of the Ordo Templi Orientis. But he said they haunted him for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, he had some nice things to share with me in terms of understanding things that Crowley himself did not understand, admittedly did not understand. But to get back to this political science, you have all of these archetypes influencing our lives. And if you can master each one of those archetypes, you're just like if you could master every school of martial arts, you're going to have a big, you're going to be in the center of all those schools, because they're all going to see that you've mastered each one of their arts and they can understand you, which isn't really so important, but you're going to have a central. So if you can understand all these archetypes, Scorpio, you can understand power, other people's money. Taurus is the opposite end of Scorpio, which is resources, natural resources, taking care of your own personal business. If you can understand communications with Gemini and how to communicate, how to interface with the world. If you can understand Capricorn, which is achievement, hard work, structure, organization, government, you can understand this. If you can understand Leo, which is entertainment, children, romance, adventure, kingliness, Virgo, analytical. If you can, and Cancer, which is the home and the hearth and emotions and feelings, Libra, which is justice, fairness, balance, Sagittarius, higher learning, foreign travels, learning from other things, Aquarius, which is innovation, the collective, thinking for the welfare of others, the benefit of humanity. Pisces is the collective unconscious, the deep understanding, go into the oceans of the mind, the soul, life, the depths. All of these signs, if you can master all of these aspects, what more is there to do? If there's some other aspect of life that has been missed, then it will appear in the heavens, and there will be a new archetype created for it, and then you master that. So this is your Illuminati. This is the circumstances that we're in, because it's all archetypal stuff. So when we get to exopolitics, to get back to exopolitics, of course, the political sciences on the sort of minute level are controlled by, I can kill you, you can kill me, let's work out an agreement so we don't kill each other. The two ancient khans or rulers would exchange kids so that they'd respect each other, so that they wouldn't kill each other's kids. And this is how they would work it out. And they would have, here you have Cancer modifying Scorpio. They're both water signs. And you're putting the home and the hearth into it, so you don't kill each other. And that's sort of nice. And then, so this is politics, political science. But then you have all these other forces, which could include famine, which could include feeding, which could include exploiting weaknesses or strengthening weaknesses, all of this stuff. So exopolitics has its roots in the political sciences. Now, he's talking about public policy with regard to actors, institutions, and processes. Now we know, and associated with extraterrestrial life, now we know the actors, institutions, and processes, and we're going to address some of this tonight. And of course, in ET, dealing with ET phenomena, the actors are obviously the intelligence agencies, the Defense Department, and all of it represents in all of these institutions that would stonewall it. The other institutions would be those which promote it. Like Lawrence Rockefeller, used to sponsor studies into UFOs and whatnot. I knew somebody who used to be sponsored by him, Antonio, I think he was Spanish, from the New Jersey MUFON group. And he did a lot of work. I don't know that he really, I think he might have came up empty-handed, I think, in the end, if I recall. I'm not going to paraphrase or quote him. I haven't heard from him in a long time. But so you have all these actors and institutions, and most people will think that they're suspect. Now, most people, and then you have your people like Stanton Friedman, who is definitely an actor. He's passed away, institutionalized, pushing false information to create a myth around Roswell, which is what the whole book, The Roswell Deception, is about. And we would not have a Roswell deception book or even the data trail around it at all if it was not for Douglas Dietrich. And we have, and I recommend that book to all of you exopolitics fans,
yes,
because it's paradigm shifting. And this is not to discredit your either belief or knowledge of ETs or aliens, but it's definitely to give you a full perspective of some of the institutions and actors and processes that were involved. And these involvements have really fooled people. Yes. Because they were intended to fool people. And of course, anybody who studied ETs or UFOs knows that there is an effort to campaign to hide the knowledge surrounding the subject. But it's much more insidious and sinister than you might imagine. And as I say, we would not know any of this if it was not for Douglas Dietrich. So that's another reason to contribute to his cause, because, as I say, his whole story we're not going to go into, but he's on Social Security disability, and he has been attacked relentlessly for his coming forth. This all started when he started to come forth, and we know disclosure was ballyhooed celebrated last year at this time. We're going to come through the disclosure. People were saying in July, Tucker Carlson on Fox Business News was saying, or Fox News, whatever it's called, was saying, yes, disclosure. He's talking about UFOs. And then our book is released on July 4th, The Roswell Deception. And it's like, this is real disclosure.
Yes.
But it goes over, like everybody runs away from the subject. They run away from the subject because it's not what they wanted to hear, not what they expected to hear. And it is much more, but it opens the mind. It opens the mind. Now,
by the way, I do want people to understand that this is part of exopolitics. When you're talking about exopolitics, you have to understand that there is a dark side to exopolitics, the Machiavellian side, if you will, though I believe that that's actually a discredit to Machiavelli because he wasn't so much evil as he was pragmatic. But the people we're dealing with are definitely evil. Just to give people some perspective here, as Peter Moon said, we're not going to go deeply into my story tonight. We don't need to. But one thing that I do need to emphasize is a large part of the character assassination concerning myself has to deal with my military experience, and understand that there are false documents that have been confirmed by an actual Veterans Administration, a federale as being forged. And that was Gary States, of course, who was on my transmission a number of times and exposed Richard K. Cole Jr., who is the primary gang stalker, who shows up as Truth Marine or speaking as a Martian Marine. And he basically is going around distributing a forged document for which he should be going to federal prison for, but he doesn't because he's a federal agent. And this individual is paid to spread disinformation about me. Now, one thing the military could never do was, once they, in their own form of corruption, very similar to the Russian military, which is now in dire straits because of the endemic corruption throughout Russian society. And you see the results in the field. The American military is identical in its problems, albeit they manifest differently. And in terms of this level of corruption, they have character assassination teams and agents that they assign to people like myself who are public informants. So one thing I can tell you that they did in their corruption was they renounced all responsibility for things like benefits. And those benefits are now under a civilian welfare agency known as Veterans Administration, or, say, for instance, your insurance, that's conducted through private companies. It's no longer under the responsibility of the U.S. military, and thank God for their corruption in that regard. So Prudential, Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, just sent me a notification. Basically, I received it yesterday. It was sent to me on March 18th, which shows you how slow the mail is. I mean, that's like it got here on the back of a snail. But I want people to understand that my Veterans Group Life Insurance policy, the premium has been raised. So I have to pay $342 to renew my Veterans Group Life Insurance. This is the only evidence I have that I was in the military. So I have to maintain this. Right now, unfortunately, it's made out to Judith Agard, a bitch who refuses to even give me the time of day after she demanded that I put her name on the as the beneficiary, as did Lena Shea, of course. Both of them apparently realizing that there were going to be several attacks on my life, which did manifest after they demanded that their names be put on the life insurance policy. I guess they're all pissed off that neither of them got any of the cash. But I have to keep it assigned to someone in order to keep it functioning. So I do need $342 in order to pay for this. And understand that at one point, the United States Marines sent officers in full uniform. And then what happened was that when they confronted the young girl at Prudential at the desk, she called myself. And she said, Mr. Dietrich, we have two Marine Corps officers here. And I said, are they rank officers, like commissioned? And she didn't know anything about the military, so she had to ask them. And she said, are you commissioned? She didn't know what that meant. She meant that like they were private agents, is what she probably thought. And they said, Yes, we're commissioned. And they gave her their ranks. And one was the rank of a lieutenant colonel, and the other was a captain. So they weren't fucking around. They sent two officers, high ranking officers, to do what would normally be an errand boy's job. And so she said, well, we can't honor your request unless our client allows it, because you're not paying us. He is. And so she said, do you want these men to withdraw your insurance policy? Because this is what they're demanding. And I said, fuck no. Tell them to go fuck themselves. And so that little girl sent the United States Marine Corps in full retreat. So understand, fuck the Marines. And I still got a life insurance policy thanks to the fact that they reneged on their responsibility and put it under a private company. So thank God Prudential honors its clientele as opposed to the U.S. government, because that's who pays them. And but I need your help. And obviously, I'm a person who would otherwise be a homeless veteran were it not for your contributions. And with that, I return it to Peter Moon. Hopefully that puts some things in some context for everyone.
Well, thank you. Yes. And I strongly encourage, and some of you have been very kind and helpful to Douglas in the past. And our friend, Douglas, and my friend Jojo, we will be working on trying to take this platform and make it more media centric, to make it more available to more people. This will be a different platform. This platform will continue as it is, but we're going to do our best to make the information that I have to offer and Douglas has to offer more accessible, more understandable, because it's a lot of information to process.
Yes.
All of this stuff. And I can't tell you how long it not only took me to create the book, because I'm doing all the writing and editing, but it's based on Douglas's information.
Right.
And it's written in his vernacular, and he's read, of course, everything and approved everything.
Yes.
But
it took a long time for Peter just to get access to me.
Well, that took years just to get access to him. And that's a whole nother story, which I've talked about recently. But the access took years. But then writing the book took a long time. And then once I had the book done, Douglas had all of these qualifiers. And he would have put many more qualifiers on it, but there wasn't time. And it's complete as it is. It's good enough to educate you, because it could become an encyclopedia, this whole book.
Yes.
And I don't have time to write it. You don't have time to read it. But the book is enough. And it will change your view on exopolitics, because it's all into the machinations behind the scenes on the geopolitical level. And we'll touch on that a bit as we go into this. But of course, let me go back to my
Absolutely.
my definition, which I think I've popping around on exo. Oh, here it is. It's on my Facebook. I was reading it anyway. Here, Exopolitics. Yes, talking about the actors, institutions, and processes associated with extraterrestrial life. I will talk a little bit, and of course, this isn't the package people got who ordered the special offer number 5, which is 12 books. It's 5 or 6 Peter Moon, I think 5 Peter Moon books with the Radu Cinemar books, 7 in the Transylvania series, and 5 others: the White Bat, my book, the White Bat, the L. Ron Hubbard, the Dial of Insanity, Spandau Mystery, Montauk Project Silver Anniversary Edition, and the Roswell Deception, the Demystification of World War II. All of those books you get, and of course, the L. Ron Hubbard story and the Montauk Project are kind of where I get started. But my initial experience with aliens, if you want to call them that, or extraterrestrials, was through the lens of L. Ron Hubbard. And he talked about people being implanted. And of course, the attraction, and I won't stick on Scientology too much at all here, but that was the orientation, because you were said, okay, in Dianetics, you're going to explore what's inside of your mind. What are those hidden caverns inside of your mind, the labyrinth of your mind? And you're taught that there are moments of pain and unconsciousness. And when he writes this book, Dianetics, and tells you of all the stuff that people have, it was very popular because people could relate to it. They say, oh, I got this in my mind. Oh, I want to get rid of this problem. I want to get rid of that problem. So he was besieged by fan mail, and he took that fan mail and he turned it into a living movement where he was teaching people how to go into their own minds and teaching them how to be counselors, what he called auditors, to listen to other people and to relieve people of their unwanted pain, sensations, emotions, and attitudes. And by the time I got involved, the subject was sophisticated to the point of 21 years, refined and cultivated to where I was able to go in and alleviate my memories of dross, debris, stuff that's in your mind, and stuff that's tied into the unconscious. Now, part of that, because of everything that he wrote was to suggest the power of suggestion. And he said this in so many words, not necessarily in those words, but not far off. He'd say it was to stimulate or re-stimulate that which is in the mind so that it brings up issues that you want to clear. If you can't be stimulated, there's no issue. So if somebody reads one of Hubbard's books and says, I'm fine, he may not be fine, probably isn't, but no stimulation, no desire to engage the subject. For me, it was a way, wow, what is there? Let me see what's inside of my own mind. So you go in and you're taught, you have success in varying degrees. Everybody pretty much had success in some varying degree. It might have been 1%, 1 percentile, 99th percentile, somewhere in between. I was fortunate to max out on it. But what I was doing was going inside my own mind and looking at the dross and the myths inside of my own mind, the fears, the apprehensions, the pains. And of course, one of the things he suggested was that all of humanity was deeply implanted. His lens was implantation, and that people were forcibly, basically, not just tortured, but they were tortured to forget. They were not dumbed down with vaccinations, with, what else did they dumb? With TV, with movies. Well, they were on a higher level, but not the movies. These movies are not powerful enough. They just indoctrinate you into thinking stupid, the media. It's not that it's not powerful, but the real hardcore memory wash was through lifetimes or implantation, heavy implanting accompanied by pictures and commands. And these could be reflected in natural experience. If you were run over by a car and you went unconscious and somebody say, God, this really sucks. This guy really sucks. Now, okay, so then he wakes, he recovers, but he's psychologically saying, this guy sucks. Somebody said, this guy sucks. He might not even be referring to him, but he hears this command, this guy sucks. So he becomes a homosexual because this guy sucks. And I'm not joking here. And I'm not berating homosexuals. I'm not saying homosexuals are doing this because of an engram. They may have a different, but I'm saying is it could result in something like this. You hear a command like that. You hear a command, what a loser. This guy's a loser. So he has a losing complex. in very deep inside of him. This was the philosophy of Dianetics, and it got traction because it worked to a certain degree. And the more it worked, the more enthusiastic people got. The fact that it ended up sucking the life out of so many people is a completely different issue, and is an issue of it being misapplied rather than applied properly. So anyway, in dealing with all of this phenomena, I was dealing with archetypal consciousness that would sometimes appear as aliens or ETs. Very, very seldom would these ETs be benign. It was almost all negative. And that Hubbard's theory was that there was this alien intelligence that had controlled the planet for many years. He said it was about 7 or 8 people, spirits, thetans he called them. Thetans were spirits in Scientology that sort of managed things. That was his own iteration. Whether it's true or not is not so important, but he said they propagated all of the crap of the civilization. He called them the Markavians. But what was interesting about it is he would say all of this culture you see, whether it be automobile, street lights, clothing, were all knockoffs from earlier civilizations. There was nothing new or original about them. Now, I thought that was very interesting. From an artist's lens, an artist could look at the civilization in the 1950s and see it was not very original. It was rather artistically dry, to say the least. And I'd say growing up in the 1950s in Southern California, some of the most exuberant art you saw were in the fast foods, Baroque, bizarre architecture of Bob's Big Boy Hamburger. We had Beanie and Cecil Drive-In, the cartoon characters. Beanie, this guy with a beanie, he's huge. And, you know, I love to go because I was a big fan of Beanie and Cecil TV cartoon. Cecil was the serpent. They should have had the serpent, but that was too hard to do. So they'd have Beanie with this big beanie, and you go up and you get, you know, I'd get vanilla ice cream there. I did not like vanilla ice cream, but I would get it just so I could go to Beanie and Cecil's in the traffic circle at Lakewood, California. There's a big traffic circle where Long Beach turns into Lakewood. I think it's south of the Long Beach airport. But it was like, wow, all this bizarre architecture, huge sombreros, the Winchell's donut with this huge donut. This is about how artistic you could get. Route 66, you'd have big dinosaurs and stuff like that on Route 66. And this was art of Americana. And of course, it's all quaint and it's cute and it's nostalgic in its own way. But this is not real art in the sense
kitsch.
of...
It's called kitsch.
Yeah, very much so. And there are exceptions where there are incredible artists here and there, but this is the culture. It's not a culture of artists. It's improved over the years, but even the way cities are built, they really suck. And like, just think if they made New York City, if they had all the buildings in pastel. You had to have pastel. That would change the whole mood of the city. Would change the entire mood of the city. And it's now in Romania, you see some amazing architecture. Some of the houses are old, and I'll look and I'll say, that looks like it's Asian. That looks like it's Turkish. And then you'll find, you talk to the people and they say, oh yeah, this is architecture. Yeah, they borrow this. This is all from us. And you'll see that, oh yeah, this is where they got this from the Orient. It goes back years and years and years. It's amazing architecture. You go, what the hell is this? and you see this is Islamic, this is Turkish, and they'll tell you it all comes from Romania. It's an original culture. And the houses aren't necessarily Frank Lloyd Wright inspiring because they're so old. But you'll see, where did they get this architecture from? Who could put all this energy into it? Building houses is very different. And if my friend Bob is listening, who's a contractor, he toys with the idea of going to Romania sometime. I'd love to just walk around in some areas with him to see the different way they build there than they do here. But that's getting off the subject. To get back, I was talking about the culture of Earth being such a lowbrow, artistically lowbrow. So when Hubbard says this is all knockoffs of older civilizations, he's talking about programmed intelligence. Okay, we're going to do this. We'll do this. We'll do that. I once saw the drawings of a relative of mine who was a city planner. I was told she was a city planner, straight A student. I looked at her work and I was aghast. It was just so generic. I said, this is nothing. I could have done better, a lot better, because I could have put imagination into it. I didn't necessarily know the protocol for being a city planner, but it's like, what, you want to be original. You want to be good. You don't want to be generic. And this is a big problem. And I learned so much from my ex-wife, who was an artist. And she just would point things out to me of, how non-artistic people could be, things could be. And it just like, it was, I resonated with her so much on this, because you have, and I'll just give an example from her. She was, before she was married to me, but she told me the story. She was put in Scientology's rehabilitation project force, or they called it the RPF. And you hear all sorts of horror stories about this. And she went in there and she was, and basically they like to say that they would leave you the leftovers or scraps. Well, that's actually wasn't quite that true. But because they'd eat the same thing, it was just that they left to put it together themselves. So anyway, and I think at that point they had them on beans and rice or something.
Jesus.
So she went in and she says, I want to work in the kitchen. They put her in the kitchen because she knew what she was doing. She was taking the beans and the rice and the salad, and she was making the equivalent of gourmet meals. She was feeding them so good on what anybody would have just been cutting lettuce and throwing tomatoes on the lettuce and serving the beans and rice without any spices or salt and pepper. She was an artist. She was making them incredible meals. And she says, I knew that if I was going to survive this way, I'm not going to eat that crap that they were going to serve her, that her fellows were going to serve her. She went in and made it incredible because she was an artist. And she was very intelligent too. So it was, one of her great qualities is make your food art. Make your life art. If you aren't an artist, there's something, everybody can do something. Art is half of your brain. It's your nonlinear side. It's your creative side. It's your intuitive side. Your linear side is your logical linear side that tells you need to pay the bill after you eat at a restaurant. You get inspired and you read the menu and say, oh, I want to eat this and I want to eat that. And then you have to pay the bill. And if you're having to watch your budget, you're going to linear side that. Or maybe I can do this and this, and I will actually be full rather, than eating this and wanting to eat more. So whatever it is, it's like you've got, and these two sides of the brain, when they synthesize, this is the principle of what Phil Dick in his book Valis calls Shin. This is the Shin, the secret of Freemasonry, the secret letter, the secret crux of the name Yeshua, Yod-He Shin Bao-He. This is the activation, metaphorically, of the crystal skull, Golgotha, the enlightenment. So what happens when we use this word Jesus or even Christ, it trivializes the real culmination of this consciousness, which is a fully activated brain, going back to that brain concept, a fully activated consciousness of cosmic consciousness with the linear mixes with the nonlinear. And I guess we're all going to have our ups and downs with this, but so when you're moving into the realm of exopolitics, you're dealing with phenomena that I was never really happy with the way Carl Jung, he didn't really delineate to my satisfaction that we're dealing with archetypes when he writes about the UFO. Something he damn well knew. I didn't think he emphasized it properly at all. It was far too academic rather than just saying these UFOs and these aliens are part of your collective unconsciousness. They're part of what you don't know. When we go deeper into the tree of life, and I recommended this in the email I sent out, people who are not familiar, because one of my friends had asked me to talk about exopolitics and why I said it was a messy subject, because so much of it is beleaguered by the part of the tree of life that is called the Caliphate. The Caliphate, Q''Lipoth. And that is the shells, the husks of, like, just like when an acorn has a husk fall off, you have the acorn, well, that shell is what's left over. It is
on the tree of
compost.
Life. This is what forms the tree of death. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and it's compost.
Yeah.
It's compost. And that's what it is. Now, but it's not as benign as compost, because it would include all of the ideas and life forms that didn't make it into the tree of life. This would include extinct species like the dodo bird, like dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers, prehistoric animals, and all of those life forms are sitting there as ideas. And they, like I was talking about life, they will flow where they can, but they have no place in this earth. They might be able to form as primatoids or other toids that are going to come and beleaguer your consciousness. And they don't belong in life because they've been expired, extincted, because they didn't fit in. Now, just because they didn't fit in, it's like, they're still trying to get out. Just like a person who's developmentally disabled, he's still trying to live, but it's not working out so right. And this relates also, I'm going to digress here for a second, to autism. Mm-hmm. Autism is when you cannot perceive the outside world. You cannot interface with the outside world because you're so self-absorbed. You see what's inside of your head, but you can't. If somebody communicates to you and says, is your mom home? They cannot interface with you. They cannot say,
Peter, you're actually wrong there. Peter,
wait a second, you're interrupting me.
I am interrupting you because
okay.
I'm telling you your information's wrong.
All right,
autism.
This is not your platform. This is not your platform, and I want you to cease.
It's not yours either,
Well,
Peter.
well, you just
It is my platform
yeah,
right now.
it's his
No,
platform
no, no,
for
no.
right now.
This is Douglas.
Jameson, just for now, let him go on about autism. I understand you might have some personal experiences with this, and it can get very personal for people. But let Peter explain autism as he understands it, so that
Well, this is autism as it's defined. It's not
Yeah.
my definition.
Okay, yeah,
It cannot communicate with the outside world, and they don't interface with the outside world in a way that is flowing back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this from somebody who's cured her son of autism
right,
and who's dealt with it, a mother. And so basically what you have with this phenomena, you can't communicate with the inside. It's the inside not being able to communicate with the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a digression of what I was saying about the whole condition of negativity, the caliphate, and it's like these life forms, they are trying to communicate with the outside because they're alive, they're stuck, their ideas, extinct species, whatever you want to say, their ideas and forms have been shut down. They've been smashed down. But smashed down, I don't know if that's the right word, but they've been held down. They have been suppressed. So it's only natural for them to want to work their way out of the underworld, so to speak, and find a conduit for expressing themselves. And this is one of the problems, and is one way to interpret how these energies can be. This is just one lens.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the be all and the ends all, but how these energies can be tapped into and brought up into our consciousness. They can be harnessed, and they can, like, literally haunt you. And they can haunt you in the form of aliens. Whatever it is, whatever the phenomena is, this is the negative underworld. And it gets more complicated than this when we get into the realm of the anti-gods, which Douglas alluded to earlier. And I don't really know how far we want to go into that, but I'm just saying is with these elements that are stuck, they become antithetical to the tree of life, but they are nevertheless self-absorbed with their own experience. So they can't communicate with the outside world. And one can even form a sympathetic reference to them. One can become communicative with them. And you can argue whether they're redeemable or not. And it's a tough argument, but one of the problems is when people go in to study the caliphate or the shells of life, they get absorbed into the negativity and they get so far down. And so much of the alien game that's played with the actors and players, it's all coming out of this region. And it's coming in to eat and feed off of the poor, innocent bystanders. And one of my friends had asked me about, I say friends on the internet, had asked me about Radu's 8th book. I told him, and I guess the Roswell deception is advertised on my email. I don't think I wrote about it. I don't remember. And he said he's familiar with some of the book or some of the summary of the book.
Mm-hmm.
But he says it doesn't correlate with his research, which is Philip Corso and the day after Roswell.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I think he's in Europe and he's reading this stuff about Philip Corso and the day after Roswell. And this is Philip Corso is of course a despicable human being, and this is covered in the book very succinctly.
Yes,
it really can't be argued with because the facts are there on how he, deceived Senator Strom Thurmond to endorse his book, but he was using a different players involved, to endorse his book on UFOs when it was really just telling Strom Thurmond that he was part of the general staff or whatever he was,
Yeah.
and which he was.
Yeah.
But it's like it was all about deception.
In other words, he had Strom Thurmond write a foreword for his book and officially endorse it based on the fact that he misled Strom Thurmond into believing that he was endorsing a completely different book on hard history called I Walked with Giants, in which Philip Corso was talking about his errand boy duties as basically a file clerk and shoeshine boy for Eisenhower in the Supreme Allied Command responsibilities of Europe. So when he said to Strom Thurmond, he approached him and said, "Can you write the foreword to this book on Eisenhower and World War II?" And he said, "Sure, of course, I would be honored." And then, of course, when it was released, they had taken Strom Thurmond's foreword and put it in the day after Roswell. And that's when Strom Thurmond, of course, rightfully sued. At that moment, you knew the U.S. government was involved, because somehow within literally a period of 24 to 48 hours, it was certainly no greater a span of time than that, they managed to recall every single book that had been placed on shelves all over the United States. Thousands of them, well, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of copies, really, had been distributed to booksellers all over the United States. It wasn't until they were on the shelf that Strom Thurmond found this out by picking up a copy that the U.S. government was able to recall all of them and then put it back on the shelf within 24 hours with that forward removed. There's no other entity that could have pulled this off except the U.S. government. So this was obviously a U.S. government operation. So please take it from there, Peter.
Well, yes, and this is the unfortunate thing. This book has been out there. It's been promoted. And of course, they gave his co-author, who was actually the engineer behind the book, Bill Burns, a full program called UFO Hunters.
Yes.
To basically make everybody believe that UFOs are out there and they're aliens, and it's taking away from the truth. It's not that there aren't UFOs out there. There certainly are, because people don't know what they are. So it's unidentified. Sometimes the government knows, more often than not, they know damn well what they are.
Yes. And by the way, Bill Burns and his wife were running a little chicken shit little program in which they were interviewing people, and they were trying to set up an ambush for me. But before they even brought me on, I heard them literally on their transmission preceding the one in which I was to be on, calling me a Jap and saying that, oh, this guy says the Japs were at Roswell. It's a terror. Basically, of course, misconstruing and decontextualizing everything I said. In other words, taking it out of context. So, I basically canceled my interview with them, left the comments publicly and openly why I was doing so. Of course, I had just your average typical Americans telling me I was hypersensitive. This is with a racial slur involved. This is the kind of consciousness you're dealing with when you're dealing with your average white American. They react to that as, oh man, you're overreacting. You're hypersensitive. It's bizarre, but then I have proof of this, of course, because I was sent an apology by Nancy Burns. And so she wrote an apology to me, which, of course, I just kept for the records. It's of course, I never appeared on the show. But,
well, of course, it's an insult.
Yeah.
They're insulting you, and they're, but that's what it's all about, an insult.
Thank you.
It's all about insulting. And they whether or not they realize they're insulting doesn't matter. They're insulting, and they're insulting all of his information. They're not looking at it. They don't care about it. They certainly haven't looked into it, because if they would have looked into it, they would have been writing his book, not me.
Yes, and understand that this is an essential part of exopolitics, the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. It's simply an aspect of exopolitics you've never been familiarized with, and one that will hit you like a hammer because it has to, it immediately impacts hardcore history and turns it around on a dime because you've been propagandized so much your entire life. And
this has everything to do with what I was saying about autism.
Yes.
which is a form of extreme form of narcissism.
Yes, this is a form of cultural autism. Go on.
Yeah. And so, in other words, one is so super induced with this information that they're seeing on Wikipedia, on the History Channel, because people read the History Channel or watch the History Channel and they believe it. Now, I have a lot of visceral experience with the History Channel because I've been ignored from it. Now, when Michael, who's so open-minded and scientific in his approach, he found out about Transylvania Sunrise. He's been studying ET since 2003. And my books came out, well, at least the Transylvania book came out about 12, 13 years ago. So it's like, it's taken him, who's like, he's actively searching stuff. It took him this long to find out about it. And which is part of what L. Ron Hubbard called cultural lag. It takes, 20 to 30 years before an idea can actually get into the culture.
We hope that this takes a lot quicker, but yeah. Go on.
Well, exactly. But so anyway, and yeah, we're leaving a different age now when he said that. But still, it's taken the Montauk Project, it took it at least 20 years before it could be kind of accepted. So it's much more acceptable now than your stuff. Yeah. But it was fought virulently, mostly in the UFO crowd. Not all the UFO crowd, but the UFO crowd you think there would be a natural fit in, but because it's tied with conspiracy and stuff. No, it was fought virulently. And as Preston Nichols, my co-author, said, he says, MUFON is just all controlled. It's all government people. They're controlling it. There were exceptions here and there. Certainly the group in New Jersey, in Trenton, was very supportive. Of course, I had friends in that group. But yeah, so this is a big problem with people trying to understand that so much of the information has been is deliberately out there to deceive you. And if you're watching TV, you assume it's legitimate. And I will go back. This is very important for those of you who are not familiar yet with the Roswell deception, the chapter on the Office of War Information, or OWI. The Office of War Information was set up by FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, to censor all information coming that's going out to the public, that's also coming into the public, whatever. It was all censorship oriented. And it consolidated, I forget the name of the office, but it went back to World War I.
Yes. I forget the name of the office as well, but we actually brought that up in our latest translation about World War I, which I sprackathon, maybe the transmission before last, I believe. I
think I brought it up to you. I think it was MacArthur who was involved in it. MacArthur was involved in steering information in World War I. Yeah. George MacArthur, who later became, the so-called great general of World War II. This is what we're dealing with, the military completely trying to manipulate your
perception of reality.
Yeah, it's
definitely real. Yeah. So take your time.
Yeah. So people have to understand that the majority of what you will see, if not exclusively, on programs like the History Channel, are completely under the influence of the equivalent of the Office of War Information, which was later absorbed by the NSA and the CIA, and they're controlling the media. And this is what's
yes, understand that this is often done through films, and when they make alien invasion films, these are essentially 2-hour, or even like the Battle of Los Angeles was almost 4-hour or at least 3.5 or something of that nature. And this was just a endless recruitment video that just dragged on for hours. And in all of these films, whether it's Top Gun or any of these militarized alien invasion films or just plain war films, it's not actors that are flying the jets or the helicopters. All of that is actual military, which is redeployed to actually partake in filming. And remember, Battle of Los Angeles was filmed at the height of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. So they made a 3-hour recruiting ad. And all of this was just using an entire Marine Corps redeployed helicopter unit, helicopter wing that was redeployed for the sake of that film. And all of this was based on the fact that I had released information as a public informant. This was well before I was working, of course, with Peter Moon. And I'll return it to Peter Moon with that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's like people should know that it was 2 weeks after within 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, December 19th, 1941, FDR signed Executive Order 8985, establishing the Office of Censorship to censor all communication coming into and out of the United States. That's all communication. And this was prior to the big incident, which we know as the Battle of Los Angeles, which has been ever, as he was saying, portrayed in films as alien invasion, portrayed in literature or mythology as alien invasion, flying saucers over Los Angeles. And what this was an effort to hide the Japanese military sending super dirigibles with little men, Yakuza. Yakuza. And this is all covered in the book, that were small to operate these huge dirigibles, which could carry incredible weapons, not only weapons of mass destruction in terms of biological weapons, which Dr. Hirohito, known as Emperor Hirohito, was a doctor of marine biology, had refined and cultivated to where he could wipe out all populations. And the Americans knew this. This is all history. This is not theory. It's not conjecture. It's actual history. And the history goes into in the book. But the Americans knew he was doing this. They weren't that dumb, but they were dumb enough to make a yellow fever vaccine, which they knew he was using on the Chinese, and used it on their own troops and killed immediately some 50,000 of their own troops and disabled another hundreds of thousands more, like up to 300,000 more.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. So this is what, and they've been hiding this ever since, but it's not all they've been hiding, because the story of these super dirigibles, this is a long involved story of the history of what happened in World War II with the Japanese. And you will never look at the Japanese the same way as they have been portrayed. If you watch the cartoons of the post-World War II era, which I grew up on, and I really haven't had a chance to see them
in years,
but they're nostalgic for me because, oh God, I saw that. I remember that. It's just nostalgic. But they portray the Japanese in the most demeaning manner, with buck teeth and whatnot, and speaking like, it's, and then that epitomized in Mickey Rooney in Breakfast of Tiffany's, just making the most racially goofy, silly portrayal of a Japanese person in what is a sort of a classic movie in its own right. It didn't need that.
It was supposed to be post-war, right? That was supposed to be a post-war film, I believe.
Oh, it was a post-war movie starring Audrey Hepburn.
Yeah.
And
But what I mean to say is that if it took place before 1952, it might technically have still been a war film. For what that?
No, this was just Mickey Rooney's Irish racism.
No, got that too. Yeah, okay, I believe that. I mean, that's easy to buy.
I don't know that they told him to do that. I don't know why. I would like to know how Mickey Rooney even got involved in that movie, because Mickey Rooney was one of the biggest stars of the 1940s, and he was one of the biggest box office stars. by that time, he was a staple. He was a big star, and he just had some stupid bit part as a Japanese neighbor who was just caricaturing.
Caricaturing, yes.
Yeah, caricaturing. Well, they didn't need him in that movie. He didn't add anything to it. He wasn't even comical. He was just stupid. Yeah. Like, why did they have him in that movie? I would really like to know. It just didn't seem to fit. It was just I think there was a crazy party, as I recall, but he was completely unnecessary. So,
it's just, we can say it's inculcated at that point. Before we move on from that, we can say that it is proof that the anti-Asian or the Asia-phobic caricaturing was at that point very much inculcated into American anti-culture. That's the horror of it, and a lot of that was the result of World War II, and it was just an extension of that. Whatever year that was made in, which was probably the 60s or the 70s. I think
1962.
Yeah. It was well after, or certainly far enough after the war had ended in 1952, which is when the war actually ended between Japan and America. Understand that Japan and America are still, or rather Russia and Japan are still at war today, and that's why Russia well, they're facing Japanese troops in Ukraine. There are Japanese volunteers the Japanese government has allowed to go to Ukraine to fight the Russians, and that's because the Japanese are still at war with Russia, legally still at war. And by the way, I noticed it was after I brought that out, this was never ever even like made public. You never saw this anywhere until like just a few weeks ago. You started seeing this crop up with the war in Ukraine. The Americans are saying, oh, there was a peace treaty between Russia and Japan in 1956. By the way, that's a complete and total lie. It was a ceasefire. There was a ceasefire between Japan and Russia in 1956. It was not a peace treaty, and you can look this up yourself. Japan and Russia are still legally at war. So all of this is very topical. Everything that you want to know about Russia, you will find much of the foundations for in the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. It is imperative at times like this that you review that book, both for politics on the earth and off, because this will help you distinguish between what is the fallacious, what is the filtration, what is the misinformation, and what might be definitely much more validating in terms of your own experiences if you're an experiencer, or it will help you to understand at least what not to look for when you're looking for something more valid in terms of exopolitics in general. So yeah, take it from there, Peter.
Well, yes, and so I don't want to digress too much into this book because we've discussed it so many times before.
Understood.
And it's I don't want to minimize what's in the book, but I invite you to read this book because it will change your view on the consensus view of aliens. And this is what's so important. It's not that if you have your alien experience, it's going to take it away from you, because your experience is your experience. Nobody can argue with that. But the whole myth that's been built around Roswell, because Roswell was not aliens, as they say it was. And the book very conclusively tells you how the whole myth was created and why it was created. This is not to destroy your belief in aliens. In fact, in the book, we state that that's a whole other issue. It's a bigger issue, and we will address some of that.
Yes.
In the next hour. But and I'm not even, the whole story with Roswell, these were not aliens. But so much of the culture believes it was aliens because it's been so quote unquote convincingly portrayed, or quote unquote convincingly denied. In other words, their denial is so convincing to you because they're lying in the denial. They released this press release saying, flying saucers over New Mexico, or whatever it said, over Roswell, and then they withdraw it, making it look like it's a big cover-up. Well, of course, they knew exactly what it was. And all this tinfoil, aluminum, what is it called? Silk? It's really,
rubberized silk.
Metal
yes. Asbestos lined
rubberized silk.
Yeah, asbestos lined rubberized silk.
Don't understand.
Yeah.
And it's Japanese rubberized silk, and that's retractable metal. The hieroglyphs are Yakuza writing.
Yeah.
The Yakuza are the little men that shaved all their body hair and cut off one of their fingers as part of their ritual rites. And people say, oh, this is clever disinformation by Douglas Dietrich. He worked for the government. He was a librarian at the Presidio, Defense Department research librarian, which he was designed to collate and or burn documents. And this is how he came upon all of this information. But it wasn't exclusively how he came on the information. He studied history, and he also had a mother who was involved in the talk-down negotiations of World War II.
Yes.
Which will teach you that the war did not end in 1945, as you were told, aboard the USS Missouri. The actual peace treaty was signed in 1951 in September and went into effect on the Emperor's birthday in 1952, coming up April 28th or 29th if you're in Japan.
Yes.
So this is the it's not like it was a coincidence that they picked the Emperor's birthday. He insisted on that date.
Yes.
And there's many more facts of the war. Now, what happens is I have sent this book to certain historians of World War II, and I haven't gotten any response.
What did they say?
But they're posturing. They will posture the same way the press secretary for Biden, Jen Psaki, will position herself when they catch Biden in a dead contradiction of what he says or stupid statements that he makes routinely.
Yes.
She can't say, well, he didn't mean to say that. He said this, but he meant that. And sometimes I think that's actually the case with him.
Yes.
He's so imprecise with his thinking and wording processes that he says things without thinking. And I'm not trying to give him credit because I don't think he's really as stupid as he sounds. At first is his intent, but he says these things are just complete fodder for his enemies, and they will confront her, and she has to smile and sidestep the question and say, well, blah, 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 blah. And she's obviously avoiding the issue that this guy is mentally dysfunctional in his speech and or worse. So she sidesteps. She sidesteps all of these embarrassing questions, and all the press secretaries do it, not just her. They get caught with their pants down. They say, well, his underwear was really a bathing suit. and this is what they do. This is what they do. And so this is what happens, because I have actually seen people in history on C-SPAN channels or whatnot to start acknowledging that the peace treaty was actually signed in 1952 when they wrapped up all the loose ends. Well, what loose ends are to wrap up if there's an unconditional surrender? You don't sign a treaty under an unconditional surrender. You basically sign a terms of surrender. There's no peace treaty after that. And furthermore, you don't allow your enemy to become a part of the United Nations, which the United Nations was created to defeat Japan.
Yes.
Most specifically Japan, also Germany, but most specifically Japan. And this is all information that was buried at the Presidio, where the actual treaty was signed.
Thank you. Yes.
So this is, and they will minimize this to say, well, before Japan unconditionally surrendered and was forced, and we built Japan up by making them trade or by enabling them to trade with us, which is what Hirohito wanted from day one, was he wanted trade with the West. This is why he did not destroy the United States with biological weapons, which he could have, and they knew well he could have.
Right.
And this is why they accepted his terms to on August 15th, the anniversary of the kamikaze wins in Japan.
That sank the Mongol fleet that was invading Japan back in the Middle Ages. When the Mongols invaded Japan, they sent a fleet that was equal to the size of the D-Day invasion fleet, and all of it sank in a single storm.
August 15th.
Yes.
August 15th.
Yes.
And that was the date that America capitulated to the demands of Emperor Hirohito, which said, I will accept your terms as long as you allow me to stay on as emperor.
Yeah.
He demanded that. He didn't request it. He demanded it. And because he was saying, I'll accept your terms. Just let me stay on. This went back to at least January of 1945. And they wanted unconditional surrender. And they didn't get unconditional surrender. They got Emperor Hirohito's terms.
Yes.
And
yeah. And by all means, go on. I was just going to say, for any people who think that this is a bit too political or hard historical and really don't see the connection, understand that the most important thing is that the Americans propagandized the Japanese in particular during the war as a truly non-human race, as a subhuman or alien race. All of the Japanese in America who had been here for multiple generations, the third generation Japanese who spoke nothing but English, had never spoken a word of Japanese in their lives, all of these people who grew up as Americans who were interned. Many of you are probably unaware of this. Obviously, there were Italians and Germans who were interned as well. And you get a lot of white grievance where they try to negate the Japanese experience by saying that these German or Italians are never mentioned. And of course they should be emphasized, but there is a difference. Many of them were able to return to life after the war. The Japanese were not. After World War II was over, all of the property that was stolen from Japan, the Japanese Americans, was never returned. None of their real estate, none of their finances, nothing was ever returned to them. The overwhelming majority of them had to leave for Japan or for South America. So the amount of Japanese in America are non-existent. Statistically, there are no Japanese in the United States. Statistically, there are none. And when I was dealing with the FBI in an interrogation at one point, these people truly believed that America was crawling with Japs. And by the way, they weren't saying this to try and provoke me or annoy me during somehow try to break me into some kind of outrage during the interrogation. This is stuff I overheard them casually just saying to each other. They truly believe America was just seething with Japs. And this was, of course, just a delusion left over from the Japanese domination of American industry and business. So, but none of those Japanese live here. All of those Japanese, although they may be staying here transitionally, they're not U.S. citizens. And they're only in certain areas. Again, I dealt with them in espionage. And espionage had a lot to do with my taking the Roswell parts and giving them to the Japanese, a great deal of them. So this is something that has been brought up in the past. Again, this is
covered in the book too.
Yeah,
it's covered in the book.
Yes, so it's
whole shenanigans with Art's parts, meaning Art Bell had the parts that Douglas had sent into him.
Yeah,
and that were this metal, and it was part of the Roswell crash, and it was Linda Moulton Howe determined to be, Japanese metal.
Right.
And this is a whole story, but I encourage people to read the book in Exopolitics, but I want to get back.
Yes, of course.
Well, but there's an aspect of the Japanese that is very alien. And I want to refer it, and this is not just Japanese, this is Asians in general. My friend that I knew in Scientology, he's deceased now, Pat Gualtieri. He was an Italian man from Brooklyn, and he was one of my best friends. He was my roommate at one point, and he was celebrity central in Scientology. He was John Travolta's supervisor. All the celebrities were magnetic to him.
Wow.
And he taught me so much about celebrities and dealing with that. It was I had a different perspective on them than he did, because I used to answer their letters.
Yes, that's right.
And L. Ron Hubbard's personage. But so anyway,
and that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, we had different perspectives, but we were good friends, and anyway, what he told me, and I asked him how he got involved in Scientology in the first place. He was in Vietnam, and in the army, and he was assigned to guard these Vietnamese. And he said, I was guarding them. They were in cages. And he said they would look at him. And just by their look, he said they weren't afraid to die. He said they saw beyond this world. They looked at him, and he said, people don't look at you like this. He saw that they knew they were not one lifetime characters. And of course, you grow up in America, in Brooklyn, you're going to be like everybody else. One thing, the most fascinating thing he told me, though, was that when he was a kid, he went into another neighborhood, or he says, those are Jews. And he goes, those can't be Jews. And why not? He says, because they don't have horns. He believed that Jews had horns.
Jesus.
Because he grew up in an Italian Catholic neighborhood, and he was told the Jews have horns. And he said he was shocked that these people could be Jews. He must have been 6 years old or whatever he was, 10. But he said, those can't be Jews because they don't have horns.
Wow.
Catholics are deeply anti-Semitic. in their essence of what they're taught. The individuals might not be so harsh, but by and large, they're just, the Catholics I grew up around used to use the term ortho. Oh, he's an ortho, which meant Orthodox Jew. That was like the worst insult you could give somebody. You're not just a Jew. You're a Jew. But they say you're an ortho, which was not a compliment amongst Catholics. Yeah. So in any case, that was just an interesting side story of the racial prejudice that he was growing up. But when in Vietnam, he saw these guys are just like, wow, they're more than, the American who thinks he's a meat body. Right. So, but I parlay this into the Japanese because the Japanese have a whole spirituality that is much deeper, much different, that is literally so alien to the 21st century walking American, and even more so to the 20th century walking American. It's completely foreign. They have a spirituality that ties to materiality, which is from their religion Shinto, which is a rock has a spirit. Right. A pebble has a spirit. Yes. The beautiful gardens you see, Japanese rock gardens and whatnot, even to the point where the robots or machinery has spirits. And this is a totally alien viewpoint to the American Western mindset. Now, I'm not saying Japanese are aliens because they're foreign. Yes. By definition, they're aliens.
By legal definition. And this is
they're not extraterrestrials.
Yeah. When they were mass interned, they were all referred to as enemy aliens. And hence that was later intentionally, quite malevolently, the term alien was then conflated with extraterrestrial, which it had never been conflated with that concept before. It was after World War II that happened for that very reason, so that this confusion would linger. So Peter Moon is explaining, again, why this is required reading. Aside from that, you need to spread the word because it's your war, because we're technically still involved in World War II. And all of you are familiar with the 1,000-Year Reich in exile, so that comes into play here. We are still legally at war with the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. One of the horrible aspects of daylight saving time is that we tried to experiment with making it permanent before, and it failed miserably because people were literally getting killed as a result of trying to make it to school, children trying to make it in the dark, and the reason we're suffering this torture, this torment of daylight saving time at all is because it's wartime. And rather than simply going back to standard time permanently and never going back on daylight saving again, which would be healthier for all of us, as concurred and emphasized and lobbied for by thousands and thousands of physicians and sleep experts and people dealing with all kinds of the neuro and physiological and psychological problems that have to do with sleep deprivation, the U.S. government insists, well, we can never go back to standard time. It's either permanent daylight saving time or the way we have it now. But they cannot explain to you why. But the reason why is we're still legally at war, and we're still in wartime with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. So just so people understand that, as Peter said, the United Nations peace treaty was signed with Japan. The Soviet Union abstained on site the Presidio military base where I worked, but the United Nations was also established there. You can look that up yourself. And of course, it was established there as a wartime organization. But at the same time, and Peter's quite right, it was essentially created directly after Pearl Harbor and in response to the war with Japan. But bizarrely enough, in their declaration of as a organization of war, per their Title 42 of the United Nations Charter, because in lieu of a constitution, they have a charter, they say they're at war with Hitlerism. And in other words, just like in World War Zero or the Napoleonic Wars, when the Allies declared war against the person of Napoleon Bonaparte rather than the French, because they felt that way they might not alienate the French population and hopefully convince the French population that they were at war with their leader as opposed to them. An interesting propaganda ploy. It didn't work, but when it came to the same tactic, they employed it in World War II by saying, we're at war with Hitlerism. The reason that this is important to emphasize and why it's relevant is because, of course, I was born in Taiwan. And a shout out to Michelle Carmela Saldana if she's listening. She was also born in Taiwan. And I do notice she just put a like on my promotional banner for tonight, or one of my posts. And so shout out to her. She looks great in her latest photograph. And I love you dearly, honey. And my point being that with Taiwan, they are considered the last Axis nation on Earth and the last social manifestation of Hitlerism on the surface of the Earth. So that's why they are not recognized by the United Nations as a nation state. They are considered a rogue element, a rogue social organization, the last member of the Axis on the surface world. So, all important things for you to know. Again, this is Exopolitics. Because,
well, yes, and they switched their affiliation from the Allies to the Axis.
That's correct.
Did.
Thank you.
So it's you can find that if you look. But I want to wrap up the Roswell stuff. But
Absolutely.
Before we wrap up the Roswell stuff, because this is a whole show worth for those of you people. And I'm just going to read some of the bullet points from in the beginning of the book. I have an opening statement, and this is not all of the opening statement, but the opening statement, it's like, just like I'm doing a law case. Here's the opening statement, and now the rest of the book backs that up. In the end of the book, you can make up your own mind. But it's having to do with deconstructing two major myths. Myth number one, the Empire of Japan was an aggressor nation who attacked Pearl Harbor without provocation or just cause, and further, as a direct result of atomic bombs being dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Imperial Japan surrendered unconditionally, it being announced by Emperor Hirohito on August 15 and formally signed on September 2nd, 1945, aboard the USS Missouri, thus bringing the hostilities of World War II to a close. Totally not true. This is completely deconstructed in the book on facts, not on opinion or conjecture. The hostilities was ended in 1946 on the last day of the year by Harry Truman. You can see that on YouTube. So anyway, myth number two, which is more important with regards to the alien connection. Based upon a July 8th, 1947 press release from Roswell Army Airfield, public information Walter Haut, the seeds of a myth were created when a story was circulated in the Roswell Daily Record that personnel from the field's 509th Operations Group had recovered a flying disc which had crashed on a ranch near Roswell. This included a report that an intelligence officer of the 509th Bomb Group stationed at Roswell Army Airfield, Major Jesse Marcel, had recovered a flying disc from the rangelands of an unidentified rancher in the vicinity of Roswell, and that the disc had been flown to higher headquarters. That same story also reported that a Roswell couple claimed to have seen a large unidentified object fly by their home on July 2nd, 1947. So this goes deep into that deconstruction of that, and gives a summary in the intro. You can probably read the intro for free on Kindle on Amazon, or usually they give you the first chapter. And they talk about the tortured Yakuza who were aboard the dirigibles that actually landed in these dirigibles landed in Area 50, which is now Area 51, Tonopah Army Airfield.
Thank you.
And there were two of them that landed. The other one crashed in Aztec, I believe it was, New Mexico.
That's correct.
And then the two they had all these weapons aboard and the tiny people to operate them, but instead, and they saw all these weapons, they took them to Fort Dietrich, analyzed them, and said, this can kill America and the whole human race.
Yeah.
And they could be delivered. How they could be delivered is part of the whole story of how the wind currents were mapped, but we won't go into that.
Yes.
The Americans took these dirigibles and sought to operate them for their own purposes, and they wanted to use them against the Nazi contingent or the German contingent in Antarctica, because Admiral Byrd had failed. It came back in 1946 January, or 1946 December. By 1947 January, here it was 47. They were trying to use these dirigibles to take them down to Antarctica, but they couldn't. They were too big to get in them, so they had the tiny Japanese. So the Japanese were tortured or threatened to use these dirigibles. And during flight tests over the Four Corners regions, after winds had blown the craft towards Roswell, the Yakuza self-immolated rather than be subjected to continued imprisonment and torture at the hands of the Americans. Some of them survived. Some of them were dead. These were the small coffins at Roswell.
Yes.
And the whole deconstruction of that myth. And this is not Douglas being clever. It's not me being clever. It's not anyone being clever. The only cleverness was the American Army that was trying to convince the public that there was an alien story here, because they were trying to hide all of the Japanese involvement, successful involvement in successfully invading America and successfully bringing America to its knees.
Yes.
And
yes.
This is an ontological shock to Americans who are so proud of their patriotism.
Yes.
And this is why these proud patriots go over and get their arms and legs blown off.
Yes. Yes.
Because they're unfortunately uninformed to what their government is doing and what the intention of their government is.
Yes.
Or the people running the government. The American brass were guilty of horrible war crimes by reason of keeping these soldiers as POWs and torturing them. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. So to avoid complete embarrassment, the government sought a strict policy of containment and demonstrated it with an iron fist, never hesitating to threaten the lives of witnesses and their families. And so they say it's a weather balloon.
Yeah. It's and this, of course, was simply to get people to truly believe that it was aliens in the extraterrestrial sense because of the sheer stupidity of that claim. The claim was meant to be disbelieved. Everybody saw the original headlines, which were intentionally released as a psyop. And because this was started by the Battle of Los Angeles, when Japanese bodies and aircraft were recovered from the city of Los Angeles, they made them disappear overnight, just simply swept them up. And then when people asked about them, they said, oh, it was aliens. And this was after children were collecting bits and pieces of these planes and uniforms, and swore to that decades later on radio transmissions, etc. But understand that when Peter Moon is saying that they were too big to get into the super dirigibles, the aero dreadnoughts, he's speaking about the size of the Americans was simply too large. These were formed in their bridge sites and their command centers. They were only able to accommodate the very small Japanese that were Yakuza, but they were essentially even malnourished and very stunted for Yakuza. Obviously, the Yakuza are a criminal organization, but like the Mafia collaborating with the United States in World War II, the Yakuza collaborated with their own government. And they, of course, were often the impoverished, which is why they were criminals. They were from the impoverished classes. So
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
Read the book.
Yes.
Read the book because it's much deeper than what we're talking here. Now, but why this is important is if when you look at the fact that you can say, oh, well, okay, why is the government still hiding this? Why do they care? They care deeply. It's 70 years, 75 years. This July 5th will be 75 years of the anniversary of the Roswell crash.
That's right.
And
yeah, go on.
Why is it so important that they keep this under wraps? Well, now we get into the arguably more interesting aspect or more personal of those of you who have experienced alien abductions.
Yes.
This is only the prequel.
Yes.
The second book that I've not had the opportunity to write, I've only started the book. And this is a much deeper story of the alien phenomena, which people identify as extraterrestrial, which in fact is not extraterrestrial.
In this case, at least, or this aspect of the phenomena.
Yeah. I'm not saying here that they're not extraterrestrials, but because I can't say that. What I can say is that the far majority of what people have experienced as extraterrestrial consciousness is not that at all. It is something far different and far more sinister. And it's not. Now, the problem with writing the second book, which is about Douglas's experiences at the Presidio and what he uncovered at the Presidio in burning government documents and the Satanism that was involved in the murder of people. And this wasn't ETs per se, but it was diabolic behavior under the, not all of it, but most of it under the tutelage or orchestration of Dr. Michael Aquino. And the whole stories of the Presidio, and Douglas single-handedly got that base shut down. Yes. He got all the abuse stopped occurring there because the base was shut down. And it ruined Michael Aquino's Disneyland of horrors. Yes. And now Disney has now a museum on the property because they inherited the property, or they bought the property from George Lucas, who had bought the property where all this abuse took place.
A little intercession.
Destroyed the evidence.
That's right.
Whatever remaining evidence there was by tearing down the buildings. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, all of that is very important. And just so people know, there was even a gentleman, he was the very tall man, what's his name again, Peter, who has the How Weird Street Fair in San Francisco, wanted to film the tunnels with me, and he made his own video when I told him that there was just no point. But
tall man?
Yeah, very tall guy. He was like, there's very few people.
I'm going to see him in Shasta. Brad Olson.
Brad Olson! That's right. And,
I'm going to see him in Shasta. He's going to be with me in Shasta.
Good. Well, say hello to him for me. Yeah. And but yeah, so Brad Olson wanted to film these tunnels with me, and I told him they were all blasted shut, and they were they actually had they had covered them as you would a missile silo with tons of concrete, and all you would see would just be these lumps or on the ground that were mounds of concrete. And I said, what would be the point of doing that? It would simply traumatize myself with memories of what was underneath them. And but he did his own little tour around these little concrete humps in Presidio of San Francisco, and you can find that on YouTube. And so that's an important point to make. The other important point to make is two more important points to make here. One is that when it comes to a final selling point for the book that is the highest recommendation, it comes from the man who, of course, was the former Justice Attorney General, the Judge Advocate General, the military term, the Judge Advocate General at the Pentagon, and the District Attorney for the state of New Mexico. So he is the individual on whom the film A Few Good Men, the Tom Cruise character, is based on him, David Iglesias. So David Iglesias has basically, he knows the story of Roswell because it was relayed to him by a dear friend of mine, Keith Call, because they both work at Wheaton College. So he is a Wheaton College staff member. Just both of these men are. And so he accompanied this individual, David Iglesias, he accompanied the late Representative Steve Schiff when he investigated Roswell in the late 1990s. So when he was told about Colonel Michael Aquino and Roswell, he listened very carefully and quietly stated, "That makes perfect sense." And a few minutes later, he said, "And the more I think about it, the more sense it makes." So this is the man who, when you watch that film, A Few Good Men, and you hear Jack Nicholson say, "You can't handle the truth," in a Marine Corps uniform, this is a fellow Marine, Mr. Iglesias, who basically heard what I've had to say, and he says that's the only thing that makes sense, and he's the guy who would know. So understand that. This is the man who partook in the investigation, the actual investigation by Representative Steve Schiff, who unfortunately is no longer with us. So that's very important to emphasize. The other important thing to emphasize, and I apologize if I'm getting too invasive here, but I do want people to know that this is very hard for Peter because it's giving him nightmares. The second book is a lot of trouble.
Let me get into that.
Okay.
Can I speak for that?
Of course.
It doesn't. You make it sound worse than it is.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm not having nightmares currently. In fact, I've been doing very well with my dreams.
No, but what I meant is when you
I know what you meant, and let me cover it. Yeah. I want to remind everybody that exopolitics is an interdisciplinary scientific field with its roots in political sciences. And right here, we're talking about the actors, institutions, and processes associated with extraterrestrial life. Well, these actors and institutions are perpetrating a myth of extraterrestrial life there's a reason for it. There's a deeper reason for the myth as opposed to the actual experience. Now, the part of this, when talking about the Presidio, yes, I began to write the book about the Presidio. And the book is going to involve some things we're going to address tonight that has to do with the alien experience. It's a very real experience, yes, mind you, but it's not what most people think it is. But the thing is, so much of what I'm going to say, or the book begins with an explanation of the scandals at the Presidio, the sexual abuse scandals, which were covered in the papers of the day. Yes. It was the subject of the Satanism that appeared. And they had Michael Aquino on Oprah and Geraldo, and they were exposing these horrific abuses, but it was exposed in such a way as to kind of nullify it. And then it was all blamed on what they called the satanic panic. So and then they came out with Saturday Night Live, had The Church Lady by Dana Carvey, which was, could this be Satan? And they started making fun of everything that could be satanic. Oh, Satan, ha, 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 ha. And they basically were caricaturing anybody who was pointing the finger at Satan. We had satanic murders when I moved to Long Island in the mid 80s.
That's right.
It was horrific, and they appeared in the newspapers. But and that was all following on. Son of Sam was in 77. That was before I lived here. But so as I began to write, now I know a lot about what happened at the Presidio from my myriad conversations with Douglas and my listening to his YouTubes on it. I know a lot about it. But as I began to put the book together, I was piecing together historical journalism, a narrative based upon other journalists, some of which Douglas had supplied information to. They were more gripping, but I knew other pieces of it. So I was writing a narrative, not really using Douglas's words, because I didn't need them yet. I was putting together the narrative on articles that had appeared 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago. Yes. And as I begin to write them, and I say I'm putting together a very coherent narrative because I understand the subject and there's so much time that's gone by and so many sources to draw from, that I began to have negative dreams.
Yeah.
And they were not negative dreams. You don't want to be dreaming of this stuff.
Right. Do you need to drink? I mean, your throat.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. Negative dreams. And the negative dreams were not good. You don't want to be having dreams like this. You really don't. And I stopped writing the book for two reasons. One was the negative dreams, but the Roswell deception, which got off to a good start, mostly through my own audience or my own subscribers to my newsletter and whatnot. But the book didn't take off. It didn't sell to any when it should have sold because it was not that it wasn't well written. People could read this book quickly.
Yes. Because
a lot of my books require a lot of head machinations because they make you think and they force you to think, and it's sort of a exploration of consciousness. But this book was different. This book was, you could read it. It was pop, 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 pop. It's like a reporter writing a book, summarizing all sorts of events, doing it as succinctly and coherently, covering a broad subject, but people can read it relatively fast. So it's not a hard read. But, and of course, oh, this puts it all together for me, people would say. But it's like the information, which is so important, and it's so important to understanding what I'm about to say next, is the amount to which the government would hide what it's really doing and how sinister it is. And how people have, there's a whole book that David Childress published on how the Washington, D.C. is architecturally structured the streets on an upside down pentagram.
Yes. And
it's so flagrant that the government and other people have had to come out, well, it's not really that, it was really designed this way. But it's not. And so much of Washington, D.C. is based on Satanism. And this is down to the core. But it's worse than all this, because so much of what people are experiencing has to do with Dr. Michael Aquino, who was the resident occultist at the Presidio, the founder of the Temple of Set, and he left the Church of Satan because it wasn't dark enough for him. And he was practicing occultism and psychological operations on a level that the Army hadn't quite seen before.
Yes.
Knew how to employ psychological operations, and he was doing this in Vietnam. He was doing this with sound frequencies, which very much, this was the precursor to the Montauk Project. It was called the Phoenix Project. And you'll see that Preston Nichols acknowledges that in his book, The Montauk Project. And there was 3 editions of the Phoenix Project, which led to the Montauk Project, which was manipulating people through sound, but also through radio frequencies. It got even more esoteric than what Michael Aquino was doing. But he was so good at disarming the enemy or messing with the enemy with not only using sound frequencies, but using occult phrases, occult techniques, and this include what are known as grammar. Yes. Grammar. What's the word?
Grimoire.
Grimoire. Yeah, and using occult incantations and disturbing the hell out of the Viet Cong. And he was very successful at it. Now, what's important here is not what happened there, but that his reputation was such that a indigenous tribe from Southeast Asia, known as the Chichewa, and they were a tribe that could get into your dreams. And they were known throughout Southeast Asia for being the shaman would get into the dreams of a local tribe, and they could kill the tribal leader or people in the tribe, and they could extort valuables for them, including money, and saying, we will protect you if you don't give us what we want. And they would do this, and they would kill people through the dream state. In other words, they were psychoactive in the dream state. You will see a movie that was distributed by Thorny MI, the same movie that distributed the Philadelphia Experiment. It's called Dreamscape. And Dreamscape, they later made a newer version of it, but this was a movie about a project that took place that involved Duncan Cameron, according to President Nichols, but the project is, as it's portrayed in the movie, they can go into the dreams and affect things. This is based upon what Michael Aquino was doing, and with these Chichewa, who were good at doing it, but they came under the tutelage of Michael Aquino. He used them because he was a natural fit, and he brought many of these Chichewa over to San Francisco, yes, or Oakland, more per se, where Douglas saw them when he was a young man. With his father, recognized them because his father was in Southeast Asia and knew of them during the gunboat time periods in China. That's a whole nother story. But what's important here is that these indigenous tribes, the Chichewa, were adept at controlling people through the dream state. And they could tap into the dream state and emulate or effectuate what people in this day and age know as alien abductions that occur through the dream state. And dreams are ruled in astrology by Neptune. Neptune is deception, illusion. So instead of seeing who is actually abducting you or messing with you, it's an entity that is portraying themselves as something other than what they are. And this is so much of what the so-called exopolitics or alien phenomena is. And it was popularized in a book called Communion. In the publishing world, this took the publishing, what do you call them? Highbrows. Because publishing is a very snooty world.
Yeah. The
mainstream publishing, very snooty.
Elitist.
And yeah, elitist, but more snooty than elitist. So and I had occasion to meet some of these people in my publishing experience. But when Whitley Strieber's book, now Whitley Strieber was already a published author. He wrote Wolfen, and he'd had some success.
Yeah, as a fiction author. Yeah. Go.
Yeah. When he wrote Communion, they didn't know what to do with it. This was like, rah, 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 rah. Well, somehow it got through. They published it, and it was a bestseller. And the thing was, it was very popular because all these people could relate to it. Hundreds of thousands of people could relate to these abduction experiences that Whitley was describing in the book Communion. Of course, they made a movie out of it, and Communion. And so when I came along, I mean, a lot of people who'd been abducted and whatnot, aliens are here. You didn't have to talk about, I mean, you didn't have to convince anybody these people had been abducted, but they weren't necessarily abducted by what they thought they were. This was a psychological operation that went beyond the military. Certainly the military was involved, but at some point the military is being being deployed by what I alluded to earlier as qliphottic forces.
Yes.
Qliphottic, because I was going into this description of the qliphat or the qliphat. And these forces are sinister, they're dangerous, and they're coming up seeking to suck the life out of you. And this is what they do. And there's so many angles to this. It's not a pretty picture. And so much of it ties to even deeper theology.
Yes.
I want to call it anti-theology.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Excellent term.
Yeah, there might be a better word for it because we're dealing with, it's a whole nother subject. But what I want to impress upon people, and I want to reiterate support for Douglas Dietrich, because do contribute to him. Douglas, tell us how people can contribute to you.
Oh, bless you. Thank you, sir. Basically, everyone understand that this is done by taking a look right at the screen, and you'll see the, and I assure you it's quite a relevant image because I'll be talking a lot about the war tonight in Ukraine and how that affects the world, but understand, of course, that when it comes to helping myself, so I can continue bringing you this information in context of both my experience and, of course, everything that Peter Moon has already emphasized. Just note that it says support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Happy to say that our friend Salman Sheikh has finally gotten himself a PayPal account, and hopefully he'll be able to help through that in the near future. In the meantime, I certainly am counting on you. Understand that my regular friends, they contribute what they can, but they themselves can't contribute much. So I'm counting on all of you out there in your generosity to help support me at a time like this when I maintain proof of my time in the military. If, by the way, just to people understand this, when we brought up those forged documents before that are being circulated by Richard K. Cole Jr., who is an agent of the U.S. government, and obviously, if he was not, he would be in federal prison for forging documents. But here he is presenting forged documents, which were definitely exposed as forgeries by Gary States, a Veterans Administration federale who was on my program back in the day. That was back when I worked at Revolution Radio. Understand that you have to graduate from boot camp to be awarded with a life insurance policy. You have to serve in the military to get that. But their forged documents claim that I never made it through boot camp. Okay, this is obviously ridiculous, or I wouldn't have a U.S. Marine Corps life insurance policy, which is what they used to call it. But now, of course, it's the Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance Policy through the Prudential Insurance Company of America. But it's a veterans insurance policy, undeniably. And this is why they tried to revoke it, but they could not because it's now under the auspice of a private company. Again, just to let people know, in case somebody wants to donate the entire amount or contribute the entire amount, it would help. It's been raised, my insurance premium for my VGLI, my Veterans Group Life Insurance, has been raised to $342. So I have to pay $342. This is annually, but it's hitting me and I need it now. So just anybody who can pay that amount, go ahead. Otherwise, contribute what you can. Every little bit does help. And aside from that, you can send me check or money order, never cash, through the regular mail. My address is on the website, which is also on screen, and that's douglasdietrich.com. But it's you can have it now as 1242 1242 Green Street, like the color green, San Francisco, California, zip code 94109. That's 94109. And God bless you all who decide to support myself. And thank you so much, Peter, for bringing that up. Back to Peter with everything that he's speaking about.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to actually. We've been talking about some pretty negative things. I'm going to uplift it before I go tonight.
Yeah.
I've got about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But as you're talking on my Facebook feed, our friend Brad Olson 9 hours ago posted premium gas almost hit $10 a gallon in Gorda, California. He's got a picture of the gas pump. Regular unleaded is $8.79, $8.80. The gas price, the drama, the trauma we're going through right now with inflationary factors. Many people lost their businesses during COVID. They suffered badly with COVID. They didn't have whatever illness was happening to them. They suffered economically. Some people just suffered from going stir crazy in their house. But Now people are suffering at the pump. They're suffering. And so much of this energy we're talking about is leaching through the Qliphoth, through the Chichoa or whatever forces that are eating away at humanity, because this is what it does. It eats away. It is your so-called enemy when it escapes and comes out. Now, there's a whole other aspect to this, which we alluded to, called the anti-gods. It ties to, it goes back, and I'm not going to go deeply into this, because I'm going to bring this to a much more uplifting aspect of life, because this is important for all of those fans of ETs who look at it as an awakening. There is an awakening aspect, but it's not less necessarily in the context of ETs. But the so much of this ties to creators of chaos, and creators of chaos in such a way that it destroys life, destroys your life, makes you experience grief when you go to pay gas or whatever it is, when you have to pay more and you do not have commensurate money to make up for it because your job has not, the salary hasn't increased yet, or maybe it will never. Maybe you have to get a new job. Who the hell? But even if you're capable of getting a new job, it's aggravating that you have to go to this effort when it's not necessary. It's depressing humanity. And by the way, from what I've heard, the gas is they don't have to raise the price at all. It's just what happens.
Yeah.
Because they can. Because they can. So be that as it may, I don't want to digress into gas and whatnot. But the trauma that is perpetrated on human beings is not small, and it all comes from these negativities. Now, we can get complex theologically, and we can divorce the Qliphoth from the anti-gods, but I view it differently than Douglas does, but that's not so important. The existential or these are things for theological discussion, not argument, and it's not so important. But these forces of anti-gods, which create chaos, go back to biblical references to the kings of Edom, who are not just biblical, but they're historical. And they concern the perpetration of chaos and ungodliness and anti-life, basically. This is where it matters to you. You don't have to believe in God. You don't have to believe in anything, just as long as you believe in life. It's anti-life. So these forces are what manifest with Michael Aquino, who was a devout believer in the anti-gods and destroying humanity and creating chaos, because he was so aligned with anything that could be negative, which ties to his temple of Set, which is he wrote the book, The Coming Forth by Night, which is the opposite of the coming forth by day. And the coming forth by day is actually what the Egyptian Book of the Dead was called. It's mistranslated. It's called the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's actually the book of coming forth by day, which represents Horus and the oncoming of the sun, the advent of the sun. And what is the sun but the sun, as in the Christ? Coming forth by night is Set, as in the sun set, the darkness. So he's bringing on the darkness. But it's much more sinister. Dark is not so bad in and of itself. It's destructive. And not destructive in a positive way either. However, this is all of this negative energy. And if Douglas, I'm not going to recommend Douglas do this. You can go listen to Douglas, Dietrich, and Salman Sheikh. Salman. How does he spell Sheikh? S-H-A-K-H?
Oh, S-H-E-I-K-H. S-H-E-I-K-H, yes.
Salman Sheikh. And you can look at these interviews. He's done 3 interviews, and he goes into the anti-gods And H.P. Lovecraft, it's fascinating stuff. He's talked a lot about this. And when you're dealing with ETs, there's a pre-qualification you should have. You should understand entities. You should understand entities. And entities that are inside of you are elsewhere than outside of extraterrestrials. Once you, like if I was teaching a class on ETs, I would first want people to understand everything they could about disembodied life forms and understand the basics before they start making attributes of ETs. And once you clear that, then you can study extraterrestrial phenomena, because there's a lot of internal and terrestrial phenomena. Some of it's positive, and this is what I'm going to go in the direction of next, to end on an up note, because we presented a lot of things that you should know and that are negative. And as I told my friend Donald, it's this messy stuff, and so much of it, people are jumping on the bandwagon with, oh, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at this. I've read these books. I've read all these books. I've listened to all these, and I'll go back to my Scientology experience. I dealt with so much of this internal phenomena inside of myself that when I would see people talking about aliens or having experience with aliens, I'd say, wow, if you had looked internally, you would never have let these things captured your imagination or your soul, because they're wrestling with it in the soul. And I would also refer back to Aleister Crowley, who says, once you have an entity and you can communicate with an entity and you test them exhaustively and make them prove themselves, test them exhaustively again. Once they've done the second pass, then dismiss them. Like, get rid of them, because you don't want them. And I think it was very good advice. However, I want to bring this to an upbeat, because I'm going to Mount Shasta this week.
Yes.
And I've come to realize some things about going Shasta. Shasta is the spiritual capital of California. And of course, I'm from California, but I've never been north of Lake Tahoe. Never been north. And I consider all of California my home, because I've lived in the South, I've lived in the North, grown up and traveled to so many spots, from San Diego to Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, along the coast I'm familiar with, up to Monterey, and of course San Francisco itself, and Sacramento, the San Joaquin and Sacramento valleys. All of this is home to me, but I've never been to Mount Shasta, the spiritual capital. And of course, they will be correct to tell me it's not the spiritual capital of California, it's the spiritual capital of the galaxy. Well, that gets a little heady, and maybe it is, but it would tie to that. It would have to tie to it. But what's more important is that Mount Shasta has a long reputation as a portal to the inner earth. It's been called an ancient Lemurian port. It's been called many things. There's legends, there's stories, there's lore sacred to the Native Americans. I've never been to this area. And of course, it's all interesting to go and to be a speaker there and to participate in whatever's being participated in. That's all. It comes as a professional calling to me, but it's much more than that. It's a spiritual experience. And I've realized in talking to one of my friends today, who I will meet there, is that I'm going to be talking about. What am I going to talk about? Well, I'll talk about what I normally talk about, Montauk to Transylvania. But Transylvania is the inner earth. And the books that I published by Radu Cinamar, which many of the exopolitics people are interested in, because that involves intelligence, which can be viewed as extraterrestrial quite accurately because it has nothing to do with the terrestrial surface people. Whether they're from the inner Earth or the outer Earth is less important, or outside the Earth is less important than the fact that it's literally a consciousness and a technology that is completely alien or outside of mankind's normal reference point. And this is what's important. And of course, this is the inner Earth calling. And I will be going to Mount Shasta, but I'm going there speaking to the inner Earth. It's presumptuous of me to say I'm speaking on behalf of the inner Earth, because I don't want to be arrogant. But in a sense I am, because I'll be talking about the books of Radu Sinamar, who is, to the best of his ability, speaking on behalf of the inner Earth. And I can only share my experiences that I have had in conjunction with these beings known as the Solomonari, speaking, referring to them, talking about them, giving my experience. But I'm also talking to the mountain. Jonathan Shalimar, who's sponsoring the event, has lived on the mountain for as long as 14 years. He is a creature of the mountain. And whatever people might agree or disagree with him as a human being and his thoughts, his spirit evokes that. He is speaking from the mountain. I look forward to meeting him in person. I look forward to meeting other people I know, like Brad, and other people I don't know. And one of my friends said, oh, look for the cave in the mountain. We're going to go to different places in the area, I think, on the 4th day, and explore areas that I know nothing about. And this is a chance for communication with nature. Shasta is part of a whole network of mountains that goes up to Mount Hood in Oregon and Mount
Shasta.
Mount Rainier.
Rainier, thank you. I'm sorry.
Mount Rainier, which was the name of their minor league baseball team years ago, the Seattle Rainiers. They should have kept that name instead of calling the Mariners. But the in Mount Hood, and what was the other mountain that blew up in?
Oh
in
God,
Oregon?
Mount St. Helens.
Yeah. So there's a whole network of volcanoes that run up and down the Pacific coast and go as far as unto Alaska. So this is a whole network of energies there. And being that it's of the inner Earth, it's of California, it's sacred to the Native Americans. They've always recognized it. So I will have, now Douglas will get to see me after I have this experience, whatever we learn there. And we're going to be, Jojo, my friend Jojo is going to be with me. We'll be meeting at the airport and driving up to Shasta via my old hometown of Davis, where I have lunch with my friend Doug, or dinner, whatever it is. And then we'll get to Shasta. When we come back and visit with Douglas, it's going to be, we're going to have talked to so many people. We're planting a seed during the new moon. This new moon coming up on April 1st is very good opportunity to heal your wounds. It's Chiron, asteroid rather, Chiron, the wounded healer, is aligning with the new moon, the sun, and Mercury. This is a chance to start a healing program for whatever is bothering you, whether you need healing in money, whether you need healing in physical health, whether you need healing with a relationship or marriage or children, whatever it is, particularly if it falls in that area of your chart. And in my chart, it fits in the area of partnerships, which includes marriage. And I've done a lot of healing with my marriage. It's been very good. But the healing in business partnerships, one of these is my new association with Jojo, my media manager now. is we're going to be seeding a new endeavor for media that will be, she's already wanted to do this. So we're going to kind of like formalize it and seed it, at least in its abstract form, as we talk and discuss in between, moments what we have and when we're in the car and whatnot, as far as, and what we're going to go, as I mentioned it earlier, of making information from myself more accessible and digestible in terms of media, YouTube, and also with Douglas's work, and give it context so we can say, this is that, this is this, that is that. Of course, as books can be done with Douglas's work, it makes it even easier to follow, to deconstruct just so many of the lies that have been told. Yeah. It's one thing to deconstruct the alien myth, but to deconstruct the lies that have been told to confuse people, and people are always being, what's the word? Predated, like a predator.
Yes.
What's the word?
They've been preyed upon.
Preyed upon, yeah. Preyed upon. The victims of predator. And so much of this occurs in the metaphysical arena. So much of so much of what occurs out there in the world is predatory. So much of what appears on TV is predatory. I mean, Douglas was telling me an experience earlier today about, they tried to get him in the media business, in TV or movies, whatnot, and they, the first requirement was to have sex.
Yes.
With some guy.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, and his agent had just scolded him for, why didn't you do this? You want to be big in the business. It's like, this is ridiculous. And this is what so much happens. And a friend of mine who is not a lesbian, very beautiful woman, she was doing a movie or something. She was breaking into the movie world, and she was doing a scene where, they asked her to be a tarot reader, and the woman she's doing the readings for is fantasizing about her as a lesbian. So they have these, like, in the fantasy, they have these like lesbian scenes together. They weren't over the top risque, but they were risque enough. And I'm saying, it's like, why is somebody making her be a lesbian?
It's become like a requirement. Yeah.
What?
It's become like a requirement.
Yeah. In other words, why is she doing this? I haven't asked her about it yet. She'd tell me. But maybe she did it by her own choice. I mean, obviously did it by her own choice, but it's like, okay, it's like, what is this? You've got to toe the line. And John Travolta has been talked about it. He's told his masseuses about it, and his masseuses have put it in court. How, he was, kind of induced doing homosexual acts to make it in the business. He talked about that to his masseuses, who put it in court documents. And it apparently worked quite well for him. But this is like, and I'll just say one thing about John Travolta. If you watch the movie Devil's Reign, that is his first screen credit in movies. And it says introducing John Travolta. Yeah. He has a role. He's hardly in the movie at all. But on that movie it was all about satanic stuff. And it was, that's where he learned about Dianetics. It was on the book, was on the set somewhere. And Anton LaVey was a consultant. There's a picture of him with Anton LaVey somewhere on the net.
That's right.
And it's like, okay, you have to capitulate to these dark forces to be able to participate in Hollywood. Ernest Borgnine, famous actor. I think he won an Academy Award or two. Yeah. Ernest Borgnine.
Yeah.
Other famous people were in that movie. I think William Shatner was in that movie.
Yes.
Eddie Albert, I think, was in that movie. Ida Lupino, famous star from long back. And it made me, all these people were out of work. And by capitulating to this horrible movie, Devil's Reign, it's not even entertaining. And John Travolta, introducing John Travolta. It was an unusual amount of stars or no names to be in this movie. So it's like you capitulate to this garbage.
Yes, and what it did was it exposed in a way of kind of bragging about it, the way that these things are done. It blatantly exposed the fact that there's names on a list in a book, and that you are committed to basically selling your soul for success. And so that was the theme of the film. And of course, it's a downer film with a completely unhappy ending. Ernest Borgnine was so scarred by it, he swore he would never do a horror film again. And of course, it is also the source for the William Shatner mask that's used by Michael Myers in the slasher film Halloween throughout the franchise. So there you have that. All kinds of bizarre trivia surrounding that film. And just as, Anton LaVey served as the consultant for that film and for the Rosemary's Baby, Michael Aquino served as a consultant in some other films as well. So, in other words, Michael Aquino followed in the footsteps of Anton LaVey and had his contacts in Hollywood. So, very, very important things to point out, considering what goes on in Hollywood. So, yeah, it's definitely all part of a kind of subculture of initiation that's very similar to that which was used by many occult societies, including the OTO. And so a lot of this involves sodomy, etc. And important to emphasize. And by the way, I have some happy news to end this on an upbeat as well. And I would love to hear Peter Moon's response or questions, any questions he has about it. But just briefly, I want people to know that I'm happy to report, and I did promise Jojo I would bring this up tonight, the young lady from Lichuan, which is that Roman town in China, the town that was established by Roman mercenaries, and where basically 2/3 of the population is blonde-haired and green-eyed. The young Asian lady who we have been trying to get resettled here in the United States as a U.S. citizen, we were able to accomplish that with the help of the State Department. And this has been done by registering her as a Ukrainian. And so the United States is accepted, it has committed to accepting 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. So it was no problem at all to have that done. There are many people that my son's husband was able to work with in Ukraine, as well as ultimately on my end through my gang brother Beaver. So there were people in Ukraine who produced the papers for her. So she looks very Slavic because many Slavs are blonde-haired, have the gray, green, or blue eye coloration, and look very Asiatic in their features. So it was easy enough to do. I was with some other people simply running her through some practice measures to act Ukrainian enough, and it will work out fine, especially with the sheer volume that the people are dealing with at the State Department now, accepting 100 million Ukrainian immigrants. This, of course, is where many people are understandably upset, because America was not at all anxious to receive Haitian or immigrants. It's understandable that that is upsetting, and of course we could go into that another time, but definitely at least this presented an opportunity for us to take care of this young lady, so I'm happy to report that, and that's something that from there we return it back to Peter. He may not have any questions about that, and
I don't, but I do have a comment from the chat room. If Walkabout with Kira is listening, Walkabout with Kira must meet my good friend Kira from long ago. And last time I saw her was at Preston's memorial service. She came out to Montauk. Kira is an old friend of mine who has had a lot of experiences. And I would love, Kira, I would love to talk to you again about some of these experiences in context of what I've been talking about, because she's a real experiencer. I met her at Montauk on August 12th, 1993, with other people I met there who I became very close with. She was one of them, and very nice lady, lovely lady. Yeah, and she had experiences, and it would be very interesting to contextualize those things. So, Kira, if you're listening, which I think you are, we'll have to talk again. I'm going to be busy this week. When I get back, I hope you remember. I will remember. So anyway, hi, Kira.
Yes. And she's in Australia. I don't know if that's where
Oh, that's not the same Kira.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Are you sure she's in Australia? Because it says Walkabout.
Yeah.
That sounds like Australian. But my other friend, Kira, had plugged in, or at least had opened the email.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway, one Kira to the next.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There seems to be quite a few Kiras. I got a letter or a private message from that other Kira who we had talked to before her husband had his health issues, or she's been dealing with them, and
that might be another Kira.
Yeah. And there we go with that. And so
anyway, it's nice to meet the other Kira from Australia.
Yes.
But so be it.
Right. And thank you to Ethan Einar Anders for explaining to Phenomenal how we detailed the wartime daylight saving time heavily in our latest transmission, as he says, the second to last one. So he's very astute about this. He's been keeping very careful track, and I really appreciate all the people who do. We have a lot more listeners these days, and it's been improving immensely. Our listener base has been expanding, and we really want to thank everybody involved in Team Dietrich for making this happen. I guess the only thing we'll do now is kind of wrap up again in the positive. Invite people to, of course, if you can, go to Mount Shasta, and again tell people how they can buy those tickets, Peter, where they can get the tickets at. And
look at the Living Truth Summit. Look up Living Truth Summit.
Yeah.
Because there's a website there. Living Truth Summit, Shasta, April 1 to 4. And it will be, I will only be speaking like 2.25 hours on Saturday night. I'm a keynote speaker.
Yeah.
Some speakers only speak 15 minutes.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
They're not really, it's not really a speaking engagement for them.
Right.
But there will be a lot of different people there from different persuasions, a lot of people who would be just say, I was told, people that are out there, they're experiencing the higher aspects of the tree of life,
mm-hmm.
and some of them might be a little more grounded. Who the hell knows? I don't know. I can't speak for them. They're all individuals. And I look forward to meeting different people, and it's that's always fun.
Yes.
And so I wanted to say that on Wednesday, JoJo won't be with us because she's got to get to sleep early because she's got to get up early. Her flight leaves before mine.
Yes.
She's going all the way, from Boston.
Yes.
She's got to drive up to Boston and then fly out.
Right.
I only have to drive about 20 minutes or so, if there's no traffic, and if there is traffic, double that at worst. So, I might be able to check in on Wednesday. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Check in for half an hour or something to say,
right,
whatnot. But this will be
Well, we definitely appreciated having you tonight, and you were wonderful. And I want people to understand we have a lot more to say about exopolitics in the future. Tonight, we were kind of covering a lot of basic territory you can't get anywhere else. And this is to put the earthly and terrestrial aspects of exopolitics in your hand, to open you up to that aspect of it, because that's actually the most visceral and most experienced aspect of exopolitics. And exopolitics will continue to expand upon in future episodes, future transmissions.
I can also re-summarize the Radu Cinema work
Yeah.
at some point for those exopolitics fans that will want to hear more about it. Give an overview. Of course, they'll be reading about it.
Yeah.
And one of the, I don't know if it's good, bad, indifferent, or tragedy, that when people read the books or whatnot, it could apply to any book, not just the ones that I've published or edited or written, is that they don't always remember. They don't always remember what's in the book.
Right.
Questions are answered in the book. Sometimes I don't even remember what's in the book, even though I've read the books at least 5 to 7 times when I edit them.
Right.
I read it, and then you forget. And there's certain things you remember, certain things you don't. But it's like a real education in the process. So I hope that we can address those topics, and of course Shasta will bring a whole new wave of energy, and it'll be good. And of course you'll get briefed on it a week from Wednesday when we see you in San Francisco, and then maybe we can participate, maybe we can't, on your week from Wednesday show.
I'm seriously considering not even having a Wednesday show that night. It might be that I'll just be partying with Peter and JoJo, and we'll just leave that a blank night. It's possible. I don't know if JoJo
well, we can talk about that and consider that, and JoJo and I will talk about that. Whether and part of it'll be inspired by what we experience in Shasta.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And part of it won't.
Right.
Part of it, or maybe it won't. But I was going to say is, I thought of this. I would like at least, I was thinking going to. We pick you up.
Yeah.
We try and get there as early as possible.
Uh-huh.
But if we get there at 1 o'clock, we're doing pretty good, because I think it's at
Understood.
least 3 hours.
Yeah.
At least 3 hours, but I'm not sure.
Right.
Maybe not. But anyway, in traffic and all that.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking first thing, it's easy to take you to lunch at the wharf.
Mm-hmm.
Go to lunch at the wharf and maybe visit Chinatown at the least, because she'd like to see Chinatown.
Understood.
She's new to San Francisco. And I also thought it would also be nice to go to the Cliff House. It's open.
Right.
Because the last time we went there, it was closed.
Right.
And that would be nice too. Although that's, it might be more challenging to do that in terms of time, because you got to struggle through the bullshit of the city and the fog if it's foggy that day.
Right.
It's just kind of neat too. So I'm thinking of those 3 locations. It doesn't have to be that.
Right. Well, as you say, when we're there, we'll intuit it all and just do what feels right at the time. I think that, like you did with Paula, you'll just keep me on the phone, and that way just call me when you're, basically nearby,
Once we pick you up.
Yeah.
It's very fast to go to the wharf if we want. It depends how hungry everybody is too.
Right.
And what the weather's like.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily want to go to the wharf if it's too cold.
Understood, yeah. I mean, obviously, of course, make certain you have some warm clothing. You're going to need that on Mount Shasta. Just tell JoJo she needs to prepare. She needs to pack as if she's taking a winter vacation in Aspen, on a ski resort.
She is from Boston.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so she knows.
It's colder there than New York.
Yeah, there we are. Yes, and so then we'll, as you approach my home, you'll let me know that you're an hour away. Something like that. Give me a chance.
Oh yeah, we'll call you we'll call you in the morning, and we'll call you early.
Yes.
And look at thanks, and I'll I'll check in the morning if I can, depending on when I get up.
Oh, sounds good. Sounds good. And so I look forward to that. And if you can't or get in at the last few minutes, or if you feel I have to wrap up what I'm saying, then then we'll speak a few minutes afterwards, and definitely we'll just cover some things then, and we'll have to talk privately, obviously, a few times before you seriously start packing, so that so we know that. And
okay, and please give Jameson a chance to clarify his position on autism. Autism is an entire spectrum, and but I'm not an expert in it. I don't claim to be an expert, right. But my train of thought has to continue.
Well, these you're understood. These can get very emotional. These conditions like autism really, it's a visceral experience for many people, and their experience with it is something that it compels them to really be emphatic about their experience with it. And
well, there's many different kinds, and there's an entire spectrum.
Yeah.
And I was giving a broadshoot definition based upon what I've read in journals and whatnot.
Understood.
So it's a fine-tooth thing. So I didn't want to insult him or anything. But let him, if you choose.
Oh yeah.
air his comment on it.
Yeah, sure.
It was just.
Yeah, I'll get to that at some point with him publicly. I mean, let him know that that he can speak on it in a way that he feels that he can explain it. And tonight might not be that night because there's just so many things I have to cover. But definitely, I'll certainly consider that. And well, I love you dearly, and show that love with Paula. Say goodnight to our audience, or rather, good morning, and and blessed be thy dreams. And,
all right, good night, everybody.
Yeah. Sweet be thy slumber.
Some of you in Shasta.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Okay. Hugs. So that was Peter Moon. Don't forget skybooksusa.com. And yes, by all means, if Jameson is with us, certainly, yes, do me a favor and just be a little bit more gentle with your protests next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
just,
just...
I take it the problem is that you're sober, and that's hard to take. Yes, is that?
It doesn't help matters. It's
not that I'm encouraging you to always be altered, mind you, but
No, it's just if something seems wrong, it's like I just go right out and correct it. It doesn't even. It's not even a thought. I'm more prone to get into fights when I'm in this state than when I'm.
Look, I've been there. I'm hungover all the time, and look, I feel that way too.
Yeah,
it's just
you and I could relate on that.
Yes,
we wouldn't even have to exchange language to go into.
No. It's just
an understood. It's as far as autism is concerned, many people who suffer with it will tell you that they have to drown the world out because the world is too intense for them.
Oh.
So there's an issue of intensity, especially with people with Asperger's, people who are higher functioning, lower functioning. Again, I'm not telling you this from personal experience. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. I was just born fucked up. All right. So there's no diagnosis that's gonna do whatever's going on with me any justice.
As bad as it was, it's whatever you got going. You didn't have Jim Forsyth's mom. Okay, so at least
yeah. Well, my folks, they did the best they could, and you also have to take into account that we're people of color, and the trust with the psychological, the psych system was a far less trustworthy growing up than it is now.
Right. But by the way, I'm just curious, Jim Forsyth, if you're with us, do you want to come on for just a few minutes at least? Jim Forsyth, you're welcome to come on for a few minutes on bandwidth. It seems like you were there for a while. I'd be surprised if you went to bed already. But if he's with us, I'd like him to come on for a few minutes, and then we can have you and he talk for a few minutes while I refresh myself, and then then come in and take over the night.
Right.
And I'm just regretting that there wasn't any time to really go into the geomorphology tonight necessarily, but we can return to that.
I was hoping you guys would go into that.
Oh God, no, it was actually it was just, let's put it this way. It was important that we covered what we did. I think that we had to get that out there. It was one of those things that we get new listeners all the time, and it's very important to just go there. And so for if James Forsyth doesn't come on, then let's see who else we can bring on for a few minutes. See if you try around, hit some people, and then what? I definitely have to refresh myself. Grab a Coke and or rather do some lines of Coke. And by the way, I do want to know people to know just how hard it is here in San Francisco. I do want you to know that we've received warning that there's fentanyl-laced cocaine out there now. So we're getting an urgent warning from the city and county of San Francisco, with overdoses on the rise, that drug users are urged to carry nalazone.
Damn, of all things to have in your cocaine, you want an upper, and all of a sudden you're going to get something that's going to knock you down as well. That's fucked.
Yes,
bro.
Yes. So San Francisco health officials...
Dude,
yeah, they're
you
urging...
are so lucky you get the good shit.
Thank you. So, but just letting people know, San Francisco health officials are urging anyone who uses drugs to be cautious, because the number of accidental overdoses involving cocaine and fentanyl has increased altogether in January and February. Just so far this year, we've had 100 overdose deaths involving cocaine, more than methamphetamine, heroin, or other medicinal opioids, okay? And many of those deaths also involve fentanyl, an opioid that is 50%, 100% stronger than heroin. So, just so you know, a warning from Dr. Philip Coffin. That is an apropos name for you.
I like that.
Yeah. Director of Substance Abuse. Yeah, substance use. Oh, they call it substance use instead of substance abuse now. Substance use research for the San Francisco Department of Public Health, the DPH. So he emphasizes, we don't know how many deaths are accidental fentanyl exposure, but they are definitely happening, and it's really important to be aware of it and make sure you have the reversal agent. Yeah, so don't forget to, I'll need your help in getting enough money to get myself some nalazone. Wouldn't want me to die of that, horrible fentanyl, would you? Yeah, sure.
I can mail you some nalazone.
I'm kidding. I'm not using the street shit.
I don't need it, and the thing is, chances are, if I was around anyone who was dying, I hate to say this.
I'm waiting for this. He'd be sorely tempted.
I don't want to say this, but it's not unusual to see a dead homeless person who you'll look at their chest long enough to know they're not breathing, and you'll just be like, oh, okay. But because that happens in New York, but all the time. But it's like I think if someone was dying, I would just want to stare in their eyes while they're dying and see, and maybe have this.
Do you know who did that? What was that Armenian guy's name? Jack Kevorkian.
Oh, shit.
Dr. Death did that. He would go from room to room to look at the dying patients and stare into their eyes to watch the life drain from their bodies. That was his thing. He's a ghoul. And
I don't blame him. It's interesting.
I know.
I mean, I wouldn't call it like, it's not like a fetish or anything. Granted, with him, it probably is.
Yes. With him, he ultimately went to jail. You do know that, right? And that's because he was putting people under at their request. I mean, he shouldn't have gone to jail. Honestly. Theoretically, he wouldn't have if he were in Sweden or someplace like that. They would have put him.
Now in Colorado, you can do it. Now in Colorado, it's legal. So
There you go. Well, with all the people burning that are getting burned up there, they may want a mercy killing if they're getting.
Well, yeah. I mean, for goodness sake, they got to deal with crazy people with guns everywhere, just freaking unloading. It's every other week someone's just getting shot in Colorado. It's all they do.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's but we just had recently. I remember I was in Bayview Hunters Point a while back on Christmas. Just between Christmas and of course, New Year's is the Kwanzaa, and that was when I was in Bayview Hunters Point, and they just had a report of 3 people who were shot there at once. So it's like, somebody pulled out a machine gun and took down a bunch of people at once or something. But anyhow, there must be somebody we can bring on, or you can speak
Yeah, I got Sammy Romero.
Oh, wonderful. And of course you could always speak to.
Hello.
And by the way, Sammy, welcome aboard. I'm happy to say I won't share anything in particular. Sammy can share what he wishes, but I'll keep mum about everything we discussed. But he and I had a personal discussion finally. It was right after I had a discussion with a number of other people, just because I had some free time and decided I was going to use it. But spent most of my time with Sammy Romero. And one of the things that I would like to, both of you gentlemen can address, what I brought up about, now this worked out because, you may have known about this young lady from Lichuan in China with the blonde hair and green eyes, Sammy, and, I don't know if you found her appealing, but, she's thick, kind of like, as you said, when you and I were discussing physiotypes that are kind of like a Latino preference. But one of the things that I brought up, I don't know if you heard it, was since the United States is now committed to accepting 100,000 Ukrainian immigrants, we're processing her in as Ukrainian. And but this is also cause as for people to vent about, certainly when Haitian immigrants or refugees are basically trying to come into the United States, or Syrian refugees, there's nowhere near this level of welcome. So both, yeah.
Well, I'll say this, and the only thing that redeems it is that because all the men are fighting, at least we know they're all women. So
yeah, they're all women and children. That's true.
So me and Daniel and Rollo were having fun with memes on that, and as Solomon Sheikh would say, where the white women at?
There we are. Yeah, I mean that's how can I say that's
I'm shameless. I know. I'm sorry.
Oh no. It's not you. It's just, how would I say it? It's just one of those things where I'll wait till both Simon and Daniel are here and I'll talk to them about that. It's just kind of crass. It's kind of crass. It's just
Yeah, it is. It's honestly, I mean, there's so many beautiful women of other ethnicities as well. Why settle for one?
But of course they're just they're saying that because it's funny, because the trigger, but it's like it's how many times, right?
Yeah, well, I also got to say, like, I realize a lot of our listeners are female, so we don't mean this in any disrespectful manner. It's guy humor because our brains consist of 2 testicles between our legs, and that's the best we can do.
Yeah,
we're the dumber sex.
That's right. If it's the 2 testicles, yes, that's right. The testicles are too large to fit your average male brains; they would rattle. But okay, so I'll apologize to Trisha Whitmer when I return. But before I go, is there anything you want to bring up while I'm here before I refresh myself, Sammy? Jesus, did he drop off?
Well, I didn't really get a chance to follow.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to really hear the beginning because I was a little busy. But as far as the Ukrainian refugees,
yeah,
I can bitch and gripe about selective prejudice when it comes to immigration. But to be honest with you, I'm actually for it, and especially if they're mostly women, but really any immigration with foreigners really helps replenish the population.
Absolutely.
And how you stated in the past, we need that because we need really the immigrants are really the engineers, the scientists, the doctors.
Well, everything. They're everything.
Right,
It's not only just the engineers, the doctors, and the scientists, but also the fact that, unfortunately, because we don't recognize a lot of degrees from foreign countries, unfortunately, a lot of them are also doing so much of the labor, just any of the service. Right. They provide so much of the service that, white Americans don't want to do.
Well, interesting you say that, Doug, because I just came back from a ramen. Yeah. I came back from downtown LA. This very hipster area. Yeah. And, I took my significant other, to eat some ramen.
Yeah.
And the Mexicans were cooking it,
There you go.
On a Sunday night, all the staff was Mexican,
Yeah.
So,
I
there you
noticed
go.
that in a Korean franchise. There was a Korean franchise where for years, it's been Mexican cooks. And
Right.
so it's definitely this is truly a multicultural nation. And you see that in the cities. And this is what, of course, the red states try to deny. I'll get into that tonight because I'll be speaking about Russia and, of course, our red states in the United States, and I will also be speaking about the Japanese alliance with Ethiopia and the war in 1935 that they almost had with Italy, and this was one of the most decisive near hits on Earth. So I'll bring that into
Doug,
some.
I have a
Sure,
question.
of
Did
course.
Uganda ever have any relationships with Japan as well? I'm just curious.
Not that I know of in terms of. I'll see if I can dig that out of my mind tonight when I'm relating Japan's time in Africa. I might stretch that subject over two transmissions, like cover some of it tonight and then some of it another transmission. But not that I
Right.
remember directly because what had
'Cause
happened.
I remember,
Yeah, go on.
yes.
No, go
So
on.
I remember you mentioning, Adolf Hitler having a statue in Uganda,
That's right.
and
That's right.
he was actually honored, and well, because he killed all the white people. So
Yeah.
I just found that very
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a different perspective.
Yeah, no, definitely, it's very important. Just so people understand this, of course, the reason the Ugandans were so sympathetic to Adolf Hitler was because he was fighting against the colonial powers, and all the colonial powers were waging war against him, and so he was seen as the great liberator by many people in Africa, and beyond that, in West Africa. And bear in mind that when you're in East Africa and West Africa, these are like different planets. The continent is it's like one side of a planet and the other. These are not places that are in contact per se, and the cultures are just so extremely different. But in West Africa, they appealed to Adolf Hitler because of the genocide they were suffering under the Belgians, and
Right.
and that's why Adolf Hitler was able to get the uranium he needed for his atomic bomb, which was deployed. And again, this is emphasized in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II.
Right.
Understand everyone that. How do I put this? When when Peter Moon is working with me and everything else, he has this. Look,
Yeah,
look, he
listen. For
watches
what
Fox
it's
News.
worth,
Okay,
I'm gonna leave it like this
yeah,
because I was a lot more harsh about him in the chat. I'll just say this simply: as long as he's working in your favor,
yeah,
that's all that matters.
yeah, yeah, and so
And I
yeah.
leave it at that because that's the kindest thing I can do. Because what I want to say is not something I should say.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just put
So
it
I'll
this way.
keep
Yeah,
that. That will
we,
be
we
between us
yeah. Well,
later,
yeah.
if we ever get a chance to talk.
Understood.
Yeah,
Just
I'm not planning on sleeping tonight, but
understood. It might happen. Yeah, and
it
God
might
knows I
happen.
might get really sleepy in the middle of the night because I didn't sleep today. But that's fine. There's days that happen like that, and then there's days I sleep all day. Sammy Romero says he's going to be right back, or was that Jameson that said that? Who am
I
I
think
with?
that was Sammy.
Okay, that was Sammy. Okay, yes. One thing that you can do is, I don't know if you did this already, but of course, maybe you could try that poem. I should do this more often. Have you read my poems that I write? You could do
All
that
right.
while I refresh myself till Sammy comes back.
The only
Talk
reason
about
why I
it.
refrained from doing it earlier was because I didn't know if I'd be the appropriate person to read it. But all right.
Oh, well, who would be the appropriate person to read it other than yourself? You at least have somewhat of a voice. Would you leave it to Jim Forsyth with his
I didn't
nasal
even know
twang?
I didn't
Yeah.
even know I had a voice. I don't hear my voice like other people hear me. You see,
Well, it
this
just
is
needs
one
some
of the
training, but
yeah.
it's only a question of how would I say it? It's just a question of training, and you've got a basic voice that's fine. It's fine. It's not exactly the golden voice, but anyhow, one of the things that
Well, I'm not
yeah.
exactly
But
what you
then again, I
think.
don't have the golden
Oh my
voice,
gosh.
so
Oh, what's his guy? What's that guy's name again? The
oh
guy who wanted to
that
have you on again? Because you were the only one who gave him ratings.
Oh God, James Arthur Yanchik, that poor son of a bitch.
No, not him. It was the guy who's on the show with oh my gosh, the guy who looks like a ghoul now.
Fuck, there's so many of these guys that
Shit.
where I was the guy
what
who
was his
provided
name?
their ratings.
He was there for a little bit of time, and then
You're
he
talking about
left.
that idiot that was like the one with all the
Yeah.
cysts on the back of his bald head. He was convinced he had. Was that guy?
Oh no, not him. You know, the guy who looks like Mr. Lurch.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh, what's his name? Yeah, Doofus. That's right. John B. Wells. John B. Wells.
Yeah. I
Yes.
don't exactly have a John B. Wells voice, so
Yeah,
I mean,
You know, and by
That's
the
a-
way, John B. Wells' voice is not exactly the golden voice either. It's distinctive and it's deep enough, but he's not exactly, the golden voice. The guy who had that, believe it or not, was the Zachariah. What the fuck was his last name?
Oh.
Do you remember?
Zachary Garrett.
Zachariah Garrett. Yes, Zachary. His full name was, of course, the biblical Zachariah. And so Zachariah Garrett had the golden voice, and he is, of course, the handler of Lena Shea. And just, by the way, she was never aware that he was her handler, but it was quite obvious.
No,
because,
I don't think either of them were aware that they were even to be connected to each other in any way. I think that's how it happened.
He was
It's
more.
like-
He was aware. He was aware.
Okay, so he
actually,
was.
because if you might remember, he was talking directly to Derek Talley while we were just dissing him. Me and was it you or Brendan Zogit? It was me and Brendan Zogit were shitting all over him and pissing all over him, saying he was he was doing the drugs and shit because he had started this scam where he was telling people, send money to me so I can give it to this guy he's the family of this guy who was killed in a home invasion. Like, the family didn't have a fucking, what do you call it, GoFundMe. And so he was asking people to send him the money instead. And he was, that's when Brendan Zogit and I were saying this guy was on drugs, which, there's no stigma there with any of us because Brendan Zogit and, James Reese and Douglas Dietrich were, all on drugs,
really
right?
are on drugs, yeah.
And so, but this guy was like obviously on drugs because he kept responding. So no, with this incredible denial, like his life depended on it, like he was going to get fired from work or something, which didn't make any sense because
every time we blocked him, like he would create another account.
That's
just to
right.
Say,
That's right. That's right. Yeah, but he kept trying to talk to Derek Talley, not to you or anyone else, to Derek Talley. He kept specifically targeting him, and that's because he knew Derek Talley was, his ilk, and there
he
you
knew
have
Derek was next in line, and
yeah.
Well, I don't think any of us really like Derek.
Yeah,
he was as abrasive as a fucking accordion.
Oh God,
And
he was awful. People just have no idea. And we tolerated him. And it was just one of these people. Like when it was I have cancer, which was just for the pity, and just and yet he kept saying, yeah, but my job's waiting for me. My job's waiting for you. How much he loved his job. And I was like, yeah, I'd love my job too if I never had to work a day in my...
I saw this freaking news article of this person who crashed into a bunch of teenagers in Oklahoma with a big truck. And the first thing that came to my mind was, that was Derek Talley.
There we are. By the way, and so HD, who I'm not familiar with, but hello to HD. It might be someone.
Oh yes, I see. We got some sex bots here.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me
Get the
take
sex
care of
bots.
those.
Yeah, he said East African woman, man, missing out. Yeah, by the way, he's not lying. And then he says, you want another shocker of sorts? Germany offered a massive arsenal to Ethiopia for them to boot out the Italians and take over the Horn of Africa. There we are. It fits into what I'll discuss.
They would probably be better off with the Germans than the Italians anyway. The Italians are just racist as fuck.
Yeah,
they're horrible.
Yeah. Well, all Europeans were except for the Germans, really. So there we have that, and of course the Germans were racist to other Europeans, but the other Europeans deserved it. I mean, look what the fuck they were doing to other people. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and I have to say one more thing about the United States. Without immigrants or immigration, this country would have no brains.
yeah. Well, there we go. By the way, James Gypsy Nagy was saying, Jameson, on my YouTube page does not allow show website, PayPal, etc., where to send donations. On your, it's on the screen unless you can't see the image in the thumbnail. So
Yeah, yeah. It's support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich.
yeah, or just paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich is where you would provide support. So it's just a PayPal, Douglas Dietrich, paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, really.
Oh shit! Did I say the support at?
Yeah, which is fine.
Holy
Which is fine.
shit!
I can understand why you said that. Also, don't forget to subscribe to DouglasDietrich.com, and that way you can be made aware. Now, I'll be back in a matter of minutes, so I must go refresh myself. Our man Jameson here will provide edification and entertainment. He'll do his best, or he can rage.
Oh yeah, I can do all. I can do a lot.
Yes,
So
yes. All right,
we'll
so I'll leave
start
you to
by.
that. Bless you. Thank you so
All
much.
right, so Douglas leaves a poem for the Grand Madame Margaret Maggie Pie Elsbeth, and this is his poem. Witches are immortal, and we're starting so to see. You may have burned the bodies, but the spirits they fled free. Witches are ethereal, and we're starting so to feel. Ashes may have fallen, but they nurtured seeds of field. Witches, we're alive, and we're dressed in gleam skin. Our eyes pierce through thy bones, and our hearts we're nearer thin. We'll push you to the edge until you morph your highest form. They seek to destroy us, 'cause through us the race transforms. We call witches arise and climb up out thy holes. Tea is time to bless the soil and unchain the shackled souls. With words we unfurl magics, with truths we unveil strengths. With power that be infinite, it lives for ever, scintillant by our ways disseminate towards a reckoning now imminent. In the twilight between the times. Wow, that was actually a beautiful poem. I really felt that. That because I can sort of I like witches and I like the whole magic thing. I love it. So that was a wonderful poem written by Douglas Dietrich to again to Madame Elsbeth, and also he has really great artwork. That just goes without saying. I can't seem to. I don't even pick up the pencil anymore at this point. It's I can't do it without really embarrassing myself. So I just stopped drawing. And of course, as we all know, what is an artist but driven by his libido? Of course, without that freedom to express one's real sexual nature at all, then the ability to create art itself becomes distorted with a sort of spider web of irritation, a spider web of irritation that grows to become sort of anti-life. It doesn't have to be, but this is what happens when life's expression
Hey,
is
guys, I'm back.
repressed. Ah, all right, great, great, great.
Hey, Jim. Hey, Doug.
So, what's been happening in your side of neck of the woods?
Well, JMO, honestly, just been busy with work. I'm just trying to pretty much not let it's what's going on in the world. I'm kind of just pressing forward.
Yeah.
As far as the gas situation, I was bitching and griping last week. Yeah, it's just whatever. You just gotta roll with it. Whatever it comes with, it comes with it. But I was talking to Doug yesterday. We had a good conversation. Some personal stuff, obviously. But what I talked about, I don't know if you remember, Whoopi Goldberg
Oh
mentioned
yeah,
that
yeah.
World War II wasn't about race, and they pretty much almost shut her down.
They
She,
exactly shut her down.
like to the point where she was groveling, literally, like for her job. And it's just like Hollywood's a mafia, and it's just you have to toe the line, even if what she said wasn't offensive, but like I said, they turned it into some type of
It was true.
offense.
What she said was true, and what happened was they had shut her down because because America doesn't operate on the truth. America operates on the lies put forth by the bullshit from World War II,
Right.
and arguably even further back than World War II, thanks to that asshole fucking Wilson, the worst president in U.S. history. And
Right.
and Hollywood has always been about pushing white supremacy anyway.
Mm.
So anytime you say something sensible that shuts down the sort of worship the white man narrative, like, yeah, Judaism is actually a religion, which it is,
Right.
and that those most of the people who were killed probably were probably mostly Ashkenazi. They probably weren't what you would call the original Hebrews or
Right.
Jews. So I mean, and the original Jews and Hebrews, America has no problem portraying them as bad guys in Hollywood, because those are your people who are Muslim. Those are your people who are Middle Eastern. So I mean, fuck this country, man. I just can't wait to
Well,
see it. I can't wait to see the entire world collapse. I honestly, I don't pay attention to what's going on out there anymore because I'm too busy trying to open these gates and keep them open.
what are these gates you talking about?
Literally, I'm rebuilding the entire hierarchy of hell and everything to try to reconstruct it all here, to manifest it all here, and see what happens. I don't desire to control these powers like most magicians do. Most magicians have ego behind it. I am mostly driven by a desire towards vengeance and justice. And so I'll do anything just to see everything fall.
Oh, by the way, talking about vengeance and justice, did you get to catch that Batman
No,
incarnation? Okay.
no. I couldn't afford to spend money on 3 hours of life. That would be, oh gosh, better off. I don't know.
Well, smart
Sleeping.
guy. You're a smart guy, because I had to spend 3 hours, and there's 3 hours of my life I'm not getting back. Which it's not a bad film. It's just there's there's a lot of QAnon references, as far as a forum and messaging board, which they used like to kind of the Riddler angle.
Yeah.
The problem with the Riddler angle is he is a mixture of Rittenhouse and Snowden, kind of like the geek that decided to fight back. And that's what the Riddler, quote unquote, which is completely, it doesn't make sense, because to
That's
me
not what he originally was
it's
it?
not. Well, the original one had charisma. He was a ladies' man. He was almost like a magician. Like the riddles were just a part of his act. But now that we're on that subject, though, can I have a question? So, for example,
Yeah.
David Blaine, was David Blaine ever an occult practitioner?
He had
Did
to
he?
have been.
Okay.
He had to be. Everyone who does illusion magic has to pass through the occult gates. You don't get there. You're not able to alter. You're not able to interface with that level of consciousness to create those illusions unless you've unless you know something. You don't, and you can't just dabble in it. You have to be steeped in it to
So
have that level
he
of
was
power.
knee deep in that. Then he wasn't.
I
He was
couldn't see. I couldn't see how he's able to do what he does if he wasn't.
about who's that one other retard Chris Angel.
Same thing. Same
Remember him?
thing. Yeah. And then there's a whole lot of other guys who do
Well,
it too.
Copperfield into the cult as well.
I'm sure he was.
Houdini, all these characters, all these people.
It
Houdini.
wouldn't surprise me if Houdini was, because when one considers he was also supposed to be working with H.P. Lovecraft.
Okay.
And H.P. Lovecraft was really knowledgeable on that subject, so it wouldn't surprise me. It's something that comes with the territory, almost.
Can I have a question too? Then, did Howard Hughes ever have any connection with H.P. Lovecraft, that type of crowd? Him being
Howard Hughes?
Yeah, a man of problem, like someone that rich and wealthy.
I don't
Because
think
he wasn't
so.
an oddball. He was an oddball, so I was always wondered.
No, but he did have a lot of problems mentally, though, he suffered from. So he was just one of those geniuses who was just very what do you call it, industrious enough to get where he got. And that's the only difference between, I guess, someone who's a magician performing illusions and someone like myself who's more about controlling events. Which if you're making an illusion, you are controlling an event, but you would need a spirit to be helping you. You would need some kind of formula to have that spirit allow you to do things that are impossible while you enter that state, like
Well, yeah,
because
go
there
ahead.
was like one video where David Blaine is like, he's twisting his arm like 360 degrees.
Right.
And the thing is, yeah, you can have a fake hand and you can go through all the work, but why do that when you can have a spirit put you in a superposition state where your body can do anything?
Right. Right. I mean, yeah, he did these crazy. They're almost like freak show type of thing.
Yeah.
And he played it like nonchalant, like he was this kind of like a boring, like, yeah, I can do this, watch me do this, and
Well,
almost
that's the
arrogant.
point.
Yeah.
That's the point. You want to play off like you're a normal person. That's part of the effect that some have, because when the ones usually the ones who are more flamboyant and are really like on stage throwing people in half and shit, usually all that shit is like, the stuff is real technology helping them to make illusions. None of that stuff is like stuff that where they're invoking entities. Whereas if you're levitating or you're like suspending yourself in a solid block of ice for like 24 hours straight or something, yeah, you got to be having some other help.
I see. And obviously Americans don't really acknowledge um, spiritual or the left hand path, or whatever you want to call it.
They do acknowledge it, but the way they acknowledge it is a little bit, it's not authentic.
Okay. One of the reasons why. Well, here's another thing. My significant other, she was telling me that she follows this pediatrician, and she she just likes that area of medicine involving
Yeah.
kids. And this pediatrician said that there is no such thing as an infant having a tummy ache. That scientifically, that's not possible. Now, and she said, well, how's that possible if, I've seen cases, I've had family that, you treat an infant with a tummy ache. I said, well, here's the thing. Medicine doesn't acknowledge certain medicinal practices. If it's not through them, they're not going to acknowledge them. and they might even call it fake. Also, prayer. She's told me that she's seen people pray for infants that are crying, whether it's colic and etc. And when you pray, and the child stops. And I said, well, prayer is a form of magic. It's really what it is. It's just, the medical industrial complex is not going to acknowledge that. They know of it. They can't tell you it works. I'm sure they know it works, but they can't tell you. They can't prescribe prayer. It's not.
Yeah,
That's not in their repertoire. It's just not going to happen.
they're not going to make money that way.
No, they're not going to.
It's and one of the problems that modern man has is that everything's a business to the point where progress becomes impossible. There's a point where things can be business and things work, but there's a point where once you go beyond a certain point, all progress halts.
Right.
And that's where we are right now.
And believe it or not, JMO, it because of medicine and the health industry, quote unquote, it does vary to a certain point, country to country, because medications, for example, some medications you can get in Mexico that you can't get in the United States, literally off the shelf, and you need a prescription here. And it's almost like what Doug was talking about, how a lot of veterans are addicted to prescription pills and how they're readily available for them through the VA and all these programs. And the reason why I know this is because the church I used to go to, there was a couple of veterans, and they used to sell their prescriptions, Vicodin and OxyContin. And there had to be a church meeting because it got back to, pastor, and he was wondering, well, you guys can't be doing that. Whoever's selling them, and I think he knew, I can't have that going on, because one, it's just people start getting addicted to them and start abusing. I mean, keep in mind, just humans are humans. They have addictive personality. If you have one, you have one.
Well, it goes deeper than personality. Usually there are some connections between people who wind up becoming addicts and people who don't. And it sort of stems from trauma, because
Right.
everyone in the human race has that retrovirus that causes addiction. It just activates in certain people, and in other people it doesn't, based on certain conditions.
Well, and interesting to say that, because in the morning I want my morning coffee. That's my routine. Now, there's mornings that I don't, but later on in the day I have my cup of coffee. And I started thinking, well, that can technically be an addiction, because it's something that it's wired into my everyday life. So I've tried to take that away. And I'm not saying I can't stop drinking coffee. It's just, it's my morning routine.
But the thing is, well, the question I would have for you is this: then maybe it may be less of a addiction and more of just a there's a difference between a addiction and a habit. I mean, we humans build habits very fast, and not only that, your body gets conditioned to that caffeine. So if you don't take that caffeine, you're gonna have a fucking shitty day. But it becomes an addiction if you go from like 1 cup of coffee to 2 cups of coffee, and then like a week later you're hitting 8 cups of coffee.
Here's the thing, okay, and that's one of the things that I've already learned about myself, is I'm trying to cut the intake of sugar. Okay?
Yeah.
Sugar, especially with a cup of coffee and it's sweet, and you start drinking it and you hit the caffeine with the sugar, it's almost a high. Okay.
Oh, it is.
And I started noticing that, like, let me reduce the sugar, drink my coffee, because I need to see the difference. And I noticed the difference because, yeah, the sugar amount, my creamer, if I put sweetened creamer, whatever flavor it is, it it does. And you start tasting it, you're like, damn, this is good. But is it, and I start thinking to myself, well, is it the coffee or is it the sweetener or the sugar in it? And and this is my little world. I'm trying to watch my weight. I'm trying to hit a specific goal. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's not really me, my diet, it's the sugar content. I've noticed that already. Okay, I need to drop down the sugar content and everything. It's just the older you get, JMO, the more you just start realizing some shit I can't do. I can't chug 3 cans of Coke with my pizza because it's just not.
Yeah.
As much as good as it is, I buy sparkling water now, and that's what I've been telling my brother, my twin Isaac, is you need to start switching to sparkling water and just start, minimizing your at least like sugar content. So, it's just little tweaks that you got to do. I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm a physical specimen, but I don't want to go out with diabetes. Like, I don't want that.
Oh shit, diabetes is frightening, man. I've seen people with oh gosh, swollen body parts, things amputated. And it's like, okay, you got your first leg amputated. Why did you have to lose your second leg? You think you would have learned after the first leg, right? But that's how bad the addiction to sugar is.
And it's you can see it. It's one of those things where it takes over somebody that can't stop. I like comedy. I like some comedians, but I've noticed certain comedians have this very tragic, not tragic lives, but it's very there's a lot of substance abuse with them.
Yeah.
And they're very talented, very they can speak, very public speaking, and they can articulate themselves. But a lot of them live very sad lives. And a lot of them are very antisocial. A lot of them don't have friends. So
who are we talking about?
Comedians.
Oh, comedians. Yeah, they're all fucked up. Yeah, they're the most depressed people on earth. Yes. Probably there's nothing sadder than the average personality profile of a comedian. Yeah.
And it's interesting we bring up comedians. My mom, I think, was watching like the Oscars or something, and supposedly Will Smith walked up and punched Chris Rock in the face.
Great. That's funny.
Yeah, and the thing is, I gotta say, Chris Rock took it quite well because he just continued on his set like nothing happened.
Weird. I mean, that's got to be hard.
And of course, Will Smith is like going up there and he's crying about how he's so sorry, all this shit. I don't know. I don't know the details of it. I don't even care, honestly. It's just funny.
Now that's funny. That's funny. By the way, it sounds kind of like, I have to admit, credit where credit is due. Peter Moon handled that fairly well when you kind of went off. Definitely the autism subject was triggering, and but one of the things that I don't think he intended to go as deeply as he did into the Roswell and the Rising Sun tonight, but I'm glad that he did, and it needed to be done.
Like I said, as long as he serves his purpose, I will keep quiet and stay out of his way.
Thank you.
Remember, if I'm not mistaken, Eddie Jacobson, when she came out with her book.
Yeah, go on.
She talked about those Mongol kids,
That's right. Go on.
I remember listening Coast to Coast. This was back maybe 2012.
Yeah, that's right.
This is around the time I started getting introduced to you.
Yeah.
And that part did not make sense.
That's right.
You mentioned it.
Yeah.
It made a lot of sense because, by the way, she has a great voice.
Mm-hmm.
But that part where the Horton spacecraft that it ended up, I guess those kids ended up flying it and ended up crashing.
in her, shall we say, her retelling of the tale, so to speak. Yes, go on.
And it's because even in the beginning, there's a lot of research she did, with Groom Lake and all these references, Tonopah, what do you call it? Tonopah Aerospace? Something like that?
Tonopah Army Airfield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And all this great research. As soon as she dropped the Mongol kids flying the aircraft and crashing it, it went left. Almost like Independence Day.
Yeah.
If you guys are, obviously, this is a cheesy movie, but Independence Day, the first hour of Independence Day is actually pretty good for being sci-fi.
Yeah.
After the first hour, when they start getting into the stereotypical, like the black woman being the stripper,
Right.
and Jeff Goldblum's dad all of a sudden being a rabbi.
Right. And not to mention a rabbi and a government official when he starts off as a taxi driver. He somehow, he evolves.
Yes, and the flamboyant gay Jew, I need to call my mother, just very very stereotypical. That the remaining is just cheesy, terrible.
Yeah.
So it's almost like that with her book. It's a great read. It's just you kind of have to skip over the whole Mongol kids, flying the plane, because it's just like, come on, you must have been smoking some good stuff too.
Well, what what Sammy Romero is talking about, to those of you who are new to this, and just to contextualize it, basically what he's referencing is the fact that when I came out as a public informant, then what had happened was, this was around the time that my mother was still alive, and she would die within a very short period of time after I just delivered that presentation that became the original DVD, Roswell and the Rising Sun. Now, we were, at that time, I was just assailed, just under assault by people throwing themselves at me to, quote unquote, be my manager, etc. And these were all, of course, government workers. You couldn't do anything about it. These were just various assets that I knew that I would have to contend with, because I couldn't afford to deal with anyone else. I had no money. And so I was literally, it was a very bizarre time, but when that happened, the way that the government responded for damage control was they basically approached Annie Jacobson, and they did so with force and coercion. They basically terrorized her, and they forced her to add 17 pages at the end of what otherwise is a completely sober book titled Area 51. So she wrote this book with years of research, and it was something that literally, it shows that it's a quality book that you can flip through the entire book and you're going through a conventional history book, and it gives you detail into block operations as they were centered around unconventional test flights, nuclear tests, etc. And then what happened was she was forced to add between 14 to 17 pages, depending on whether you've got the hardcover or the paperback edition. It comes out to between 14 to 17 pages of pure crap at the end about Roswell.
Yeah.
Just to make it sound as stupid as possible, in which she said that Josef Mengele, the infamous Nazi surgeon, basically took a bunch of deformed children who were also developmentally disabled. So you've got a double whammy there. That obviously these are.
How the fuck are they flying anything?
Yeah, well, not only that, flying a Horton flying wing, which, by the way, just so people understand this, obviously most people are not pilots, but just so you know,
that has got to be one of the most difficult aircraft you could possibly try to fly, even if you were a veteran fucking helicopter pilot.
But, yes. And here's the thing: is that I remember the show because it was the host of Coast to Coast. What's his name? The creepy old mummy guy.
George Norrie.
Norrie.
Yeah.
And, Norrie's gonna gas her up, like, really? Okay, fascinating. So he's gonna sell it too. Like, he's gonna push it. But the whole time I was listening is because that on the Coast to Coast episode, she did mention Doug. No, a lot of people are saying that they were prisoners of war. She mentioned that.
Yes.
Where she was saying, no, there were not. These people, these were deformed. These were pretty much twins. the Mongolite twins kids
Yes.
that
Yes.
flew these, and so the objective was already there to get ahead of it. In
Right.
other words,
Right.
right?
Yes. Yes. So that's shall we say, the pervasiveness. We're just saturated at every inch of struggle with their counterattack. And so they spent years trying to prevent anything from coming out. Granted, perhaps I should have worked with Peter Moon a lot earlier, but then again, there was all kinds of things going on, and
There probably everything happened at the right time.
Yeah.
Because we still had Michael Drama Queen running around, and who knows how he would have fucking thrown a wrench in that shit.
Yes, it's so true. Yeah, and
And I'm not saying that out of respect. I'm not putting the Queen. I will call him Aquino, not Aquino.
Well,
know that.
Interesting enough, I remember I saw an interview, and I've only seen a couple interviews of Aquino. Very articulate guy, very intelligent guy. One of the things he talked about was 9/11. He did say it was a government operation. He did say that. That even when he saw it, he saw, no, it's a demolition. He did actually say that was a demolition job.
Thank you. And yeah.
Even someone like him, it's almost, when he said it, it was like kind of like an eye roll. Like, no, it was a demolition job. When you see a building go down like that, it's a demolition job. That's the first thing I saw. And what he said was he was getting a haircut, if I'm not mistaken. I remember.
Everything. So, you notice he always presents himself as doing something completely innocuous.
I don't know. Doug. It's just, that's what he said. And he's an articulate man. I'm not gonna. I give him that. He's very well spoken. He, the way he talks. Yes, well, the cult and this and that. Christianity. I have no problem with Christianity. In fact, the Bible as well. I can speak to. And no, he's very articulate. I give him that. But what I'm saying is even him, something like 9/11, he would tell you it's even in the interview. Yeah. I forget who interviewed him, but he said it was a demolition job. So it's just one of those things where it's interesting to me.
No, definitely. I mean,
what I noticed is I've been trying to look for all of his old stuff, and it's almost impossible to find all but two of them. Now, it's like they scrubbed him off of YouTube for some reason. And I remember listening to just about everything he ever was on, because at that time I was just like, all right, yeah, well, let's see what the left hand is doing. Because, I was just, well, maybe I haven't changed that much, honestly speaking.
Well, in terms of the, it's true. They've pretty much scrubbed him from the internet at the request of Lilith Aquino and the Temple of Set.
But the thing is, like, when you listen to his interviews, though, there are two ways to take him. You can tell when he's lying, and you can tell when he's not.
Yeah. And two people that are brought to mind with everything that you guys have brought up. Sammy I take it Sammy's the one who entered the Be Right Back, or is that Jameson who entered the Be Right Back?
Oh, that was Sammy. I'm still here.
There we are. That's what I thought. And so sorry that he left and won't be able to hear this, but he knows of it. And just so people listening to us know, the two things that are brought to mind. One was Annie Jacobson. Of course, they basically fucked her over. And when she did what she did, basically because she was forced to do so, under threat of death, then she destroyed her career, or did a lot of damage to it. It looked like she wasn't going to recover at that time. They really, everywhere she went, people were hammering her outside of a venue like Coast to Coast, of course, where they would simply encourage it. But when it comes to the individual that reminds me of the most was when they brought other people on who were quote-unquote UFO experts to respond to what she said. And one of them was a white trash piece of shit named Kevin Randall. Now, Kevin Randall was this. He was supposed to be a captain, but I've also heard him. I also heard him ranked as colonel. So it was kind of like Dr. David Lewis Anderson. I've seen him in an Army uniform and in an Air Force uniform. You know, it's like it's these guys. It's like they just are whatever they make them. But in terms of Kevin D. Randall, what's so bizarre about him is apparently he has some kind of military connections, but kind of changes his rank at will or something. But it's a commissioned officer's rank, whatever they do. And he has a weird as fuck acronym that comes after what he claims his rank is, which is like USAFR, which I don't consciously remember ever seeing that acronym before. If I've seen it, I don't recall exactly what that is. But anyhow, so this Kevin D. Randall, and he may simply be just getting more and more obtuse as, he gets further into the government-sponsored programs that, throw him out there as a talking head. But he, basically, you're talking about an idiot who, when they brought him in to counter what this lady was saying, what was her name again? The one who wrote Area 51? Annie Jacobson. So then he says, well, we didn't have any, the Russians didn't have any Horton flying wings, but because the Americans, we captured them when we took Berlin. And of course, anyone who's even moderately just familiar with World War II knows that the Americans never got anywhere near Berlin at the end of World War II. That was, the Russians lost 1 million men taking that, or rather the Soviets. And so that was pretty much the end of as far as the Russians could go at that time. So he's just, in other words, he's just counting on the ignorance of Americans to throw out his shit. So Sammy's back. So I was telling people how Annie Jacobson, they brought in somebody to attack her because they exploited her. And then they basically, put her career back by years. And it took her a long while to get back to any sense of repute, any sense of repute after that, reputability. And but one of the guys they brought in to attack her was this Kevin Randall guy. And Kevin Randall I've seen him ranked at different ranks. And he said, that we captured the Horton, craft when we took Berlin, which of course the Americans never did. So like I said, they throw out other disfo agents. And all of these people are saying stuff that none of it makes any sense. They're just agents of chaos. They're agents of confusion. And so if they're just changing their ranks at will and whim, then, what the fuck? You can't count on them for anything. And yet people, still you listen to these people when they're brought on coast to coast or anywhere else. But at any rate, the other person that this reminds me of when you talked about the 9/11 crash was Richard Gage. And Richard Gage was an architect or an engineer, and he was part of the Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. And Richard Gage was this poor bastard who he said it was demolitions, but, he threw in his own monkey wrench into it. And whether this was his level of pathology or whether he just wanted to be special, he certainly exposed 9/11 as controlled demolitions. And I was shoulder to shoulder with him on that. But then he said it was nanothermite, which is like, look, you don't need any science fiction technology. It's just, just demolitions.
Yeah, I mean, where the fuck is nano? I love how they add the nano because they figure your average listener is going to say, "Oh my God, the government's so advanced, they're using nano."
Yeah, it's just like the ooh factor. It's just stupid. But then he was obviously, except for that, he was telling the truth. Because all the other people who were saying it's heat rays and everything, it's just all bullshit. It's like, it's just stupid as fuck. And but anyhow, when it comes to what he was saying, he was obviously the real deal, aside from the nano aspect of it. And what happened was that I know he was real because when I saw him at one of the conferences, I met him personally, talked to him, and there was this hot young blonde. Just this really hot young blonde. I'm talking like, it's not not runway model thin. We're talking about like Bill, like Iraq and an ass.
Yeah,
So,
like the kind that us colored guys like.
yeah, well, just you would be, babe, I think a bit more svelte. I mean, my stereotype about the colored guys and what they like is mostly like ham hock on a bone kind of build, where it's much more thick. But
No,
and,
no.
okay,
Yeah. Not all of us. I'm
or
sorry.
that, okay.
Yeah, I can't deal with just fat and layers of skin. It
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
work.
I'm sorry, that's awful. Yes, it's yeah, so anyhow, so this chick was like, she was just basically what you would see in media as like on Mexican weather stations, okay? Mexican Weather Channel material. So for those of you who just turn on Mexican Weather Channel sometime and you'll know what I'm talking about. So I said, I assumed she was an escort, which of course I use escort, so I wasn't like, it didn't mean anything negative by it. So I said, I asked him about the escort he hired. And he wasn't offended. He was just, oh no, she loves me. And I just looked at him. I said, dude, you're doomed. I said, there's no way some bald old fuck like you who goes around talking about towers coming down due to nanothermite is going to get some chick like that coming up to you and telling you how much she loves you. I said, are you fucking crazy? No, and he was like, oh, anyhow, then later on, I was at a different conference, and there was this accountant guy who was like, really attacking a lot of the speakers. Never bothered me, but I mean, attacking them verbally. Like, he was skeptical. So what they were saying, he would attack them on stage with very pointed questions. Anyhow, when I spoke to him personally after that, and I brought up Richard Gage, and he said, oh, you know what? This is against all client privacy violation ethics, but, I was his accountant, and that guy, he's totally broke now, and he's like on the streets. That young girl took him for everything he had and left him to die, in the cold on the streets with, he says, I was surprised she didn't take off of him what he had on his back, so there you go. So that's what happened with that. So he was obviously right in saying it was demolitions because of what they did to him. But so there you go with that. And it's, but then who am I to talk, right? They threw Lena Shea at me, right? And she fucked me over like her programming demand. I mean,
Yeah, this is the reason why I've been working on just, digging into the dark side to deal with, whatever sexual emotions I can express here. And I've decided to just go vol-cel. There we go. Voluntary celibate, because I do not want to get fucked over.
Well, yeah,
and I know I would be a relatively easy target for a woman because I don't understand and have that much experience. So they would destroy me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will admit, I am surprised, but the reality is that everybody around me is targeted. It's just rather, you wonder why. You wonder why.
It's quite obvious why. They want to see how far they can push us until we say, okay, Douglas, I'm just gonna pull a Princeton Zoget and never return.
Yeah, something like that.
Although I doubt that got him out of whatever program he's in. He seemed fucked before he got here.
Program. He's just fucked in many ways. By the way, so this is what somebody did with the. I like this. This is Richard Gage. I'm doing a share screen for these guys. So Sammy, I don't know if you can see this. This is that poor bastard Richard Gage when he was doing what he was doing, and and this is what somebody said about his nanothermite. They got the twin towers on top of a pink elephant. So that tells you what you need to know. Pink elephant, nanothermite with a question mark, and a pink elephant with the the twin towers collapsing on top of it. So that pretty much says it all. And so. Okay, so other than that, what I'll be doing is putting some links in the show later tonight when I get to that point in the, did my screen just fucking disappear? What happened with my screen here? Okay, here we are. take that here, do the stop sharing, and all right then. So both of you gentlemen, say goodnight. I'll take over from here. Of course, I do hope for Sammy to check in every once in a while in case we need him. Of course, he might be there for backup. Our man Jameson hopefully will stay with us throughout the night, conscious.
Yeah, yeah. I'll say I only had one energy drink. If I have the second one, that will put me to sleep. So, yeah.
And oh my God, I hope Peter Moon didn't see what you entered in the text box there.
He probably did, but he probably took it well. Again, it's. I'll treat him as a coworker. It's no disrespect for him. It's just we do not see eye to eye on a lot of things. Kind of like the way Selena Khan thinks of him. It's just is what it is. I respect that he's working for you, and I'm glad to have him as an ally. That does not mean we are going to go hanging out and shooting shit.
Oh yes, the nature of things. I mean, human nature. I mean, by the way, are you able to say goodnight there, Sammy? Or let's see if we can get him on for a few seconds here. And if not, that's he's probably at work. So
yeah,
he does work.
Hello.
Oh, here
there
he is.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I saw his football highlights. They're hilarious.
Oh, cool. Has he got him up on his Facebook timeline or something?
Yeah, I checked out a little bit of his Facebook. He had his football highlights. They were hilarious. They're actually on YouTube.
Oh my God.
Anyways, I want to ask you. This is probably for left field, but this is just me wondering, Doug. You ever heard of Eazy-E, Eric Wright?
Eric Wright, Eazy-E. I've heard of Eazy-E, but not much comes to my mind.
Okay.
Probably
You remember
sounds
NWA?
NWA, Niggas with Attitudes. Yeah.
Yes. Well, he died of AIDS. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it possible in the mid to early 90s that they already have the virus already as a bioweapon as far as he can get injected?
They had it back in the 80s.
They could inject it in people at that point. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was injected in people from the beginning, really. But so go on. Yeah.
One of the reasons why was because he actually contributed to the Republican Party. He was actually a Republican. He actually met I don't think it was Reagan or George or Papa Bush, one of them.
Yeah.
And I think and he was a contributor. He actually gave them money. And I didn't know this, but George Bush actually lived in Compton, California at one point.
Yeah. Go on.
Explains why there's a lot of ranches in Compton.
Yes.
Of all places here in Los Angeles, but it had to do with the Bush family. So I guess he must have known them.
Yeah.
Through somewhere or maybe his childhood. But he was injected with, from what they say, he was injected with AIDS because I guess he was pronounced maybe in late 94 and died maybe in February of 95.
Yeah.
And he had asthma, and not that I don't know the mechanics of how he died, but he just ended up dying.
Well, when you had AIDS in those days, it was a death sentence.
Okay.
Bear in mind that you being a straight Christian guy, you don't know these things. But just so you do know, HIV positive is one thing. Full-blown AIDS is quite different.
Okay.
So, because a lot of people get confused because they'll say the acronym HIV/AIDS these days, but the reality is they're two semi-separate things. The HIV is kind of like, you're fucked, but it's controllable, and you're going to be on cocktails the rest of your life. And these cocktails will completely destroy your life, but you will die without them. And the other one, HIV, the AIDS, the full-blown AIDS, is like you don't hear that much anymore because you only hear about it in places like Africa. But in places like the developed world, it really doesn't exist anymore. But when people manifest it, as they did all the time back then it's like you're dead. You're dead within a very short period of time. So go on.
Right.
Yeah.
Magic, and obviously Magic Johnson. What my brother Isaac was telling me that because honestly he's around the Laker organization and the Bus family and people in that sector, that Magic Johnson actually had a. This is what he told me is he had a sexual relationship with a gay man. I guess he was dabbling. It's a party. I mean, the 80s. I'm sure they were humping like bunnies, I guess.
Yeah.
So, and he contracted the disease, and obviously him being in that different world as far as entertainment, he had the luxury of actually having better medicines than someone like him, someone like the rapper Eazy-E, because this is somebody that came up in the beginning stages of entertainment where he had money, but he didn't have access to the different type of wealth that someone like Magic Johnson had. Right. And no, it's just the fact that someone can be injected with this bioweapon, at least back then, and his connections with the Bush family or the Republican Party, where he did meet Ronald Reagan. I think maybe he might have been a target. Not that it matters. It's just because you see these documentaries and stuff, and I just find it interesting that someone like him can, because one of the things that he pioneered was he used to buy radio stations, pretty much bought everything wholesale. So his residuals, his music, so on and so forth, he pretty much was buying everything from the ground up. So obviously, someone like that who can control his music and so on and so forth is probably going to be a threat. And, I'm sure that's probably one of the reasons why they took him out. But, a lot of the times, at least in my point of view, when the powers that be, wherever they are, if they see you being financially independent, not really being dependent on the system, quote unquote, then, obviously, they might find you a threat as far as they need something on you, in other words. But that's just my point of view. But just the fact that that bioweapon was already there, kind of like, because I remember you talking about MK Naomi and that program where, them having already weaponized cancer and H.P. Lovecraft and Venezuela dictator Hugo Chavez, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Hugo Chavez.
And his connection with the Castros in Cuba, and pretty much that whole bioweapon. Kind of, because it's amazing how the stuff that you relate, Doug, always it triggers in my mind. Like, wow, Doug really was. It's not that. It's just you're just ahead of it. And sometimes it's almost scary in a sense that it's not that the information is not there, but when people actually read your book, The Roswell Deception, Demystification World War II, it's not always just about, Roswell, really. It's just because this country is so dirty and we're so corrupt, there's going to be little nuances of, I say, sidebars that you're going to start realizing and start connecting some of the, almost like footnotes, in other words, of other stuff of what's going on in this country. And, it's something, it's one of those things where, I'm blessed to at least pick up on certain things that you kind of already put forth. And it's something, because even my girl tells me, like, man, you're really into this knowledge. And I'm like, well, it's something that stimulates my mind and keeps me, I wouldn't say ahead, but you at least want to know certain things that way. When you don't want to doubt yourself as far as the reality of things, which it's not. It's all there, Yeah.
Thank you. No, definitely appreciate what you're saying. And So bless you, and
Yeah.
you have a nice night, and
Yes,
say
I
good
will.
morning to our audience.
Good morning, JMO. Good morning, and I'll I'll catch you next time. And
Yes,
I'll try to listen as much as I can tonight. If not, I'll finish tomorrow. Okay?
sounds good, and we love you
Good night.
dearly. Share our
God bless.
love with your significant other. Okay.
Yes. You too.
Yes, wonderful. And so I definitely want everyone to appreciate these gentlemen and what they provide. Certainly, I couldn't do this without them. And so, with that, we'll ask Jameson Reese to say good morning to our audience before he kind of goes into the background and and of
Yes.
course kills sex bots the rest of the night.
Yes. Good morning, folks. And I gotta say, your information keeps me sane.
Oh, thank you. Definitely appreciate
Well,
that.
it definitely stops the depression.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And hopefully we can go more into the geomorphology since that seemed to have a pretty positive impact on you. And not tonight, but certainly on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. It's definitely going to be, for us, Wednesday is like, it's like it's the next day. And anyhow, some other frustrating things I was dealing with just in terms of just minute detail. But other than that, things are going okay. And our, by the way, Bizarre HD, which is George Knight, says, much love, Douglas. Much love to you, dear George, our noble knight. And so we will get started now. And let's tend to the task at hand. First thing I need to do is the, shall we say, the solicitation. So, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts, to review excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, as well as retrieving and reviewing scenes from his cinematic documentaries at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. Now, of course, for tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's spelled like Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-423-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, that's probably been the most awkward reading I've ever done of that in a while. And no matter how many times I read that, I never really remember it for whatever reason. A shout out with an apology to the lovely Trisha Whitmer, Trisha Whitmer in Australia. And she is this wonderful young lady, a single mother, and she had her birthday on February 10th, I believe. And I just want to say I am so so sorry. So very sorry. I missed your birthday. I was so swept up in all of the celebrations of the Asian Lunar New Year that it happened to fall this year at on a span of time that happened to be your birthday, and because of that, I didn't produce an e-card and a poem like I would have wanted to, and so I slipped her a few illustrations privately, and she's this incredibly gracious lady who has essentially forgiven me, but I definitely wanted to say this publicly. A very belated happy birthday. Got it to you the next month after her birthday actually took place, and for that reason, again, I'm just so embarrassed and ashamed, and well, definitely, hopefully she'll forgive me. So that is it was February 10th, and she also has German and Asian heritage. So wonderful, a hybrid young lady. And love you dearly. And thank you so much for just being such a gracious person. And I'm so glad that you're there in the land down under, though I am, in a sense, sorry you're down there, because, of course, it is run by the Murdoch media machine. And these are, the enemy of all mankind. These are the people who are the cultists of the kings of Edom, who are trying to extinguish the light of life everywhere in the universe on behalf of the anti-gods. That's the Murdoch dynasty. And, of course, the Murdochs run Australia. For those of you who don't know, Australia does not have a government per se. Australia is probably the only nation on Earth that is governed by its media machine. The dynasty of Rupert Murdoch governs Australia. And that is, of course, the people who bring you Fox News. Just in case you didn't know, that's not an American fucking company. They're Australian. And they hate America and are determined to bring it down, just as the Russians are. And so there's this Russo-Australian axis, in case you did not know, that is determined to destroy your world. As Jameson Reese says, beyond terrifying. So, aside myself alone, everyone has ever and always overestimated Russia. Biden criticizes Putin for underestimating Ukraine, but the United States did the same. By now, it almost goes as sans saying that Putin's invasion of Ukraine is seen as his biggest ever mistake by those with but the eyes to see, and that it will harm Russia for years to come. Cutting Russia out of the global economy means higher prices, a slower recovery, and a whole new global power structure. The Fitch Ratings chief economist, Brian Coulton, so saying that we don't really have a playbook for how this might work. Now, there be an octagon of key points, 8 of them that come to mind that I would like to emphasize. I just got a news flash. That's what that noise is. That basically tells us that Biden's poll numbers keep getting worse. Well, he can't win because he's just too fucking scared of Russia. That's the goddamn problem. You've got to confront them with fucking head-to-head combat. It's these are not people to be frightened of. These are people who are living off of a fucking myth. So let's get into that. Now, in terms of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, he's been in power for more than 2 decades, and during that time has carefully cultivated an image of himself as a tough, strongman leader. Now, analysts concur his decision to invade Ukraine is the biggest mistake of his political career and has weakened Russia for years to come. Russia's position, both economically and geopolitically, looks increasingly isolated and vulnerable. The Russian people are feeling the brunt of sanctions, but the pain is spilling into other nations. Oil bans have driven prices higher worldwide, and fears of food shortages abound. Russia's oil and gas exports are being cut off from the rest of the world, which will lead to higher prices, pain for consumers in these United States and Europe, especially low-income households. Russian financial assets, from stocks to debt to gold, have been cut out of the global system because of sanctions. This excision from financial markets will be difficult to undo. The war could also slow pandemic recovery by forcing central banks to rein in their aid even faster. Now, in the months preceding Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, world leaders had been growing ever more uneasy about the buildup of Russia's forces by the border. As this war enters its 5th fucking week, were those fears about Russian military might even justified? I always told you no. Underestimating Ukraine's resistance can partly explain why Putin's forces have not made any of the progress the Kremlin had likely been hoping for, but its campaign has also been hit by military blunders, and it be self-evident that the initial strategy has completely failed. Now, half a dozen experts can be immediately cited who have finally publicly shared their view on whether the international community had overestimated Russia's military capabilities. Tracy German, professores in conflict and security at King's College London, said, "Certainly the invasion has not gone the way I imagine Putin and the Russian leadership would have wanted it to. There was an exception that the military modernization, she says there was an expectation that the military modernization process that began in 2008, combined with operational experience, particularly in Syria, would mean that the Russian military was far more capable. However, the evidence suggests problems remain in areas such as logistics, troop morale, and failure to gain air superiority. During the first month of its invasion of Ukraine, we have seen a number of failings that reflect long-running problems. Despite years of modernization and investment, the Russians appear not to have got to grips with some of the basics, such as logistics. The logistical issues are surprising as they have been a long-running problem. Russian operations in Chechnya in the 1990s and the invasion of Georgia in 2008 reveal a military logistics system that struggled to keep up, particularly with the demand for basics such as food, fuel, and ammunition. This has been mirrored in Ukraine, particularly troops in the north. And Matt Kvortrup, political science professor at Coventry University in the United Kingdom, he says, "Yes, we did overestimate Russia, but the fact of the matter is that Russia's army has a poor track record. The invasion in Georgia in 2008 showed that Russia's army is ill-equipped to fight conventional wars. After some atrocities, bombed hospitals, Russians withdrew to the positions they held before. Going back all the way to 1905, the Russian Empire, lost the war to the Empire of Japan, and 21 million deaths during the Second World War can hardly be characterized as a success. And remember, the 1939 invasion of Finland did not go to plan. So understand that the Russians have a history of complete and total defeat. It is simply the only reason that they are fucking alive is because everyone gives them everything they want and just surrenders to them because of this myth that they've got all these fucking nukes. Now I could deconstruct that, but whether I get to that tonight is almost inconsequential to the main point. All of you people think these people are the master race and you worship the ground on which they walk militarily. Everybody thinks they're the military masters of the world. That's why the guy who produces the YouTube fucking gun cult videos, who thankfully spent time in jail, and I doubt will ever be back on YouTube again. If he's crawling back on, no luck to him, and hopefully he flops. This fucker just became a sensation because he put on a Russian accent. You've got Binkov's Battlefields with his goddamn Kermit sock puppet that, gets all the hits because he puts on a Russian accent and therefore is somehow a military expert. This is the bullshit that you people feed yourselves, that the Russians know all things military. They're the masters of war. They aren't the masters of shit. Now, Lieutenant Colonel William Astor, ex-professor of history at the U.S. Air Force Academy, said, "It's certainly possible that the United States overestimated Russia's military capabilities. Recall that Russia spends $78 billion a year on its military, which is but 1/10 of what the U.S. spends. The Russian military also lacks recent combat experience, especially in large-scale operations. Recall as well that the Pentagon routinely inflates threats, as we did with the Soviet military machine in the 1970s and 1980s. The Pentagon inflates threats as a way of boosting its own funding." Well, there you go, everybody. It was always bullshit. There never was a Russian threat. There you go. All their money is spent on false info. That's Jameson Reese talking right there, and he's absolutely right. Ian Ona Johnson, Assistant Professores of Military History at the University of Notre Dame, South Bend, Indiana, said, and I will quote as she at length and verbatim, "It seems analysts did overestimate Russian conventional capabilities, and just as importantly, underestimated Ukrainian ones. Putin has invested greatly in rebuilding Russian military power since entering office. He raised military spending, shifted towards an all-volunteer standing army." By the way, that was his first fucking mistake, and yet we've got nothing but conscripts who have been fielded, so I don't get that. "And sought to modernize all branches of the Russian military." To go back to her quote here. "But much heralded fifth-generation fighters, precision munitions, and hypersonic missiles have generally had little effect on the war thus far. Experts have long been impressed with Russian doctrine based on the writings of Chief of the Russian Armed Forces General Staff Valery Gerasimov. These emphasized all aspects of warfighting, including information and economic warfare, manipulation of opponents' politics, and hybrid warfare." This is all the Ruskies are good at. "The picture Gerasimov drew was a highly sophisticated one, but it bears no resemblance to the war thus far conducted in Ukraine, which looks much more like the Soviet effort in Afghanistan." Yes, there we are. Jameson says he tried to make Russia into us. That's the source of all their problems. There you go. At any rate, Ian Ona Johnson, the doctoress, goes on to say, Russian success in the invasion of Crimea in 2014, which did seem to showcase the Gerasimov doctrine, suggested a modern, professional, highly competent military. But those operations were conducted largely by Russian special forces and elite airborne units, while the current war in Ukraine has required a much broader swath of the Russian military. In addition, Ukrainian forces, better trained, armed, and much more numerous, have proven highly successful in defense. And finally, Katie Latikainen, a political science professor at Adelphi University, New York, says, "Russia's overall capabilities are still much more significant than Ukraine's. But we probably did overestimate Russia's conventional forces capabilities by focusing on numbers of troops amassed along the borders of Ukraine in the lead up to war. But it is the qualitative aspect of Russian military capabilities that has proven so consequential. The use of undertrained, underinformed conscripts, the lack of communication among the different military commands in the field, the overall poor logistical support have all contributed to poorer than expected performance of the Russian military and its resort to more scorched earth sorts of tactics." Now, I myself have contacted the Russian Defense Ministry and the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry for comment, albeit I expect no response from either party till hell freezes over. Now, President Joe Biden just criticized Russian dictator Vladimir Putin as not much of a student of history for underestimating the Ukrainian military's will to fight. But a top U.S. intelligence official admitted he botched the assessment too. You know, by the way, I'm getting some dings telling me that I've got some incoming messages. Our lady Diane Hillis Buchberger says, "What's your next book called?" Just listening in, and no title yet for the next book, honey. But I can't remember. Right? I think we had a title, but I forgot it. We had a title lineup. I'll ask Pete. He might come back on in the morning for a few minutes, and then I'll ask him. Because I sure as hell don't remember. Don't worry about it. It's not out for a while yet. At any rate, Biden made the comment about Mad Vlad, not being a student of history during a speech in Warsaw, but yesterday, the day before yesterday, if you're on the East Coast by now, where he appeared to support regime change in Russia before the White House walked it back. So, yesterday, I'm still on Pacific Daylight Time here, so it's still yesterday for me, but Saturday is the day before yesterday if you're on the East Coast. But at that time, Biden said, "Notwithstanding the brutality of Vladimir Putin, let there be no doubt, this war has already been a strategic failure for Russia. Having lost children myself, I know that's no solace to the people who lost family, but he, Putin, thought Ukrainians would roll over and not fight. Not much of a student of history. Instead, Russian forces have met their match in the brave and stiff Ukrainian resistance. Rather than breaking Ukrainian resolve, Russia's brutal tactics have strengthened the resolve. We're seeing the brave Ukrainian people showing that the power of many is greater than the will of any one dictator. Brutality will never grind down their will to be free." Okay, I'm sorry, I can't get his accent at all. There's no real accent with Biden, and that's part of the problem. And our lady's just catching up on what was said earlier. Blessings to her. In the interim, where we're at right now, the invasion of Ukraine, it came after weeks of warnings by the Biden administration that Putin was going to invade. Biden had said in January he knew that Russian victory in Ukraine would essentially be certain. The head of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, admitted this month he underestimated Ukraine. So the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, told the Senate Intelligence Committee earlier this month, "So we assessed prior to the invasion that Putin was overestimating, or underestimating rather, the Ukrainians' likely resistance. So I think we did well there. We did not do so well in terms of predicting the military challenges that he has encountered with his own military." Well, there you go. This is because everybody's listening and buying into and believing and literally worshiping the Russian lie that they're great military people, that they're a warrior race of military masterminds, and it's all shit. All of it. This is just marketing. It's like nonstop marketing that has gotten everybody, the Americans and the West Europeans, to surrender to them. But DIA Director Lieutenant General Scott Berrier admitted he had botched his assessment completely. To quote his T, "My view was that, based on a variety of factors, that the Ukrainians were not as ready as I thought they should be." By the way, they weren't. "Therefore, I questioned their will to fight. That was a bad assessment on my part, because they have fought bravely and honorably and are doing the right thing. I think assessing will, morale, and the will to fight is a very difficult analytical task, and we had different inputs from different organizations, and we, at least from my perspective as director, I did not do as well as I could have." No, you totally fucked up. Now, the Republican Senator Tom Cotton, who had elicited both of these responses, which I've just read to you, said the United States intelligence screw-ups may have had consequences. To quote his T, These mistakes potentially had real-world policy implications about the willingness of the president or other NATO leaders to provide weapons that they thought might have fallen into the hands of Russians in a matter of hours, or to impose sanctions for something that might have been a fait accompli. And we need to ask ourselves, if we made mistakes about the first 2 weeks of the war, are we making mistakes about the next 2 weeks or the next 2 months? And the policy implications those might have. Those might be the wisest words that man has ever spoken. Now, as published in the New York Times, U.S. intelligence officials believed the Russian military would be able to take over Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, in 48 hours, 2 days. Independent Senator Angus King, another Senate Intelligence Committee member, told the outlet of the New York Times, "If we had known in advance how strong the Ukrainians would be and how weak the Russians would be, we might have been able to preposition more equipment and had aid to the Ukrainians flow in faster, based on the assumption they had a real chance." And in a mid-January press conference prior to Putin's invasion, Biden said, "It's one thing if it's a minor incursion, then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do." During that same press conference, Biden said Russia would win a war with Ukraine, saying Russia would be able to prevail over time, though he said the cost would be high. According to Fox News, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley told Congress behind closed doors in early February that Kiev could be conquered by Russia within 72 hours, 3 days, of a full-scale invasion. In comparison, both Biden and Milley, as well as the rest of the administration, vastly overestimated the strength and willpower of the Afghan army ahead of the Taliban's rapid takeover last August. This is another consequential intelligence failure. These debacles are simply sickening. Now, let me take a look at some of these stats before I, move on from this. So I'm just trying to get some stats up, make sure that I can regale you with some of them. We are, just dealing with a lot of incoming information at once. And in order to do justice to it and process it, this is one of the things that I have to just constantly upscreen. All right. So in terms of what I'm finding, just looking this up right now, and let me add something here. I have to add March 2022. And whether or not this is even, worth reading to you or relating, I'll decide later. I'll put that aside for now. In the meantime, one of the things that I'll do is check into the live stream. And nobody's said anything since George Knight. Everyone do participate. I like to get a lot of feedback. And with that, now, during this same Saturday speech delivered yesterday, Biden declared of Putin at the end that, for God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. And a White House official quickly claimed that the president was not discussing Putin's power in Russia or regime change. Now, during a Friday talk with members of America's 82nd Airborne Division, Biden seemed to suggest that the United States would be sending troops to Ukraine, saying, "Look at how the Ukrainians are stepping up, and you're going to see when you're there." Now, a White House spokesperson thereafter said, "The president has been clear, we are not sending U.S. troops to Ukraine, and there is no change in that position." Now, on Thursday, when asked in Brussels how the United States would respond to a potential Russian chemical weapons attack in Ukraine, Biden replied that it would trigger a response in kind. Now, Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, soon said, "We will collect the form and nature of our response based on the nature of the action Russia takes, and we'll do so in coordination with our allies. I won't go beyond that other than to say the United States has no intention of using chemical weapons, period, under any circumstances. You've got to start asking yourself, is this poor dope senile? Is he just like, just leaking in the brain? This stuff just dribbling out of his ears? Or is this fucker got a plan? Because I certainly hope he sends troops in. I certainly hope he deploys some fucking chemical weapons. Honestly, if I have any protest against that, it would simply be the impracticality of it. But it's not really impractical because none of these Russians have real chem gear. What chem gear they have would probably be so full of holes and rips in the seams that, they'd all die of the chemicals anyway, even if they were able to strap their chem gear on. Biden also argued that that U.S. sanctions against Russia were not meant to deter Putin from invading Ukraine, and that sanctions never deter, despite numerous high-ranking Biden administration officials arguing the sanctions were meant to do so. Now Russian forces continue to besiege major cities like Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and Mariupol, and have made vainglorious advances, but obviously cannot secure the decisive victory Putin had been expecting, and most of the country remains under Ukrainian control. Britain's defense ministry said Saturday that Russia forces were reluctant to engage in infantry operations and were instead relying on aerial and artillery bombardments. Kyiv, the capital, has said that more than 16,000 Russian troops have been killed, including half a dozen generals. Russia said on Friday that 1,351 of its soldiers had been killed. That was the day before yesterday in my time zone. Now, NATO has estimated that the Russian death toll stands at between 7,000 and 15,000, over twice the conservative estimate after 4 weeks of fighting. We know it's more towards the 15,000 range at least. The Ukrainians said 16,000 dead. It is likely that many. By the way, as I said, the Americans lost far less than 7,000 dead in 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan. So this is catastrophic. This is catastrophic. The Russians have lost in weeks more, twice as much as what the Americans lost in 20 years of nonstop warfare. And yet we are all still living in Vladimir Putin's world right now. Journalists writing on international affairs in the 1920s and 1930s referred to that era as post-war, as in after World War I. They saw events through the prism of the Great War that devastated Europe just a few years earlier. Historians writing today refer to the same years as the interwar period, for the simple reason that they analyze what happened during those years as part of the lead-up to the even more destructive World War II. More destructive on a global level, but far less so in a manpower level. That would take a lot of explaining. When you're talking about civilian population killed, obviously a lot more. But in terms of the toll on manpower, actually a lot less. Again, take some explaining. The real battlefield was civilian populations in World War II, not in World War I, where it was all of the military forces that were taking all of the battering and blooding. Now, if only those journalists writing in 1930s Europe had the clarity of hindsight. And we should all have that clarity today. Russia's military aggression in Ukraine is one of those moments that impels us to interpret our own era. What we called the 30-year peace that followed the so-called Cold War, World War III in effect, tending to forget, consciously or unconsciously, the wars in the former Yugoslavia that I myself participated in, has now ended. Future historians will look at these last decades, by and large, much as they looked at the interwar period, as an opportunity squandered. The sooner we all admit it, the better we can prepare for what comes next. Ukraine, Taiwan, the Koreas. The world is tilting toward major wars. Images of the Russian army strangling the cruelly crushed Ukrainian city of Mariupol pull at heartstrings around the world, evoking indignant cries of "Stop it!" and "Do something!" to rescue survivors, drive out the invaders, and save what's left of a shattered community of nigh 500,000 souls. You cannot help but admire the bravery of ordinary people holding out in Mariupol, even as Russian tanks rumble through empty streets littered with the wreckage of buildings and lives lost in a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. You wonder, however, what the rest of the world is doing besides wringing hands, offering help that will never be enough, and cringing at pleas for the kind of aid that might stop the Russians dead in their fucking tracks. In a battle between David and Goliath, David is supposed to win. But in the real world, the biblical story may be a fantasy for Mariupol and much of the rest of the country. Yes, aid is pouring into Ukraine, and foreign volunteers are rushing to join the Ukrainian forces, staving off the Russians as they advance from all sides on the capital of Kiev and other beleaguered cities. But no one really advocates what President Volodymyr Zelensky says is absolutely necessary: the creation of a no-fly zone enforced by foreign air forces against Russian planes responsible for much of the death and destruction. You can appreciate the urgency of Zelensky's plea and the reluctance of the NATO countries, led by President Biden, to escalate to the point of actually waging war, however limited, against the Russian Empire. No way would Russian dictator Vladimir Putin order his planes to stay out of the way just because the US and some of its NATO allies were telling them to do so. Nor would the Russians suddenly decide that now's the time to agree to a conference at which they might have to make concessions, even perhaps a ceasefire. You have to ask, however, would there be any other way to stop Russia from taking over Ukraine, other than to challenge it in the air and maybe strike Russian air bases on the other side of the border, or perhaps deep in Russia itself? Would the world then plunge into World War III, in which Red China, on the other side of the Eurasian landmass, would not only side with the Russian Empire, but swing its weight ever more dangerously round Asia? It's not difficult to imagine China's dictator Xi Jinping, a leader disturbingly similar to Putin in his grasp on power in his own empire and his vision of expanding borders, deciding the time was ripe finally to recover the lost province of My Taiwan, which was last under Beijing's thumb circa 1895. That was when the Japanese took over My Island, about 100 miles from the Chinese mainland, after defeating the forces of China's last dynasty in the Sino-Japanese War. Should the United States and its Northeast Asia allies, South Korea and the Empire of Japan, all go to war for My Taiwan? If you've been listening to myself at all for even a fairly brief period of time, you already know this isn't even a question. You don't have a choice. All your very lives depend on My Island China's freedom. But the question of when and how to exert retaliatory force is relevant in the case of North Korea, too. It's plain to everyone that North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un is not going to give up his nukes. In fact, Kim gives every impression of wanting to improve his nuclear capabilities, fabricating ever more warheads while deploying, well, at least developing, intercontinental ballistic missiles for carrying them to targets elsewhere. By the way, our lovely Diane Hillis Buchberger says, good night. Okay, love you dearly, honey. I don't know if you hear that, but I hope you do. Let's see if I can send her a little file here with a flower in it, or something that will be, touching to her. And, okay, so this should be fine. I have to watch out what I send, of course, because obviously my Files are full of porn, and I don't want to press the wrong button. That's send the wrong message, right? And I got all these guys sending me porn. I think they think I'm a girl, or maybe they just don't care, and they're sending me porn anyway. Whatever. So, in response to North Korea, there's talk of South Korea developing its own nuclear capability, along with more and better missiles. Also, some are asking, how about the United States and the Republic of Korea in the south of the peninsula jointly attacking North Korea's nuclear complexes and missile launch sites? Now, these notions may be madness, just as enforcement of a no-fly zone over Ukraine could escalate into a full-scale war, NATO versus Russia, so could an assault on North Korea's nuclear and missile facilities risk more than just another Korean war. It's easy to imagine both Red China and the Russian Empire jumping in to defend their old Korean War ally. Korea War II could spread over Asia as easily as World War III could flare in Europe. Such cold, rational reasoning, however, does nothing to relieve the suffering of those in Mariupol or the rest of Ukraine, any more than it helps the thousands of North Koreans suffering in the North Korean gulag system. We're left to watch in anguish as the people of Ukraine, those who haven't fled or died, face a ruthless foe that's hell-bent on conquering a democratic neighbor. Unfortunately, a kind of self-serving denialism pervades Western capitals and prevents us from seeing the obvious. Passionate pleas to defend the post-Cold War European order have no meaning because this era is over. In the wake of Russia's occupation of Crimea in 2014, Angela Merkel, then the Chancellor of Deutschland, United Germany's Deutschen Chancellor, talked to President Vladimir Putin of Russia and reported to President Barack Obama that, in her view, Mr. Putin had lost all touch with reality. He was, she said, living in another world. Today, we are all living in it. In this world, to quote Thucydides, the strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. How did we get here? First, we must understand that this is not Russia's war. It is Mr. Putin's. He cometh from a particular generation of Russian security officials who never managed to reconcile themselves with Moscow's Cold War defeat. In front of their eyes, the Soviet Union vanished from the map without military loss or foreign invasion. For them, the current assault on Ukraine is a logical and necessary inflection point. The imperial table can once again be reset. These people are not interested in writing the future. They want to rewrite the past. While watching Russian missiles attacking Kiev in a mood of powerless outrage, I certainly realized that many Russians must have felt the same way when NATO was bombing Beograd, the capital of Serbia, 2 decades agone. Mr. Putin's invasion may be more about revenge than grand strategy. There's a distinction between revisionism and revanchism. Revisionists wish to build an international order of their liking. Revanchists are driven by the idea of payback. They dream not of changing the world, but of changing places with the victors of the last war. If Mr. Putin is succeeding today, the West can blame only itself. While Western public opinion was hypnotizing itself with the idea that Russia is in steep decline, a gas station with nukes, some like to call it, the Russian dictator began to realize his strategy. For years, Mr. Putin has been consolidating his sphere of influence over the former Soviet Union, starting with his war on Georgia in 2008 and through his annexation of Crimea in 2014. More recently, he has tightened his grip on Belarus and Central Asia. Now he has undertaken the next dramatic step, President Biden said on Thursday that in response to the invasion of Ukraine, he intends to make Mr. Putin a pariah on the international stage. That would be a fitting punishment for this violation of international law, but things may not work out that way. There is a real danger that instead it's the West that could find itself more isolated. Over the past 12 months, the Moscow-Beijing synaxis has moved from hypothesis to reality thanks to the shared goal of challenging American dominance. While Red Chinese elites are hardly excited about Russia's reckless invasion of Ukraine, the Chinese holding dear their commitment to non-violation of state sovereignty, there be no doubt they will stay on Moscow's side. Look at how Beijing refused to officially describe Mr. Putin's war as an invasion at all. Dictator Xi Jinping may be the biggest beneficiary of the current crisis. America not only looks impotent, it also now finds itself bogged down in Europe and unable to focus on Asia. Many countries see the conflict between Russia and the West as one between old imperialists that hardly affects them. Of greater and more immediate concern is the way that sanctions imposed by the West will drive up energy and food prices. The West can win over skeptics of its efforts to combat Mr. Putin only if it succeeds in showing those outside Europe that what is at stake in Kiev is not the fate of a pro-Western regime, but the sovereignty of a newly born post-imperial state. Some already understand that idea. Kenya's ambassador to the United Nations captured what is happening in Ukraine when he said, "The situation echoes our history. Kenya and almost every African country was birthed by the ending of the empire." Now, what does the end of peace mean to Europe? The consequences will be dire. War in the Ukraine has the frightening potential to heat up frozen conflicts on the continent's periphery, including elsewhere in the post-Soviet space and the Western Balkans. The leaders of the Republika Srpska may read a victory by Mr. Putin in Ukraine as a signal to dismantle Bosnia and Herzegovina. Russia-friendly dictators in the European Union, too, will feel emboldened by Mr. Putin's victory. The invasion of Ukraine has united Europe, but it will also hurt its self-confidence. But more fundamentally, the events of the past week will necessitate a radical rethinking of the European project. For the past 30 years, Europeans have convinced themselves that military strength was not worth the cost, and that American military preeminence was enough to dissuade other empires from pursuing war. Spending on defense fell. What mattered, the received wisdom intoned, was economic power and soft power. Now we know that sanctions cannot stop tanks. Europe's cherished conviction that economic interdependence is the best guarantee for peace has turned out to be all wrong. Europeans made a mistake by universalizing their post-World War II experience to countries like the Russian Empire. Capitalism is not enough to temper authoritarianism. Trade with dictators does not make your country more secure, and keeping the money of corrupt leaders in your banks does not civilize them. It only corrupts you. And Europe's embrace of Russian hydrocarbons only made the continent more insecure and vulnerable. The most destabilizing effect of Russia's invasion could be that many around the world start to agree with Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky. At the Munich Security Forum this month, he stated that Kiev had made a mistake abandoning the nuclear weapons it inherited from the Soviet Union. The United States' unwillingness to defend a friendly country like Ukraine can make at least some American allies believe that nuclear weapons are the only way to guarantee their sovereignty. It's not hard to imagine Red China's neighbors also thinking this way. The fact that a majority of South Koreans now favor their country obtaining nuclear weapons proves that Mr. Putin's moves in Ukraine put at risk the world's nuclear non-proliferation regime. In 1993, the great Deutschen, or German poet and essayist, Hans Magnus Enzensberger predicted that the Cold War would be followed by an age of chaos, violence, and conflict. Reflecting on what he observed in Yugoslavia and the urban riots in the United States, he saw a world defined by an inability to distinguish between destruction and self-destruction. In this world, in his words, there is no longer any need to legitimize your actions. Violence has freed itself from ideology. Mr. Enzensberger was correct. He was just too early. Regardless, Ukraine's Defintel, their defense intelligence chief, has confirmed that Russia is still using old methods of warfare, while asserting that the Russian army is riddled with informers. He's just saying that so he gets them to shoot each other. And irregardless, Putin doesn't realize how much warfare has changed. The Russian dictator's obsession with World War II is hindering his invasion of Ukraine. In an interview published Friday into this weekend that was conducted over an encrypted line with a translator, the 36-year-old Brigadier General Kyrylo Budanov, the head of Ukraine's GUR, which is acronyms for Defense Intelligence Agency in the Ukrainian language, confirmed via the U.S. publication circulating as The Nation that although Ukrainian forces have held out against the Russian military for a month, with Russian forces having to confront insurgents as Ukrainians track Chechen forces fighting for Russia using their cell phones and human intelligence sources, the situation remains very difficult. Albeit Ukrainian forces have benefited from miscalculations by the Russians, himself asserting that the Russian army is riddled with informers and using old methods of warfare against Ukrainian forces, ergo enabling a very large number of people to be mobilized for engaging in guerrilla warfare behind Russian lines via the Ukrainians making effective use of informers. Now, he kept propagandizing that because he wants the Russians to start shooting their Chechens. Putin shipped in a bunch of Muslim Chechens to terrorize the countryside. And as a result, the Ukrainians tell the Russians, well, these are informers that are giving us all the dope on you. Then the Russians turn around and kill the Muslims who they hate anyway. And, hopefully they just all start shooting each other. And I'm sure that's going to happen. So, to quoteist Brigadier General Kyrylo Budanov at length and verbatim, "We have large Russian forces on our territory and they have encircled the cities of Ukraine. As for the prospects of peace, despite the negotiations, they still remain vague and unpredictable. The Russian command has made miscalculations many times, and we use these miscalculations. The Ukrainian army has shown that the Russian army as the second army in the world is a big myth. And it's just a medieval concentration of manpower, old methods of warfare. We have lots of informers within the Russian army, not only in the Russian army, but also in their political circles and their leadership. In November, we already knew about the intentions of the Russians, and you can see that everything came through. As for the date, it changed several times. We have many informers inside the Chechen ranks. As soon as they start preparing any operation, we know that from our informants. Our warriors, our servicemen, even our hunters will start hunting the aggressor, the Russian forces, with their rifles in the forests. I should say that soon the spring will come. Our forests will become green, and a real hell will open up for the aggressor." Now, everything he says is true except about these informers at all levels of the Russian government. He wants the Russians to start killing each other. This is how he's going to get them to do that, to all start watching their backs, not trusting themselves. And it's going to be easy. They will fall prey to what he says. They will suspect each other. I mean, Putin's already trying to hunt down scum and traitors, as he calls them. Now, I'm getting some incoming messages. Just going to check in on them. And then I'll check in on the chat room. And, okay, another Pakistani guy. Salman Sheikh is right. These Pakistani guys are all hot for my ass. All right, so we've got, 6 hours left. You might think that's a lot of time. Not really. going to do a reset of the page here, and I do that, of course, just to keep track of the numbers, and always good to do that. Gives you an impression of how you're maintaining, upholding, and certainly glad for everybody who's participating with us tonight. Jameson's back. Let me give him a thumbs up. I usually try to do that. Acknowledge him when he returns from whatever it is he does. And all right then. Oh, good. We're upholding numbers. Very important. And checking in again. Excellent. We're gaining numbers. So back to the task at hand. Now, Otto von Bismarck once said that only a fool learns from his own mistakes. The 19th century German chancellor, the Deutschen Kanzler, said, "I learn from other people's." Astonishingly, the Russian army is repeating the same past mistakes of its Soviet predecessor. In April of 1945, Marshal Georgy Zhukov, under intense pressure from Joseph Stalin, sent his tank armies into Berlin, sans, meaning without, infantry support. Vladimir Putin's forces not only made the same mistake, they even copied the way their forebearers had attached odd bits of iron, including bed frames, to their tanks' turrets in the hopes that the added metal would detonate the anti-tank weapons prematurely. This did not save any of the Russian tanks. It simply increased their profile and attracted Ukrainian tank hunting parties, just as the Soviet tanks in Berlin had drawn groups of Hitler Youth and Schutzstaffel, the SS, who attacked them with Panzerfausts, the iron fist of the Third Reich, the rocket-launching, shaped projectiles that would blast the tanks into, hornets' nests of splintered metal, which those bed frames only add more metal to be embedded within the flesh. The Russian dictator's distorted obsession with history, especially with the Great Patriotic War against Germany, has skewed his political rhetoric with bizarre self-contradictions. It has clearly affected his military approach. Tanks were a great symbol of strength during the Second World War. That Putin can still see them that way defies belief. The vehicles have proved to be profoundly vulnerable to drones and anti-tank weapons in recent conflicts in Libya and elsewhere. Azerbaijan's ability to destroy entire mechanized Armenian tank columns easily was essential to its 2020 victory in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. Yet Putin seems to have learned as little as he has forgotten. In August of 1968, the Warsaw Pact forces entering Czechoslovakia were told by their political officers that they would be welcomed as liberators. They found themselves cursed, out of fuel, and hungry. Morale was shattered. Putin's control of domestic media can hide the truth from most of the Russian population, but his conscripts, forced now to sign new contracts to turn them into volunteers, are all too aware of the reality. His treatment of his own people is as pitiless as his treatment of his enemies. The army even brought a mobile crematorium into Ukraine to dispose of Russian fatalities in order to reduce the body bag count going home. Putin's Soviet predecessors had a similar disregard for their troops' feelings. In 1945, the Red Army faced a number of mutinies. Frequently treated with contempt by officers and political departments, soldiers were ordered out at night into no man's land to retrieve the bodies of fallen comrades, but, not to retrieve the bodies really, but to strip them of their uniforms for reuse by replacement troops. Another old pattern repeating itself in Ukraine is the Russian army's reliance on heavy guns. In World War II, the Red Army bragged about the power of its artillery, which it called the God of War. In the Berlin operation, Zhukov's artillery fired more than 3 million shells, destroying more of the city than the Allies' strategic air offensive had. The Soviets used Katyusha rocket launchers, so-called Stalin's organs, which German troops nicknamed for their howling sound to kill any remaining defenders. While Putin's conventional artillery smashes Ukrainian buildings open in the same old way to eliminate potential sniper positions, thermobaric ordnance, the devastating vacuum bombs that create a fireball that sucks the oxygen away from their targets, sucks the lungs right out of your mouth, and blows you inside out, takes the place of the old Katyushas. The Russians' destruction of Grozny and Aleppo had already revealed how little their urban conflict doctrine, unlike that of the Western armed forces, has evolved since World War II. The international coalition that reclaimed the cities of Raqqa and Mosul, the capital of Kurdistan, from the Islamic State, demonstrated a far more targeted approach, sealing off each city and then clearing it sector by sector. Putin's army is clearly not the Red Army, just as Putin's Russia is not the Soviet Union. Institutional corruption across the government has affected everything, even with officers profiting off the sale of spare parts and ignoring logistics support in favor of prestige projects, while Ukrainian defenders are destroying Cold War-era Russian T-72 tanks like ducks in a row. The Russian priority has been to reserve enough money to pay for the next generation of high-tech Armata tanks. Yet the Armata can still do little more than trundle across Red Square in Victory Day parades every May 9th to impress the crowds and foreign media and get all the stupid Western tech nerds drooling, saying the Russians got the best, when on the battlefield it would suffer exactly the same fate as the World War III T-72s. Elite units, paratroopers, and Spetsnaz, special forces, still exist within the Russian military, but they can achieve little on their own in the chaos of bad command and control. The lack of foresight involved in the introduction of the Russian army's new era encrypted communication system would have been much harder to believe in the more rigorous Soviet days, when such mistakes were severely punished. Supposedly secure, it relies on 3G towers, which Russia destroyed when it invaded Ukraine. Because the system is simply not working, Russian officers have to communicate in open speech by cell phone, as gleeful Ukrainian volunteers listen in and use that to triangulate their positions to take them out with mortar and sniper fire. The 2008 invasion of Georgia, which dealt a setback to the small former Soviet republic, but revealed incompetence and weakness on Russia's part as well, led to plans to re-equip and reform Putin's armed forces. Those efforts have manifestly failed. This says a great deal about the lack of idealism, probity, and any sense of duty within his regime. How this can change at such a late and crucial stage in the Ukrainian invasion is impossible to see. At Stalingrad in late 1942, the Red Army surprised itself and the world with a sudden turnaround, and there be indications that Putin's forces are adjusting their tactics and preparing two major strategic envelopments around Kiev and in eastern Ukraine. An almost Stalinist determination to right the Russian military, backed by the execution of deserters and failing officers, could well extend the conflict in a bloodbath of relentless, grinding destruction. Against all pre-war expectations, however, a Russian military collapse also looks probable. A complete disintegration of morale could lead to a humiliating withdrawal, a potentially devastating result of Putin's inability to part with the Soviet past. What Russia has done in a month will take lifetimes to undo. The Cold War has imprinted a permanent image of Soviet enmity in the minds of the Gen X, Generation X, and baby boomer generations, and rightfully so. The West was in constant tension with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics through the countless proxy wars, with real threats of armed conflict escalating to nuclear levels. The American people had no reason to trust Soviet ideologies, discoveries, or people. The feelings were mutual for the Russians, who had no reason to trust the West after years of disagreements. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, indicating the end of the long, drawn-out rivalry after almost half 100 years. At this point, the United States began to explore ways to collaborate with Russia and its vast quantities of resources. The United States has spent the last 30 years trying to strengthen diplomatic relationships with Russia, cautiously. American and Russian policy enabled collaborations on scientific research, space exploration, global counterterrorism, and even climate preservation. Despite the hesitance to trust an old foe, both empires have tried to create a working relationship with one another, well, one of the other world superpowers, to make economic and global progress. Born in the new millennium into Generation Z, or Gen Z, younger Americans didn't disagree with Russian ideologies as much as previous generations. The post-World War III era warm warriors, the antithesis of cold warriors, saw Russia as an energy giant that is capable of using its powers and influence to do the right things. But Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has undone the past 30 years of progress in the last 30 days. And I don't think the Russian reputation is salvageable. The invasion of Ukraine has been built on flawed Soviet-era ideologies, executed through falsehoods, and sustained using unethical threats. The country that could have tapped natural resources and rising connectivity with the international community to prosper has now proven to everyone that it can never be trusted. Putin launched a special military operation on February 24th to send Russian troops into Ukraine and take control of the country. Putin claimed this was to protect people from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and save the people of Ukraine from the abuse and genocide from the Nazi regime of Kiev. Experts rightfully pointed out that these lies were just a pretense for Putin's true intentions, reclaiming Ukraine as part of the Russian Empire. Putin's Soviet-era views are that Ukraine and Russia should be one people under one ruler and one collective state that needs to be reunified. Putin's attempt to consolidate power is a violation of Ukraine's autonomy. By deploying military force into civilian regions of Ukraine, conducting strikes targeting residential areas, and flouting all ceasefire agreements, Putin is undermining the Ukrainian government and people. In our interconnected world, I don't think it's wise to bully sovereign nations and expect to get away with it. The Russian invasion echoes the illogical belief that Putin can take what's not his and be spared from all consequences. I believe the international community will hesitate before collaborating with Russia in the future because they could fear facing a similar fate. The world may take years to forgive Putin and trust Russia again after the invasion. In fact, hopefully Putin as a person can never be forgiven. The buildup of Russian troops at the Ukrainian border began almost a year before the invasion. Russian troops appeared in Belarus a Russian ally bordering Ukraine, actually a satellite state, and as early as spring of 2021. And by last November, there were at least 100,000 troops on the borderline. Belarus plays a crucial role as a strategic location for Russia to station troops. The very strong cooperation with the Belarusian dictator has allowed Russia to potentially place nuclear weapons very close to the Ukrainian border, at the ready for deployment. This all seemed to point to an impending invasion. Russia responded to concerns by claiming that the troops and equipment were only there for training exercises. Ultimately, a lie. In late February, just a few days before the invasion, Russia claimed that it would pull back troops, also ultimately proving to be false. After about a week of fighting, Russia and Ukraine came to an agreed ceasefire to allow civilians to evacuate from some Ukrainian cities, guaranteed by the International Committee of the Red Cross. Russian troops, who continued to shell the Ukrainian cities of Mariupol and Volnovakha, broke it. Russia has shown time and time again that it cannot be trusted. Putin's falsehoods constantly deceive the international community and impede progress in conflict resolution. These sorts of tactics are typically used by terrorist networks, whose objective is primarily to intimidate or coerce civilian populations, to influence government policy by mass destruction. The international community is less likely to engage in diplomacy with Russia after this because there is a good chance that Vlad Putin will not hold up his end of any deal. Putin has reached a point of no return, where there be no foreseeable way to forgive Russia for this invasion. The attacks on civilian infrastructure, such as residential buildings, schools, and even hospitals, would seem to constitute war crimes that Putin and his cronies will have to pay for. Regardless of this war's outcome, Russia's image is tarnished in the international community. A successful invasion would simply establish Russia as an immoral bully, and the failed one now betrays Russian military weakness. There's no sense to Putin's Ukraine misadventure. It's a world-shaping disaster. But it was going to happen anyway. War is the place where logic and reason go to die. And now the Battle of Russia has begun. The big news on Thursday morning, as dated the 17th day in February, was that President Biden had sent a letter to President Putin and was awaiting his reply. Then the big news changed. They had received Putin's reply and were waiting while it was analyzed. All of this followed the big news from midweek after the Ides of February, shooting down the Russian claim that they had moved forces back from the border with Ukraine when, according to Western sources, they had moved 7,000 more troops into position to attack. It's never a good sign. In fact, I'll coin an acronym for it, all uppercase INAGS, INAGS. It's never a good sign when national leaders stop talking to each other face to face or on the phone and start communicating by letter. INAGS, it's never a good sign when a country's spokesman or its national leader starts telling lies that can be easily disproved. In fact, INAGS when anyone, especially the leader of a nuclear power, decides to go with that old chestnut. Who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? Because it means that logic and reason and facts have once again disappeared into the black hole all authoritarians dig for themselves in the end. the war against reality itself. Vladimir Putin is conducting what amounts to an object lesson for authoritarians everywhere. Over a period of months, he moved 60% of all Russian combat land forces into threatening positions round Ukraine, then announced he had no intention of attacking. The Russian reason for deploying such a massive display of military might round the entire border of Ukraine, including its southern coast, was so blatant a lie, it left you breathless. The mistake I made from the beginning of this crisis was to ever even assume that there be any logic whatsoever to what Putin is doing. There be no logic. It made no sense at all for him to move 150,000 soldiers, ultimately 190,000, hundreds of miles across Russia and park them in the boonies round Ukraine for no reason, especially when they were equipped with tanks and combat helicopters and cannons and rocket launchers and backed up by support units like field hospitals and food and ammunition supplies. It only made sense if he intended to deploy all those forces, but using them didn't make sense either. See what I mean? War is a black hole that kills logic and reason just as surely as it kills human beings. Diplomacy makes sense. Nobody dies when countries talk to each other. Talking saves lives because it is not war, which costs lives the minute the shooting starts. But you cannot think this way with Vladimir Putin, because it's all personal to him. His claim that the breakup of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century, which was a century ago. We're in the 21st now, but he is not. He says it wasn't about the end of the Soviet Empire. It was about him. It was a tragedy for him, not for Russia. The country of Russia was better off today than it was before 1990 or 1991. The shelves of its stores were full of food and clothing and even luxury items. Its people in the cities and far-flung rural areas were not starving. Russians could make money and even save it. They could even travel to other countries. They were not then walled in from the rest of the world. Putin's war weakens Russia. Russian invaders are still dealing out death and destruction in Ukraine, but Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has already suffered an enormous political defeat. The main question now isn't whether Putin will win his war, but how many more Ukrainians will have to die to give him a face-saving way to stop this senseless slaughter. No matter how the fighting ends, the Ukrainian people have shown that they will never willingly submit to rule by Moscow. Putin's ham-fisted attempt to bend a former Russian colony to his will has turned into Ukraine's war of independence, with President Volodymyr Zelensky, a former comedian, cast improbably in the role of a rehabilitated George Washington. Of course, Russia has by far the stronger military and evidently no moral compunctions about using it to massacre Ukrainian civilians. Can Putin inflict enough pain on Ukrainian society to wring big concessions from its government? Possibly, but so far Ukraine's defenders are more than holding their own. The Russian dictator is caught in his own web of historical delusions and disinformation. Few outside Russia believe his ludicrous, laughably ridiculous claims that Ukraine's democratically elected leaders are fascists, scheming with America to prevent Ukrainians from voluntarily reuniting with Mother Russia. Yet in launching his second invasion in 8 years, Putin seems to have expected that his forces would easily topple Zelensky's government, allowing him to install a more compliant regime in Kiev. Instead, Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom. This has forced Putin to set aside his dream of absorbing Ukraine into the Russian Empire. Now he demands that Ukraine commit itself to neutrality, which would rule out future membership in NATO and possibly the European Union as well. For good measure, Putin wants Kiev to accept Russia's seizure of Crimea in 2014 and recognize two breakaway eastern provinces as independent states. But even if Putin gets all of what he wants, it won't be enough to compensate for what he has already lost by attacking Ukraine. From a strategic, military, and economic standpoint, a weaker and more isolated Russia is bound to emerge from this needless war. Putin insists the war is necessary to bolster Russian security, but it's having the opposite effect. For starters, it has also jolted NATO, Putin's nemesis, back to life. And how many Russians who know their country's history welcome the news that the United Germany is rearming, and, in a break from its pacifistic post-war diplomacy, supplying weapons to Kiev. Before the invasion, Putin faced a divided and often feckless Europe. Now the continent seems more unified than ever as leaders condemn Russian throwback militarism and cheer on Ukraine's valiant defense of Europe's liberal and democratic values. Europeans are working with Washington to impose punishing economic sanctions and say they will start reducing their heavy dependence on Russian oil and gas. President Biden is in Europe this week, to rally support for NATO and additional sanctions. He's also determined to show both Putin and our transatlantic partners that his country's backsliding into America First insularity is over. Putin has even managed to bring Washington's warring political tribes closer together, at least for the moment. The second major casualty of Putin's war is Russia's reputation for military prowess. U.S. military observers have been stunned by how ill-prepared Russia forces were to meet determined and effective Ukrainian resistance. Despite huge increases in defense spending over the past decade, Russia's vaunted military has been hobbled by stagnant tactics, poor coordination, threadbare logistics, and piss-bucket low morale. This is devastating to Putin personally, because military power is really the only kind Russia has ever had, and they don't even have that left. He figures the way to make Russia great again is to make it feared again. That's why he keeps invoking the specter of nuclear war, and why he has deployed showy hypersonic missiles with little tactical utility in Ukraine. It would be a mistake to view Russia's military as yet another Potemkin village, an imposing facade with little behind it. But if Russia is struggling to subdue Ukraine, it's hard to believe it poses a dire military threat to the richer and collectively far more populous countries of Europa, even if they weren't backed by the United States. U.S. intelligence sources estimate that more than 7,000 Russian soldiers have died in the past month of fighting, more than the United States lost in Iraq and Afghanistan put together over 20 years of conflict. Putin is a ruthless ruler who brooks no dissent, but even he has to be sensitive to ordinary Russians' reactions as their sons die in his special military operation. Finally, Putin's latest misadventure in Ukraine is an economic calamity for Russia. This time round, as the West is escalating from narrowly targeted sanctions whose impact is mostly symbolic to all-out financial warfare. The United States and its allies have locked Russian banks and financial institutions out of the world's SWIFT messaging system. They have frozen a large chunk of the central bank's reserves of foreign currency. This especially is a blow to Russia's ability to pay for imports and service its debts. It likely will send the ruble and bond credit ratings into free fall, precipitating a default that would effectively prevent Russia from borrowing abroad. Meanwhile, Western companies are pulling out of Russia. Governments are revoking trade treaties. Russian goods are the subject of boycotts, and its airlines are banned from Western airspace. As Nicholas Mulder writes in Foreign Affairs magazine, the world's 11th largest economy has now been decoupled from 21st century globalization. The Biden administration has also announced a ban on Russian energy imports. If European countries follow suit, the Russian petrostate would take another huge hit. Europa relies on Russian gas to meet about 40% of its energy needs. Russia could find new buyers elsewhere, say in China and India, although that could be complicated by its demand that its customers pay in rubles rather than dollars. Will ratcheting up the economic pressure on Putin be enough to convince him to wind down the military pressure on Ukraine? No one knows. We are witnessing an unprecedented application of Western financial power, with incalculable effects on Russia's economy, which is expected to shrink this year, as well as global markets. But this much is already clear. The longer Putin's war in Ukraine grinds on, the deeper the damage it will do to Russia's great power status, military credibility, and economic strength. Yet, it was never about Russia, and it was never about the Russian people. It's all about him. Everything with Putin is about how he looks. Does he look strong and powerful, or does he look weak? You know you're dealing with an authoritarian personality when you hear those words again and again. Anything weak is bad. Anything strong is good. If that reminds you of someone else who used the same words to describe himself, you are correct. If the enormity of Putin's lies about Ukraine remind you of someone else's numerous and gigantic lies, bingo again. It's like a certain political party denying that a violent assault was a violent assault and calling it legitimate political discourse, as Republicans do, and communists. Putin is aiming a gun at Ukraine and saying, "Gun? What gun? I don't see a gun." Putin's rationale, if it can be called that, for massing his forces round Ukraine and then actually deploying them was that he is protecting Russia from threats by NATO forces. There is no threat by NATO to Russia, of course, and it was pathetic in the mid-month of Yestermenses to watch Secretary of State Antony Blinken, when he addressed the United Nations Security Council and felt the need to reassure everyone that he was not here to start a war, but to prevent one. It was an obvious reference to the last time a nation had amassed huge combat forces on the border of another country, and its Secretary of State addressed the same Security Council. That time, which was less than 20 years ago, it was Colin Powell. And that house nigger wasn't trying to prevent a war. He was there to start one, providing evidence of his Jamaican bladder juice as a weapon of mass destruction produced in an Iraqi lab. We were the Russians in 2003, and Iraq was Ukraine, and that fact hung above Blinken's head round the Ides of February like a dark cloud. When he listed all the justifications U.S. intelligence agencies believed Putin might use to attack Ukraine, even though he was probably using facts on the ground and real intelligence, not half-baked guesses and wishful thinking dreamed up by a gaggle of reptie-sporting neocons with itchy trigger fingers, every word he said was suspect. Despite indications that the U.S. isn't having any resounding problems rallying allies round the use of sanctions against Putin and Russia as they escalate their atrocities, the plain fact is that sanctions don't work. Even sanctions designed to hurt Putin and his close allies and Russian oligarchs personally. He doesn't care if sanctions against Russian banks will mean that Moscow dwellers won't be able to withdraw cash from their local ATM, as long as he looks tough, as long as he looks strong, as long as he looks like he's getting his way. Putin's power in Russia doesn't depend on votes. It depends on his ability to invent enemies and intimidate them. He exists at the top of Russia's political system and government as a faded memory of a Russia that he's trying to bring back to life with images of tanks and missiles and warships and bombers and attack helicopters. He's trying to force an inconvenient fact down the memory hole that the last time Russia deployed its military might, it got its ass spanked by a ragtag bunch of AK-47 welding guerrillas wearing tattered shall-wear commies and flip-flops. He wasn't in charge when Russia was defeated in Afghanistan, but that doesn't matter to him, nor does the recent defeat of his imagined enemy, the United States, by the same country. He's not a loser, and Russia didn't lose that war. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, it wasn't his fault because the empire was stolen from him. In fact, his entire adventure with the Ukraine can be seen as his own personal "stop the steal" moment. Russia won't be humiliated any longer, and neither will he. He's going to overturn Russia's loss of that third global conflict we so misnomer as the Cold War. Joe Biden and Antony Blinken did their very best to give diplomacy every chance. Mid-month yestermensis, Blinken offered to meet with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov immediately in Europe. But the problem with diplomacy is that it's not tough. Nobody dies. You don't get to take a country's capital the way we took Baghdad with diplomacy. You take a capital with guns and tanks and cannons and attack helicopters and jet bombers and missiles. You take what isn't yours by going to war. The decision into the third weekend of February by Russia's puppet rebel leader in the Donbas region to begin evacuating civilians from the breakaway eastern edge of Ukraine into Russia indicated that was where Putin would go to reclaim Russia's honor. It was always crystal clear he intended to take the ethnically Russian slice of eastern Ukraine. But it remained to be seen what other parts of that nation he would attack and how much of its territory he would attempt to dominate. His problem is the same one we had in Iraq, even if we didn't know it at the time. The forces he has arrayed on Ukraine's border were almost exactly the same size and were of the same composition, it is makeup, we used in 2003. We had enough troops to take Baghdad, but then what? We learned over the next 7 or 8 years just how huge our delusions were about our own power. And now we're dealing with the same lesson in Afghanistan. President Biden announced on Friday, eventide, into that third weekend in February, that U.S. intelligence knew Putin had made the decision to invade Ukraine. When his forces crossed all the borders with Ukraine, he started the first mechanized land war on the European continent in more than 80 years. He's doing it to look tough and strong. He's doing it to make Russia great again. But the Russian invasion of Ukraine didn't just happen out of nowhere. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has ratcheted up tensions with the West for the better part of the last decade. He annexed Crimea, meddled in American elections, poisoned an ex-spy while collaterally killing innocent British civilians on British soil, and more. Nearly every step of the way, former President Donald Trump parroted Kremlin talking points, excused Russian aggression, and even openly embraced it outright. It's easy to forget that a few years ago, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wasn't known for his steely wartime leadership, but for getting dragged by Trump into the U.S. political scandal that led to Trump's first impeachment. Experts say Trump's actions weakened Ukraine, divided NATO, emboldened Putin, and help get us to where we are today. And even with Trump no longer in office, his impact lives on in the form of Putin-friendly commentary in conservative media and from some Republican lawmakers. There be 4 things to remember about Trump, Ukraine, and Putin. Trump took Russia's side when the conflict began. A popular revolution in 2014 ousted the pro-Russia regime in Kiev, which was led by President Viktor Yanukovych, and replaced with a Western-leaning government. Russian troops soon invaded the Ukrainian territory of Crimea, initiating the armed conflict that escalated this year. Within weeks, Trump praised Putin for how he handled the takeover of Crimea and predicted that the rest of Ukraine will fall fairly quickly. Echoing Kremlin propaganda, Trump said in a TV interview that the Crimean people would rather be with Russia, a position he also pushed in private. One of his 2016 campaign aides falsely claimed that Russia did not seize Crimea. To quotist Elena Petukova of Molfar, a Kiev-based business intelligence firm, who exposed it as an absolutely pro-Kremlin parrot point perspective, Trump said that Crimea is Russian because people speak Russian. According to this logic, the entire territory of the United States should belong to Great Britain. When Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine shot down the commercial airliner in 2014, killing 298 people that included every AIDS researcher on Earth, thereby forever eliminating the cure, Trump sowed doubt about Russia's involvement. He embraced Putin's denials, even after U.S. and European officials publicly concluded that Russia was complicit, indeed responsible. Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, who had spent a decade advising Yanukovych in Ukraine, collaborated in 2016 with a Russian spy on a secret plan for Trump to help Russia control eastern Ukraine, according to a special counsel Robert Mueller's report. The proposal envisioned that Yanukovych would return to lead a Russian puppet state in eastern Ukraine. This pro-Russian rhetoric didn't always translate into policy for the Trump White House. For instance, his administration said sanctions would continue until Russia returned Crimea, but the rhetoric gave Putin an unexpected cheerleader in D.C. and created tensions within NATO. Then there be Trump's mixed record on arming Ukraine. President Joe Biden has dramatically increased the flow of arms to Ukraine, including anti-tank missiles, anti-aircraft systems, drones, rifles, and other weapons. Importantly, it was Trump who first sent lethal aid in a major reversal from the Obama administration, which refused to send offensive weapons to Ukraine during the early stages of fighting in the eastern Donbas region. But Trump has a checkered past on this topic. As a candidate, his position was unclear at best. Trump campaign aides intervened during the 2016 Republican National Convention to block language from the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party platform that called on the U.S. to send lethal arms to Ukraine. And in 2019, Trump infamously withheld over $400 million United States dollars in military aid as part of his attempt to pressure Zelensky into announcing sham corruption investigations into Biden and his family's business dealings. The weapons in the stalled aid package included the Javelin missiles that have emerged as a crucial part of Ukraine's surprisingly robust defenses against Russian tanks. This led to Trump's first impeachment, but he was acquitted by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent-run Senate. Some of the Republicans who opposed his impeachment are now urging Biden to send more weapons. Garrett Graff, a historian and journalist with expertise in national security and Cold War issues, emphasizes that Trump upended Republican Party history and made all Republicans go soft on Putin. To quote his T, "The grand old party is the party of the Russia hawks. For a half century, one of their central organizing principles was opposing the Soviet threat. One of the key reasons Putin probably felt comfortable launching the invasion of Ukraine was the extent to which the West has been weakened and destabilized, and democracy undermined, and political division sown in the 5 years since he attacked our election in 2016. And the extremists still have their fingerprints all over the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party." This is something that, oh my God, it is simply so disgusting that I have to breathe before I even dive into it. It is it's simply an assault on the senses. It's it makes you want to puke. All right, so let me try and gather myself to address it. And oh my God, I'm just taking a look now at a photograph of the Ukrainian ambassador. Oh my God, well, she's not a looker. Oh my God. Damn, that's a really fat chick. By the way, the Jerusalem Post, 17 hours ago, published a column that Chernobyl exclusion zone is on fire. There's risk now of radiation spreading into Europe. Well, there you go. That's something that, what are we going to do about that? Let me see. I've got an incoming message. Jameson Reese says, called it because he predicted this effectively. And so I'm not quite sure whether that's something he's got the laughing face going. Not quite sure whether that's something to rejoice in, but yeah, you called it. But, then again, it was kind of like what the fucker took the place for, right? It was to hold Europe hostage. And at this point, he doesn't give a shit. He's going to take everybody down with him. Anyhow, this side of the Atlantic, in the hours we have remaining. By the way, Anatya, a very Russian-sounding name, says, this sounds like a Xerox of Western State Department war propaganda. That's right, cunt. Yeah, fuck it. If she starts trolling any further, just block her. That's all we need. See, these fucking Russia cunts, they're just all over the place, and they just drop in. This is actually the first time we've had one that show up that was, at least posing as a Russian. But it's probably a redneck conservative. I never used that term before, because I hate that term. It's a political term that I try to educate people in, like Jameson says, I'll block them because I can. It's one of these things that, redneck is a term you should not use. But Remo, I'll call him Remo, like the superhero. Our man, Sammy Romero, he says it often enough where he infected me with it. Anyhow, it was quite a week for the Republican Party. If anyone was still holding out hope that the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency would shift away from its Trumpian pill, the last few days should serve as a powerful wake-up call. During the confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson, a number of reactionary Republican senators who appear to have an eye on 2024 raised the specter of conspiracy theories in an attempt to sidetrack a well-qualified and highly respected nominee. Senators Josh Hawley, I'll call him the cripple cracker, since our man Jameson says I should use that term, of Missouri, the cripple cracker of Missouri, and Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, for example, went after Jackson by trying to paint a misleading picture that she has been particularly lenient toward sex offenders. While the soft-on-crime line of attack might seem like a predictable extension of a decades-long Republican law and order strategy, commentators have pointed out that the senators were obviously trying to appeal to those who follow QAnon and believe the conspiracy theory that President Donald Trump is locked in a battle against a group of elites who run a child sex ring. Others fell back on another Republican boogeyman, critical race theory. Senator Ted Cruz's version of gotcha was to hold up books that had been assigned or recommended at a private school in Washington where Jackson is a board member, trying to make the case that they covered radical concepts unfit for children. Throughout the confirmation hearings, Republicans tried to score cheap political points by delving into bizarre lines of argument, all of which revealed how fringe talking points had become mainstream to the Reds. Top elected officials were espousing claims that in earlier eras would have been considered too far off base to focus on during a televised proceeding. And then news broke that the January 6th committee had text messages sent by Virginia Ginny Thomas. I almost called her Vagina, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, to Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff, at the end of his presidency. Since New Yorker journalist Jane Mayer first broke the story about the ethical clash between Vagina Thomas's high-level participation in right-wing organizations and the cases her house nigger husband participates in, more troubling details have emerged. Thomas, who has ties to right-wing white supremacist activists, even though he's a nigger himself, who have brought forth issues before the very court on which her husband sits, texted Meadows 29 times between the 2020 election and January 2021, urging him to continue the fight to overturn the electoral results. On November 19th, 2020, she wrote, "Release the Kraken and save us from the left taking America down." In the other texts, she made references to Trump's oft-repeated lie that the election was stolen and called Biden's victory the greatest heist of our history. Now, "release the Kraken" is a catchphrase from the 1981 movie Clash of the Titans, and it had been repurposed by reactionaries to refer to sprawling claims of voter fraud. Virginia Thomas's use of this kind of rhetoric is one thing. Even more troubling is her involvement in an anti-democratic campaign by the incumbent president and his allies to stifle the decision of the electorate. The way in which the far right has influenced the mainstream Republican Party has been one of the pivotal stories in American politics in recent years. This radicalization has created a situation in Washington where one party has shifted further from center than the other. Norms of restraint, civility, and governance have taken a backseat to raw partisanship. Lawmakers are increasingly performative and eager to throw red meat to their followers without any concern for the consequences. Indeed, January 6th was a product of this mentality, as Republicans repeated Trump's dangerous lies and those of his allies about a stolen election. The hearings this week were another case in point, proving how even familiar arguments like the appeal to law and order, itself a tool of partisanship from past eras that now seem quaint by comparison, have morphed into a world of extremism once reserved for the far reaches of the internet. Now the logic seems to be that if you want to run for the Republican presidential nomination, you don't play to the center, but court the conspiracists. Hell, yesterday night, Donald Trump chose a rally in Georgia to once again, insult one of his former generals as an idiot while gushing over Kim Jong-un, the North Korean dictator, as smart, and praising most especially Vladimir Putin, calling the Russian dictator smart. You know, I'm just sorry, but Trump really needs to look up the word smart as a definition. Maybe he doesn't understand what the word means. Obviously, both these guys are stupid as fuck, as is Donald Trump. But the Republican former president also had warm words for Red China's communist dictator, Xi Jinping. And, of course, the North Korean dynastic dictator, Kim Jong-un. He was referring to such leaders collectively by saying, "The smartest one gets to the top." Well, that means he doesn't have a chance. At any rate, he spoke admiringly of Xi in terms of the fact that he runs 1.5 billion people with an iron fist, and referred to Kim as tough. Then of Putin, Trump told the crowd, "They asked me if Putin is smart. Yes, Putin was smart." He also praised Russia's strategy of a huge accumulation of military force on its border with Ukraine prior to invading, even if the war is not going well for the aggressor. To quote as Trump, "That's a hell of a way to negotiate. Put 200,000 troops on the border. That was a big mistake, but it looked like a great negotiation. That didn't work out too well for him." Well, well, then how is he fucking smart? Am I missing something? I mean, oh my God, this was part of Trump's Save America rollout, which is rather ironic given some of the topics discussed. You know, I mean, where do I go with this? I mean, despite the passion put behind yesterday's rally, the temperature in terms of Trump supporters in attendance is actually said to have been rather tepid. compared to other Trump events. I mean, Trump, of course, was going on with his usual grievance. No president has ever suffered like I suffered at the hands of these animals. People say to me, how the hell do you do it? And I can't even give them an answer. I don't know. I think I did it because I love you and because we have a job to do. I mean, you just want to cry, right? Don't you just want to just give this guy a big hug, this big orange teddy bear? I mean, this guy is totally out of fucking step with everyone else. I mean, honest to God, this is what I don't get. Russia was once enemy number one in these United States. How did Vladimir Putin so infiltrate the Republican Party? As our man Jameson Reese says, I want to send him to Ukraine. There you go. I mean, on the eve of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, conservative media commentator Tucker Carlson used his nightly Fox News platform to ask why the Democratic establishment was being hostile towards the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. He said, since the day that Donald Trump became president, Democrats in Washington have told you it's your patriotic duty to hate Vladimir Putin. Anything less than hatred for Putin is treason. And he mused that hating Putin had become the central purpose of America's foreign policy, which, he argued, could force the United States into a conflict in Eastern Europe, something no one from either side of politics had called for. Mr. Carlson insisted his audience ask themselves, why do I hate Putin so much? Has Putin never called me a racist? Now, a day earlier, former U.S. President Donald Trump shared an equally unusual take on a conservative radio show, praising Putin's peacekeeping operation in Ukraine's separatist-held regions in Donetsk and Luhansk as genius and very savvy. How smart is that? Mr. Trump asked. There were more army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right. Since the full-scale Russian assault began, the host of America's most watched cable news show and his longtime ally, the former U.S. president, have scaled back their rhetoric concerning the Russian autocrat till yesterday night. Oh, the day before yesterday night. By now it's after midnight here in Pacific Daylight Time Zone. But the first instinct revealed Mr. Putin's creeping influence in right-wing American politics, which has gone well beyond what U.S. intelligence agencies called an attempt by the Russian leader to meddle in the 2016 presidential election. It also proved how far Republicans have drifted from the Red Peril paranoia of the Third World War, or the Cold War era, when another of their presidents, Ronald Reagan, dubbed the Soviet Union an evil empire. And even since 2012, when then presidential nominee Mitt Romney called Russia America's #1 geopolitical foe. You see, Carlson's got a surprising new audience. After Carlson's comments aired on Fox News, American journalist Robert Mackey, he counted 4 separate instances of translated clips from Tucker Carlson Tonight appearing in Russian news reports in under a week. In one primetime address, which was later dubbed in Russian, Carlson declared that Ukraine was not a democracy and labeled the country a client state of the Biden administration. And after researching the interplay between Fox News and the Republican Party for more than a decade, Matthew Gertz, a senior fellow at media watchdog Media Matters, said he was not surprised. He recalled right-wing media commentators comparing Mr. Putin's strength with the perceived softness of then-President Barack Obama, a Democrat, and sees the cable network's recent coverage as a more extreme version of the same impulse. Now, Mr. Gertz said, they were contrasting him with the particular type of masculinity that they saw in Putin, with his judo and posing shirtless on a horse, and using him as a foil to make Barack Obama look bad. One widely circulated meme compared a photo of Mr. Putin looking stern on horseback with one of Mr. Obama smiling while riding a bicycle. Fox News made it the pick of the day amid Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. And as a matter of fact, Sarah Palin, former Republican vice presidential candidate, told another popular host, Sean Hannity, people are looking at Putin as one who wrestles bears and drills for oil. They look at our president as one who wears mum jeans and equivocates and bloviates. Well, we know who pretty much blows. Just 6 years earlier, Miss Palin had taken a much tougher stance on Russia. In 2008, when she was running for vice presidentress and Mr. Putin's troops were invading Georgia, she argued in favor of strong U.S. sanctions against Russia, as well as allowing Georgia and Ukraine to join NATO. As Mr. Gertz has pointed out, certain conservatives in the Republican Party at that time expressed admiration for Mr. Putin's emboldening of the Russian Orthodox Church and anti-LGBTQIA plus sentiment. In recent weeks, like Mr. Obama before him, President Biden has similarly been accused of not standing up to Mr. Putin soon enough by Republicans and Fox News pundits alike. One early poll found 62% of Americans believe Mr. Putin would not have acted if Mr. Trump was still president. This is the Republican Party's Putin paradox. When Donald Trump defeated Hillary Rodham Clinton in the 2016 presidential race, aided by a Russian hack and leak operation, it became more challenging for Mr. Trump's supporters to openly criticize the Kremlin. So, the aforecited Mr. Gertz has observed that you might expect the idea of a foreign dictator attempting to alter U.S. presidential elections would be something that would unite the country in some way, but what you saw was a fairly wide swath of the Republican Party and the reactionary media trying to find a way to make excuses for it because Donald Trump spracketh so favorably about Vladimir Putin. Now, as recently as this week, Mr. Trump had already told Hannity that he got along with Mr. Putin, Chinese Communist President Xi Jinping, and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. He said, I got along with them well. That doesn't mean they are good people. It doesn't mean anything other than the fact that I understood them and perhaps they understood me. Maybe they understood me even better. Well, that doesn't take much, Donnie. Now, many Republicans, including the Congresswoman Liz Cheney, Senators Mitt Romney and Lindsey Graham, and former Vice President Mike Pence, have finally slammed Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And a recent poll found 66% of the Republican voters placed the blame for the war entirely on Mr. Putin's shoulders. But only 66% doing that is disturbing. And Mr. Gertz has concluded that some right-wing media personalities simply see the war as a political opportunity. The cynicism is extreme. They all made a bet that the most important thing they could do with the Russo-Ukrainian crisis is to attack the Biden administration. Typically, the way this happens in foreign policy is that the Republican Party and Fox News, which reflects it in every way, has both an interventionist wing and an isolationist wing. The interventionists will attack a Democratic administration for not doing enough, but the isolationists will attack them for doing anything at all. This is a pincer maneuver designed to hammer the Democratic administration from both sides, and it can change tack from hour to hour, actually segment to segment. Now, if you were to ask which side is winning, the isolationist instinct can be traced back to the early 20th century, and that's according to Michael Kazin, a history professor at Georgetown University who studies U.S. politics and social movements. After World War I, Senate Republicans voted down a bill to join the League of Nations in order to, as they saw it, protect American sovereignty. In 1940, many joined the America First Committee, which opposed arming to fight the fascist movement, which was gaining momentum in Europe. Even during the early Cold War, many anti-communist Republicans wanted the United States to depend on its nuclear superiority to counter Soviet power, rather than enlarging the military. There's a tradition, which in some ways Reagan went against, actually, ironically, by wanting the U.S. to be much more aggressive and really expand the defense budget tremendously, which he did during his presidency. So in that sense, Trump is a reversion to a very strong tradition in the Republican Party, which really begins when the United States is the pseudo-victor in World War I, or one of the victors in World War I, as it essentially immediately revoked its position and wants to help make the world more democratic. That would be the difference between the Wilsonians and Trump. In recent weeks, the tug-of-war between the more hawkish traditionalists and Trump loyalists inside the party has come as to a head. Definitely, I would say that, what can I say? It's again, when I take a look at any of this, it just makes me physically sick. Obviously, it's very dangerous to have one large part of one of the major political parties in America being very dubious about whether it's a good idea to counter a nuclear power, which is invading another country sans any provocation. On the other hand, I should say that most Republicans are now supporting a tough stance against the Russian Empire because they understand that's popular among most voters. A more recent poll found a majority of Americans support the sanctions leveled at the Kremlin by the United States and its allies in Europe and elsewhere. This has left some Republican members, such as North Carolina's Madison Cawthorn, whose labeling of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as a thug was roundly condemned, increasingly isolated. Some of those spurned by Mr. Trump, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and Liz Cheney, who was ousted from her party's leadership for supporting an investigation into the January 6th Capitol riots, have repudiated the former president. Congresswoman Cheney went so far as to declare that Trump's interests don't seem to align with the interests of the United States of America. As for Tucker Carlson, well, the aforecited Professor Kazin says he takes his cues from this audience, the Fox watchers. He knows what his fans and his listeners, and in general, what people out there in the larger media world are saying. And when the front pages and home pages of every media outlet in the country are filled with news about the valiant Ukrainians, he would be very stupid, and he's not stupid at all, to keep saying what he was saying before the invasion. So, in terms of, again, breathing and bringing myself back to point, this brings us right back to the other Ukraine points. Trump personally led an anti-Ukraine smear campaign. Throughout his presidency, Trump pushed a litany of false claims about Ukraine, in public and in private. He rarely missed an opportunity to criticize the country. A widely respected diplomat testified to Congress that Trump believed Ukraine was a corrupt country full of terrible people. Trump's biggest lie was about the 2016 election. He rejected the reality that Russia interfered to help him win. Instead, he falsely claimed that it was Ukraine who meddled and that he was the victim. These lies, which he repeated dozens of times, were a double boon to the Kremlin. They downplayed Russia's brazen attack on American democracy while simultaneously smearing Ukraine. These views quickly became the party line for Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgent lawmakers and conservative pundits, even though top Russia experts like Fiona Hill publicly warned that it was all Russian propaganda. This was a complete severance from decades of warm U.S. policy toward Ukraine, especially when dealing with leaders like Zelensky, who tried to reorient the country toward the West. Former President George W. Bush praised the Ukrainian people in 2004 for protesting a rigged election, and Obama celebrated the 2014 revolution that ousted a Kremlin puppet government in Kiev. Trump repeatedly undermined President Zelensky personally. GQ magazine recently wrote about Zelensky's endless heroism, and Time magazine said he united the world. But the mythos of Zelensky as a warrior Gandhi figure is a new development. Less than 3 years ago, Zelensky was a fledgling politician that Trump and his cronies took advantage of as part of a ham-handed attempt to smear candidate Biden. The U.S.-Ukrainian relationship was put on the back burner and replaced with Trump's personal and political needs. Zelensky's top priorities were to get more shipments of American weapons and to meet Trump at the White House. Veteran American diplomats in Kiev shared this goal, but they were smeared and sidelined and replaced by a band of Trump cultists who made his demands clear. Zelensky could only get these things if he announced that Ukraine was investigating Biden for corruption. Now, this strong arming by Team Trump forced Zelensky, in his first months in office, to navigate a surprisingly hostile relationship with the United States, a supposed top ally in his fight against the Russian Empire. To quote Jordan Gans Morris, a Northwestern University professor who was a Fulbright scholar in Ukraine, at, brief length and verbatim, Zelensky had more than enough on his plate when he came to power. The country was already at war with Russia. He's a political novice. And then, on top of that, the most powerful person in the world essentially extorted him, and he had to devote time and energy to deal with that. It's unclear what the full impact was, but it definitely tested Zelensky. When Trump muddies the waters by praising Putin, or undermines Zelensky and spreads falsehoods about Ukraine, this has real implications for how this crisis plays out. It shapes public opinion in ways that ties Biden's hands when he's a de facto wartime president. Now, the contrast between Ukraine and the United States is striking, but in an unexpected way, in the defense of democracy itself. Oh, by the way, our man Jameson Reese is back. And since he's back, I'm going to take the liberty to just check into the chat room again. Ethan Einar Anders says, I even wear my mask still because it pisses them off. And when they try and mean mug me, I just stare them down, letting them know I'm not one of them. Good for you. Thank you. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Veronica Barrera says, Buenas noches, a todas. Muchas. Bendiciones. Oh, thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Shout out to our lovely lady, the Senora Veronica Barrera. Buenas noches a todas, honey. And along with that, let me gather my breath here and my wits, what few I have left, and just kind of, grab myself, prepare myself to try and, confront the, the reality of what we're dealing with. And what we're dealing with at home in these United States is far more dangerous than what's going on across the Atlantic. Because if we fall, it all falls. So never forget that. And the Russians are doing their damnedest to make it fall here. The fact that someone would actually come into the chat room and either use a real Russian name or parade as a Russian, I think that tells you all you need to know. They wouldn't do that unless they thought it was advantageous. And the reason they think it's advantageous is because you've got a bunch of dumbass fucking crackers who worship the Russians as the master race and think they're the invincible warriors of the world. All of this is what brought us to where we are today, in the shithole, where we're involved in a third world war that everybody's in denial of and nobody wants to fight. And it's gotta stop the bullshit. We've got to take the war to the enemy. This is not something where you need to be afraid of the goddamn nukes. Putin's going to launch them anyway. The moment he loses in Ukraine, he loses everything. He loses his life. This is how dictators die. So he's going to unleash as much hell as he can on planet Earth. So those nukes are going to fly. Now, most of them are never going to fall on their intended targets. A lot of them will fall back down on the ground and nuke Russia itself. So you can guarantee yourself one thing. We're going to watch a lot of mushroom clouds blow up in Russia while they try to launch their techno shit. These are just basically clowns and alcoholics that are running the Russian war machine. There is no Russian war machine. There is a hunk of junk on treads that carries a bunch of men into meat grinders. This is just not something that the Americans are facing in terms of understanding. They refuse to understand it. They refuse to see Russia's vulnerability. They're so brainwashed to think of the Russians as invulnerable. You've got to drop that shit, and you've got to certainly express that others need to drop it. None of this is real in terms of Russian capacity or capabilities. And there we are, Jameson says, in his position, who wouldn't nuke the world to hell, though it'd be better if it was just him nuked. Well, he'll be taking his people down with him in a big sense. Just as much of damage as he can do, he's going to do it. And we've got to prepare ourselves for that. You know, if any of the nukes even made it over here, which is like, you know, miracle upon miracle, and a bunch of them landed anywhere near their targets, then, you know, we might see 20 million people die. But then think about all of those people who died during COVID. And that was made possible by Trump and the Republican Party in their pandemicide. So it's yes, there we are. Jameson says, think Aquino designed him to kill the white race, to be honest. Well, you know, these are the people who are going to suffer the most, which means I better get back on point. So let me get back on point, because we've got to get out of this rut of the Republicans, because they bore me to tears. It has to be covered, though, because they are the enemy. They represent the enemy. And they're fighting for the Russians, no matter what position they claim they're taking. They are the enemy on our shores. Now, the world is seeing the bravery of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the Ukrainian people who are willing to die to defend their democracy and freedom. When offered a flight out of the country, President Zelensky and his family chose to stay. Ukrainians themselves are dying for democracy. In America, Republicans won't even stand up to Trump. As Russian tanks roll into Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, Ukrainians are literally using their bodies to stop them, making Molotov cocktails to defend their cities and building barricades with whatever they can assemble to repel the attacks. No cost is too high to defend their democracy and beloved Ukraine. Ironically, the threat to democracy in America is coming from our own. When America was confronted by an insurrection on January 6th, 2021, incited by a president who was trying to overturn an election. The majority of Republican senators and members of Congress cowered and failed to check President Donald Trump's power. This was striking, given that 7 people died, including 3 Capitol police officers, and that 140 Capitol police officers were injured. Had the rioters penetrated sooner into the House and Senate chambers, members of Congress and the Vice President, who was the subject of the rioters chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," would have lost their lives. By failing to check power that threatened the foundation of our very democracy, these Republican senators and representatives became enablers of Trump in their quest to maintain their own political power. There were signals of the undercutting of our democracy along the way. A rebuke of the president from the Chief Justice of these United States, hearings and votes when the president broke the law by withholding military aid from Ukraine for information on his political opponent, and other violations of all democratic norms. There were repeated moments to check presidential power, and too many Republican policymakers, effectively all of them, turned a blind eye, putting their political ambitions ahead of our democracy. The lurch toward authoritarian rule in America, from within, in the very country that inspired other countries to create democracies, is a startling contrast to the brave patriots in Ukraine we see daily on our television screens. For the Ukrainians and their leadership, they are willing to die for their freedoms, to defend a cause greater than self. Republicans want to remake the USA into a Russian-style dystopia. Vladimir Putin has been the he-man hero of Republicans from Trump on down to the Q-nuts, militias, right-wing media, and elected officials. He is the tough guy genius leading the fight for white Christian civilization against the woke, multicultural, gay, liberal mob. Putin and his band of thugs are the very embodiment of toxic masculinity, cruelty, corruption, and violence. All traits that Trump and his minions worship and seek to emulate. If Trump and his Republican Party get control of the government, we can look forward to a society and economy modeled on the Putin machine. So what sort of economy and society did Putin and his kleptocrats deliver to Russian citizens before the war and the sanctions? What does the Republicans' white Christian utopia look like? Russia gave Putin a lot to work with. The Russian Federation has by far the largest landmass of any country on the planet. It's actually double the size of the United States of America or the Communist Chinese Empire, the world's 2 largest economies. Russia is one of the world's largest producers of oil and gas. Russia is a major producer of cobalt, chrome, copper, gold, lead, manganese, nickel, platinum, tungsten, vanadium, and zinc. It has one of the biggest fishing fleets in the world, and it has the world's largest forest reserves. In an age where freshwater resources are becoming more and more scarce, Russia possesses 1/5 of all the world's freshwater reserves. That vast landmass and wealth of resources support a tiny population of 144 million people, less than half of the population of our United States of America. Russia inherited a world-class population of applied mathematicians, computer programmers, and engineers from its Soviet era. And today, Russian software developers are the equal of any of their counterparts in the West. Russia's great contributions to music, the arts, and literature are recognized around the world. Russia certainly has all the ingredients needed to build a competitive economy. So what has Putin built? Russia ranks number 11 behind tiny South Korea, which is only half of a fucking peninsula. Russia ranks behind tiny Canada, where the entire population lives on its border. And Russia rates behind Little Italy. Those countries have populations a third the size of Russia. The USA has an economy 14 times larger than that of the Russian Empire. Worse, the Russian economy is totally dependent on oil and gas. Rather than having a world-class diversified economy, Russia is just another petro-state. Along with a second-rate economy, Russia's population is in decline. To quote from the book entitled Russia's Demographic Crisis, in 1992, Russia's population entered a period of negative growth. That is, the number of deaths exceeded the number of births combined with the number of immigrants. By 1994, mortality rates for males between ages 15 and 64 were about twice as high as they had been in 1986. Rising alcoholism and related conditions have figured prominently in this trend. Russia's rates of homicide and suicide are among the highest in all the world. In addition, deaths from illness and chronic degenerative diseases, such as cancer, respiratory failure, and circulatory and cardiovascular diseases, have increased sharply. This past year alone, the Russian population shrunk by more than 1 million, as incompetent handling of the COVID epidemic combined with the aforementioned demographic trends resulted in what was the biggest ever population decline in peacetime for any population on Earth. Declining fertility rates, a dysfunctional healthcare system, massive increases in substance abuse, suicides, and rampant violence. Not the stats of a healthy, thriving economy, let alone society. Corruption! Russia had the lowest rating of any European country in Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index for years. Putin's kleptocracy, government by thieves, has looted the wealth and resources of Russia, hobbling its economy and stifling all opportunity and growth. To quote from the column entitled Corruption in Russia as a Business. In comparison, some independent experts maintain that corruption consumes as much as 25%, a full quarter of Russia's gross domestic product. A World Bank report puts this figure at 48%. Effectively, half the economy is based on corruption. To continue with the next sentence in this column, titled Corruption in Russia as a Business, there is also an interesting shift in the main focus of bribery. Whereas previously officials took bribes to shut their eyes to legal infractions, they now take them simply to perform their duties. If you call a cop and you don't have money to put in his hand, he's going to walk away. The consequences of this have been starkly illustrated in the state of the Russian military. It has been gutted by theft and corruption from the top to the bottom. The reason the Russian tanks and armored fighting vehicles cannot communicate with each other is because all the communications equipment was stolen and sold on the black market. The reason they cannot see at night is all their night optics were stolen and sold on the black market. They are empty armored hulks, just men inside shifting gears with no ammunition to fire into the teeth of ambushes. No wonder Russia's economy is performing so far below its potential. And this was before sanctions. The combination of sanctions and Putin's new repressive measures have taken Russia back 70 years to the nightmare years under Joseph Stalin. Russians are now fleeing Russia in droves. More than 200,000 since the start of the war, which is only a month ago. 70,000 Russian IT professionals, information technicians, have left the country. And another 100,000 could leave within a month, according to estimates by the RAEC, R-A-E-C, the Russian Association for Electronic Communications. So the Russians will be left with no high tech, no electronics, period. Then there is Putin's foreign policy, flagrant disregard for international law and the sovereignty of neighboring countries. Bullying, threats, and intimidation are backed up by war crimes and violence. This long, depraved history has now culminated in Putin threatening World War IV and the destruction of humanity over his failing military adventure in Ukraine. If I had to describe Putin's Russia in one single sentence, it is a Republican red state on steroids. It's our future if the fucking Republicans get the reins of power. Ukrainians are dying to defend freedom. All we have to do is vote and get everyone we know to vote. In America, too, many of our policymakers are not willing to risk the ire of their base to defend our system, not willing to sacrifice perceived self-interest for democracy itself. Americans themselves value their freedom and expect their leaders to defend it. Thankfully, a few leaders did. 7 senators showed courage. The 7 Republicans in the U.S. Senate who, by voting to convict Trump, decided to honor their constitutional oaths, protect democracy first, and suffer whatever consequences are worth calling out for their bravery. Senators Richard Burr of North Carolina, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Mitt Romney of Utah, Ben Sasse of Nebraska, and Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania. They are profiles in courage and deserve our praise. 10 House Republicans, Representatives Jamie Herrera Butler of Washington, Liz Cheney of Wyoming, Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio, John Katko of New York, Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, Peter Mayer of Michigan, Dan Newhouse of Washington, Tom Rice of South Carolina, Fred Upton of Michigan, and David Valadao of my own Golden, California, stood up as well to vote for impeachment because they believe no president, regardless of political party, should overturn an election, foment insurrection, and deny the very will of the people. As that Jamaican buttfuck who displayed his bladder juice in a test tube to start a war, General Colin Powell once said, "It's we the people, not me the president. No one, not even the president, is above the rule of law." Republican leaders stopped Richard Nixon. Regardless of which party is in power, there be clear lines we cannot cross if we want to maintain our democracy. Republican Senator Howard Baker recognized this when he checked the power of Republican President Richard Mulhouse Nixon, asking the famous question, what did the president know and when did he know it? When President Franklin Delano Roosevelt tried to pack the U.S. Supreme Court with more justices to pass his New Deal legislation, Democratic senators Hatton Sumners and Henry Ashurst buried the idea. Like Vice President Mike Pence, who refused to abdicate his responsibility to certify the election, FDR's Vice President, John Nance Garner, opposed the packing of the Supreme Court. All these leaders were guardians of American democracy. The bipartisan January 6th committee is seeking the truth, with scant cooperation from those who could help uncover it. We don't see any courage in our public servants today, except in a most unexpected place. Look to Ukrainian patriots who are willing to put everything on the line to defend their freedom. That's what the founding and every subsequent generation in America was supposed to be willing to do for rule by the people. That's the American spirit we need to rediscover if our democracy will continue to survive and thrive in this 21st century. We dodged a bullet enduring the 4-year rule of our own unhinged, egomaniacal lunatic. But this time, another grievously damaged man is trying to fill the hole in his soul with thousands of dead, the rubble of cities, and the broken dreams and bodies of children. It won't work. His war isn't filling any holes. It is making them. President for life Vladimir Putin derives consummate satisfaction and vindication every time his generals and elite weapons specialists achieve his goal of civilian devastation without leaving their safe sanctuaries 10 or maybe 100 miles from their target, or even without leaving Russia at all. They simply fire artillery, rockets, or missiles that soar over Ukraine for miles, smash homes, apartments, hospitals, schools, and shops, and successfully slaughter and maim Ukrainian women, children, infants, elderly, and infirm, where they were helplessly huddling, hoping only to survive. It is inhuman, but far better than using Russian ground convoys that stall, run out of fuel and food, and end up with demoralized troops deserting or becoming easy prey for determined Ukrainians protecting their homeland. State television, print, and websites repeat Putin's blatant falsehoods. Among them, Ukraine's government is made up of neo-Nazis. Yes, he really, repeatedly still says that. Who are a threat to Mother Russia. That too. Many journalists have quit rather than mouth Putin's lies, as if they were his ventriloquist dummies. Russians who are not internet savvy have no news sources that will tell them the truth. Yet it is not at all clear which one the Russian people would really agree with, if they could ever get the true facts about what is really happening in Ukraine. Not surprisingly, Russia's younger population and the better educated Russians can still find accurate news reports, maybe not totally, maybe just temporarily. What Vladimir Putin has mainly accomplished is that he is in fact shattering life in Russia just as surely as he is shattering the buildings of Ukraine's beautiful cities. Because of Putin's actions, Russia has been blackballed from the global economy and the global banking system. Russians will soon see and feel the painful reality that Putin's presidency has destroyed what could have been a prosperous partnership in a welcoming global economy. Now Russia is threatening a move that will haunt its economy for decades. On March 9th, a committee in the Russian Duma approved a law that would allow the Russian government to nationalize the property of foreign firms that have exited or ceased operations inside the empire since it invaded Ukraine. This follows calls from prominent Russian leaders, including former President Dmitry Medvedev and United Russia General Council Secretary Andrei Turchak, to punish these firms. The law has yet to move forward in the Duma last time I checked, but the mere threat of such a step will probably harm Russia's economy for years to come. Sanctions can hurt an economy, but they can be revoked. Reputation, on the other hand, is not so easily repaired. Vladimir Putin has spent years working to distinguish modern Russia from its Tsarist and Soviet predecessors, and he is well aware of the costs associated with proposing nationalization as a wartime policy. His willingness to jettison what could have been one of his most important legacies to pursue a war in Ukraine suggests that the last few months represent a marked turn in Putin's goals and his vision of Russia's place in the world. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Tsarist regime established a favorable reputation with foreign lenders. The Tsar's firm control over the economy, which included the power to revoke corporate charters at any time, made direct investment in the Russian economy risky. But the Romanov dynasty's 300-year reign, a rule that lasted longer than the United States, and control over roughly 1/6 of the Earth's landmass, made the regime appear to be a reliable debtor. Lured by high interest rates and often encouraged by glowing articles written by journalists secretly bribed by the Russian government, foreign investors lent a staggering amount of money to the Tsarist government in its last decades in power. Foreign investors' confidence in Russia's economic stability remained high even as the Tsar's regime grew frail. At the outbreak of World War I, 1.6 million French citizens held Tsarist-backed securities worth 4.5% of France's national wealth. During the war, American and British firms invested more in the Tsarist government to ensure that their ally could maintain an Eastern Front in the war. In 1916, even as large American firms, such as International Harvester and Singer Manufacturing, found themselves subject to strict state controls on repatriating their Russian profits, New York City Bank floated 75 million United States dollars in U.S. dollar-backed Russian treasury bonds on American markets. The Tsar's fall from power in March of 1917 and the subsequent rise of Vladimir Lenin and the Bolshevik Party the following November therefore came as quite the shock to those with a financial stake in the country, often their life savings. In January of 1918, in a move that staggered global markets and would haunt foreign investment in Russia for decades to come, the Bolsheviks put their communist ideology into practice by nationalizing all foreign-owned property and repudiating all foreign debt accumulated by their predecessors. When the Bolsheviks emerged victorious from the Russian Civil War in 1921, they solidified themselves not only as the government of the former Russian Empire, but as a pariah in the global economy. Yet even as they renounced foreign debts and pursued a commitment to end global capitalism, Bolshevik policymakers expended a great deal of effort trying to attract foreign capital. They developed a foreign concession committee to court Western firms such as BP, British Petroleum, and Shell Oil to develop the oil fields at Baku, signed a deal with Armand Hammer of, Arm & Hammer, to build a pencil factory in Moscow, and awarded future U.S. ambassador to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics W. Averell Harriman a concession to mine manganese in Georgia. Despite a good faith effort to abide by the contracts they offered, the Soviet government in the 1920s remained too weak to enforce them. And the relatively few projects that came to fruition were either canceled or taken over by the state by the end of the decade. Never trust the Russians, right? Oh my God. You wonder why anyone ever does. In light of the Soviet repudiation of 1918, many foreign observers ignored the fact that the Soviet government actually reimbursed many concession holders for the capital they had invested plus interest, and instead presented these concessions as one more communist trick to steal foreign property. In the 1930s, the Soviet regime turned its search for capital inward, but it never fully withdrew from global markets. Soviet leaders, for example, negotiated contracts to purchase technology from foreign firms, including Ford, in the 1930s. But the USSR's emergence as one of the trois Cold War superpowers after World War II meant that it was no longer reliant on Western investment for economic development. Still, the USSR continued to trade with foreign firms throughout that Third World War we call the Cold War. In 1972, the Soviets struck a deal to bring Pepsi-Cola to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, which they first purchased with Stolichnaya vodka and later Soviet ships, actually providing Pepsi-Cola Corporation with the largest military fleet on Earth, at least for a private company. Literally a fleet of warships floating on the high seas. Yet even after decades of economic growth and a near-perfect track record in fulfilling financial obligations to foreign trade partners, the specter of the 1918 nationalization decree continued to haunt the USSR by making foreign firms wary of such engagements. In the mid-1980s, when Mikhail Gorbachev turned to British and French financiers for loans to stabilize a Soviet economy that was failing alongside the price of oil, both countries mandated repayment of Tsarist debt as a prerequisite to offering loans. Soviet negotiators eventually relented, although they ultimately settled at a discount, increasing the costs of Russia's post-Soviet transition to a market economy. When the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, the Russian Federation assumed most foreign debt accumulated by the USSR. This debt, along with Boris Yeltsin's rule by fiat, helped to make the 1990s a decade of economic and political instability for Russia. On August 17th of 1998, the government declared a moratorium on payments to foreign lenders as part of its response to the ruble crisis, confirming investors' doubts about Russia's economic stability. Within a month, Russia's already low BB credit rating from Standard & Poor's plunged to an abysmal rating of CCC-. By January 27, 1999, the empire was in selective default, where it remained on December 31st, when Yeltsin announced that he was resigning as president to be replaced by his prime minister, a relatively unknown former KGB agent named Vladimir Putin. Putin inherited a Russian economy in freefall. Although it continued to collapse during Putin's first year in office, rising oil prices allowed Russia to resume debt payments and buoyed Putin's leadership as he restructured the empire's legal system and re-centralized state power at the federal level. Then, like now, Putin's lack of concern over human rights was obvious. Yet during his first 8 years in office, what seemed most remarkable to many at home and abroad was the success of his economic agenda. As Time magazine put it when naming him 2007 Person of the Year, if you can believe that. The year, of course, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died. Putin had, according to Time magazine, performed an extraordinary feat of imposing stability on a nation that has rarely known it. And just like his czarist predecessors, Putin found that the image of stability was a valuable asset in attracting foreign investment. In 2008, the year of the stock market crash, when Putin completed his second term as president, foreign direct investment inflows in Russia totaled $74.8 billion United States dollars, almost 30 times higher than during his first full year in office, and the empire's S&P credit rating had risen to BBB+. Had he ended his tenure In Russian politics then, Putin probably would have been remembered for saving Russia's economy and setting it on the road to firm integration into the international economy. No small feat, I assure you. Instead, Putin's brutal war against Ukraine is now bringing Russia to the verge of financial ruin once again. Having spent his first years in office distancing Russia from its legacy of economic disrepute, he has reawakened this reputation with startling force. And unlike his first years in office, Putin can no longer make a convincing case that the country's leadership represents any break with his troubled past. Putin's destabilization of Russia's place in the world suggests that he is now pursuing a very different set of goals. So long as Putin and his party remain in power, they will serve as a reminder of, well, Russia's long history of economic instability, stifling the prosperity of Russia's people and threatening that of each and every one of their all too many neighbors. Most importantly, Russian national unity is threatened in and of itself. The Russian people are not fully supportive of Putin's invasion, especially since they suffer the consequences of economic sanctions. Only about 58% of the population supports the invasion, a silent majority which is likely to decrease as the quality of life for Russians deteriorates with the falling ruble. It is also important to recognize that many Russians are afraid of speaking out against Putin. A recently passed law imprisons Russians for up to 15 years for any comments that discredit the military. A force that discredits itself, as far as I'm concerned, but the true level of Russian dissent is likely much greater than surveys are allowed to suggest. The Russian people will soon truly begin feeling the heat from the war their president has unwillingly brought them into, hopefully enough so for them to take action and stop him. Despite Putin quelling the ongoing protests, the power of the masses always finds a way to topple an authoritarian regime. I just hope it's sooner rather than later. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has been in power for more than 2 decades, and during that time has carefully cultivated an image of himself as a tough, strongman leader, fighting for Russia's interests and reinstating the country as a geopolitical and economic superpower. With his decision to invade neighboring Ukraine, however, analysts concur Putin has made the biggest mistake of his political career and has weakened Russia for years to come. Kurt Volker, former U.S. ambassador to NATO, told CNBC that he could not think of anything that Putin has done in his political career that's comparable. Himself, so going on record to say, everything he has done up to this point conferred reputational damage to Russia. But it has also enhanced power. And he just kept going and kept going and kept going. But now he has actually dramatically weakened Russia in every respect. Global leaders were gathering in Europe on Thursday to discuss the war in Ukraine and how to help the country survive Russia's onslaught. An extraordinary NATO summit in Brussels, erstwhile capital of Europa, as well as meetings of EU leaders and the G7. NATO is expected to commit to major increases in troop numbers along its eastern flank, as well as more arms and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine, although the military alliance has been reluctant to go further, fearing a direct confrontation with nuclear-powered Russia. Speaking to CNBC on Thursday, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg told CNBC's Hadley Gamble that NATO plans to step up support for Ukraine and deployments in Eastern Europe would allow it to respond to, in his words, any threat, any challenge to our security. President Putin has made a big mistake, and that is to launch a war, to wage a war against an independent sovereign nation. He has underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian people, the bravery of the Ukrainian people and armed forces. Well, that brings us, of course, to his war crimes. You see, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has, in 1 month, prompted more than 3.5 million civilians to flee the country, with hundreds of thousands losing their homes in a relentless bombardment by Russian forces. The southern city of Mariupol has been the worst hit so far, with the port, a key export hub for Ukraine, still under siege and heavily destroyed. Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has said that there are around 100,000 civilians still trapped in the city, where water, food, electricity, and medical supplies are scarce. Despite deploying near constant shelling attacks and siege tactics in some areas, Russian forces have only captured one single city, Kherson, and a much-feared assault on the capital, Kyiv, has yet to begin. In addition, the country's second-largest city, Kharkiv, continues to resist Russian attacks, and the western city of Lviv is currently relatively unscathed. Wednesday midweek last, the UK Defense Ministry said that little had been gained by Russian forces, despite all attempts to envelop Ukrainian troops in the east of the country. It's becoming clear to both Moscow and Kyiv that this war will not be easily won, and in the meantime, Putin has made Russia a pariah on the international stage. In a statement comparing the destruction in Mariupol to similar Russian campaigns against Grozny in the Second Chechen War and Aleppo during the Syrian Civil War, Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced Wednesday that the U.S. government believes Russia has committed war crimes in Ukraine and should be prosecuted. To quote his T, Russia's forces have destroyed apartment buildings, schools, hospitals, critical infrastructure, civilian vehicles, shopping centers, and ambulances, leaving thousands of innocent civilians killed or wounded. Despite all evidence to the contrary, Russia has repeatedly said it does not target civilian infrastructure. I myself have contacted the Kremlin for a response to the American allegation that Russia has committed war crimes and will no doubt be awaiting a reply till the end of time. Now, the growth, of course, as I articulated, has all been wiped out. Under Putin's dictatorship, and until now, Russia's economy can be said to have prospered. Putin attracted much foreign direct investment to the country and exploited its natural resources, particularly its abundance of oil and gas, as well as trying to diversify the economy. During his tenure, however, Russia has also been hit by economic misfortunes, both of its own making, such as international sanctions after its 2014 annexation of Crimea from Ukraine, a nerve agent attack in the United Kingdom, and, the actual deployment of a weapon of mass destruction on English soil should have been cause for war, casus belli. And its meddling in the 2016 U.S. election, also an act of war, casus belli, and some it had no control over, such as the 2008 financial crisis, 2014 oil price crash, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Russia's economic misfortunes are once again ones that Putin has brought upon the country himself with the invasion of Ukraine. The economy's already creaking under the weight of international sanctions, and on Thursday, when the United States President, I should say, Joseph Biden, met with European and NATO leaders in Brussels, even more sanctions have probably been imposed, squeezing energy exporter Russia hard. The Institute of International Finance has said it expects Russia's economy to contract by 15% in 2022, driven by both official sanctions and the self-sanctioning of foreign companies that have pulled out of Russia. Predicting a further economic decline of 3% in 2023, the WWII said Wednesday midweek last that the war will wipe out 15 years of economic growth. Moreover, it said the impact on medium and long-term prospects is likely to be even more severe, with a brain drain and low investment likely to weigh heavily. But Putin is unrepentant. Despite all the progress made against him in his invasion thus far, Putin appears undeterred. Russian forces are now believed to be conducting a period of reorganization before resuming large-scale offensive operations on and around Kiev. Stating that Putin had drunk the Kremlin Kool-Aid, Taras Kuzio, a research fellow at the Henry Jackson Society, noted in an article he wrote for the Atlantic Council on Tuesday that Putin seems to have been unprepared for the ferocity of the international response or for the scale of domestic opposition to his invasion, and that it is, to read from his writ and quoting therefrom, increasingly obvious that Russian President Vladimir Putin has badly miscalculated. He appears to have sincerely believed Kremlin propaganda fairy tales about the weakness of the Ukrainian military and the readiness of ordinary Ukrainians to welcome his invading troops with cakes and flowers. Thanks to these catastrophic miscalculations, Putin now finds himself with no good options to end a war that is threatening to accelerate Russia's geopolitical decline as a great power. Russia has few friends left on the global stage, with the invasion almost universally condemned. Even Russia's ally, Red China, appears uneasy about the potentially prolonged conflict in Ukraine and its impact on the global economy. Xi's gamble on Putin may be the most dangerous and short-sighted of his 9 years in power. It becomes clearer every day that communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's decision to double down on his no-limits strategic bromance with Russian dictator Vladimir Putin just days before the Russian tyrant launched his war in Ukraine marks the most dangerous and short-sighted gamble of his 9 years, amassing totalitarian power over 1.5 billion people trapped behind the Great Wall of the Communist Chinese Empire. If Europa's bloodiest conflict since World War II produces Putin's military withdrawal, failure, or his political ouster, it has all the ingredients to pose the biggest threat yet to Communist Chinese dictator Xi's leadership, coming as it does in the lead-up to his decisive 20th Chinese Communist Party Congress in November. Geopolitical oddsmakers still expect a carefully choreographed outcome at the Congress that would anoint President Xi for a third terminal term in the sense that it is limitless, as leader for life. That said, Kevin Rudd, the former Australian Prime Minister, has gone on record to confirm that a Putin failure of whatever stripe could create the chemistry necessary for a rethink of communist Chinese leadership inside the party. Though Xi's control remains comprehensive, Rudd said it's not complete. There's no doubt that dictator Xi must begin to consider the consequences of Putin's ruin. In perhaps the most significant speech of his long political career, U.S. President Joe Biden in Poland departed from his prepared text to suggest what price Putin should pay for his unjustified, unprovoked, and criminal war on Ukraine's civilians. Biden said, "For God's sake, this man cannot stay in power." 3 days earlier in Brussels, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg tagged Xi Jinping as Putin's enabler. To quote his T, Beijing has joined Moscow in questioning the right of independent nations to choose their own path. Red China has provided Russia with political support, including by spreading blatant lies and disinformation. What's at stake in Ukraine's survival is nothing less than the future of the global order and who will shape it. It's time for world democracies to translate their reactive response to Putin's challenge in Ukraine to a proactive embrace of a strategic opportunity. Putin's failure in Ukraine could reverse the world's authoritarian momentum, disrupt the Putin strategic common cause, and expose the hypocrisy that taints Xi's global ambitions. The problem for Xi in this most important of years for his historic legacy is that his problems are self-inflicted, cumulative, and growing. None on its own would be enough to turn party comrades against him, especially after a series of bloody purges that have removed all potential opponents. Taken together, however, they have dramatically changed the mood. Xi's inability to anticipate Putin's military failures and mounting war crimes could increase doubts about the Communist Chinese dictator's judgment across a number of other fronts as well. These include, number one, Xi's more assertive and aggressive global approach, casting aside the guiding international philosophy of Deng Xiaoping's leadership of hide your strength and bide your time. Even communist elites who are otherwise hostile to these United States are coming to realize that a quieter building of Chinese military and economic and technological power would have produced better results than wolf warrior diplomacy. Number two, Xi's crackdown on the power and freedoms of the Communist Chinese private sector, and particularly its technological giants, is also backfiring. The lost confidence and reduced foreign investments in Red China's private sector, which still makes up more than 60% of gross domestic product, is slowing Communist Chinese growth and reducing its competitiveness. Number three, many of China's Communist Party elite, particularly those of Xi's generation of older, geriatric fuckers on life support, worry about their own careers and fates should Xi be reappointed for a record third term this November. Rumors are rife that Xi will bring in a new generation of leaders more likely to be compliant while he pushes off any consideration of successors. Right now, all it takes is one pissed off Communist Chinese general to walk into the Communist Chinese Politburo with a fully loaded machine gun and a belt of ammunition, and he would wipe out the entire leadership, which is on palliative care, whenever they show up for work. Fuckers got oxygen tanks and plasma bags going into their veins. I shit you not. This is the enemy. There's not a single woman among them. Literally, everybody in the Communist Chinese Politburo is a male. It's a sausage fest of rice-sized wieners. These fuckers want to rule your world. Are you going to stand by and let them? Let me take a breath. I can't even believe that we've allowed it to come to this point. It is maddening. Oh my God. Just, okay. Gotta get it together here. And just breathe and tell myself to calm down and deliver the analysis. There's simply too much to cover tonight, but we're going to do the best we can. In the 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 3.5 hours we have remaining. Little over that. Let me collect myself here. Now, when it comes to the other factor, I'll call it factor 4, affecting, or rather afflicting, Xi Jinping, the myth is being shattered of Xi's mastery of the COVID-19 pandemic, which until recently was one of his primary sources of leadership credibility. Communist Chinese anxiety is rising round new outbreaks, already leading to major lockdowns in Shenzhen and Changchun in northern China. Xi's strict zero-COVID approach has left his country with low vaccination rates, especially around booster shots, less effective vaccines, and unanticipated economic difficulties. With all that as context, Xi and Putin on February 4th, with the Beijing Winter Olympics opening and more than 150,000 Russian soldiers massing on Ukraine's border, signed their 5,300-word statement that the new interstate relations between Russia and Zhongguo, China, are superior to political and military alliances of the Cold War era. Friendship between the two states has no limits. There are no forbidden areas of cooperation. It sounds like they're going to fuck each other in every orifice. Dissecting that pact on this bandwidth, I said before, essentially, this is big. The trois leading authoritarians of our time have declared unprecedented common cause, perhaps even a de facto security alliance, with aspirations of shaping a new world order to replace the one fashioned by the American empire and our partners in wake of the unending waging of World War II, which is still ongoing, which is why we have to use the term Cold War, I must confess, rather than World War III. It is naive to think Putin did not share his invasion plans with Xi ahead of this move, or that Xi did not understand that the joint statement served as a green light for Putin's Ukraine war. Indeed, Xi punked him, telling him to go for it because this was to be the model for his invasion of my Taiwan. Western leaders are mistaken to believe the time is ripe to separate Xi from Putin. Their argument is that reputational, economic, and domestic political considerations inevitably will change Xi Jinping's calculus. Communist Chinese officials looked on in dismay as the United Nations General Assembly voted 141 to 5 to demand Russia immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. That means Crimea and Donbass and everything else, you Rus fuckers. However, Xi must weigh that against larger strategic imperatives. His determination to secure his northern border, his desire for continued access to Russian energy, now deeply discounted, and all that Red China gains through Russia's actions to disrupt and distract the United States around the world, from the Middle East to America's own elections. Finally, even a much weakened Putin is better than no Putin at all for Xi Jinping, given how much the Communist Chinese dictator has invested in the relationship through more than 36 meetings since 2014, when he took Crimea. The potential consequences for Xi Jinping of Putin's ouster are so terrible that he'll be far more likely at the last possible minute to support a peace deal that would leave Putin far short of his maximalist Ukraine goals. What that won't change is Putin's setback for Communist Chinese global interests. In Warsaw, Biden said, "The democracies of the world are revitalized with purpose and unity found in months that we'd once taken years to accomplish." Yet, the Sino-Slavic synaxis is still deepening in response. The Biden administration's recent efforts to coerce or cajole Beijing into joining the U.S.-led sanctions regime against Russia appear to have come to nothing. This was made crystal clear during the video conference yesterday, or last week, when, well, the one that took place between President Biden and Xi Jinping, at which the communist Chinese dictator explicitly refused to lend Beijing's weight to international efforts to pressure the Kremlin to pull Russian forces out of Ukraine. And if anyone harbored any lingering hopes following that exchange, they were definitively dashed the following day when Communist Chinese Vice Foreign Minister Li Yucheng delivered remarks blaming the Ukraine crisis on the threat that NATO expansion posed to Russia's security, likening the threat to the one China believes that Washington's Indo-Pacific strategy poses to its own security, and once again rejecting calls for Beijing to impose sanctions of its own. This is not to suggest, actually, that Beijing is happy with Moscow these days. It most certainly is not. The execrably poor showing of Russia's mighty military on the battlefield, coupled with the economic damage that is being visited on that country by Western sanctions, has left Red China with a much weaker strategic partner than it had, or thought it had, just a month ago. On top of that, its Russian allies' egregious violation of Ukrainian national sovereignty, a norm that has been the cornerstone of Red China's foreign policy since the revolution, has forced Red China's official and unofficial mouthpieces into all sorts of circumlocutions as they seek to balance support for their ally against support for that norm. No, there can be no doubt that Russia's botched invasion of its neighbor has left Red China's dictatorship feeling dismayed, disappointed, and perhaps even displeased. But this does not mean that Beijing is going to comply with Biden's demands that it impose sanctions of its own on Russia, though its firms may reluctantly comply with Western sanctions. And it certainly doesn't mean that Red China is going to downgrade its strategic entente with the Russian Empire, an entente that both sides have agreed has no limits, and in which there are no forbidden areas of cooperation, out of either deference to Washington or disappointment with Moscow. In fact, quite the opposite. Red China is likely to rally to the support of Mother Russia, even if it does so in a low-profile way and continues to utter platitudes about wanting peace and prizing the norm of national sovereignty. The reasons for Red China's resistance to the United States' demands, and the reason it will stick to its entente with motherless Russia, regardless of the current tensions, are threefold. First, in the realm of economics, China needs Russia to secure its long-term economic prosperity. Overarchingly, there's the NSR, the Northern Sea Route, that increasingly accessible shipping channel that runs along Russia's northern coastline, and that is both more secure and shorter than Zhonggua's, China's traditional shipping routes to Europa. China is the EU's largest trading partner, albeit the relationship is believed to be at its lowest point in decades. When Beijing began trying to sanction EU member state Lithuania over its policies toward My Taiwan, the EU rallied till Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania's defense, suing Red China for coercive trade practices at the WTO, the World Trade Organization. Still, Zhonghua exports almost 10 times as much to the European Union and Great Britain as it does to motherless Russia. In recent months, Xi has personally stepped in to try to soothe relations with Europa because Red China needs enhanced ties to help it weather the current economic storm. And yes, China also has important financial ties with Ukraine. It is Kiev's largest trading partner, and the two countries have had a strategic partnership since 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, and the year my late and sainted mother was murdered but a week before. Ukraine joined China's Belt and Road Initiative, a global infrastructure plan, even before Russia did. But Beijing is hardly going to jeopardize its future access to the NSR, the Northern Sea Route, over something as ultimately inconsequential to the Communist Chinese Empire as the fate of Ukraine. Now, let me check something out for you, kids. And this would be a map of how China sees the world these days. And it's not at all what you might expect. Chinese polar map. Let's unplug this shit. And I'll put a link for you inside the chat room. Okay, this is the weird shit we were talking about. Alright, kids, let me see if I can get this up on my screen. Find you a place where I can provide you a link. You're not going to recognize what you see. You're going to think it's another fucking planet. But this is how China sees the world. Alright, kids, let's see if I can get this up. Then get you a link in the chat room. Alright. Hey, I got it, I think. Alright, this might be a sucker map. It's too fucking small for you to appreciate what you're seeing. Let me see if I can find a larger copy. And, you know, the funny thing is, you can't find this shit on the internet. Easily, that is. You've got to know what to look for. And if you don't know what to look for, well then, you're shit out of luck. So, you know, hope you kids appreciate the effort I'm putting into this. Obviously, your financial support is needed so I can continue with pursuing these, you know, these problematic pursuits. By the way, this is incoming news. Ukraine to investigate video of Russian POWs, prisoners of war, being shot. I don't fucking blame them. Those fuckers were going around killing people. You know, fuck them. I mean, this is what you get when you invade a foreign country, right? Now, let me see. There's about 2 different sets of these maps. One is in a more recognizable format. And the other one, which is more unrecognizable, is the more common. So let me see if I can find you that. And the more uncommon map, because that's going to be, you know, a lot more shocking to you. The first thing you're going to wonder is what the fuck you're looking at. Okay, now I got something. I got it! Oh, fucking hell. You can kind of enlarge in this. This isn't very good, but it's a start. So let's get this in the chat room. Let me see now. We are going to put this in the... fuck, how do I get back? There we are. Sometimes I confuse myself. That shouldn't be hard to believe. Alright, there we are. You should be able to access that. And that's just the first example. Let's get you kids something else to look at here. Similar to that, but a bit more visible. The size of these things is so fucking small. You know, maps were not meant to look like that. You need something bigger. Okay, this is shit. Okay, and get you a nice copy here of the largest one I can think of. Oh, I know what to do. This is what you do. Okay, click this. Look for the largest possible one. There we are. World topographic map. You know, I hate going to Reddit, but, you know, this is it. When you click on this, you're going to get what you need. It'll be big. And then you'll be able to see the world the way the Chinese now see it. And this is all structured around the, you know, click on it when you get it and make it big. And then you can look at the world the way the Chinese see it. All right? There we go. That's it. Click on that, kids. And that second one, that's what'll blow your mind. That is how the Chinese see the world. This is a school map. These are school maps. These are like maps that are in every Chinese school. This is what they grow up with. This is how they see the world. And as far as they're concerned, they are cemented to Russia so that they can use that northern polar route to reach Europe faster than anyone else on Earth to continue their endless trade. And the Europeans just have to, cut down on all the ingredients from China that they keep buying. But look at how the Chinese cut away Latin America. Latin America is discarded, tossed aside in the southeast of the globe. It is lost to the world. It's like South America to them. All Latin America is just shit. It's like, it's at the bottom of all the world's land masses beneath Antarctica. It just doesn't exist. This is not in their calculation. The rest of the world is theirs, so far as they're concerned, all up above the Antarctic and centered on the Indian Ocean, of all places, and centered again on their Mediterranean of the global north, the polar ocean region with motherless Russia. This is how the Chinese see your world, and this is how they're going to exploit it. So understand that that's their world. I'll show you Russia's vision, in time. Let's get back on track so we can get there. All right, then. Let me see if there's any response to what I've entered. Oh, great. We get sex bots in response. Soon as I entered that, the sex bots attack. Are you with me there, Jameson? Let's see if my man is up. And if he's up, that helps. If he doesn't respond in a few minutes, I might be forced to. Okay. Let me know if you're there, Jameson. And fuck, he might have disappeared. So let's report. See if we can get these things on. There we are. Pornography, sexually explicit, and then of course you say child abuse because they keep saying boys and girls. They just say this is all like boys and girls, hot, hot sex and shit. Yeah, it's like the moment I put the fucking unwanted commercial content or spam. The moment I put up the maps, they hit with that. That can't be accidental, okay? And then I'm left tending to this myself. Incredible, because our man, fell off the planet on his metal chair. It hurt his butt too much, so he had to lie down. All right, so where are we? I've hit everything else. Misinformation, certainly that. All right, then. So I've handled that by myself. And, okay, then. Now, above and beyond everything I've articulated via the mapping, the cartography, and beyond what Russia supplies, beyond which the reason that the Sino-Slavic synaxis is cyclopean in its linkage is the fact that Russia supplies much of the oil and gas, nickel, aluminum, and palladium, wheat and corn, and fertilizer that Red China needs to keep its economy going. A hard reality that is not going to change anytime soon, and that forms the foundation of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. Second, in the geopolitical realm too, Red China needs Russia. In this respect, 2014 was a fateful year. Prior to that year, Sino-Slavic relations were not particularly warm. But the confluence of what was perceived in Beijing as American efforts to bully the Russian Empire over Ukraine and Red China over my Taiwan and the South China Sea, and both over a range of other issues, including their domestic affairs, made 2014 a year of what sinologists, the China scientists, the China experts, dragon watchers, refer to as an abnormal acceleration of Sino-Russian relations. The upshot of all this acceleration was that Beijing committed to greater alignment and cooperation with the Russian Empire to divide American attention and resources, complicate U.S. military planning in both theaters, and otherwise insulate itself from American efforts to rebalance to Asia and to dominate the Western Pacific. Finally, at the intersection of the economic and geopolitical realms, let's call it the geoeconomic realm, China also needs Russia. The scope, scale, and severity, not to mention swiftness, of the U.S.-led economic campaign against the Russian Empire has only confirmed Communist Chinese fears that Washington is both willing and able to weaponize the global economy against any power that too actively seeks to resist its hegemony. By not going along, and perhaps offering the Russian Empire various workarounds, Red China's leaders are seeking to blunt what they perceive to be a U.S.-engineered effort to discipline and punish Russia for challenging the United States-built and Western-dominated rules-based international order, an order that Red China also seeks to overturn, or at least sinoform. By undermining the effectiveness of the sanctions regime being imposed on Russia, Red China clearly hopes to weaken the compliance mechanism that keeps that order working and under American control. Beijing probably also has an eye on blunting the effectiveness of this particular mechanism so that it cannot be effectively deployed against Red China in the event that Beijing feels compelled to conduct its own special military operation against my Taiwan. So, no, Red China is not going to impose sanctions on Moscow over its war on Ukraine. And it certainly isn't going to dump its Russian partner simply because the Biden administration says so. In fact, quite the opposite. The two revisionist powers are likely to grow even closer, moving from a relatively loose entente to a tighter alliance, and perhaps even toward becoming a solid geopolitical bloc. What this means for the future of the world order is anybody's guess. But one thing's for certain. Contrary to the expectations of some and the hopes of many, some form of Sino-Slavic synaxis is now, and will be for the foreseeable future, a fixed feature of the international order unless or until we dismantle it in the war now wrought upon us all. Such was manifest when the United Nations General Assembly met in early March, when 141 countries adopted a resolution demanding that Russia immediately end its military operations in Ukraine. Only a handful of countries, a rogues gallery of Belarus, White Russia, North Korea, Eritrea, and Syria, all of which are run by genocidal dictators, supported Russia's invasion. Russia's satellite allies Cuba and Nicaragua, along its master handler China, abstained in the vote. Which itself begs the question, is Russia over? Close watchers of Putin say there are increasing signs of desperation in Russia's military campaign and have questioned how far Putin will go to achieve his objectives. Earlier this month, Ian Lesser, vice president of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, told CNBC that in a certain scenario, Russia would be very exposed to an ongoing insurgency, which also implies ongoing humanitarian costs. To quote his T, so there are large dilemmas here. There are deep mysteries about Russian intentions. How far will they go? How would they consider a victory? There are all sorts of possibilities. From a complete occupation of Ukraine, which I think most observers would say is not possible, to control over a couple of critical political centers in Ukraine, including Kiev and possibly including Odessa, or perhaps they have a larger territorial gambit in mind. Michael Baranowski, senior fellow and director of the German Marshall Fund's Warsaw office, told CNBC on Tuesday that Putin has, in Baranowski's words, here quoted by myself, at length and verbatim, really overextended himself. We might be looking at the end of Russia as we have known it. But if he survives this, I think what we might be looking at is the foothills of a new Cold War. I think both the West and Russia overestimated Russia's military capabilities. From Putin's perspective, this war was supposed to have lasted only a few days. Now it's clear that Putin will not reach its main political objective of having Ukraine and Ukrainian people be part of Russia's sphere of influence. That said, we should not make the mistake of underestimating the Russian army. You see, this is always the joke. They keep going back there. They got something up their sleeve, man. It's got it. They can't be this fucked. Anyhow, to go back to what he's saying, there are still deep reserves in Russia that have not been used during this war, precisely because the Russian plan was that it would last only a few days. We would celebrate Russian defeat too early at our own peril. Well, Putin's already bringing in Syrian mercenaries, fucker, and he's basically calling up reserves. It's the bottom of his barrel already. This fucker's dead. And so is the goddamn war machine, which was never really alive. It was all bullshit. An economic Cold War has emerged. It's bringing higher inflation and a slowdown in recovery from pandemic setbacks. It could also usher in a new global power structure. Russia has now been the world's most sanctioned country by one measure for about a month. President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine prompted the United States, the Greater British Empire, and the European Union to retaliate with an unprecedented wave of economic punishments. There's no clear end in sight for the crippling sanctions imposed, and the impact has already left the country's economy reeling. The ruble has lost a third of its value against the US dollar. JP Morgan data proves the worst recession in the Russian Empire since its 1998 financial crisis. Yet prolonged sanctions are also likely to spill into other countries in two major ways: higher prices and slower pandemic recoveries worldwide. The world might be past the worst of the Omicron wave, but Russia's invasion and the global financial retaliation are putting a new and possibly more powerful drag on its rebound. Oh, that's awful. The bottom of the tea barrel. It's always filled with tea dust. Now, in a Barron's column that was published on Thursday, Dana Peterson, the chieftainess economist at the conference board, said, I'll quote her in a minute here. She said that the bottom line is that so long as war smolders in Eastern Europe, it will cloud the economic picture for the entire globe. Now, moving away from Russian oil will be a major challenge, especially in Europe. The crux of the new economic risk starts with common goods like oil and wheat. These key Russian and Ukrainian economies, well, commodities, that comprise the foundation of much of their economies, along with others like nickel and natural gas, have seen their prices surge through 2022 as the conflict has raised fears of supply strains. Now, gas prices soared into the spring as countries moved away from Russian crude oil. Europe was already struggling through an energy crunch that started in the fall of 2021. And the continent now faces the biggest hit from pricier gas. In a note, J.P. Morgan economists, led by Bruce Kasman, said, given Europe's dependence on Russian energy and its closer linkages to Russian industry, the drag on its growth is much greater than elsewhere. You see, the EU imported about 40% of its natural gas from Russia in 2021, according to the International Energy Agency, that I'm sourcing that statistic from. And replacing that would be an enormous challenge. And a major world breadbasket is now on fire. Food prices are also poised to climb. Ukraine and Russia together account for a quarter of the world's wheat exports. That's according to the Observatory of Economic Complexity. And the invasion has lifted prices 38% in the last month alone. That's set to weigh on common foodstuffs like bread, cereal, and pasta. Rising fertilizer costs raise a longer-term food risk. Russia is a major exporter of all sorts of crop fertilizers, and the souring of trade relationships could cripple future crops all over the world. In advanced economies, the disruption to food and fertilizer supply is likely to keep inflation higher for longer. The toll in poorer countries, though, is far more dire. Some economies cannot afford to bear the brunt of higher food prices, leaving residents trapped in an impossible situation. If backstops aren't put in place soon, the supply issues could spark civil unrest and casualties in areas far from the invasion's front lines. This is why this is a world war. Now, I'm finishing the bottom of the tea barrel, and this time my throat was ready for all that particulate matter to hit the back of it. In this month's report, McKinsey economists said, vulnerable populations are most likely to become refugees and will find it hardest to bear the rising costs of food and fuel. Securing the continual supply of food to the countries most exposed to exports from these regions is becoming a major near-term issue. The advanced economies can reshuffle their trade relationships and import necessary goods from elsewhere, but that will take time. And until then, Americans are likely to shoulder the costs of even pricier gas and groceries. Central banks' task to fight inflation without hurting economic recoveries just got trickier. Now, central banks were already aiming to cool inflation before war broke out by raising interest rates. Timing that transition is now an even more difficult task. Moving too fast could discourage spending and kick off recessions. But acting too slowly could allow inflation to worsen. In these United States, the Federal Reserve began raising interest rates this month, and while the central bank is widely expected to continue rate hikes at each of its 6 remaining meetings this year, the exact scope and timing of the Fed's monetary tightening remain up in the air. Now that the conflict has exacerbated inflation, central banks could feel the pressure for more aggressive interest rate increases. The conflicting forces could result in subpar growth, as J.P. Morgan's economists have forecast. Only by cooling the economy to a less than ideal level can the Fed and its peers get their hands around inflation. At least that's what the J.P. Morgan advisors have concluded. All this because the West has never tried to cut off an economy as large as Russia's, severing the Russian economy, the 11th largest in the world, from the financial system, shakes up the global economic order. Similarly severe sanctions have been levied on smaller economies like North Korea and Cuba, but never against such a global superpower. That leaves economists without much foresight as to how the sanctions will play out in the coming years, qualifying that the immediate effects will arise in the global energy supply. Brian Coulton, the chief economist at Fitch Ratings, told Insider Magazine that there's simply no precedent for the economic dislocation Russia is experiencing, himself so concluding, "We don't really have a playbook for how this might work, trying to disconnect an economy of this scale." The Russia-Ukraine war may fundamentally alter the status quo in global trade. Now, in a recent report, economists at the International Monetary Fund observed that supply chains, or stressed that supply chains, payment networks, and central bank reserves could all be disrupted as new global alliances and rivalries form. So far, that's starting to look like a new delineation between the East and the West. The United States, United Kingdom, and European Union might have removed Russia as a trade partner, but other countries like India and Zhongguo, or China, India would be Bharat in their language, will likely step in and fill that void. A Sino-Ind, an Indo-Semitic reservoir for the Russians. Now, Tanya Babina, a business professores at the Columbia Business School, told the aforesourced Insider Mag that could spark a bipolarization in the global economy and cut away at decades of globalization. To quote as she, "Where the West is going to come in and cut off supplying stuff to Russia, you're going to have all these non-Western countries and non-democratic countries set up increased trade and new trade opportunities. And at the bottom of it all, strangling Russia's economy will backfire into a bone-crushing recession. But this is war. This is what you go through, blood, sweat, and tears. Even Joe Biden himself had to prepare you for that. He said it's going to get real. We're going to have food shortages. People will start to go hungry. Hey, it's better than bombs and bullets. If hunger is the front you're fighting, America of all the empires can make it through. We're a food power. I mean, you Americans need to slim down anyway. The majority of you are overweight and pre-diabetic. Well, fuck that. Full-blown diabetic. Hell, half of you are on dialysis. But that's the alcohol. If you thought the stock market sell-off start to the year was ugly, get ready. Wall Street's most elite investors are bracing for an even deeper market shock as the war in Ukraine drags on. Now, of course, my son married a sugar daddy. And in that man's conversations with some of the top minds in finance, many of whom have spracketh to him on the condition of anonymity so that they could speak candidly about where the market is headed, a consensus emerged. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has kicked their predictions for a stock market washout into hyperdrive. The murky global economic picture, clouded by supply-driven inflation pressures, is now even more complex and uncertain. And the shifts that turned some of the market's high-flying winners into losers are only beginning. Well, they're only becoming more pronounced. One billionaire value investor told my son's husband, Russia's invasion of Ukraine accelerated the slowdown, and it accelerated inflation. Beyond the massive volatility that the invasion will continue to inflict upon the markets, the war is also forcing Wall Street to undergo a frenzied gut check. it's not just the United States government that wants nothing to do with Russia. It's Wall Street's client base as well. So the challenge for Wall Street's biggest investors is threefold. Build a portfolio that survives the washout. Make sure you're not holding any Russian assets. And, for the love of God, return any Russian clients' money before old Uncle Sam lowers the boom. Now, market mess and a bone-crushing recession are terms that are pretty hardcore. Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine added another shock on top of a year already defined by a massive economic sea change. The Federal Reserve and other policymakers in these United States have begun, well, they've been trying to walk a fine line, increasing interest rates just enough to tamp down historically high inflation without pushing the economy into recession. This much has not changed. Inflation so far shows no sign of slowing, and the Fed's plans to raise interest rates to fight it mean debt is already becoming more costly and loans are harder to access. In turn, investors are becoming more risk-averse and punishing the stocks of companies that relied on cheap debt to fuel speculative growth, many of which were the darlings of our seemingly unstoppable stock market of the past 2 years. All of that adds up to a nasty stock market decline. Putin's war has not changed the shape of this market shift, but it is making the swerve even more aggressive. Other than a re-rating of defense contractors, the value investor told Sugar Daddy that the stock market hasn't changed fundamentally. It has only become more treacherous. The thunderbolt of Ukraine's destruction and of Russia being shoved out of the global economy has created additional scarcity in a world already struggling with a shortage of critical goods as well as the inflation these shortages have caused. The war is endangering the world's supply of oil, steel, wheat, fertilizer, and other commodities. Together, Russia and Ukraine export more than 25%, a full quarter of our world's wheat supply. Russia is also a major exporter of fertilizer. The United Nations is now warning that this conflict could lead to global food shortages. The food that remains will become more expensive, exacerbating inflation. I've already learned that meat is off the menu in Lebanon. I mean, like not served in restaurants anymore. And then, of course, there is energy. Russia was supplying the world with just under 10 million barrels of oil a day before Putin attacked Ukraine. Since then, the United States has cut off imports, and the EU is working to quickly wean itself off Russia's energy supply. Eventually, without technology from American and European companies like Baker Hughes, Halliburton, and Schlumberger, Russia will also have trouble extracting oil from its territory. The geopolitical analyst Peter Zeihin has emphasized that oil prices have been all over the place since the invasion began, mostly rising in reaction to the carnage, with occasional dips as the market tries to figure out how much oil we've really lost. Earlier this week, the International Energy Agency projected that Russian oil exports would drop by 3 million barrels a day by next month. But a Singapore-based hedge fund manager who focuses on commodities believes sanctions evasion will temper losses as Russia shepherds its gas through countries like the communist Chinese Empire. To quote he, via my son's notation, "I think oil prices could go a little bit higher as these issues work out, but I'd be surprised if prices were higher in June than they were right after Russia attacked. I think some of this will be manageable as the Red Chinese figure out how to smuggle commodities out of Russia, and they will. In the meantime, low-income populations could face what the fund manager described as a bone-crushing recession. In these United States, low-income Americans spend an average of 8% of their household income on energy expenses, from filling their gas tanks to keeping their lights on. In the European Union, the figure can reach above 12% in countries like Romania. Even prior Putin's attack, researchers estimated that 80 million households across Europe struggled to stay warm, so when prices go up, it hurts. To recite the aforesourced Singapore-based hedge fund manager, the issue Europe has right now is figuring out how to reduce absolute gas consumption quickly, while also figuring out how to help the most vulnerable people. If the EU does not solve these massive problems, it risks forcing low-income citizens to choose between heating their homes and filling their stomachs. It risks the elimination of shifts at manufacturing plants, hitting workers' wallets even harder. It risks political unrest. Right now, the West's top priority in supporting Ukraine is to maintain a unified front against Russian aggression. But none of this is good for economic and social stability. What all of this amounts to is a temporary but indeterminate period of chaos. By the way, just checking into some incoming messages. And okay, all that's cool. Prices for necessities will rage upward. Central banks will fight inflation by raising rates, and money will become harder to find. While there might be money to be made as the turmoil sorts itself out, the fundamental shift underway in the market, an ugly, painful transition from growth stocks toward value, has not changed. The swings will just get wilder, as anyone who is trying to survive mid-March's sucker punch of a bear market rally can probably tell you. Without warning, the tech-heavy NASDAQ, which had been languishing, ripped over 8% in 1 week. In a market like this one, it could just as easily crash back down even harder the next. There's a shunning on Wall Street. While the economic and market fallout from the war in Ukraine will take us months to unfold, Wall Street's scramble to rid itself of toxic Russian assets began quietly but swiftly after Putin invaded. Before Goldman Sachs started the big bank exodus from motherless Russia, before Citigroup and Deutsche Bank cut their losses and followed suit, before hedge funds started cutting off their Russian oligarch clients, emails and phone calls were flying round Wall Street, demanding that Russia be shunned. To quotist Josh Brown, CEO of the wealth management firm Ritholtz Wealth Management, which oversees $1 billion in assets, he said, "We cannot tell our clients that we put their money in Russian assets. So we're calling our asset managers and saying you need to take our exposure to zero." Calls like this set off a chain that Russia cannot stop. Wealth managers like Brown call their asset managers, companies like Vanguard, for example, and tell them to divest any Russian holdings in their clients' portfolios. These massive asset managers then call the companies that make indexes, like MSCI, State Street, which makes the SPY index, SPI acronym, SPY, all in the uppercase, or the London Stock Exchange, which makes the FTSE Russell, and demand that Russia be booted from the indexes, erasing Russian investments from virtually every American retirement account and millions of investment portfolios. Because asset managers like Vanguard run trillions of dollars, the index-making companies comply. Russian assets were thrown out of the FTSE Russell, for example, on March 4th. This excision from financial markets will be difficult to undo, partly because clients are unlikely to embrace Russia anytime soon, but also because Russian assets have entered a sort of limbo. They've become part of a fire sale in which customers can only window shop. I'm sorry, that's horrible, but it's war. And hey, it's all still better than bombs and bullets. To quote us the aforecited Ritholtz Wealth Management CEO, Josh Brown, basically, whatever assets they have on hand have to go to zero and then become a write-off. No one is buying these assets. Maybe you can sell it back to a Russian in 3 years, but for now, there's no liquid market. This goes not only for securities, but also physical assets that once made their owners very rich. When BP, Brit Petrol, announced in late February that it was offloading its 20% stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft, one veteran hedge fund manager who had just been expressing his guilt over profiting in a wartime stock market told Sugar Daddy simply, that doesn't mean anything. In his decades of running money, you cannot sell something no one will buy. You cannot just leave billions in investments and walk away. No one in their right mind would simply renounce ownership of assets and write down the stake as a loss. But these times are not like any other. It turns out when there's a war on, you actually can just walk away, especially when it seems Russia is isolating itself from the global financial system, or as the billionaire value investor described it, going full North Korea. After the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin annexed Crimea in 2014, the United States and its allies imposed a raft of relatively mild sanctions on Russia. These measures sent the ruble tumbling and dented Russian GDP growth, but the Kremlin's propagandists downplayed the damage, and over time, the economy stabilized. So when Western countries announced a much tougher suite of sanctions in response to Putin's latest assault on Ukraine, many Russians shrugged, convinced that their economy could withstand any level of Western sanctions. They couldn't be more wrong. The punitive measures that the American empire and our allies have put in place since the invasion began, what we've put in place since the invasion began could be catastrophic for ordinary Russians, as could the steps that many Western companies have taken to sever their ties to motherless Russia and pull their businesses from the Slavic Empire. But the vast majority of Russians, even educated ones, have little idea of what is coming. Shortages of basic goods, mass unemployment, and even travel restrictions intended to stem the flight of human capital will soon become as facts of life. If Western countries continue to tighten the economic screws on the Russian economy as a whole, instead of targeting specific figures in the regime with more tailored sanctions, they will risk turning Russia into something like a larger, more unstable, and more dangerous North Korea. A bigger, badder North Korea is coming your way. In a matter of days after Putin's invasion, the West has largely reversed 3 decades worth of economic integration with the Russian Empire. Washington and our allies have barred Russia's central bank from transacting in dollars, effectively frozen most of its foreign currency reserves, and slapped punishing sanctions on Russia's most important financial institutions. They have removed 7 Russian banks from SWIFT, the interbank messaging system that serves as the backbone of the global financial system, and restricted transactions with many major Russian state-owned enterprises. And on March 8th, less than 2 weeks after the invasion began, U.S. President Joseph Biden announced a ban on all Russian oil and natural gas imports to these United States. As a result of these and other measures, Russians will soon face shortages of basic products, not just luxury goods such as iPhones and iPads, the import of which is now banned, but also more ordinary goods and commodities such as clothes, cars, household appliances, and food. IKEA and H&M have announced that they are withdrawing from the Russian market. Toyota, Honda, Mercedes-Benz, and Volkswagen have stopped exporting vehicles to Russia and closed their local production plants. And McDonald's, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, and other Western food companies have suspended business in the Russian Empire. Russia imports almost 40% of the seeds that sustain its agricultural industry, and almost 90% of the seeds used to grow certain staples, such as potatoes. Russian farmers will find alternatives over the long run, but in the short term, many basic food products will disappear from Russian shelves, and the prices for them will skyrocket. You see, Russia is highly dependent on international trade because it's a fucking wasteland in the frozen north, the majority of it at higher latitudes than fucking Scandinavia. But even companies that still wish to transact with Russia will soon have trouble moving goods to and from the empire. Maersk, one of the world's largest shipping container operators, has announced that it will halt shipments to the Russian Empire. Even if another company is willing to make up the shortfall, likely at exorbitant prices, it is unclear how Russian firms could pay for its services. The country's export earnings will fall significantly because consumers in the West are refusing to buy Russian goods. Gazprom, the country's main exporter of gas, is now unable to raise money in these United States, making it unclear how the company will receive foreign exchange earnings because it must use a significant portion of its revenue to repay its debts. And even non-sanctioned Russian oil companies are struggling to find buyers for their oil. Russia's central bank has $650 billion in foreign exchange reserves, but Washington and Brussels, the capital of Europa, have already frozen more than half of those funds. The Kremlin also has reserves in gold, but it is unclear how it could make use of these stockpiles. Few foreign banks will want to buy them from Russia's central bank for fear of triggering sanctions and incurring huge fines. Russia has built up its domestic manufacturing base in recent years, but Russian factories that produce cars, airplanes, and household appliances all use imported components. As a result, entire industries will shut down in the coming months, precipitating not just shortages of goods, but mass unemployment, a collapse of the tax base, and an inability to pay salaries to state employees. Already, Russia's largest automobile producer has had to temporarily halt production because of shortages of imported components. Even aero travel will grind to a halt in Russia. Almost all Russian commercial aircraft are imported, and EU and US sanctions now bar Western companies from supplying spare parts. Huge numbers of aeroplanes will have to be decommissioned as a result. Even the internet, as Russians know it, will be shut down. The Kremlin has blocked access to Facebook and Twitter. It has threatened to shut down YouTube and could decide to block informational websites such as Wikipedia. No loss there. That's just dissemination of ignorance. In short, the Russian Empire will soon be one of the most isolated countries on Earth. It is not just what Moscow is trying to keep out that should scare the Russians. It is what Moscow is trying to keep in. Everyone who can get out of the country will do so. In recent days, I have received messages from friends and strangers alike seeking advice on how to immigrate. The government understands this, which is why it introduced a raft of measures designed to retain skilled information and technology professionals, including a 3-year tax holiday and heavily subsidized mortgages and loans. But such measures won't work. Skilled professionals are already racing for the exits. Soon, therefore, the Russian government will probably introduce exit visas for certain categories of workers or close the country altogether. Those who are nostalgic for the Soviet Union will finally learn what it was really like. This is all about going from enemies to allies, in a certain sense. Russians are not the only ones who are unprepared for what is about to happen. The Western countries that have imposed these sanctions have not fully thought through their likely consequences. Measures that make life miserable for ordinary Russians might have the opposite of their intended effect. They might rally the public behind Putin. Over the last 20 years, the Russian dictator has built a powerful propaganda machine, one that has been working overtime since the Ukrainian invasion began. Right now, about half of Russians support the war. Among them, well, there were people I knew in the Russian community in San Francisco whose in-laws are trapped behind the Slavic syntaxes. There is one of these people that I know of with a university degree who actually believes Putin's claim that Ukraine and NATO have attacked Russia and that Russia is simply defending itself. You know, it took some time for a young Russian lady that I knew to convince her mother that Putin had attacked Ukraine and not the other way around. Last week, Putin signed a new law that makes publishing fake news punishable by 15 years in prison. Needless to say, all factual reporting on the war in Ukraine is considered fake news. Even the word war is prohibited. Russians must call the conflict in Ukraine a special military operation. With fewer alternative sources of information to compete with, the Kremlin's propagandists will grow even more powerful. Many Russians will come to believe that Russia is fighting a holy war against the West and NATO, and that Western sanctions are designed to make ordinary Russians suffer. They will believe, as Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov put it last week, that sanctions are a tax on independence. Now, it could be argued that the United States and our allies should rethink our sanctions strategy accordingly, that instead of making enemies of the Russian people by strangling the Russian economy, Western countries should make allies of them in a more targeted attempt to squeeze Russia's leaders. Washington and Brussels could relax some of their most sweeping punitive measures, such as those that prevent ordinary Russians from accessing their own money, obtaining basic necessities, and traveling to Western countries. That instead they should target only Russian oligarchs and high-ranking officials, confiscating their assets abroad and closing borders to them and their family members. the United States senior government officials and employees of state-owned companies as well as their families, if it continues to target all Russians with crippling sanctions, the West will most certainly impoverish and immiserate Russia and possibly bolster Putin. But I say continue what we're doing. It's too late, and none of the targeting ever worked before. It just doesn't. Because you can always evade a partial barrier, a partial blockade. In its totality, what we're doing does not threaten us security-wise because the Russians have nothing to throw at us in terms of anything that will damage anybody. It'll become harder and harder to even hit outside of their borders with what nukes they have. They couldn't drive their trucks to deliver the nukes to other countries in Europe even, because they would be spotted and stopped before they could get to the target point. You see, it turns out Putin isn't Hitler after all. He's actually Mussolini. Or rather, instead of the Putler that everybody's been using for their bullshit, he's really Putolini. Now, in the 2.5 hours we have remaining, I'll put this as best as I can and show you that once again, the only factor that matters in the outcome is Japan. By the way, Ethan Einar Anders says interesting maps. Thanks for that. And definitely appreciate it, young sir. And thank you for everything. All right, let's get back to task at hand. Check some of these incoming messages here. And come in, make sure I get a hint of what people are responding with. Now, when I say that he's Putolini instead of Putler, Mussolini instead of Hitler, that makes him no less dangerous or murderous. It's always easy to throw in a Hitler analogy whenever a nasty tyrant emerges threatening to plunge the world back into a new dark age. Gamal Abdel Nasser, Saddam Hussein, and now Vladimir Putin have all got the treatment. It's a lazy and, in all cases, unhelpful, even dangerously misleading analogy. Most of all, it's an insult to my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and far too much of a compliment to all men who get that thrown at them. But it's always the first choice if you want to elicit an extreme emotional reaction and a sense of revulsion. In truth, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was one of a kind, uniquely divine and destructive, and aside from myself as his scion, otherwise unlikely to be repeated in human history, at least not in your lifetime, unless, of course, well, inevitably the situation will come where people will have to turn to myself because there's no one else to turn to in terms of advisement. But that for another transmission. I've covered such before and will be forced to do so again. So perhaps time to put away that constant, shall we say, canard, the Hitlerism, and only dust it off after you've done the due diligence, which, once you've done that, you'll find out it's essentially inapplicable. Now, awful as he is, in terms of Hitler, he was also awesome. And Putin is simply not in Hitler's league. He's awful without the awesome. And he's unlikely to ever get back the awe. We know that much. So, short of starting a nuclear war, he would never be able to hit the Hitler stage. And I've told you how hopeless his ability to do that is, but I could go there in painful, excruciating detail in another transmission. Wednesday. For now, the shambolic and dismal performance of Putin's armed forces throws up another intriguing parallel, albeit unfair to the person so compared, Benito Mussolini, or Il Duce, the leader. A comparison to Mussolini for most Americans suggests something comical and even cartoonish. It implies that they have fallen short of the big league and have been refused entry into the select all-time hall of monstrous infamy. Just browse this near-identical montage of, well, shall we say, people who have been compared to Mussolini before, to be reminded how both have crafted a narcissistic parody of masculine virility and martial prowess to build a myth of the Nietzschean Superman at the helm. Putolini. I mean, honestly, just line up pictures of Benito Mussolini and Vladimir Putin in terms of their bare-chested swag, and you get yourself kind of a, how do I say this? Just a kind of a, well, you freak out, because it's like there's definitely a commonality there. It's an image both have brandished belligerently that they could do anything to taunt the decadent and effeminate West. It's almost as if they'd engaged the same PR and image consultants, or were both following your 10-step guide to becoming a successful autocrat, or how to make enemies and intimidate people. But yes, it is more a parody than a presentation. So the one thing you first get when you take a look at Benito Mussolini is the thug bug, the big chin. And you got to admit, there ain't nothing feminine there. That guy looked like a walking penis. And as for, Mussolini, in all fairness, in any other century but my own, the one into which I was born, this century too is my own, but I'll have to earn it. But the 20th century, that's my birthright. And in any other century but that 20th century, Mussolini would have been one of history's more accomplished mass murderers. He was no joke to his victims, nor is Putin. Without Mussolini, there would have been no Hitler, no Second World War, and no Holocaust. Mussolini was a warm-up act of what could be considered far worse to come. He was an early warning the world ignored at its peril. Like Putin, he was celebrated and admired in the West. He was the first of his kind, a truly modern tyrant, an autocratic innovator who became the role model for other autocrats, not least my father Hitler, who never lost his admiration for his Italian mentor. Like Putin, many in the West colluded with Mussolini until it was too late. Both presented themselves as heroic arbingers of a new age of autocratic strongmen and reactionary authoritarianism to replace a declining West, corrupted and weakened by greed, consumerism, social and ethnic diversity, and above all, democracy. But beyond the bombastic imagery, the eerie parallels to Mussolini are many and sinister, and the longer Putin reigns, the more he seems to mutate into a clone of this much maligned and ridiculed wannabe empire builder. So let's go into some of those eerie parallels. The short-lived forerunner of today's rules-based order between 1919 to 1939 never really had a chance, And that was in large part thanks to Mussolini, who became its gravedigger. But he got a lot of help along the way from those who should have known better. The United Nations predecessor, the League of Nations, and the system of collective security that underpinned it, was designed to prevent a repeat of the violence and genocide of the First World War and its bloody aftermath. Never forget, to use a term the Jewish community uses, the Armenian Holocaust. Of course, my sainted son is Armenian to a degree. We know that much. And what I want you to understand is that it hurt us personally to see what happened to Armenia while Putin did absolutely nothing, even though he was committed to defend it by their version of a NATO covenant. He let the Turks and the Azeris overrun Nagorno-Karabakh, the Holy Land of Armenian culture. Now that our man Jameson Reese is back, going to acknowledge his homecoming, so to speak, and his wake up call, rejoining us in consciousness, and check into the chat room where Ethan Einar Anders says, had to take a work call, so playing catch up. 1.5 speed till I catch up, still 40 minutes behind. Thank you, sir. No worries. And so do me a favor, Jameson, check into the chat room every once in a while. We had a sex bot attack earlier. Make certain that I took care of it. All right, so as I said, when it came to the United Nations predecessor, one of the reasons it was established, theoretically, was to prevent a genocide like that which was committed by the Ottoman Empire, or rather, by its Turkish successor state, the so-called Young Turks of Ataturk, and their extermination of 2 million Armenians in World War I. Thank you, Jameson. He took care of some sex bots. And indeed, when my biological father, Adolf Hitler, planned the Holocaust, he used the Turkish extermination of the Armenians as a model, reminding everyone so implicated, who remembers the Armenians? Certainly, most Americans don't. And, of course, there was the war in Ethiopia. Now, I want people to understand that the Italians had it out for the Ethiopians because they had been defeated in battle by them. That was the Black African equivalent of the Russo-Japanese War, where just as the Russians were defeated by an Oriental nation, which instantly gave Japan great power status, Ethiopia defeated the Italians, and by doing so, attained a kind of great power African status on the continent themselves. Now, in terms of Ethiopia and the battle, I'm going to try and see if I can recall it and exactly what happened in that war. And let's take a look at the name of the battle first, because it's important to warm up to that. Ethiopian defeat of Italy. And that, of course, was Adwa. Yes, how could I forget? There's different spellings for it, but it's definitely something everybody should research. This was devastating, and it scarred the Italians permanently. to the point where they sought vengeance against the Ethiopians. You see, it was at the Battle of Adwa, which can be spelled ADWA or ADUA. The anglicization would actually be Adowa. Now, that was in 1896. It was one of the most decisive defeats suffered by any European colonial army during the age of imperialism. The Butcher's Bill, out of an original 10,600 Italian man army with 7,100 native Ascari or black auxiliary, their blacks on their side, and 56 artillery pieces was, as I said, the Butcher's Bill out of that was 298 Italian officers, including 4 brigadier generals, dead. 2,918 Italian infantry fatalities. 470 casualties, meaning injured. 1,900 captured. And 945 missing forever. There were 2,000 Ascari, or black fatalities on the Italian side, blacks who were with the Italians who died. 958 Ascari casualties, or injured, and 1,800 captured. Also lost were 11,000 rifles and all 56 pieces of artillery. They lost all their cannon to the enemy, altogether signaling the decline of European colonialism in Black Africa. This is what the Italians were out to avenge under Benito Mussolini when they invaded Ethiopia. Now, because this was the expertise of foreign intervention, it left such a massive massacre. It left the Italians unable to pursue colonialism for generations. So when it comes to the man who was the victor in that battle, the man who led Ethiopia to victory, that was their king, of course, and he himself, oh gosh, let me see now, king at the Battle of Adwa. He led the, he was there on the battlefront himself. King, let me see, at Battle of Adwa. And so every year in March, this month, which is why I'm bringing it up, the Ethiopians celebrate their victory at the Battle of Adwa. The hero of that battle is Menelik II. He remains a venerated figure in Ethiopian society, indeed worldwide. Now, in terms of Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia and the Battle of Adwa, I think in Ethiopia today there's few figures as revered as Menelik II. And he lived from 1844 to 1913, the second to last reigning monarch of Ethiopia. They still have a dynasty, but it's in exile. And like Menelik I of the 10th century BC, the legendary son of King Solomon himself, from whom he took his regal name, Menelik II traced his descent to the Solomonic line of kings. But it is his role in the history of Ethiopia for which Menelik II is most revered to this day. For it was he who defeated a European nation Magna Italia, or Greater Italy, on the field of battle to defend Ethiopian independence. Now, Menelik II was crowned King of Kings, a title reserved otherwise for Christ, and Emperor of Ethiopia on November 3rd in 1889, with the additional royal sobriquet of the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. The coronation, which took place in the great Entoto Mariam Church in Addis Ababa, was captured for posterity by the Italian artist Pio Joris, and subsequently reproduced in chromolithograph messages, today exceedingly rare and very valuable. The artist depicted the entire royal entourage in gorgeous color and detail. And, I do have the ability to call this up on screen, and maybe I can see if I can find this for people to see, but it's really not that important. I'm sure you can imagine it. Honestly, it's something that otherwise, of course, you get the point. This was a time, of course, of much pomp and ceremony, and rightly so. Now, when it comes to the year 1896, that was a crucial year. But I guess it began probably 1889, the year my biological father Adolf Hitler was born. It was there that the WUCAL, or WUCALI, spelled W-U-C-H-A-L-E, and I have no idea how to correctly pronounce that. I presume it would be WUCALI. That peace treaty of May 1889. Adolf Hitler was delivered from his mother's womb the month before. April, May, I think. Yeah. And that was the peace treaty by which the king of Ethiopia sought to come to an agreement with Italy and avert warfare. The peace talks failed, however, and ultimately led to the famous Battle of Adwa. So that was that crucial year for Europe as a whole, 1896, when that battle took place. It was a crucial year for Italy in particular. In that year, Italy was defeated by Ethiopia at the Battle of Adwa. It signaled the end of the might is right era assumed by the European powers of the day. The defeat of the Italians was a major blow to the industrial world because it heralded the beginning of resistance against the industrial powers and the struggle for independence by the colonized African nations. So the Ethiopian belief was that the Italians were defeated thanks to divine intervention. And they felt that St. George appeared on the battlefield, and that's ironic because the patron saint of Russia is St. George, which is always displayed slaying the dragon. Now, drums were used to herald the coronation of the King of Kings. And, of course, battle drums reverberated through the hills of Adwa, shaking the morale of the enemy. Not surprisingly, of course, you had European artists who rushed to the defense of colonialism, and they painted caricatures of Menelik as vicious as some of the kinds of anti-Japanese caricatures that Peter Moon was describing earlier. Now, in the aftermath of the war, Pope Leo at the time, and I'm going to try and remember his number. This is always one of those things where I rack my brain, and I believe it was the 13th. It was Pope Leo the 13th. And King Menelik, by the way, I'm getting let me see. Oh, Zelensky is blasting Russia's handling of dead Russian troops. That's the latest news blast I'm getting. And this is, of course, what I've explained to you. They're simply destroying the bodies by incineration so nobody knows that Russians have died. Nobody can ever identify how many Russians have died. That's Putin for you. And, that's very Russian in general. And you wonder why these guys got no morale. Well, as I said, in the aftermath of the war, as I was starting to say, Pope Leo XIII and King Menelik exchanged letters to effect the release of Italian prisoners of war, and the Vatican Church, well, they turned to the Church of Alexandria, the Eastern Orthodox Church, for help with the mediation. That, of course, saw such incredible sights as Monsignor Macchiari, of the vicar of the Egyptian Coptic Church approaching the Emperor Menelik on behalf of the Pope of Rome. That was a prudent example of religious diplomacy, since the King of Kings and Monsignor Macaire both belonged to the Orthodox faith of Eastern Byzantium. So, while the Russians claim to be the third Rome after the fall of Byzantium, then the Ethiopians can certainly claim the title themselves as well, or the title of the fourth Rome. Now, negotiation between those dignitaries bore results. There was a letter from the Holy Father, Leon XIII, to Menelik, and there was a reply to His Holiness. And on November 20th, 1896, the Emperor released 200 Italian prisoners of war in honor of the Queen of Italy's birthday, and successive releases were effected in February and June of 1897, when the last of the Italian prisoners of war left the country. And in terms of the Battle of Adwa and its legacy, as I said, every year in March, which is why I'm bringing it up this month, Ethiopians celebrate their victory at the Battle of Adwa, and the hero of that battle, Menelik II, remains a venerated figure in Ethiopian society. And as I said, he's recognized worldwide, usually depicted as a noble and dignified individual, despite the caricatures during wartime. Now, of course, his call for arms against Italy resonates powerfully to this day. His full name was Gebre Selassie. Complete with his title, it would be something along the lines of Terika Zaman Zadagmawi Menelik Negusha Nagasht Zeltopia, which was another word for Ethiopia. Now, of course, there's a book by that title that was published the year I was born, 1966, and I'm looking at page 225, in which I'll read his words. His call to battle against the Italians. Now an enemy that intends to destroy our homeland and change our religion has come crossing our God-given frontiers. Now, with the help of God, I will not allow him to have my country. You, my countrymen, I have never knowingly hurt you, nor have you hurt me. Help me, those of you with zeal and willpower. Those who do not have the zeal, for the sake of your wives and your religion, help me with your prayers. Now, Menelik's wife, the Princess Taitu, also commands respect in popular memory and is often depicted as falling to her knees in prostration when the battle began and praying for victory. It was she who warned the emperor about suspicious activities on the part of the Italian emissaries, sending out political ploys under the cover of peace negotiations. Most important of all, she played a very strategic role by controlling the sources of water from the enemy. So, according to this book, Sahith Ta'izaz Gebre Selassie, an eyewitness to the Battle of Adwa, concludes in his memoirs that no matter how organized an army may be, And no matter how sophisticated its arsenal of weapons, victory is only possible through God-given valor and skill. And in the Battle of Adwa, Menelik II proved the moral imperative in the struggle of Ethiopia against colonialism. Okay, so I'm very happy to share all of that with you. Again, I hope I haven't eaten up too much time by a kind of intro into the subject, which is immense. And we've got 2 hours left. So let me cover the topic as much as I am able. One last check on incoming messages. Okay, then. Now, the Italians under Mussolini were going to have their vengeance by invading Ethiopia with tanks. Armored mechanized columns. This was like Italia's Africa Corps. And they would do what the king could not under the fascist Duce, the leader, Benito Mussolini. But what if Ethiopia, which was defeated by the Italians because of this modern mechanized warfare, the Italian forerunner to the German Blitzkrieg, what if Ethiopia had developed, gone a similar way like the Japanese Empire, what they would call a Meiji Restoration in Japan, where the emperor basically forced the nation into industrialization mode? What if the Ethiopians' modernization would have similarly played out, like in the case of Japan? Ethiopia was reunited in 1855 and would have from there on modernized itself more rapidly, inviting foreign scholars and trying to copy European colonialism, much like Japan. Now, this would have been possible had the original emperor listened to his doctor. Now, the original emperor Menelik II was told by his doctor to stop smoking. But he couldn't stop. And that's what killed him. If he had had the willpower, aside from all his accomplishments, to quit smoking, then our world would be a very different place. Ethiopia, well, in 1896, they had already repelled the Italian invasion. They could have gone a step further and invaded the Italian colonies on the African continent and spread their influence all over modern-day Somalia. Also, perhaps seeking alliances with countries that might be opposed to Italian colonialism in East Africa, the British or the Portuguese. In the following years, they could have began to become a colonial power themselves and attacked the Ottoman Turks in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. And perhaps South Sudan, the Christians today, would be part of Ethiopia, as they will indeed sometime soon in the future, I have no doubt. During the First World War, they might have allied themselves with the Entente and taken over German and Ottoman possessions. There are, of course, a few problems with this potential, because first and foremost, much unlike Japan, which is a maritime power because it's an island nation state, the Asian equivalent to Grand Britannia, Ethiopia was landlocked at the time and surrounded by European colonies, so no room to play out their own colonial endeavors, like Japan and China. Japan was able to expand into Asia because they took the mainland peninsula of Korea and used that as a bridge into Manchuria and ultimately China. Ethiopia had no such room to expand without getting into conflict with major European powers. Also, Ethiopia is far more ethnically diverse than the Japanese Empire, and ethnic conflicts slow down the modernization process. They're having problems with their war right now. For those of you who don't know, Ethiopia is at war. even if Ethiopia pulled a Meiji, as in terms of internal development, I couldn't see their invasions of their neighbors going well, especially since the Meiji Ethiopian government would be Christian Orthodox, surrounded as they were in a predominantly Muslim region, except for southern Sudan. I think that an Ethiopia which is united much earlier and finds a way to overcome food insecurity through creative land use could have modernized even if it did not have a coastline. But without the food and balkanization factors resolved, it didn't really have that opportunity. A big problem with Ethiopia modernizing was that it is also horrible railroad territory. Unlike the Japanese archipelago, their home islands were prime railroad real estate. In Ethiopia, even today, there is but a single narrow gauge line from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, and it's half abandoned. So the only thing the Ethiopians could count on was a Japano-Ethiopian alliance. Many Japanese people in the early 20th century had a romantic image of Ethiopia. They viewed the nation as similar to Japan in that both nations had successfully resisted European colonization. For its part, one faction in Ethiopian politics saw the Empire of Japan as a model worth emulating. In 1930, Japan and Ethiopia signed a treaty of friendship and commerce. In 1931, the Ethiopian foreign minister visited Japan. In 1934, 2 Japanese gunboats paid a friendship visit to the African empire, and consular official Yutaka Tsuchida went on an inspection tour. However, while Tsuchida felt that the commercial possibilities for Ethiopia were good, he also felt that the nation was too far away for Japan to effectively deploy forces in region. Therefore, when fascist Italia invaded, Imperial Japan ultimately was forced by what I will describe as why it had to. It sided with its proto-ally of Italy and refused to even issue a statement of support for Ethiopia. Now, this caused disputation in Japan, as there were significant public opinion in favor of doing something to help Ethiopia. This became known as the Sigumura Affair. Both were nations with an ancient history which successfully repulsed European military advances to dominate them. Ethiopia at the Battle of Adwa and Japan at the Battle of Tsushima, where it sank the Russian Navy. And as a result, both nations considered each other to be potential allies prior to World War II. Now, the 126th ruler of the Solomonic dynasty, Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia, and the 124th monarch of the Jimmu dynasty, Emperor Hirohito of Japan, represented long-standing cultures led by royal nobility, the oldest dynasties on earth. So when it was heavily reported that Lij Araya Abib, a nephew of the emperor, was looking for marriage from a young noble lady from Japan, it caused great trepidation among the European powers. Ethiopia and Yamato, the proper name for Japan, had been communicating for some time concerning their economic and political interests. While accompanying the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Blatengeta Hiroi Wolde Selassie, on a trip to Japan in 1930 to sign a treaty of friendship and commerce, Lij Araya apparently became enamored with the people of Japan, as did others who were impressed with their rapid industrial development and wanted to take the relationship one step further. Royal union, which would make them one nation by blood. When it was reported that the Prince of Ethiopia was interested in marriage with a Japanese woman aristocrat, Mr. Sumioka Tomoyoshi and other businessmen saw an opportunity to increase relations between the two empires. A number of trade missions were arranged to Ethiopia, where the Japanese farming interests sought to secure some 500,000 hectares of land for cotton and other products, and land for immigrant families to settle. Emperor Selassie had recently signed a new constitution completely inspired and largely based on the Japanese model. Some young Ethiopian progressive intellectuals called themselves Japanizers and had been arguing that Japan was a good model for modern development and supported marriage between the upper classes of the two countries. Many Japanese nationalists thought it was necessary to unite the colored races against the white. Mr. Sumioka impressed Liege Araya and quickly set up arrangements for a wife to be found. Advertisements for select women in Japan were circulated. Many young ladies were attracted to proposition of marrying this handsome, royal, single Christian, and about 60 Japanese female applications were received. The first choice fell to Ms. Koruda Masako, the 23-year-old daughter of Viscount Kuroda Hiroyuki, a descendant from the former Lord of Kazusa of the Forestry Bureau of the Imperial Household. Athletic and trained in the English language, she immediately took up studies in Ethiopian culture, Ethiopian, the correct pronunciation, Ethiopian. As a matter of fact, if I could look up the actual kind of real way to pronounce that, it's probably even a little more exotic. But anyhow, she believed herself to be the first of many to immigrate to Ethiopia. Unfortunately for the couple, as word spread of the impending marriage, alarm bells were going off all over Europe. Ethiopia's envoy, Dababiru, who served as an interpreter for Wolde Selassie, continued negotiations in principle for arms and engendered the goodwill and some needed supplies from Japan. Italia, the Italian Empire, the kingdom, was jealous of Japan's potential alliance with Ethiopia. Russia tried to convince other European countries of the threat of an Afro-Asiatic force. They called it a black and yellow threat to all white mankind. This is the white trash sewer of shit empire of Russia. We're still fighting today. And Italy implicated Japan in sending weapons and military training to Ethiopia. And England and France became concerned that their stakes in the region would be threatened. So as business negotiations began to increase, both the Japanese and Ethiopian governments became concerned about the negative publicity. Already, rumors circulated at the League of Nations about opium farming in Ethiopia. Now, due to Japan's increased trade with African countries, they were viewed back then, when my mother was a child and growing up into a teenager, the way Red China is viewed in terms of their investments in Africa today. European media reported that Japan was the yellow peril and a threat to their economic interests of dominating the colored races of the world. Japan tried to cut its losses and attempted to find common ground with Italy on business dealings in Zhonghua, China, promising not to interfere with Italian interests in East Asia, encouraging importation of Italian wine, and in exchange of students and teachers between them. Ultimately, very little business did come about between Ethiopia and Japan, comparatively speaking, due to a lack of investors and government precaution. This is summarization. I can't really do justice maybe in next transmission in depth, but alas, the fairy tale marriage between the African prince and the Asian princess was not to be. The symbolic threat of this union was too much for all the white world to ignore. Who knows what might have become of such an alliance? Well, as it turned out, Japan's joining with the Axis powers of Germany and Italy in World War II, while the ignorant would presume that to be, a losing hand, to say the least. That is not the case at all. That's what saved us from what I will try to describe tonight, if I can manage to get there in terms of arc of narrative. What would have happened if the Japanese had defeated Italy would have been Russian rule over all of Europe. I'll explain why. You see, Ethiopia could certainly have used the support of Japan in its fight against Italy's attempt at colonization. On the other hand, would race prove to be a strong enough factor to prevent the European interests in Asia and Africa? Now, when you take a look up at the Japanese alliance with Ethiopia, let's take a look at what you can find. There are some excellent books on the subject, and believe me, entire books could be written about it, because there is much detail that I simply cannot do justice to right now. The book I would recommend is one titled The Alliance of the Colored Peoples, and that's subtitled Ethiopia and Japan Before World War II. And so you can look that up easily yourself, and it's required reading. Now, aside from pointing you out there, Mr. Sumioka, instrumental in arranging the entire affair, was reported to have received a commander class of the Order of Menelik II by Emperor Haile Selassie I, and was predicted an Ethiopian victory over Italy. Now, not much was ever heard again of Ms. Koruda, who insisted that her marriage should go ahead as planned, but to no avail. Blattengetta Hiroi Walde Selassie, often referred to as the father of Amharic literature and an extraordinary diplomat, was a great supporter of the alliance with Japan, and he went into exile in England with the emperor during the Italian occupation of Ethiopia. He eventually died there in 1938. Dababiru gave himself over to the Italian side as a race traitor. Lige Araya Abib would go to the United States and work with Dr. Malakubayan in fundraising for the war effort against the Italians in the African American community and with the Ethiopian World Federation. He served as ambassador to Greece and minister of public works, among other positions in the imperial government. He eventually married Woizero Mulemebet Abibi, the sister of the crown princess, later the empress in exile. And Medfria Shwerk Abibi had a son. The crown princess was named Medfira Shwerk Abibi, where she took the surname, of course, from Woizero. And they had a son named Lige Amde Araya. He passed quietly away in a Virginia suburb of Washington, D.C. in 2002. Now, much of my sourcing is from a book, of course, called Dainihon, or Greater Japan, Tokyo. That's by Hiroi Walde Selassie, the Ethiopian. That was published in 1934. I got this from my mother. There's a secondary source, of course, that I've pointed out to you, the Alliance of Colored Peoples. And that, of course, is subtitled Ethiopia and Japan Before World War II. It's written by Joseph Calvert Clarke III. Clarke is spelled Clarke. He's a professor emeritus of history at Jacksonville University of Florida. But what almost happened was the Italo-Japanese War of 1935. And if that had happened, unfortunately, it would have resulted ultimately in Russian dominance of all of Europe, which they are still seeking today. So in the last few hours remaining, I'll explain why. It is said that the Ethiopian War was the one and only war in American style that Italy did. The means were very large and Italians very determinate. But despite this, we know that the Italian army and navy, in terms of a combined arms war machine, would have been defeated from the combined arms war machine of the Japanese Empire in alliance and coordination with its Ethiopian allies. The interesting thing about the foreign policy of militarist Japan is that we know there is very little that is truly impossible for them to try. It's true that in 1935, sections of the IJA, as the Western world recognizes it, the Imperial Japanese Army, were already tied down in Manchuria and were expanding into the North China Plain. However, Hirohito wasn't thinking of a land war. He was thinking of a naval conflict. Even if the IJA, the Imperial Japanese Army, made a landing in East Africa, we are talking of an open fight against a modern army. Yes, at that time, Italy fielded one of the most advanced armies in the world with equipment on par with the rest of the world at least, if not more advanced in some cases, and certainly pioneering the blitzkrieg tactics later on deployed by the Germans, pioneering them in Africa. None of this was the strongest point of the Japanese. In that case, it would be Italy beating Ethiopia and the Japanese Expeditionary Corps, but it would be much more costly for Italy. It would have cost them dearly. And so there would be much less to give Franco in Spain during the Spanish Civil War era. And in Japan, there would have been a loss of face for their army. Now, of course, they were deemed by the West to have lost against the Soviets later in a series of Japano-Soviet conflicts in 1937, 38, 39. All of that, of course, is bullshit. The Japanese established a buffer state known as Birobidzhan. We talk about this in the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, so you can read about that there. But here, all the eyes of all the world would have been upon them. So Hirohito wasn't thinking of Japan sending troops or even military aid to Ethiopia. What he had in mind was a naval blockade of Italian East Africa, sinking as much of the Regio Marina, the Royal Maritime Navy of theirs, as he could, while preventing the Italians from reinforcing and resupplying their troops in the colonies or in Ethiopia. It would be a naval war. He would have to buy oil from the British. If the British refused to sell him oil and let him refuel in British imperial ports, then the plan would not work. But the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, regularly sent ships as far as the United Kingdom and other long distances. It was a required part of training. Ships had to take long-distance cruises every so often. But he calculated it would be impossible to maintain a real fleet off the coast of Africa for an extended time without this fuel. He didn't think the British could supply ammo. Some Japanese guns, particularly secondary armament, were based on British designs and could use British ammo, but much of the main guns by this time were Japanese designs that might well require Japanese ammo. Nonetheless, the Japanese Empire could supply ammo in the necessary numbers from the Japanese home islands. It's a long supply train, but they can do it if they have the oil for the fleet support ships. Keep in mind that it is a blockade, not a series of fleet-on-fleet battles, so they won't be expecting as much ammo as you might think. As for why the British would do this instead of simply closing the Suez Canal, it was the more neutral option open to them. Sure, they were selling fuel oil to Japanese ships, but they would sell fuel oil to the Italians as well, if asked. So it was argued to be neutral on a kind of cash and carry basis. Closing the canal to Italian ships would be a direct British action against Italy. There was a lot of public pressure in the United Kingdom to do something in response to Italian aggression, hence the embargoes that historically were slapped on Italy. But the British government still wanted to keep Italy friendly as a potential anti-German ally. Now, indirect support for both Italy and Japan that just happens to benefit Japan more than Italy was the best way of doing this. At any rate, Hirohito believed it would be a fairly short war. The Italian fleet could not force its way through a major IJN, or Imperial Japanese Naval Fleet, in being, so what could they do? After a few months of that, they would either have to try to resupply Italian East Africa through another colony, which they probably would not get permission to do, give up, or negotiate with the Japanese. To reinforce the point a third time, Hirohito was not thinking about the IJA, or Imperial Japanese Army, deploying forces in Ethiopia. That is too difficult in 1935. He was planning a purely naval force attempting to blockade Italian East Africa to prevent Italy from sending reinforcements and supplies. However, he had something else up his sleeve. If the war went really well for Japan, and Italy refused to surrender, you would see some Japanese marine action. Special naval landing forces, the Japanese Marines essentially, capturing a port or two. If somehow Japan could free up a port and a path to trade with Ethiopia, then we had a possible historical game changer. Aftermath, Eritrea would become Ethiopian, and they would have a coastline, an outlet to the sea, access to the ocean, and Somalia would be the first Japanese colony in Africa. Indeed, the Japanese would attack Somalia first with landings of troops, the Japanese Special Naval Landing Forces, their Marines, presenting the inevitability of a union of African states at the Horn of Africa. In precedent, one of the main reasons for the invasion of Shanghai in 1932, some scant months after the invasion of Manchuria, was because the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, was worried that the army was getting the lion's share of the prestige and most likely future budgets. And so the Navy wanted to become involved in a conflict as well. So they created a conflict in which they could be seen defending Japanese interests, and therefore involved their Marines. So the Japanese Navy, while the army was involved in Manchuria, the Japanese Navy invaded China. And by now, defending Ethiopia was surprisingly popular in Japanese public opinion. It would allow the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, to win some glory at a time when they weren't really involved in the fighting in Asia, and finally, it might actually improve ties with the United Kingdom, which is something quite a large section of the IJN, or the Imperial Japanese Naval senior leadership, was in favor of, because they were allies with the greater British Empire in World War I. These were both island maritime empires. Both countries signed a treaty of friendship and commerce in 1930, and here I'm meaning Ethiopia and Japan, not Japan and Britannia. That had been done years before. The next year, Ethiopia reached out to her potential Asian ally when Ethiopian Foreign Minister Haile Welde Selassie visited Japan in 1931, dramatizing the possible economic and military benefits of cooperation between the two countries. He was received very warmly both by government officials and by the people of Japan. In particular, Japanese ultra-nationalists, wishing to lead an alliance of the colored peoples of the world, believed that Ethiopia would play a crucial role in that alliance. Now, Hiroi subsequently wrote of his visit to Japan in his book that I'm sourcing from. Mahidere Birhan, this is actually a third book, Hagare Japan, the Document of Japan, wherein he set forth his belief that Ethiopia and Japan shared a number of similarities and needed to be more aware of each other. That being said, he recognized that Japan was the more prosperous of the two and had been more successful in its modernization. The success of this visit outside of Ethiopia is attested by contemporary rumors that the crown prince of Ethiopia, Amha Selassie, would marry a princess of the Japanese imperial family. Now, in 1934, two Japanese gunboats visited Djibouti, the primary maritime door to Ethiopia, and that same year, the Japanese government sent Tsuchida Yutaka on an inspection tour of Ethiopia. And although eager to protect Ethiopia's independence from the predations of the United Kingdom, France, and Italia, and optimistic about commercial opportunities, Tsuchida felt that Japan, so far from Ethiopia, could not have an effect on imperialist ambitions there. However, on the eve of the Second Italo-Ethiopian War, when Ethiopia most needed Japanese help, the Japanese government decided to back Italy instead, starting out on the diplomatic path, which would later lead to Japan entering the Anti-Comintern Pact, the Tripartite Pact, and eventually becoming a member of the Axis powers. The Japanese ambassador to Italy, Dr. Sugimura Yotaro, on July 16th of 1935, assured Mussolini personally that his country, his empire, had no political interests in Ethiopia and would remain neutral in Italy's coming war of aggression. His comments stirred up a furor of protest inside Japan itself, where there was popular affinity for the African empire. The Japanese people wanted to side with the blacks. Despite all Japanese popular opinion being overwhelmingly in favor of intervening on Ethiopia's behalf, when Ethiopia approached Japan for help on August 2nd, they were refused completely. Even a modest request for the Japanese government to officially state its moral support for Ethiopia in the coming conflict was denied. Now, prior to this, and for some time afterwards, Japan's attitude towards Italy's proposal was generally dismissive, anticipating that an Italo-Japanese alliance would merely antagonize the British Empire after the British had condemned Italy's invasion of Ethiopia. This attitude by Japan towards Italy altered in 1937, when they faced international isolation after the League of Nations condemned them for their quote-unquote aggression in China, while Italy still remained favorable to Japan. It was only then, as a result of Italy's support for Japan against international condemnation, that the Japanese Empire started to adopt a more positive attitude towards Italy and offered proposals for a non-aggression or neutrality pact with Italy. As such, here's what could have happened. Instead, the empires of Japan and Ethiopia had actually managed to cement their ties in royal union, which would have meant they shared, in essence, the same royal family, biracially, and had established a military alliance prior to or during the Second Italo-Ethiopian War. Now, what might have been able to bring about this outcome would be A, the proposed marriage of the crown prince of Ethiopia, Amha Selassie, to a princess of the Japanese imperial family actually going ahead, instead of his marriage to Princess Wolet Israel Sayum, and or B, Tsuchida Yutaka having greater faith in Japan's ability to project force further afield, advising the Japanese government that they could and should stand against white imperial ambitions on Ethiopia. If either or both of those points of departure had happened, and the empires of Japan and Ethiopia had entered into a formal military alliance, either prior to the outbreak of the Second Italo-Ethiopian War or immediately afterwards, accepting the Ethiopians' plea when they approached the Japanese for help, now our world would be completely different in ways that I will show you on a map. But with the Japanese intervening on the Ethiopians' behalf, might the Japanese-Ethiopian alliance be capable of defeating the Italians? And, of course, what sort of impact would that have on the League of Nations, who called upon its members to condemn Italy's aggression and intervene on Ethiopia's behalf? Historically, albeit without any success, Japan would surely be championed as an exemplary nation. Even though it was no longer within the League of Nations, it might be reaccepted for accepting the call when no one else would. And their success could be used to tout the success of the League of Nations itself. In other words, they had left the League of Nations because they were condemned for their invasion of China, but this could have reinserted them into favor as the champion of the League of Nations and validated the League of Nations itself. The military alliances being forged elsewhere and the course of World War II, well, all of that would not have happened. Not the way we know it now. So this would have improved Japan's public image, maybe in the Western world, intervening in a conflict to aid the defending nation against an aggressor, which has been almost universally condemned. This was Japan's situation, very similar to what we face with Ukraine versus Russia. And of course, it could actually worsen its public image in the Western world because Japan's intervention on Ethiopia's behalf would have doubtless received the warmest reception from Pan-Africans and from other anti-colonial activist groups across the globe, virtually all of which were deemed to be subversive terrorist groups by the regimes in white Europa and white America at that time. This would have been the Yellow Peril Manifest in Africa. It would have made Japan the enemy of the world, accepted by the League of Nations, but the League of Nations was a non-governmental organization. And that would mean that they would essentially become mercenaries for the League of Nations, enforcing its peacekeeping operations, but rejected by all the independent colonial empires on Earth. What kind of world would that have been? Now, Japan's ability to project power into the Indian Ocean might strike the amateur as questionable. Of course, everyone understands the symbolism behind such ties, but when it comes to all-out war with Italy, Japan, of course, as I said, could not actually do much to help. They certainly could not affect the ground war much. What they were going to do instead, rather than land 10 divisions in Ethiopia directly from Japan, even if that were possible, their army wasn't actually any better than the Italian one and was worse in many respects when it came to technology at the time, especially tanks. Rather, the Japanese would have started by offering their own version of land-leasing. And if they were allied with the Ethiopians before the Italians declared war, then their potential ability to project their naval strength would be the noteworthy factor, one of which could have severely diminished Italy's logistics train, making it harder for them to get troops there and keep the Italian troops supplied. Besides, it was not really all-out war with Italy, unless the Ethiopians got carried away and decided to try and reconquer Eritrea, which they could only do with Japanese help. All the Japanese-Ethiopian alliance needed to do was repel the Italian invaders back out of Ethiopia or simply inflict enough losses on the Italians to convince them to abandon their invasion and retreat back to Eritrea to lick their wounds. Now, option A, obviously, was Japan and Ethiopia immediately go after Italy's adjacent colonies, looking to take Eritrea and Italian Somaliland, Somalia, since this may have not have been very viable in the initial conflict. Simple enough to achieve, this would fulfill Ethiopia's desire for revenge and to reclaim its former territory, and it would also have provided Japan with a major naval base in the Indian Ocean. ideally situated to block off shipping via the Suez Canal in the event of war with the other European colonials. Option B was that Japan goest after the other regions with more of a soft power approach. This was actually going on at the time, making good use of the goodwill which their military intervention garnered for them among anti-colonial movements across the globe by undermining the colonial rule of the Europeans in many regions. By supporting and supplying insurrection movements in the colonies and deploying their military when and where they could get away with it, Japan could have potentially used this as a basis to bring any members who managed to cast off the shackles of European imperialism under the sway of Japanese imperialism instead, expanding its sphere of influence, its geopolitical power, and its economic clout by facilitating the creation of its own puppet governments. So this could have led to, of course, Japan being perceived as the subversive empire. They would have been perceived the way Red China was as a sponsor of insurrection. And this would have led ultimately to Cold War, Japan's bamboo curtain. So this would have led to the Japanese and Ethiopians becoming members of the Allies, minus the United States of America. After all, the British and French vocally condemned Italy's actions, but those two colonial empires active in their competition for Africa, Anglo-French, Cold War all its own, would look even weaker than they did historically if they did not support the Ethiopians once they were winning. After all, they wouldn't want Japan to get all of the credit for it, and they'd want to gain their shares of the spoils in Eritrea and or Italian Somaliland rather than running the risk of either Ethiopia or the Japanese overrunning those territories and acquiring them for themselves in African Union, the Horn of Africa Union. Simple self-interest would provide enough motive for the Brits and the French to support the Japanese and Ethiopians in the conflict. And if the Japano-Ethiopian alliance succeeded and achieved victory against the Italians, then you could be sure that they would be placed near the top of the list of targets for the Italians in the Axis had that manifested, but I'll explain why it would not have, because the Italians, it would have led to the downfall of Mussolini right then and there, that kind of defeat. So Ethiopia, at the very least, would continue to industrialize after warding off the invasion, and they'd be more than willing to join the Allies in order to complete their revenge against the Italians and potentially reacquire Eritrea. The Japanese, likewise, if there were prizes up for grabs, why not join the Allies? After all, there was no way my father Hitler would be able to bring both Italy and Japan into his alliance after a recent war between them both. Yet he managed to do that between Japan and China, but that's a totally different story. The Italians were fellow Europeans, totally different culture response. The Axis powers would potentially at that point have remained strictly European, but that would have been if Mussolini survived, and he would not have survived that kind of defeat politically. Of course, Hitler did turn to option B, bringing Guomindang, China, into the Axis, but rather than doing that in Japan's stead, my mother convinced him that he maintained balance between both Asian powers. So if he had gone for only one instead of the other, say my mother had never met him, the Japanese would definitely want to join the Allies, and the Allies would have probably welcomed them aboard. So you can see that the anti-Japanese United States of America, which would have been increasingly so, after all, by intervening militarily on Ethiopia's behalf, the Empire of Japan's put on by far the strongest and most powerful display of support for Pan-Africanism and the Black Power movement of any nation in the world, even if the Italians had won the war, Japan would have still been seen as having taken a stand for anti-colonialism and racial equality. That would have forced them to become a member of the Axis powers immediately. And America, of course, would have been the reason why. Actually, America would have joined the Axis powers instead of Japan in response to Japan being on the part of the Allies, the supporter of independent races. White supremacist America would have probably mistaken the Axis powers as white supremacist, and then you would have had a bizarre amalgam that would have been catastrophic, as the map that I'll show you. But all the reasons for all of this, there was considerable public support in militarist Japan in favor of helping Ethiopia. There were public protests all over Japan when Japan supported Italy instead. The public was just seething with rage. There were riots. Pro-Black Lives Matter riots in Japan without blacks for the people in faraway Africa. That became known as the Sugimura affair. Now, it was considered a relatively minor affair by the outside world, but if someone within the Japanese government so wished, support for Ethiopia, and if it came as to it, standing up to or even defeating Italy, would have been a way to win public support for one faction or another. Second, it might be seen as a good way to win more prestige for the Imperial Japanese Navy. While it was true that the Imperial Japanese Army and their supporters within Japan were concentrating on a continental strategy, expansion in China, and shoring up defenses against the Soviet threat, the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, was only minimally involved in that conflict prior to 1937. Indeed, I would go so as far as to argue a large motivating factor in the battle for Shanghai in 1932 was simply the desire on the part of the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, to be seen as doing something to defend Japanese interests, while the Imperial Japanese Army, the IJA, seemed to be hogging the spotlight with easy victories in Manchuria. So there would have been many within the Imperial Japanese Navy who would have been tempted by a foreign policy success, particularly one which would be almost entirely a naval affair. Jockeying for power with the IJA, the Imperial Japanese Army, was not merely a matter of pride. At a time when militarists from both services were expanding their power within the halls of the Japanese government, and when military budgets took an ever larger share of government spending, winning prestige was the only sure way that the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, could ensure their voice maintained powerful within the government, and expanding naval power, which also reinforced domestic power. For the IJN, prestige was quite literally seen as an existential concern. Lastly, there were many leading Japanese admirals and civil servants who strongly desired to repair ties with the West, and particularly the British, all the more so if tide could be begun to be repaired without giving up any major recent Japanese gains. Older Japanese admirals in particular tended to be in favor of the best possible ties with the United Kingdom. Not a few were outright Anglophiles. The emperor himself was both a knight and a field marshal in the British armed forces, who spracketh perfect English, and who had, in contrast with the younger generation, now climbing the ranks in the Imperial Japanese Navy, seen the value of the early alliance with a fellow monarchy. These had all been, these older admirals in the Japanese Admiralty, young men during the public exaltation that greeted the signing of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, its renewal and expansion in 1912, and many of them had served with the British, with the Japanese naval deployment in the Mediterranean in the First World War. For those of you who don't know, the Japanese Navy fought in the Mediterranean Sea in World War I. It was well known, both in Japan and elsewhere, that the United Kingdom opposed the Italian aggression in Africa, but was unwilling to oppose it by force. Militarist Japan lacked the ability to maintain a fleet detachment in the Red Sea to interdict the Reggio Marina, the Italian navy, on her own. However, if Britannia agreed to open imperial ports to Japanese ships and allow them to refuel there and store munitions there, then it should have been possible for the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, to act. And by allowing IJN ships to use British ports, ergo Aden, that's in Yemen, which is at war right now, again, another nation currently at war, that would have been a way for the British to voice their extreme displeasure with Italian actions. It would have been a British option stronger than our historically lackluster oil embargo that was inflicted on the Italian Empire in real life, but still a step far short of direct British military action against Italia. For those Japanese in the Navy and the Foreign Service who strongly favored strengthening ties with the British, then deploying the IJN with the agreement of His Majesty's government would have been a great way to win prestige for the Imperial Japanese Navy both at home and abroad. Not a few would have been tempted. I so know from my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother. So now for the arguments against supporting Ethiopia, because that's historically what happened. First, there were many people, particularly within the Japanese army, but some outside of it, who felt that militarist Japan's future lied with fascist Italia and Nazi Germania. These groups argued strongly in favor of supporting Italy, not least as another power and potential future ally who was on the outs with the League of Nations. Certainly, Ethiopia did not make nearly as promising an ally as did Italia, and it could have been argued that supporting Italia was more likely to make a friend of that nation than supporting Ethiopia was likely to renew friendship with the British Empire. They would also be able to argue that deploying a major Japanese naval force, quite unlike the destroyer detachment sent to the Mediterranean back in 1917 during World War I, to the Western Indian Ocean would itself upset the British. I personally I've known that was never overly likely, as London would have understood that the Imperial Japanese Navy could only operate that far for any length of time with their cooperation. Nevertheless, it might have been a precedent that the British would rather not have set. Now, that argument would undercut the arguments in favor that I've already articulated. The final reason against such a deployment was, of course, the risk involved. Now, there was no reason not to assume that Japan would not win a purely naval action. Japan had something like a 4-to-1 advantage in capital ships, and their advantage in heavy guns was even greater. Militarist Japan could easily have dispatched a force that would have greatly overmatched the entire Italian Navy, while still leaving a decent screening force at home. However, none of this meant that the IJN detachment would escape unscathed. In particular, it was worried a bit about Italian air attacks. High-level bombing was not a real threat to ships at sea at that time, but airdropped torpedoes may well have been. Naval mines might have posed a threat as well. The fundamental problem was that any Japanese effort to prevent an Italian conquest of Ethiopia would have been primarily a naval interdiction action. This meant that the IJN detachment would have to hang around East Africa until Italy threw in the towel. The longer this took, the more likely that Italy would have managed to inflict some damage on Japanese ships. The entire war, if undertaken, would have been in order to increase the prestige of the Imperial Japanese Navy with the Japanese public, with the Japanese government, and with the British Empire. It would not have been a war in which fundamental Japanese interests were at stake. Therefore, the tolerance for dead sailors and lost ships would be very low. Many would argue, why risk it? The problem for anything like this was that the Japanese needed some base for their ship, as Ethiopia is landlocked, then and today. Otherwise, they would have had to have very politely asked France and the greater British Empire some basin right. And that was difficult due to both the actual relationship with said powers and the fact that Paris and London had already sold Ethiopia to try to keep Italy on the pact against Germany. And supporting Japan in that endeavor was not good in achieving that objective. So regarding proper Japanese support, well, their army was even worse equipped than the Italian one at the time, and they and their navy would operate so way past their logistics line as to be extremely problematic, just to use an understatement. Yet the Imperial Japanese Navy had successfully deployed and operated 17 destroyers and attendant ships in the Mediterranean Sea almost 20 years earlier with British help. The British did face public pressure to do something, even though the government did not want to, which is why, historically, they levied sanctions. Here, I think it was possible, if perhaps not the most likely outcome, for them to agree to allow Imperial Japanese naval ships to refuel in India, Aden, in modern-day Yemen, etc. They could even say they were being neutral, allowing Japanese ships to dock in British ports and allowing Italian ships to transit Suez, and perhaps also dock in Egypt, should they so choose. So Japan might have also seen this as a chance to test their troops and planes in combat. If they did play the long-distance friend, other countries might have added support. The logistics would be a real problem for Japan, but the Japanese military was stronger. If they defeated Italy, Mussolini would have lost credibility and have been overthrown. And if so, that would have canceled World War II. Because essential to World War II was his support, along with Hitler's, of Francisco Franco in their victory in España. Now, Lend-Lease-like agreements were possible, but Japan was still comparatively poor. And whatever scrap for Abyssinia, the other name for Ethiopia, whatever scrap for Abyssinia that was sent would have meant that it couldn't have been used for China or defensively against the Soviet Union. And that option did not make many happy in Tokyo. But as you may recall, some influential sectors of the British people and government were really pissed by the Italian invasion. However, the international will to do anything beyond meaningless sanctions scuppered any real opposition to Benny, that's Mussolini, Benito Mussolini, they called him Benny, or Mussi back in the day, Benny Mussi, that scuppered any real opposition to Benny's ambitions. This in turn only encouraged my father Hitler to grab some land of his own. However, if you throw in the fact Japan was a useful ally of the British Empire until relatively recently at that point, then it would not have been beyond the realm of reason to see closer diplomatic ties between the greater British and greater Japanese empires. I would not have been surprised if the Brits allowed the Japanese Navy and troop ships to refuel at their bases at the least. If nothing else, Britain might have cut off use of the Suez Canal to Italy. Both Japan and Italia would have had to have traveled long distances to supply troops and ships thereafter. How much would the Imperial Japanese Navy need to actually do to change the outcome of that war that might have happened? Well, that did happen, but without Japan's participation. Would they have needed to send more than a few CAs, or armored cruisers? CA is an acronym, a hull designation from the Navy, armored cruiser. It would have depended on what the Italians had east of the Suez Canal. That is the problem. The Italians would have a considerable advantage in that they could possibly maneuver their fleet into the Indian Ocean and employ their East African territories for port facilities. The Japanese would have had to travel quite a distance. Italy might have been able to have pulled off a reverse Tsushima had, gambling odds gone total snake eyes. For those of you who don't get it, Tsushima was where the Japanese completely sank the entire Russian fleet. So a reverse Tsushima would have been the Japanese being sunk by the Italians, but that's total alien space bat bullshit. You would have needed to, the Japanese would have needed to have sent some battleships, actual battleships, battle wagons that they had in the day, as the Italians would have been very worried about sending the wrong side of that Suez Canal when Great Britain might not have let them back. So the Italians might have thought it was a sneaky trick to draw off the Reggio Marina battle line by the Royal Navy and Marine Nationale, the French and British navies. So they might not have sent anything for fear that they couldn't get it back through the canal, and it would have had to have gone all the way around Africa. Even if the Japanese, even if the Italians had sent something through that canal, they had nothing that could fight a Japanese Congo-class battleship that was built at the time. So you're talking about a small fleet. The Italians would have 1 BC or battle cruiser, 2 to 4 CAs or armored cruisers and escorts plus support ships. Not counting the biggest Italian advantage was that her Navy and Aero Force had Air Force assets and a naval base in sight, while the Imperial Japanese Navy was awfully distant from their own. So would the Japanese have risked some of their precious carriers? I'm getting that as a question. It's 1935. What carriers? The IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, has the whole show since 1922, the year before my mother was born, but that's really a training experimental carrier. The Akagi and the Kaga didn't even start being rebuilt into fleet carriers until 1935, and they would not be ready for another 3 years. Such being said, it all be qualified by the fact that the Italian Aero Force in East Africa prior to and during the war only had Italian bombers that were the aeroframes that they were able to deploy were the Caproni CA-101s of different versions. Basically a Fokker F8, I think. Fokker F7, passenger plane-like. The Junker 52s of the Spanish Civil War era fitted for bombing. And the more seemingly capable Caproni or CA-111s, though all in few numbers prior to October 3rd, 1935. Not much of a threat to the Imperial Japanese Navy should they manage to go, and no SM-79 torpedo bombers if that's clouding one's perception. Somebody's bringing that up with me. No, they just didn't exist at the time. Provided the Japanese could get their navy to the theater of operations, it was the end of the Regia Marina. The Italian navy would have been sunk. The Italian bombers could try to bomb Japanese capital ships, yes. I imagine they would try. However, level bombing against ships at sea at that time was very ineffective. They could try torpedo bombing, which would put the Italian aerocraft at great risk, albeit less risk than the near suicidal task it would become for unarmored twin-engine aircraft of World War II. If they managed to sink a Japanese battleship or two, that would have been devastating to the Japanese Empire, but the odds were against it. They wouldn't get many tries either, given that the aeroplanes would have soon been inoperable for lack of fuel, spare parts, and munitions resulting from the blockade, like Russia today. So Italy gets its ass kicked by Japan, if they still attacked, or Japan comes to Ethiopia aid right away. Mussolini might, most likely, get kicked out of power. Japan had left the League of Nations by then, on March 27th of 1933, So Japanese military intervention in the conflict would not do anything to patch up the League of Nations' structural weaknesses then. So this is why I'm talking about this today. It was March 27th of 1933. When I started this transmission, it was March 27th of 2022. But that was where's my goddamn calculators here? I used to be able to do this in my head, people. Don't do drugs, kids. Here we are. 2022 minus 1933. It was 89 years ago yesterday Japan left the League of Nations. So Mussolini was the principal wrecker of that earlier ill-fated attempt to impose the laws of civilized conduct and rules on nations. It's only thanks to the lessons from that disastrous failed experiment that we've enjoyed such an unprecedented period of peace in Europe since 1945, until now, that is. Now, Putin is attempting to do exactly the same as Mussolini by taking a sledgehammer to the current system of peace, security, and human rights that has kept us safe, secure, and prosperous for over 70 years. And even if he fails, he may do enough damage to pave the way for others to finish the job he started. The arc of Mussolini's rise and fall reveals uncanny parallels to Putin's own trajectory right up to the present. One even has to ask if he isn't following the Duce's playbook almost to the letter, for good or ill. The analogy becomes even starker if we look at some examples. Now understand that the Russians believe they are the third Rome, that after the fall of Byzantium, Moscow became the third Rome that never fell. This is bullshit because it fell to communism, Bolshevism. There would have to be a fourth Rome. Now, when it came to Mussolini and Vladimir Putin in their early years, both were seen as modernizers and reformers. Mussolini promised to change Italy's relaxed culture and get trains running on time. Putin promised to fight corruption and rein in the oligarchs. Instead, he appointed his own. Both started off cultivating an image of impeccable respectability and modernity on the international stage, cooperating with the established powers who were delighted to have dynamic young leaders as powerful new allies. In both cases, the West turned a blind eye to the increasingly oppressive and sinister attacks on democracy and freedom in those countries' internal affairs. Above all, both Mussolini and Putin believed that reasserting and rebuilding their military strength was key to their ultimate objective of reestablishing their nation's rightful place among the great powers. To recontextualize Italy's true power, if it were defeated by the Japanese Empire in 1935, its remaining military strength on the African mainland reduced and humiliated in the conflict, there would be complete disconfirmation process, a loss of faith in the Mussolini's reign. Eventually, the King of Italy and a member of the House of Savoy, Victor Emmanuel III, would hold a meeting with both Parliament and the Grand Council of Fascism. There, the king would have ordered the arrest of Mussolini and other fascist advocates, not including supporters of himself, of course, such as Dino Grandi, who also opposed Il Duce. With no major European ally, the Second World War would have seen Nazi Germany on its own. In the end, Europa would thus have turned into the dream that Stalin and Lenin had worked their lives for. A communist Europe, excluding neutral nations. The Iron Curtain would fall only on Great Britain, the Middle East, and Africa. Then the United States would hold the only hope against the expansion of the greater Soviet Union. Yes, Italy was that important. It was the second largest Axis nation on the European continent. They helped Adolf Hitler invade Russia. They were at the Battle of Stalingrad, Mussolini's Italians, right along with the Romanian troops under the orders of Romania's conjugator. Without Italia, Adolf Hitler would never have had the potential for power that he was able to project. Eventually, NATO and the Mediterranean League would oppose the fourth Comintern on the world stage had there been no fascist Italy on Germany's side and on the side of Japan, marking the beginning of a Cold War. Indeed, there be an utopian Russian novel what predicted Putin's war plan. Putin is just following the manual. Let me put no less than 5 links in our chat room. I want everyone to access these links. Also gives me a chance to see how much time I have left. An hour. These links will blow your fucking mind. These are the map of the world that Putin wants. But this is the world that Putin knows we would have had Japan defeated Italy and Mussolini been overthrown. Thank you. X2UL says, nice full circle on that conversation. God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. You know, my mind works in mysterious ways. So for those of you who don't know, the Russian link, that's all in Russian. Of course, all this shit's all in Russian. I can read it, but you can't. But you'll get the point. The text for this novel, that is Putin's playbook, is online, and you can still access it. And for those of you who don't believe, these last 2 links will take you to Vladimir Putin's 12-foot statue of himself as Caesar, the Kaiser of the Third Rome, Kaiser Romanus Slavonica, or the Slavic Romanum that he wishes, just as Benito Mussolini attempted to reunite the Mediterranean under a new Roman Empire. These are paintings commissioned by Vladimir Putin to show him as the Khazar saint, the sainted Caesar of the Third Russian Empire, the Third Rome. Do take a look at all of that, blow your fucking mind, and let me put it all in context. No one can read Vladimir Putin's mind, but we can read the book that foretells the Russian leader's imperialist foreign policy. Mikhail Yuryev's 2006 utopian novel, The Third Empire, that's its title, subtitled Russia as It Ought to Be, anticipates with astonishing precision Russia's strategy of hybrid war and its recent military campaigns, the 2008 war with Georgia, the 2014 annexation of Crimea, the incursion into the Donetsk and Luhansk regions the same year, and Russia's current assault on Ukraine. 8 years ago, Maria Snegova, a Russian sociologist at Columbia University, suggested that Vladimir Putin was drawing on Mikhail Yuryev's 2006 novel, The Third Empire, as a guide to his moves against Ukraine and as a source for a new imperial ideology. Snegova's conclusions about the impact of Yuryev's thinking on Putin have been eerily confirmed by subsequent events. And that in turn proves that Putin, who often cites the works of other writers and who is said by aides to identify The Third Empire as his favorite novel, plans to act in the future in ways the novelist wrote about 16 years ago. Consequently, because the Columbia scholar proved so prescient about Putin and Ukraine, it is worth revisiting what she wrote in early March, as well as considering the broader implications for Russian policy contained in the Yuryev novel itself, the text of which is available online and which I have provided you the link thereunto. Snegova noted that over the preceding dozen years, Putin has regularly cited Russian writers like Nicholas Berdyeev, Vladimir Solovyev, and Ivan Ilyin, all of whom argued that Russia must have an enormous role in the international arena and build to that by promoting orthodoxy on the territories under its control via the Russian Orthodox imperialism. Indeed, despite the suggestion of many that the Kremlin dictator does not have an ideology, Putin's reading of these and other books proves that he not only does, but has been developing it for some time. Among the books that have most influenced him, she argued, is Yuryev's The Third Empire, subtitled The Russia Which Must Be, published circa 2006, the year before my father died. That book is a description of the world in 2054, purportedly written by a Latin American as a Russian history textbook. Drawing on Samuel Huntington's vision, the book says that by 2053, as a result of global wars, there remained only 5 state civilizations, one of which was Russia in the form of the Third Empire, the Tsarist and Soviet states being the first and second. In Yuryev's telling, Snegova related that the construction of the Third Empire began with the coming to power of Vladimir II the Restorer. The first, Vladimir Judas, was Lenin, who was able to restore Russia to the status of a great power and to gather the Russian lands. The very name Vladimir means to rule the world. That Putin views himself this way is clear. His very name means world ruler. But what is more intriguing is Yuryev's proof that initially Vladimir, the ingatherer, concealed his pro-imperialist. This is the character in the novel. Vladimir the ingatherer, he is called, as like an intelligence gatherer. Putin as a spy. Get it? He, in the book, conceals his pro-imperialist impulses, builds up reserves, and waits for the weakening of the West. That his state was based on state corporatism and economic protectionism, and that he destroyed the oligarchs and other pro-Western agents of influence. In his book, Yuryev said that Vladimir the Ingatherer began with an explosion in Ukraine that led people in the eastern portions of Ukraine to appeal to Moscow to defend them against Western rule. Russia dispatched 80,000 troops, sparking war with NATO. As a result of this conflict, Ukraine was divided in 2 parts, one in the center and west linked with Europe, and the west, and a second, Novaya Russia, or New Russia, part consisting of Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Mykolaiv, and Odessa regions, and oriented towards Moscow. Yuryev did get the date for all this wrong. He wrote that it would happen in 2008. As Snegov wrote, Yuryev suggested that under Vladimir the Ingatherer, Russia would gradually unify the territory of the Second Empire, meaning the former Soviet Union, because in his telling, and now in Putin's, the disintegration of the Second Empire in 1991 was not by the will of the peoples, but rather was the result of a special operation of the West, in conjunction with internal traitors that Putin has been raving about, scum and traitors. Now, Yuryev then proved that Vladimir the Ingatherer, within the text of the book itself, would, in order to establish the real equality of all the peoples of the Third Empire, disband the Russian Federation and replace it with a Russian, or rather Eurasian, or customs union. And having restored a state with more than 200 million people and more than 20 million square kilometers, Russia began a new Cold War with the West. Yuriev's novel suggests Belarus, White Russia, was easily to be the first, as did happen, as Lukashenko was acquainted with the content of the Third Empire himself, the dictator of White Russia. Then one could have only expected the loud and active declarations from him that did happen. About the normalization of relations with the European Union, he tried, something that his government had originally been doing before Vladimir Putin put a stop to it, and because Europe would not accept him as a life-term dictator, Lukashenko could only turn to Vladimir Putin. And that's how he became a re-Sovietized satellite, that he serves as Russia's staging grounds today. Yuriev's book, like Putin's war with Ukraine, is an expression of post-Soviet neo-medievalism, a far-right, anti-Western, and anti-democratic ideology that assigns Russian Orthodox civilization a dominant role over Europa and America. Yuriev, a businessman and former deputy speaker of the State Duma, who died in 2019, just recently, was a member of the political council of the Eurasia Party, which envisions an essentially feudal social order overseen by a political class that rules through feudalist fear. Putin and Yuriev knew each other personally. The Third Empire was commissioned by Putin. Yuriev was but his ghostwriter, and it's rumored to be popular and highly influential in the Russian dictator's inner circle. One Russian publication described it as the Kremlin's Bible, their favorite book. The narrator of the novel, which unfolds in 2054, is a Brazilian historian who describes the origins of the Russian resurgence begun by Vladimir II, the restorer, obviously Putin, and completed by his successor, Gavril the Great, whoever that might be, because Putin has never appointed any successor. The first empire referenced in the book's title was that of the Tsars. The second was the Soviet Union. In the Third Empire, Joseph Stalin is Joseph the Great, whom Yuriev lauds for conquering new lands, destroying worthless elites and the internal enemies of Russia during the purges of the 1930s, and deporting entire peoples during this and after the Second World War, which resulted in mass death. This is glorified and reveled in, and over the past 20 years, the Kremlin has carried out projects of re-Stalinization in Russia, rebranding the former dictator as an effective manager and a harsh but fair ruler. The Russians have a term for it, cruel but just, as they felt Ivan the Terrible was. Now understand, the reason I'm showing you this is the world that would have come to pass if there had been no fascist Italy, if Benito Mussolini had not won his battle in Ethiopia and gone on to help Adolf Hitler. Had he been disgraced and the Japanese defeated him along with the black African Ethiopians, he would of course have been deposed. And with Adolf Hitler alone and no other European satellites to rally with what was the Italo-Teutonic Axis, that world, the third world of the Third Empire, would have been realized within a decade or two, within Hitler's lifetime, more than likely. He didn't have the resources without Italia at his back. Putin is using Stalin's tactics in the current war too. Authorities in Mariupol report that Russian forces are forcibly deporting the beleaguered city's inhabitants. Early in the Third Empire novel, a pro-Russian, Kremlin-sponsored uprising occurs in Ukraine. Putin's fantasy, why he miscalculated. Its objectives include reunification with Russia and the abandonment of involuntary integration into Europe, as well as the rejection of the anti-Russian NATO bloc. This uprising results in an undeclared war with Russian troops marching into Ukraine. Soon, 9 regions in the eastern and southern Ukraine, including Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, and other areas under Russian occupation today, announced their non-recognition of Ukrainian authorities and Ukrainian statehood and proclaim a pro-Russia Donetsk Black Sea Republic in the referendum that I shall read from the Russian. 82% of the population vote in favor of joining Russia. See, Putin actually believed this shit. And in Russia, 93% vote for the admission of eastern Ukraine into Russia. Perhaps not coincidentally, in Putin's 2014 annexation of Crimea and incursion into Donetsk and Luhansk, Russian forces similarly took over Ukrainian territory under the guise of a locally driven initiative. If you don't have a friendly population, you shit one out. Since 2008, Putin has repeatedly claimed that Ukraine is not even a state. His reasoning resembles that of Yuriev's Emperor Gavril, who categorically refused Ukrainians and Belarusians the status of separate nations. In this character, this anti-Putin, this after-Putin figure, in Gavril's eyes, attempts to consider them as ethnicities separate from the Russian are part of the centuries-old Western plot to destroy Russia. Although Yuriev did not anticipate the barrage of sanctions and the unified front presented by the West, he did foresee Russia's willingness to engage in nuclear blackmail. In this novel, The Third Empire, Russia wins World War III because the West fears nuclear war. Yuriev so writes, I read from the Russian for you. American leaders hesitated to order an assault, while the Russians clearly showed their willingness to go to the end. Today, Putin is counting on the accuracy of Yuriev's prognosis. In recent years, Russia's dictator has been threatening the world with nuclear weapons. Exemplar Gracia, in 2018, he said that, in the case of nuclear Armageddon, Russians would be victims and martyrs and go to heaven. He's talking like an Islamic fundamentalist fanatic. He said the West would just croak and wouldn't even have time to repent. Few other governments on earth have ever treated their own people with such frank disdain, other than, of course, Russian dictatorial governments like Joseph Stalin's, who sought to breed his people out of existence with monkeys. Yuriev also imagined, with disturbing accuracy, how Europe's dependence on Russian energy exports limited how far it would go to ever punish Russia. Statements by Vladimir II, that character in the Third Empire meant to represent Putin himself, are nearly indiscernible from contemporary speeches by Vladimir Putin. The Emperor Vladimir, in the book, mocks a French television interviewer. From the Russian, he says, "You don't like us? All right then, go to war with us and conquer us. Or refuse to buy our energy products, oil and gas, so that we starve to death." The narrator notes that the loss of Russian oil would have raised prices and brought down the European economy. Putin made a similar point in 2014 about the prospect of Europa doing without Russian oil and gas. It'll simply kill their ability to compete. Putin is right. Resisting the international pressure to ban Russian energy imports, the United German, or the Vereinigten Deutschen Chancellor, the United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, keeps explaining the essential importance of Russian oil and gas to the European, read German, economy. Above all, Yuriev's fantasy is disconcerting because it has anticipated the pusillanimity of the West. That pathetic, apathetic infighting among themselves. In 2006, Yuriev predicted that the West would react to the Russian invasion of Crimea and eastern Ukraine by appeasing the aggressor. Indeed, the sanctions imposed on Russia in 2014 were so mild as to be laughable. More alarming is that Yuriev also expected that Russia would not stop with the partial annexation of Ukraine. The invasion that began last month proved this forecast to be equally accurate. Today, alarmed by Russian aggression, the West may seek to stop the war by pressuring the Zelensky administration to accept at least some of Russia's terms. Yuriev revels in Russia's ability to take advantage of Western diplomacy. He writes, I read from the Russian, although Russia's annexation of eastern Ukraine was not officially recognized, the demarcation line that the parties undertook not to violate was fixed. It was stipulated that Russia renounced any encroachment on the territory to the west of that demarcation. This was pure PR, public relations, on the part of the United States because they knew perfectly well that Russia had no such thing in mind. Yuriev portrays deceit as admirable. Yuriev's roadmap for Putin's foreign policy makes crystal clear the futility of any Western attempts at any diplomatic solution sans regime change in Russia itself. Under Putin, Russia will attack again. In the Third Empire, Russian geopolitical ambitions forced the United States and the European Union to finally declare war. Yuriev imagines that Russia has a secret weapon that makes the entire country, the veritable empire, invincible to nuclear attack. Veritable. Can I say that right? Veritable. I think I got that right. Now, Putin is trying to alter the logic of nuclear deterrence in a somewhat different way via the hypersonic missile system he described in December of 2018 as invulnerable to a potential enemy's air defense and missile defense systems, and a wonderful, excellent gift to our country for the new year. This is his version of this force field, sky shield, star shield, invulnerability to nuclear attack in the fantasy novel. Hypersonic missiles! So fast that there's no point in a strike. The Russians got you first. Ultimately, the Americans and Europeans surrender. The world comes under Russian domination. The high point of the novel is, of course, a parade on Red Square. Among the forced participants are, this is in the book I'm reading to you from the Russian. This has never been translated into the English. Never! The Russians won't allow it, and no one's ever bothered. But here, in the climax of the novel, they are forcing American prisoners in a parade to march naked over broken glass, their bare feet, as they scream, crying, moaning, wailing as their feet, the soles of their feet split open by all the broken glass. The Russian people shatter their vodka bottles on the ground before them as they're forced to walk over the shattered glass. These prisoners are, to read from the Russian for you, representatives of the American elite, President George Bush III, and former Presidents William Jefferson Clinton, George W. Bush the Jr., and Hillary Rodham Clinton, all marching naked over broken bottle carpet cast by the Russian population. To go on reading from the Russian for you, current and former members of the cabinet, the House and the Senate, bankers and industrialists, newspaper commentators and television anchors, famous attorneys and top models. This is his sexual charge from this. Pop singers and Hollywood actresses. All of them passed through Red Square in shackles and with nameplates around their necks. The Russian government was letting its own citizens and the whole world know that Russia had fought with and vanquished not only the American army, but the American civilization. Hollywood actresses, pop singers, top models, famous attorneys, television anchors, newspaper commentators, bankers, industrialists, government leaders by name. Why has this never been translated into English? Why do the Americans refuse? Why does no one translate this from Russian into any other language? With such lurid scenes, Yuriev offers important insights into the mentality of the Kremlin, the way Putin and his circle think about the West, and their attitudes toward neighboring countries. Perhaps Putin doesn't really expect to haul the Clintons in chains through Red Square over a carpet of broken vodka bottles. But when Volodymyr Zelensky warns that if Ukraine falls, war will move farther into Europe, he should be believed. Even if Russia's recent setbacks result in a military defeat in Ukraine, Putin will attack one of the Baltic countries to undermine NATO. Western nations may decide not to risk World War III for the sake of, say, Estonia. If NATO does not respond militarily to Russia's aggression on one of its own member states, the de facto disintegration of the alliance will counterbalance the military disaster in Ukraine, thereby saving Putin's regime. Yuriev's novel may be fiction, but still helps the West to calculate the risks of appeasing Putin's aggression. Understanding Russia's expansionist vision should play an important role in Western decisions regarding the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is not Putin's only target. Moreover, on the basis of my own reading of Yuriev, the Moscow Patriarchate will be among the most active proponents of the idea of the Russian people is divided on its historical territory and has the right to reestablish itself in a single state body. Another prophecy that has come true. We can only conclude that it is most terrible about these parallels. What is most terrible about them is that they indicate that the Kremlin has been planning to move in this direction long ago, and that it has an ideology that is based on the simple reproduction of a century-old idea, something which is more terrible than the absence of ideology as such. And that in turn means that the real clash of civilizations has begun! A crash far more dangerous than the one many in the West have assumed was at the core of Samuel Huntington's argument, because in this one, Russia is on one side of a line and the West is on the other, rather than the twain being allied against the rising power of Islam. This is the war against Vladimir Putin, the Emperor. It's Jameson Reese, are you awake? We're dealing with sex bot attacks. Understand they're basically child abuse again. Hot boys and girls. Okay, why am I stuck doing this? Of course, they attack now when, I'm basically dealing with the point that we're making throughout tonight's transmission. This goes to show this is, of course, conspired. Understand that. And bear that in mind. This is the enemy at work. This is Russia at work. All right. Now, let me see. Misinformation, because I'm too lazy to go with the other reports that require a second. Best cam funds. Okay, report. Hate speech or graphic violence. Yeah. Anything that's violence against children, right? Having sex with them is violence. That's, hot boys and girls. You always get that. Oh, he hid them. Okay, Jesus. How come you took so long to respond, dude? What the fuck happened? Where were you? Anyhow,
I'm just waking up.
Okay, there we are. So this is a new batch I just dealt with now. So understand that Putin is the new Tsar of Rome, the third Rome as he understands it, version 3.0. This is not the first time we go to war against an empire. Ask the British about 1812, or the Spanish about 1898. The war with Russia was started by Putin in 2016 or before. If you want to win in war, it helps to understand the enemy, capabilities, history, goals, and psychology. Now, of course, I've always been connected with Eastern Europeans who have enlightened me about the history of Russia and how it influences the mindset of Putin's regime. Some of them were behind a shocking documentary entitled Breaking Point, subtitled The War for Democracy in Ukraine, produced in 2017. Understand, but Breaking Point is not just a history lesson. When Russian President Vladimir Putin took advantage of Ukraine's chaos to invade, he did not just send troops. He unleashed a chilling disinformation campaign that looks, from this vantage point, like a trial run for the one in this country during the last presidential campaign. Now, this film is a must-watch if you want to understand Putin's strategy and tactics and how they apply to what Putin's hackers did in 2016 and will do in the future in their undeclared war on us. Now, of course, I covered this as it progresses and will transmit about it soon. But before I do, I wanted to understand the historical framework, and that is where I came across, thanks to the historians I recently connected with, Putin's vision of Roman Empire version 3.0. This is Third Rome Rising, the ideologues calling for a new Russian Empire, and from their work I will read the following few paragraphs, two of them. The importance of the Byzantine Empire to Russian civilization was highlighted during a conference called The Interpretation of the Concept of Moscow as the Third Rome in the East and in the West, attended by members of both the Byzantine and Erzborsk clubs. Few argued with the speakers who said that Russia has its own historical path, which is the special mission of protecting moral values. Supporters of the Moscow as the Third Rome concept of revival are fully convinced that only Russia can liberate humanity from liberal ideology and demonstrate a new path of development. Yes, neo-feudalism. At the same time, according to high-level Russian ideologues, the implementation of this particular mission is impossible without a strong dictator, who is embodied by President Vladimir Putin. So the conservative imperial elite sees Putin as a natural successor of the rulers of the Byzantine and Russian empires. He did not allow the destruction of Syria and Ukraine and challenged the unipolar world. I'm still reading from the column here. In this regard, it is not surprising that Putin's visit to Holy Mount Athos was received with special feelings among the Russian masses. It is not the throne that the Russian president sat on that matters. It is all about the symbolism, which emphasizes Russia's special Neo-Byzantine mission. Now, Mount Athos is this mountain in Greece, Macedonian Greece, Macedonia really, but on the sea, the Aegean, where only monks and monastics live in a city of monasteries. It is on cliffs. They have a city of monasteries on cliffs. And they are like Tibet. They're a spiritual neutral zone that remains separate from national or political warfare. In the midst of war, they stay neutral. The war can go on around them, but they live in their monastic life. They were ignored in World War II and World War I. they are exempt from secular violation. So Putin went to visit them to declare himself Messiah. To give you another data point, there is that new bust of Putin as a Roman emperor in St. Petersburg, 12 feet high. It's there in the link. He's commissioned paintings of himself as a saint. Understand that to defeat this new Roman Empire, we need to understand what we are up against. This imperial vision that Putin and many Russian intellectuals share about Moscow becoming the third Rome is the framework that will help us plan, prepare, and defeat them. Understanding its implications will help us in this new war against an empire. If we do not digest all this, we will be ineffectual. And Putin, who may be in power for 20 more years, will becomest the new Khazar, and our democracy will end like in the Roman Republic that evolved from the original democracy in Greece and becamest the Roman Empire. The next battle in this war is already in course, and it will culminate with the November midterms. This is the American front. A blue wave will give us all a chance to start turning things around. I also hope that people at the top in the next administration, after Putin's serf goest away, also understand this framework because it is for real. Mussolini wanted to revive the glory of Rome and turn the entire Mediterranean back into Mare Nostrum, or RC, a united Mediterranean, and he nearly succeeded. Vladimir Putin wants to turn the clock back to beyond the Cold War and the mighty Soviet Empire into a neo-medievalist, czarist feudalism. They enjoyed boasting, the both of them, Putin and Mussolini, of their nation's military prowess. Putin threatening to use his nuclear arsenal. Mussolini once claimed his aero force was so large, the Regio Aeronautica, that it could blot out the sun. But it's as we get to the latter stages of their reigns where the similarities grow even more obvious and eerie, just as the cracks in their carefully constructed facades start to crumble. Both kicked off their neo-imperial adventurism after they sensed the weakness of the Western powers and an unwillingness to defend the international order with blood. Mussolini's opportunistic and gratuitous invasion of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, in 1935, is generally considered to be the first serious breach of the post-World War I European order. The order established in Europe in what was ultimately interregnum, in between the reigns. The invasion allowed Mussolini to test out his new aero force against poorly armed Abyssinian tribesmen. The Italians committed war crimes and several massacres, including the indiscriminate deployment of chemical weapons and poison gas on a vast scale. They blanketed the nation in chemical clouds. Now, when it comes to wrapping it up for tonight's transmission, obviously, I couldn't go on if I had another hour. Let me rehydrate myself. Give me a second here. And see what I can do. Of course. Let me catch my breath, settle my mind. And go in for the close. Just as with Putin's first overt act of aggression in Crimea in 2014, Mussolini's Abyssinian adventure ended his flirtation with international respectability. The League imposed sanctions on Italy, turning it into a pariah and pushing it into the welcoming arms of Adolf Hitler's Germania, with whom it signed the Pact of Steel in 1936. Just as Putin's isolated Russia turns increasingly to Red China in the face of its international isolation, the parallels don't stop there. Despite the international condemnation and revulsion, both leaders enjoyed an enormous boost to their domestic popularity, resultant their early acts of aggression, reaction to the Abyssinian invasion. Growing international instability also provided the ideal testing grounds for their newfound assertiveness and contempt for the decadent West. Mussolini joined with Nazi Germany to send troops and equipment to support the conservative nationalists under General Francisco Franco in the Spanish Civil War from 1936 through 1939, just as Vladimir Putin has dispatched troops and equipment to support Bashar al-Assad in the Syrian Civil War, and used it as a live fire exercise for his own military. But like Mussolini, Putin has now been exposed. Well, as Mussolini was perceived, Putin has now been exposed as a charlatan and an emperor without clothes. His armed forces, like Il Duce's, are fine for bombing and strafing poorly equipped rebels, but they are struggling against a marginally better equipped and determined enemy willing and able to defend its territory, let alone against NATO. In fact, Mussolini's war machine was orders of magnitude superior to Vladimir Putin's. Vladimir Putin's is only good for massacre of the innocents. While the beginning of the Second World War in Europe is normally dated to September 1st of 1939, there's every case to be made that it started on April 7th of that year with Mussolini's invasion of tiny, defenseless Albania. Believing in his own propaganda, Mussolini would later use Albania as a springboard to attack Greece in 1941. Within days, his attack got bogged down, and his army found itself outfought by a much smaller but more determined opponent, very much as Vlad Putin has met his match in Ukraine. So is history repeating itself? Just as we should not underestimate Putin, we should not overestimate him either. Mussolini's actions were the signal to my biological sire Hitler that he could begin dismantling the post-World War I international order and ultimately trash the Versailles Treaty and restore Germania to its former power, before executing on his far more encompassing designs, some quite sinister. Mussolini would ultimately cut an increasingly pathetic and desperate figure at Hitler's side, just as Vladimir Putin is looking increasingly desperate and isolated and dependent on Red China to get him out of a humiliating defeat. Thus, the only Hitler equivalent, in the most negative sense, is already on the horizon in the person of Xi Jinping. But Putin, with nuclear weapons, is problematic enough vis-a-vis our decrepit American commander-in-chief's delusions per its potency. As Russia's failures mount in its war against Ukraine, Biden is fatally prompted to prevent and isolate Putin from perpetrating what was once unthinkable, but now be inevitable. Putin and Biden face a dangerous choice. How does Russia want to lose? And of course, as this is an existential situation for Vladimir Putin, he's not going to go down without taking down as much of the world as he can with him. Those nuclear weapons will be launched. There is nothing that can be done diplomatically to stop that. What I'm here to tell you is that if any reach us at all, and it would be a miracle if they do, the absolute most would be 20 million dead. Now that's horrific. But no matter how much you try to talk and reason and cajole and bribe, it's going to happen anyway. So, suck it up and get ready to risk it. They either reach here or they don't. The overwhelming majority of them will simply go off in their silos